Chapter 57. Liheng Bookstore. The four individuals bowed their heads, trudging along like pupae, and it was only upon reaching a somewhat spacious staircase that they could finally catch their breath. "Merlin, these witches are utterly deranged," Ron remarked, attempting to tame his disheveled hair, which had been rendered akin to a bird's nest amidst the recent chaos. The other three fared little better. Draco, protected as he was, could only claim to be slightly more presentable than the rest. Although Harry had made a valiant effort to safeguard Draco, they were still rather small in stature and appeared somewhat insignificant in the presence of the adults. Draco, unable to contain his frustration, complained, "I truly do not understand why I had to squeeze in with you lot. I could have been watching this sardine crowd from the second floor with my father." "Enough, Draco. Cease your complaints. You are currently on the staircase," Hermione retorted, discarding the quill that had inexplicably become entangled in her hair, dismissing the young master's grievances with casual indifference. Ron leaned over the staircase, scanning the area, and finally caught sight of Molly. "I found my mother. Come on, let us seek them out." As he spoke, he eagerly attempted to plunge back into the throng. Draco shook his head, declaring, "I shall not descend. It is quite unbecoming for a Malfoy to be jostled among the masses." Harry glanced at Draco, asking, "Shall I stay with you?" "No need. You may go down and help me check for the textbooks on the first floor." "Very well." With a cheerful gaze, he watched the trio rush back into the bustling crowd, while Draco hummed a tune as he ascended. Sure enough, his father was seated at a window-side table on the second floor, sipping tea. Reasonable suspicion arose that it was tea brought from home. "Father," Draco nodded at Lucius, who gestured for him to take a seat opposite him. "Are Potter and the others downstairs?" "Indeed, they are seeking Mrs. Weasley and Granger's muggle parents," Lucius chuckled. "Weasley, I had thought you might be mingling among them." Draco casually picked up a book, stating, "Certainly not. I am merely cultivating relations with the victorious side." The victorious side. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions had finally squeezed through the crowd, drawing closer to Mrs. Weasley. Just then, Gilderoy Lockhart, displaying his perfect smile, inadvertently caught sight of Harry. He was utterly exhilarated. "Oh, look, who is that? The Savior, Harry Potter? It seems the Savior is also my fan. Reporters, come over here and capture a few photographs for us." He leaped into the crowd, seizing Harry, who had been hidden among the throng, and embraced him. Throughout this entire display, he maintained his flawless smile. "Hey, let go of Harry." Ron rushed forward in an attempt to pull Harry back, only to be thwarted by other fans. However, this action finally drew Molly's attention to Harry. Unfortunately, as a devoted admirer of Lockhart, Molly could only feel joy for Harry. Photographer, come here and take our picture. I believe this will become the headline for the Daily Prophet, entitled The Savior's Favorite Author, the Great Wizard, Lockhart." The diminutive photographer, clad in black and bearing an intimidating expression, fiddled with his magical camera. "Savior, smile brightly for us." Lockhart continued to prattle on. "Oh, Harry, beam a little more brightly. This might just be the beginning of your fame." The two engaged in this banter, completely oblivious to the fact that Harry's expression had soured significantly. He wriggled free from Lockhart's embrace, exclaiming, "Do not touch me. I despise you and have no desire to take any photographs with you." Lockhart's smile faltered, yet he made a visible effort to maintain it. "Oh, very well. Perhaps I am not yet successful enough," he said, adopting a pitiful expression, which elicited a chorus of shrieks from the witches nearby. Hermione, discomfort, covered her ears. "Good heavens, they are truly insane." Ron, dampening the atmosphere, reminded her, "But I recall that you were quite fond of his books when you first arrived at school." Hermione delivered a sharp jab to him, exclaiming, "Silence." "Draco provided me with some adventure logs from his ancestors, which are far more intriguing than the ostentatious literature of Lockhart." Harry, indifferent to the performer beside him, had already spotted the location of the textbooks. Just as he prepared to leap off the platform to retrieve a book, he was intercepted by Lockhart. "Given the enthusiasm in the air, I am pleased to announce an exclusive piece of news that has remained undisclosed until now. Just yesterday, I received a letter from Dumbledore, who believes I possess exceptional prowess and has invited me to serve as the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts for the upcoming academic year. To celebrate, I shall generously offer." a set of your books to all the young witches present, correct? We are immensely grateful to you, Professor Lockhart. Ladies, let us extol the generosity of Professor Lockhart. Seizing the opportunity, Harry cleverly ensnared Lockhart. The witches below were delighted, as most were parents accompanying their children to purchase textbooks. Thank you, Lockhart. Lockhart is indeed a magnanimous gentleman. Oh, I. Lockhart attempted to speak, yet Harry clearly would not afford him the chance. I believe that if we acquire this set of books, we shall wholeheartedly admire the reliable Professor Lockhart and speak of his virtues in front of the other young witches who are not present. Continuing to flatter, Harry intensified his efforts. I heard that Mr. Malfoy has also accompanied young Malfoy to Flourish and Blots to purchase textbooks today. Upon hearing that Malfoy was present, Lockhart gritted his teeth. Indeed, just as Harry mentioned, any young wizard needing to collect their items should proceed to the proprietor. I shall cover all expenses for the entire gathering. Having achieved his objective, Harry swiftly returned to Hermione and the others amidst the commotion. Ron lightly tapped Harry's shoulder with his fist, saying, "Mate, this has saved our family quite a bit of money." "You're welcome. I must go purchase other textbooks for Draco." Having been delayed by Lockhart for so long, Draco must be growing impatient. Harry replied, turning to walk away, only to unexpectedly collide with someone. Both stumbled slightly upon impact, and Harry even felt a sharp pain in his nose. However, he seemed to hear some familiar snickering. A familiar snake-headed cane tapped on his shoulder. "Potter, it has been a while since we last met. Your manners appear to have regressed." "Merlin, it has indeed been a long time, Uncle Lucius." Harry managed a reluctant smile. Looking up, he indeed saw Draco trailing behind his father, suppressing laughter. "Good day, Mr. Malfoy." Hermione greeted him naturally. In her view, this was Draco's father. Although he might not favor her, that did not prevent her from offering a greeting. To her surprise, Lucius glanced at her and nodded. "Good day, Miss Granger." Ron fumbled, uncertain whether he should greet him, considering Arthur often spoke ill of Lucius at home. "Why you?" "Hello, Mr. Malfoy." Lucius clearly did not wish to respond, but Draco subtly tugged at his sleeve. He sighed imperceptibly. "Ah, young Weasley, I am a colleague of your father's at the Ministry of Magic. Perhaps you have heard of me from him." Ron was sweating profusely. "Uh-huh. Huh. Well, I must be off. There is a scent of common folk here. Harry, take good care of Draco." "Certainly, Uncle Lucius." Once Lucius departed, Ginny squeezed her way out of the crowd, cradling a cauldron filled with a few scattered books. "Hi, so you're all here. The bookstore is incredibly crowded. I was just jostled and nearly lost my cauldron." Mum took Aunt Granger to queue for the books. Draco approached Harry, casting an inscrutable gaze upon the future girlfriend of the Savior. Her beauty was evident even at a young age, akin to the most vibrant red rose. Harry and his companions greeted her. "Ah, what a fitting match," Draco thought darkly. Unexpectedly, Harry reached out and pulled him forward. "Ginny, this is Draco." Ron chimed in. "The gemstone hairpin I bought for you last year was selected by Draco." Ginny cheerfully greeted Draco. "Oh, hello. I've heard a lot about you from Ron and Harry. I must say, I'm glad to have you. That hairpin is truly beautiful." "I'm glad you like it, Miss Weasley." Draco flashed a standard smile. Ginny beamed. "Just call me Ginny. May I call you Draco?" Draco nodded. "Of course, as you wish, Ginny." At that moment, Molly and the Granger couple emerged from the throng, books in hand. "Hi, kids. Have you all gathered your items?" "Oh, Lockhart is truly kind. We've saved the cost of 4 sets of books." Although he now finds himself in a more comfortable financial position, he still believes in the virtue of thriftiness, especially considering that a set of books is rather expensive. Molly cheerfully proclaimed while cradling the books. Ron and Hermione promptly stepped forward to assist in bearing the burden. Harry grasped Draco's hand, preparing to bid farewell to the others. "We truly ought to express our gratitude to him. Aunt Molly, I still have a few textbooks that I have yet to purchase, so I will take my leave with Draco for now. I need to reunite with Aunt Petunia and the others later." "No problem, Harry, though it is unfortunate that I couldn't meet your family," Molly remarked with a hint of regret. Harry offered a few words of comfort. "It's all right. There will be opportunities in the future. We shall take our leave now. Farewell, Aunt Molly, Uncle Granger, and Aunt." Draco followed suit, bidding farewell to the group. The 3 adults exchanged a few words of caution before also saying their goodbyes. As Harry stepped forward, he addressed the other children. Shall we meet on the train tomorrow? See you then, mate. Goodbye, Harry Draco. Chapter 58, Conversation. As Harry squeezed out of the leaky cauldron, he spotted Petunia and the others not far away. They were peering in his direction, waiting for his return. Fortunately, Draco was beside him, and Petunia's group quickly spotted the two children amidst the crowd. Dudley, leveraging his size advantage, bulldozed his way through to bring Petunia right in front of them. Hey, Draco, would you like to come over to our house to watch SpongeBob? You haven't seen the latest updates. As soon as they met, Dudley began sharing their favorite animated series with Draco. Upon hearing the beloved yellow square, Draco felt a fleeting temptation, but remembering his father Lucius waiting for him at Gringotts, he reluctantly declined. Oh, I think I can't. My father is still waiting for me at Gringotts. Draco's eyes drooped, and anyone could see his disappointment. Petunia hesitated before speaking. Perhaps we could ask Mr. Malfoy? Draco waved his hand dismissively. It's no use. School starts tomorrow, and father has to take care of some matters with me. All right, then we'll escort you. It's not safe for a child to be alone, Petunia suggested. Thank you, Aunt Petunia, Draco replied sweetly. As they walked ahead, Harry quietly cast a small silencing charm around himself and Draco. Draco, are you going to Nocturne Alley with Lucius to handle your family's dark magical items? Harry asked bluntly. Scarhead, how did you know? Draco exclaimed, startled. He had never mentioned to Harry that they were there to deal with those filthy objects. How could that pesky Scarhead know? Harry scratched his head, clearly embarrassed. Well, I just suddenly remembered. In my past life, when you and Lucius went to Borgin and Burke's, I accidentally ended up in the vanishing cabinet while flying. You mean? Draco's gray-blue eyes widened slightly. Harry cleared his throat. That's right. The very one you wanted to touch. I even saw Lucius hit you with his wand. Draco nearly jumped up. I knew I smelled that stupid lion. Father didn't believe me. He whacked me so hard that the snake Fong left 2 holes. Harry pinched the hand that had been hit in his memory. Although I know you were eager to find me, you can't just touch those things recklessly. Who knows if there might be a curse on them? Did it hurt? Draco scoffed and retracted his hand. The one who dove into the vanishing cabinet has no right to lecture me. With that, he twirled his wand, dispelling Harry's barrier. Uncle and Aunt, I've arrived. Thank you for bringing me. I'll go in first. Instantly reverting to his well-behaved persona, he flashed a perfect smile at the others and, without a glance at Harry, strode into Gringotts. Dudley patted Harry on the shoulder. Did you make him angry again? Harry shrugged. I don't think I did. Petunia couldn't help but interject. It's not about what you think. It's about how he feels. Vernon chuckled at them. Let's find a place to eat. After we eat, we need to pack up. Harry, you haven't packed your luggage yet. Dudley jumped up excitedly. So can we eat magical food? Mom just bought me some candy. It's really interesting. Harry thought of the meals served at Hogwarts. Well, they're quite ordinary. Meanwhile, as for Draco, once he reunited with Lucius, they found a corner to don their hooded robes, striving to conceal any trace of their hair. Before entering that alley, Lucius reiterated his concern to Draco. I know you must have come here alone often in your past life, but you are still a child now. So please stick close to me, all right, Draco? Draco nodded and edged closer to Lucius. Upon arriving at Borgin and Burke's, Draco no longer displayed the curiosity he had in his past life to touch those items. After all, he had visited this place countless times as the head of the family, each time dealing with those leftover dark magical artifacts, which were far from pleasant memories. Meanwhile, Lucius's voice could be heard intermittently conversing with old Borgin. These dark magical items, the Ministry has been inspecting them again, Lucius stated. It seemed they were once more scrutinizing those dark artifacts, as the Ministry relied on these for political gains. Draco scoffed disdainfully to himself. Fortunately, Lucius was quick, and he did not keep Draco waiting long. However, instead of returning home directly as he had in his past life, Lucius transported him directly to Spinner's End. Standing at the door of number 19 Spinner's End, Draco could clearly see Lucius gripping his serpent-headed cane tightly. Little dragon, go knock on the door. Draco obediently complied. This formal visit suggested that his father had something very important to discuss with his godfather. After knocking, Draco did not stand far away, waiting at the door so that his godfather could see him immediately upon exiting. They were fortunate today, as Severus had just finished brewing potions. Had he been in the middle of it, they would have had to resort to extraordinary measures. When Severus opened the door, he found a little platinum-haired boy looking up at him with his big, watery gray-blue eyes. Actually, not really, Draco thought. Severus's initially dark expression softened upon being interrupted, and he stepped aside to allow entry. As Draco walked in, he reminded his godfather, Godfather, father is in the yard. Severus patted his head. I know. You go in and sit down first. Then he looked up at the platinum peacock standing in the yard, disdainfully observing him, feigning patience for Severus to speak. If you don't want to come in, I can always leave you outside. Lucius immediately broke character. Wait, Severus, I truly have something very important to discuss with you. Let us go to the study upstairs. Watching his father and godfather ascend the stairs, Draco opted to search for some candy in the spot where he used to stash it. He hoped his godfather had replaced it with new ones. Delighted to find his favorite sweets, Draco sprawled on the sofa attempting to eavesdrop on the conversation upstairs. Unfortunately, it seemed Severus had set up magical barriers, as he detected no sounds whatsoever. Initially believing he would have to wait a while, he was surprised when, just a few minutes later, the two descended with dark expressions. Severus escorted them to the fireplace and said to Lucius, "I will find the time to discuss what you mentioned with Dumbledore. We will keep an eye on that item. If you have any news, just tell me." Lucius nodded. "Please take care of the Dumbledore matter. If you need me to intervene, feel free to let me know." Draco looked from one to the other. "Is there anything I can help with?" Lucius placed his hand on Draco's shoulder. "Nothing at all. Just focus on your classes and don't let your godfather report you to me." Draco muttered under his breath, "Stupid father." After sending Draco into the fireplace, Lucius turned to Severus before stepping in. "Severus, I'll be relying on you to look after Little Dragon for a while. We still cannot ascertain what that item truly is." Seeing Severus nod, Lucius departed with a sense of relief. Malfoy Manor. Chapter 59, A New Semester. A new day quickly dawned, a golden ray of sunlight awakening the slumbering populace. The Dursleys had prepared early. As per tradition, they would first drop Harry off at the station before turning back to take Dudley to Smeltings. Upon boarding the vehicle, Petunia offered a final reminder. "Children, have you gathered all your belongings?" Dudley turned to survey the luggage piled in the trunk, while Harry was already patting his pockets. "It's all here." Vernon, glancing through the rearview mirror at the contrasting scene, couldn't help but remark, "Looking at it this way, it's fortunate that Harry is a wizard, otherwise our car might not accommodate all this luggage." Petunia chuckled. "Well, it's not solely your fault. You're the one who buys everything you see." "Oh, the children are growing up. What is wrong with buying them some new clothes? I've recently been promoted and secured several substantial contracts. There's no need to fret about finances." At this moment, Dudley confirmed he had accounted for his belongings. "I'm ready, Dad. We can depart." "All right then. We're off." "Oh, once you leave, your mother and I can enjoy our own little world again. Ha ha ha." Uncle Vernon envisioned the blissful life that awaited him once the two children were gone. No one to compete with for the television. Every day would be a couple's paradise, and on weekends, he could take Petunia to the newly opened restaurant for couples. The thought was simply delightful. Petunia, with just a glance, perceived what this portly man was contemplating. "Vernon, if we don't leave soon, Harry will miss the train." Right, we should set off now." Accompanied by Whitney Houston's "I Will Always Love You" playing on repeat, Harry finally arrived at the station just in time before the car took off. Shaking off the melodic chaos in his mind, he bid farewell to the trio and jogged through the familiar wall, boarding the train. Due to some delays, barely 2 minutes after Harry settled in, the train commenced its incessant whistling. Observing the bustling Gryffindor carriage, Harry hesitated momentarily before deciding to seek out Draco in the prefect's carriage, as they had agreed to meet upon boarding. As for Ron, who might still be treading the same path as in the previous life, well, he would forgive him. Navigating through the enthusiastic throng of lions was far from easy, especially when one is the savior. The second-year Gryffindors greeted Harry amiably, while a few upperclassmen, unbothered by his Slytherin affiliation, smiled in his direction. Harry returned their warm greetings with a flawless smile. Reflecting on Gryffindor's exuberance, he felt relieved that Colin and Ginny had not yet been sorted, otherwise the scene would have been chaotic. After leaving Gryffindor, as he passed the other two houses, Harry let out a rare sigh of relief. He still wasn't accustomed to being the center of attention. Upon returning to the Slytherin compartment, the tranquility was even more pronounced, with all Slytherins seated quietly in their compartments. Unless it was a significant matter, they would remain in their own quarters until the train arrived. The journey from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw to Slytherin was truly a transition from noise to silence. Harry cheerfully walked towards the prefect's compartment, clutching the treats sent by the enthusiastic badgers. Upon finding the compartment where Draco usually sat, he opened the door to find a group of Slytherins gathered inside. To his surprise, Hermione was among them, seated beside Pansy and engrossed in a rather ancient book. "Harry," exclaimed Hermione, "what are you doing here? I thought you were with Ron." Hermione replied with a hint of nonchalance. "Gryffindor was a bit too noisy, and I hadn't finished the book Draco sent me a few days ago, so I sought a quieter place. Pansy suggested I come here." She continued reading without pausing. Harry pondered Ron's whereabouts, while Draco, already impatient, had sent Blaise and Theodore inside, standing at the door like a sentinel. "Potter, what are you still doing there?" Coming back to reality, Harry noticed Draco frowning with his arms crossed and immediately bounded over to his side like an eager puppy. In the midst of comforting Draco, Harry found a moment to contemplate. "Was I forgetting something? Ah, never mind. as the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting its slanted rays. The Hogwarts Express finally arrived at the familiar station. From this day forward, they would be second years, which also meant they would make their way to the castle differently this year. Following the throng towards the forest, they soon arrived at a spacious clearing filled with many carriages. Hermione gazed curiously at the empty harnesses. So Hogwarts really uses thestrals for transportation? They even have enough of them for our use. Pansy, pulling ahead, hopped onto a carriage. These thestrals are said to have been bred in the Forbidden Forest since the times of the four founders. Draco stood before a thestral, his gaze fixed intently on it, inevitably drawn to these creatures that exuded an aura of death and mystery. Having witnessed war, encountering thestrals was almost inevitable, yet during his previous life, he had entered the school through the fireplace in the headmaster's office and hadn't he had the opportunity to see them. He hadn't he expected his first true encounter with thestrals to be now. The thestral he was observing seemed to sense the intensity of his gaze. Its silver-white eyes slowly turned, along with its dragon-like head, directing its attention towards Draco. In that instant, as their eyes met, Draco felt as though he had descended into an ineffable realm. The glimmer of silver resembled the ethereal mist drifting behind the curtains of the Department of Mysteries. Yet within that pristine silver, an undeniable black mist began to seep in like fine threads. Draco, seemingly entranced, slowly extended his hand towards the creature's head. Just before contact, Harry, who had been attentively watching Draco, swiftly pulled him back. With determination, he dragged him onto the carriage where Goyle and Crabbe were seated. The thestral, observing the departure of the two, lingered for a moment, then turned its head away. As the thestral soared into the sky, the damp, chilly air brushed past Draco, gradually bringing him back to his senses. Upon regaining his awareness, he found three concerned faces before him, with Harry's cherubic visage, complemented by Goyle and Crabbe, particularly pleasing to Draco's sensibilities. He still felt somewhat dazed. Harry anticipated his unspoken question. It's nothing. You were simply captivated by the thestral. They truly are magnificent. Draco harbored doubts about this explanation, yet he had been in a state of bewilderment moments ago, and now he couldn't recall what had transpired. Harry pinched his cheek playfully. All right, we're almost there. The feast tonight will surely feature an array of delightful desserts. Draco nodded, leaning closer to Harry. The thestrals flew swiftly, and in no time, they arrived at the castle. The thestrals and the first years did not share the same route. They would enter the castle first, and then proceed to the Great Hall. Thanks to the thestrals' remarkable speed, if they hurried, they could even return to their dormitories to change before the feast. However, it was uncommon for anyone to do so, as most preferred to take fewer steps. Being the delicate wizards they were, the young witches and wizards walked in small groups towards the Great Hall, but along the way, Harry felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. It wasn't until they parted at the entrance to the hall that he was horrified to see Hermione walking alone towards the Gryffindor long table. And on that table, there was only one familiar head of red hair. As Harry returned to the Slytherin long table, he found himself momentarily disoriented. Good heavens! Why had there been no interference from the Weasley twins? Yet Ron still failed to catch the train. And this time, the twins were also involved. Merlin, may they refrain from arriving at school in Arthur's flying car. Harry earnestly hoped for this. Yet, it was evident that Merlin had no intention of bestowing any protection upon Ron this time. The moment the sorting hat was placed upon Ginny's head and called out Gryffindor, a tremendous bang resonated from outside the castle. The expressions of nearly all the professors shifted, and Harry observed Dumbledore conveying a glance to Snape, who quietly exited the Great Hall. Harry's face turned ashen. There was no hope for Ron, Fred, and George. Farewell, my friends. I shall surely visit your graves next year. Meanwhile, Draco could hardly contain a smirk of schadenfreude. Long before Harry had settled at the long table in a distracted state, Draco had recalled the events that were to unfold that day. After all, Mrs. Weasley's furious shouting was so piercing that it conjured an image of the pale face of the red-haired Weasley in his mind. From that moment on, Draco had secretly begun to anticipate the unfolding drama. Although he was now friends with Ron, that did not prevent him from relishing the thought of his misfortunes, just as Ron likely entertained similar thoughts about him. Thus, upon hearing the deafening sound, Draco couldn't help but grin. Even when Ginny offered them a shy smile, it did little to dampen his spirits. Draco made a concerted effort to dismiss the feelings of discontent and bitterness swirling within him, feigning a facade of joy. Meanwhile, Harry remained preoccupied with worry for his brother, or rather, guilt for forgetting about him, and failed to notice Draco's subtle emotional shifts. As the sorting concluded and the Weasley trio was ushered into the Great Hall by Snape, the expressions of Percy, Ginny, and Hermione at the Gryffindor table nearly mirrored the Weasley family hair color. Thanks to the trio, the first day of the new term at Hogwarts was brimming with adventure. Happy birthday to the most wonderful little dragon. At midnight, We were just in the midst of Magic Awakened, seamlessly transitioning through Draco's birthday storyline. The adorable baby was utterly heartbroken in his 6th year. This chapter will feature Astoria, a past life PA. The entire text comprises 47k words, so feel free to indulge. It would be best to sample it, as it relates to the main story. Astoria's love for Draco is indisputable. In her youth, he shone like the brightest sun, illuminating all within the pure blood circle. Some were scorched by the sun, feeling pain, and thus vehemently cursed it. Others were warmed by its rays, gathering around, yearning for more. From the very first day she basked in its light, she knew she loved him, loved that unique, dazzling, warm yet prickly sun. She adored him, often hiding in corners during banquets, observing him flaunt the unparalleled treasures of the wizarding world. He was so radiant, as if the universe conspired to adorn him with all that was beautiful. However, everything changed the day Draco entered Hogwarts. Astoria, being 2 years younger than her sister, was unable to attend school alongside them. Fortunately, Daphne often thought of her younger sister and would occasionally mention Draco in her letters. Yet, Draco's name was invariably accompanied by another, Harry Potter. Astoria discerned that Daphne despised Potter, as did the other little snakes of Slytherin. What a coincidence, she too, far away at the Greengrass Manor, had not yet been sorted. In Daphne's letters, Draco was always in pursuit of Harry, even though that foolish savior invariably left him battered and bruised. Before encountering Harry Potter, Draco had scarcely been injured. After meeting Potter, he occasionally bore bruises as trophies from his duels with Muggles. Despite the pain these trophies brought him, he would always return to confront them with renewed vigor. When the day finally arrived for her to enter Hogwarts, Astoria was more exhilarated than ever, hardly managing to sleep. Everything went smoothly. She was sorted into Slytherin and sat beside her sister Daphne. This meant she was now closer to Draco than she had ever been in the past 11 years. Life in Slytherin was a marvel Astoria had never imagined. She shared the same air with him in serene silence. She was so near him that it felt as though the sun was within her grasp. Her infatuated gaze was abruptly drawn back when it encountered the black-haired girl beside Draco, Pansy Parkinson, the girl most likely to become Mrs. Malfoy. The first time she spoke with Draco was when she was ostracized by the other Slytherins. Her affinity for Muggles was met with disdain, and the young girls had hung her upside down in an empty classroom, employing several binding spells to prevent her escape. With her head hanging down, blood rushed to her brain, causing her eyes to redden. Just as she contemplated seeking Daphne's assistance, Draco appeared. Once again, the sunlight fell upon her. In that instant of rescue, Astoria shielded her face with her hands. Having just been hung upside down, she must have looked dreadful. She hoped he hadn't seen her. Draco frowned at the sight of the little witch covering her face. First year? Astoria nodded, biting her lip. How did you end up here? Are they bullying you? Do you need me to help you fight back? Is it Gryffindor's doing? Whenever Gryffindor was mentioned, Draco seemed particularly animated. Astoria replied in a barely audible voice, It's Slytherins. I'm fine. I'll find a chance to get back at them. Upon discerning her words, Draco raised an eyebrow at the mention of Slytherin. Hearing her resolve to seek vengeance, he encouragingly patted her head. Good, that's the spirit of a Slytherin. By the way, your blonde hair is lovely. With that, he left the dimly lit empty classroom first. Astoria's hand moved from her face to her hair, wishing to touch the strands he had brushed, but ultimately withdrew it shyly. In the days that followed, Astoria diligently studied magic, yearning to enhance herself and escape the fate of becoming a mere pawn in a marriage alliance. All to pursue the one she truly loved. As she matured, Astoria, who was already aware of the matters of love, keenly noticed Draco's secret. Draco Malfoy harbored feelings for Harry Potter. Despite his childish provocations and daily insults, his actions were evidence of a deep affection. Astoria was unsure if the other Slytherins had noticed, but she guessed perhaps they had not. Otherwise, they would not allow Draco to continue his taunts. Now in her 4th year, Astoria observed that Draco was behaving oddly. He often sneaked out of the dungeon late at night, heading to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. He would spend the entire night inside while she lingered outside, accompanied by the moonlight, sharing synchronized schedules. Astoria understood that 6th-year Draco was different. He had matured overnight, seemingly bearing a heavy burden. The discerning Slytherins had begun to distance themselves from Draco, leaving only a few familiar companions behind. She yearned to be by Draco's side at all times, yet their differing schedules perpetually conspired to keep them apart. After Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, Astoria overheard that a Slytherin Death Eater had sustained grave injuries, while the Savior had also been severely wounded. In an instant, Astoria comprehended that the Death Eater referred to her son. For the first time in her life, she found herself running wildly, as if for Draco. She had amassed countless firsts. The infirmary echoed with fierce arguments, while outside, her heart lay shattered. Soon after, war erupted, and it seemed as though chaos engulfed everyone. She wandered alone through Hogwarts, relying on her usual invisibility. Draco would occasionally return for classes, but he remained solitary. Then, the savior vanished, and with him, Draco no longer graced the school with his presence. When they met again, he strode amidst the tumultuous crowd towards the Dark Lord, while she stood resolutely in Hogwarts. Wand in hand, the Hawthorn wand, pivotal to the battle, was exchanged for the Savior's testimony and Lucius's bail. With Lucius and Narcissa's departure, it seemed as though something vital had been stripped from Draco. He merely wished to complete his 8th year, obtain his diploma, and secure a job. The one who once protected her had become a target of bullying, and Astoria, illuminated by the light, stood before the injured Draco, extending her hand. Struggling to open his swollen eyes, he beheld the Slytherin uniform and that golden hair. With a slight tug at his split lip, he managed to smile. "Ah, it's you." Thus, Astoria entered Draco's world, fully aware that he could never love her in return. Assuming the role of the best companion, Astoria became the sole presence by Draco's side after the other Slytherins departed. Upon learning of her forced engagement, he welcomed her into Malfoy Manor and publicly declared her his fiancée. With trembling hands, she carefully cut out the newspaper clipping that proclaimed their engagement, and memories of her first day at Malfoy Manor flooded her mind. Everything felt ordinary, save for the hysterical plans of Mr. and Mrs. Greengrass to marry her off to an unknown pureblood. In the letters exchanged daily with Draco, she casually mentioned the suitor, and he soon appeared at her side. How did I not know that the Greengrass family had a tradition of selling their daughters? Astoria mused. Astoria is my friend. She will be residing at Malfoy Manor for a couple of days. I apologize for arriving unannounced. Compensation from the Malfoy family will be placed on your desk shortly. Farewell, Mr. Greengrass. His almost forceful demeanor extricated her from that twisted home, yet he spoke to her with utmost caution. Perhaps we could feign an engagement until you find someone you truly love, at which point we can dissolve the engagement. I can explain to him that it was merely a pretense, and that I have someone else in my heart. Is it Potter? She heard her own voice ask. Draco appeared taken aback, astonishment etched upon his face. How do you? Astoria lowered her gaze. I've known for quite some time. Draco shrugged in resignation. If that is the case, then we. Before he could finish, Astoria interjected urgently. We shall be engaged. What? His astonishment deepened. Engaged? The two of us. I do not mind your affection for him. I have long prepared myself for this. Very well. And thus, they captured the perfect photograph. Astoria hummed a tune as she placed the photo into an old dressing box. She summoned the house elf. Doris, has Draco returned? The elf appeared and bowed slightly. Not yet. Mississippi watching the sun dip below the horizon. A sense of unease crept into Astoria's heart. The crackling sounds from the sitting room prompted her to hastily lift her skirts and rush downstairs, only to witness a scene that nearly shattered her heart. Draco was haphazardly wrapped in a robe, which appeared to have been brutally treated, torn and frayed. Visible beneath the rips were bruises of green and purple. Astoria nearly believed she had been transported back in time, as though Draco had fought with Potter once again. Yet they were adults now, and adults understood what such marks signified. Coupled with Draco's swollen eyes and lips, and his inability to stand, reality struck her with chilling clarity. Trembling, she gently touched the bloodied area, eliciting a shudder from him. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and a tear fell, creating a soft splatter that shattered the silence between them. Astoria. Was it him? Draco averted his gaze, yet continued to defend his assailant. He must have mistaken me for someone else while pursuing dark wizards. It was a misjudgment. She barely recalled drawing her wand. We must confront him. How dare he treat you this way? Draco grasped her, though he could barely maintain his own balance. Yet he still sought to restrain her. It's not his fault. It's all due to dark magic. And as he spoke, a hint of desolation seeped into his voice. Once he regained consciousness, he had been examined, yet he remained oblivious to what had transpired. So, you choose to endure this silent suffering? Draco, you are a Malfoy, not some protagonist from a Muggle abuse narrative. He looked at her with those striking gray-blue eyes. A gaze no one could refuse. Not Lucius, nor Narcissa, nor Pansy or Blaise, nor even Snape, could deny her, and neither could she refuse him. They swallowed their bitter pill together. After a brief respite, Draco hurried back to St. Mungo's. In his own words, he could not bear the thought of others watching over him. Shortly thereafter, the savior tragically perished during a mission. Upon returning from St. Mungo's, Draco appeared dazed, increasingly silent, and growing thinner by the day, as he resumed his role as the head of the Malfoy family at the dining table. The sudden clatter of cutlery echoed through the room. Draco. The words of the doctor felt distant, yet somehow echoed in her ears. He was pregnant, nearly 3 months along. A male wizard with child, and at such a tumultuous time. The so-called pure-blood honor had brought them little joy, merely the burden of pure-blooded expectations. In a heartbeat, Astoria resolved, "Professor, I implore you, assist Draco in carrying this child to term. We shall publicly declare that I am the one with child." The individual before her was a renowned expert in maternity within the wizarding world. Astoria had once apprenticed under her, hoping to write a comparative study with the Muggle world. The professor gazed deeply into Astoria's eyes before extending her hand. "Perhaps we shall need an unbreakable vow." The risks associated with male childbirth were immense. Had it not been for the inability to terminate the pregnancy, Astoria would never have contemplated such drastic measures. Upon regaining consciousness, Astoria led Draco to the study. After requesting that he activate all protective wards, her voice trembled as she spoke. The gentle tone struck Draco like a thunderclap. "You are pregnant." It felt as though an eternity passed before he reclaimed his voice. "Aye. Your fainting spells are due to the fetus siphoning your magic. Without the magic of another father, it will only exacerbate your condition. But you know, there is no alternative." As the moment drew near, Astoria clenched her fists tightly and lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Draco's voice wafted around her like a wisp of smoke. "It's all right. Let us bring him into this world." After reaching an understanding with Draco, they swiftly set a wedding date, the soonest being in 3 days. Marrying Draco had long been Astoria's cherished aspiration. Yet, gazing at Draco, whose once vibrant spirit was now dulled by countless burdens, Astoria could only feel a profound sadness. Draco's life had inevitably entered a countdown. During her 10 months of pregnancy, Scorpius proved to be an exceedingly obedient child, requiring little of Astoria's attention, thereby allowing her to devote more time to Draco. As Scorpius gradually grew, Astoria embraced him as her own, often pondering if perhaps they were indeed a blissful family of 3. However, this fleeting happiness was shattered one fateful morning when Astoria suddenly coughed up blood at the breakfast table, the curse of her bloodline erupting violently. While everyone believed her days were numbered, she had always imagined herself walking behind Draco, lingering a little longer beside Scorpius. In her final moments, lying on the sickbed and having been silent for far too long, Astoria experienced a flicker of vitality, engaging in fragmented conversation with Draco. Realizing her condition, Draco discreetly sent Scorpius away, remaining by Astoria's side as they exchanged words, their companionship now reduced to just the two of them. "Draco, brother. Yes. I'm sorry I couldn't stay until the end." The tremor in her voice was palpable, and Draco struggled to contain his tears. "What is there to apologize for? I am the one who owes you, having tethered you for so many years without witnessing you find a beloved of your own." Astoria smiled softly. "I have. You and Scorpius are my cherished ones." Still jesting, a heavy silence enveloped them, broken only when Draco spoke again. "Rest assured, I will ensure Scorpius is well taken care of before I depart. Though we may be gone, my parents will still be here. Any challenges that arise, I will inform my father." His feigned nonchalance elicited a faint laugh from Astoria, who seemed to smile, though Draco appeared oblivious to it. She knew the end was upon her, regrettably without a chance to utter one last farewell. In her final moments, Astoria first glimpsed a brilliant golden light, followed by searing tears, and finally whispered a choked thank you. "Oh, Merlin, if it be possible, please watch over this unfortunate soul. The one I love was once the sun. When it set, it became the silver moon. Yet later still, it scattered into countless stars. No, not merely stars. Those are but its remnants, and I am but one of those stars. My sun has set." Astoria Malfoy, born on March 7, 1982, passed away on August 31, 2008. Draco Malfoy, born on June 5, 1980, passed away on October 31, 2016. Behold, upon their gravestones, lilies sway gently. Chapter 60, Secrets. The little creatures possessed their own channels of communication. While the sorting ceremony continued, nearly the entire Hogwarts was abuzz with tales of the Weasley brothers' exploits. Discussions surrounding their antics even momentarily overshadowed Professor McGonagall's introduction of the new faculty members, until she employed a sonorous charm to regain control. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Allow me to introduce our new professors for this academic year. Professor Gellert Grindelwald, Assistant Headmaster, and Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, our defense against the dark arts instructor." The two golden-haired men stood, acknowledging the audience. Lockhart flashed his signature grin, prompting a chorus of excited screams from his admirers. Draco even noticed a blonde witch from Ravenclaw fainting onto her friend's shoulder. Draco propped his chin on his hand, pondering. It's quite difficult to comprehend what they find so appealing about this buffoon, Lockhart. Harry, didn't T. Granger also have a phase of infatuation with him in a previous life? Harry reflected for a moment. Oh, indeed. However, Lockhart's later actions revealed his true nature, causing her to turn from fan to critic. An astute young witch. At this, Harry suddenly recalled, "By the way, I noticed in Diagon Alley last time that Hermione, seems to have lost her fondness for this charlatan. Draco scoffed. Please, as my friend. She ought not to exhibit such poor taste. The moment I saw her reading Walking with the Ghouls, I promptly brought her our ancestors' notes. A person of discernment can certainly distinguish what is of greater worth. Not to mention, Pansy despises Lockhart. Throughout the exchange, Harry observed Draco with a sly grin, causing Draco to feel a shiver run down his spine. Fortunately, the raucous cheering did not last long. Professor Grindelwald stood, executing a perfect gentleman-esque bow. Merlin. The response was doubled in fervor. The girls unabashedly raised their voices, with some boys joining in the cheers. It was undeniable. Professor Grindelwald possessed an exceptionally handsome visage, and paired with his captivating aura, he utterly eclipsed Lockhart. Did one not notice Lockhart's expression darkening at the table? Yet Lockhart was not one to concede easily. After Grindelwald resumed his seat, he adjusted his attire and hair before rising once more. Ahem, Hogwarts enthusiasts. I am truly fortunate to be here as your defense against the dark arts professor. Since the day I received this news, I have meticulously prepared a plethora of engaging lessons, striving to provide you with the most exhilarating experience. With that, he flashed a grin, revealing his 8 pearly teeth. Another wave of cheers and jeers erupted from the audience. Meanwhile, the faculty table bore expressions of discomfort, with only a couple, notably Snape and Grindelwald, displaying overt disdain. Harry swore he saw Grindelwald raise his wand, but was swiftly quelled by Dumbledore's disapproving gaze. It seems I have an inkling of who this Professor Grindelwald is. In any case, the second year's opening ceremony concluded amidst a flurry of excitement. After the brief distraction of the new professors, the little creatures remained more captivated by the Weasley brothers' escapades. On their way back to the common room, various discussions among the creatures echoed. Even some younger Slytherins whispered amongst themselves. The Weasley family is truly free-spirited. They are indeed the lion's den among purebloods. A second-year Slytherin suddenly chimed in. But that was a flying car. I want to do that too. A moment of silence ensued, before the second-year Slytherin's interest was piqued. Me too. That would be so cool. Especially since they were knocked down by the Whomping Willow. The conversation swelled, and the younger Slytherins remained oblivious to the scrutinizing gazes of some older students nearby. Following Draco and his companions, Theodore noticed the subtle glances and furrowed his brow, pulling Draco aside. Little dragon, keep an eye on the older students. I've noticed a few of them casting strange looks at our second years. He disregarded the presence of a certain jealous individual and leaned closer to Draco, whispering. Draco followed Theodore's gaze and, as expected, spotted the individuals in question. He discreetly withdrew his gaze and nodded subtly. Then, he returned to the side of someone who appeared to be ready to devour Theo. Potter, tidy yourself up. After a year in Slytherin, you still reek of Gryffindor. Without glancing back, Draco tugged at Harry's shirt, leading him forward. Harry cleared his throat twice and obediently followed suit. Pansy trailed behind them, quietly gesturing. Look, look. The dog trainer. Blaise leaned in with a grin. What? Are you looking to adopt one too? Pansy pushed him away with her hand. Are you volunteering yourself? I wouldn't mind. Blaise maintained his carefree smile. Not a chance. If I were your dog, how could I bring happiness to other beauties? Pansy huffed coldly, pulling Goyle and Crabbe to stand between her and Blaise, clearly indicating her desire to be left alone. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was once again time to select the first-year prefect. The other prefects remained unchanged, as was typically the case. Snape presided over the duel, as usual, and before departing, he whisked Draco away from the gathering of second-year Slytherins, leaving Harry standing there with his hand outstretched. Accompanying Draco back to the dungeon, Snape retrieved a bottle of iridescent potion from the cupboard. He pushed the potion towards Draco. Drink this. Draco examined Snape's expression, noting the familiar darkness and pallor. It was unreadable. However, he knew his godfather would not harm him. Compliantly accepting the potion, he was assaulted by its strange taste, which surged into his mind. Ugh, what is this? Draco struggled to swallow the concoction. Snape's gaze was complex, a soul stabilizer. What have you been up to lately? Draco hesitated. Just living my normal life. Godfather, you visit our home often enough to see that. He lowered his head, unwilling to meet Snape's eyes, aware of his godfather's capabilities. Surely it couldn't be that book? Yet, that book was indeed quite useful. Snape regarded the golden tuft of hair before him and let out a barely perceptible sigh. All right, hurry back. Curfew is approaching. Draco felt a wave of relief wash over him as he cheerfully made his way to the dungeon door. Good night, Godfather. Good night. Upon returning to the dormitory, Harry was in the bathroom showering, while Draco resumed his place at his desk, rummaging through a pile of books until he unearthed a black notebook. Tom, are you sure you haven't harmed my soul? Draco wrote. Snape would not have him drink a soul stabilizer without reason. Something must be amiss with his soul. The ink spread like smoke. Of course, I am merely a book spirit, residing within these pages, subsisting on knowledge. The Tom within the diary sensed Draco's soul stabilizing slightly, yet he remained skeptical. After all, he was the formidable Voldemort. What became of Harry Potter's little girlfriend that you mentioned last time? New words swiftly appeared, interrupting Draco's contemplation. Caught off guard, Draco pressed his lips tightly together. They're not even in a romantic relationship yet. But didn't you say that you saw them together in the future? And that he even stayed at her home for a while? Tom seized upon his revealed emotions, delving deeper. He stayed at my home as well? But she is a girl, and you mentioned that in the future you saw Harry Potter only liking girls, whereas you are a boy. Tom, shut your mouth. Draco snapped, furiously scribbling in the notebook as if to engrave the words into the page. Draco, I can help you. You know, I possess a wealth of knowledge. Tom attempted to entice Draco at this opportune moment. Just then, the bathroom door swung open, and Harry emerged, freshly showered. Draco, you're back. Draco quickly stashed the notebook away in his drawer. Yeah, Harry frowned. What were you just doing? You seemed flustered. Draco mumbled a couple of evasive phrases, though his discomfort was evident. Nothing, just reading a letter from my father. Harry noticed his unease but attributed it to something that Lucius had written about Draco. Choosing not to pry further. All right, you should shower quickly. It's getting late. I've laid your clothes out on the bed. Draco responded affirmatively, taking advantage of Harry's momentary distraction to subtly cast a Malfoy family ancestral sealing charm on the drawer where he had placed the diary. He returned to his bedside, picking up his clothes. If you're tired, you can rest. I'm fine. I'll wait for you. Okay, I'll be quick. Chapter 61. Frequent Incidents in Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. Gilderoy Lockhart's class was a disaster. That much was indisputable. In the first lesson, he, as in the past, presented them with a questionnaire titled 100 Things About Me. Draco and Harry simultaneously made a face of disgust upon receiving the paper, a sentiment echoed by most of the other Slytherins. Pansy pinched the paper between her fingers and shook it. Do we really have to write this revolting thing? Blaise twirled a pen and pointed at Theodore, who had already begun answering. You can just make things up. He wouldn't dare offend us. That's a fair point. Draco and Harry also began to scribble nonsensically. What is Lockhart's favorite color? Poop brown. What is Lockhart's greatest achievement? Eating poop. Draco regretted leaning in to see, moving away with a look of exasperation directed at Harry. Potter, must you write such disgusting things? Harry shrugged. At least this way he won't read my answers. What did you write? I don't know. Ask Merlin. Draco, you really are completely clueless. Draco rolled his eyes. You have no right to criticize me. The two glanced sideways to see Blaise copying the questions. Pansy's answers all centered around the word ugly, while only Theodore selectively answered a few questions. Goyle and Crabbe had simply handed in blank sheets. Draco leaned closer to Harry. Do you think Granger will get any right this time? Harry stroked his chin. Hard to say, but I think she will. She always strives for perfection. Do you think Hermione is a bit, how should I put it, a perfectionist like those in the Muggle world? Now you're bringing up Hermione? Our little lord really knows his Muggle stuff. Harry teased, enjoying this kind of banter. Draco playfully punched him. I can call her whatever I want. Potter, you smelly dong. Hey, before Harry could voice his displeasure, Lockhart could hardly contain himself and rushed to collect the papers. He waved his wand, gathering everyone's papers into his hands. Oh, let me see how you all fared. How is it that no one knows my favorite color is lilac, and that I've won the most charming smile award 5 times? Lockhart flipped through the test papers, occasionally pausing to emit sounds of disapproval, while his fans cheered and sighed in response to his commentary. Suddenly, Lockhart emitted a strange cry. Look what I've found. Harry Potter's test paper. Let's see what the Savior has to say. He is my fan. Halfway through his sentence, Lockhart choked on his words, as Draco knew he had caught sight of Harry's outrageous answers. Well, excellent responses, as expected from my fan. Now, let us move on to the next paper. Draco was somewhat taken aback by Lockhart's ability to endure humiliation, Merlin's false teeth. Harry's writing was indeed rather dreadful. Even Harry himself appeared astonished. Fortunately, Lockhart soon laid eyes on Hermione's examination paper, seizing it as if it were a lifeline. Ah, here lies a perfect score, courtesy of Miss Granger from Gryffindor, Lockhart exclaimed, perusing her answers with delight and raising a radiant smile. For Miss Granger's impeccable responses, Gryffindor earns 5 points. He then continued, now, let us retrieve my book. Gadding with Ghouls. Who can tell me where I encountered a ghost within its pages? Gryffindor had secured the first points in Lockhart's class. Yet this time Slytherin felt no impulse to compete. Lockhart's lessons largely adhered to the framework of his previous life, yet in practical sessions, perhaps due to Professor Green's presence this time, Lockhart's antics had escalated to new heights of absurdity. At that moment, Harry and Draco stood by the Black Lake. To be precise, the second-year Gryffindors and Slytherins were all gathered there. Lockhart, clad in an elaborate wizard's robe, paced along the lake's edge. Today, You shall face the most perilous and terrifying dark creatures you will encounter in your student lives. They possess green teeth and horns, capable of snapping your necks with ease. Be cautious and avoid their grasp. Your task today is to bring one back." As his words echoed, the young wizards began to chatter excitedly. Merlin's fishtail skirt. Is he asking us to dive into the Black Lake? Who knows what lurks beneath? He can't guarantee our safety, Pansy exclaimed, nearly shrieking. The others nodded in agreement. Even the brave Gryffindors hesitated to venture into the lake at that moment. Lockhart, hearing Pansy's outcry, opened the box floating behind him, revealing a handful of green, slimy plants. "Fear not, my dear students. I am Lockhart, a proud recipient of the Merlin Third Class Award. Prior to this lesson, I procured some gillyweed from Professor Sprout, which will allow you to breathe underwater for an hour. You must catch a Grindylow within that time." A Slytherin frowned. "Are you implying that the fearsome creature you mentioned is a Grindylow?" "Of course. I believe this should be a simple task for you, is it not?" The brash young wizards were invigorated, and they instinctively lined up by house, consuming the gillyweed before leaping into the lake. Harry and Draco lingered at the back, exchanging whispers. "He can't even handle a Cornish pixie, and yet he dares send us into the lake?" Draco replied, exasperated. "We must be prepared for a rescue at any moment. If anything goes awry, he will be utterly helpless." After retrieving the gillyweed, the two prepared to descend. However, Hermione, glancing at the gillyweed, turned to Lockhart. "Professor, aren't you coming down with us? It would be best to have you with us in such a situation, wouldn't it?" Lockhart stiffened momentarily. "Oh, naturally. I shall join you once you've gone in. I must tidy up the mess here, mustn't I?" Hermione regarded him skeptically, but ultimately ingested the gillyweed and plunged into the lake. Fortunately, Draco and Harry were not present. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly accused Lockhart of deceit. As anticipated by Harry and Draco, the lesson soon spiraled into chaos. With 10 minutes remaining, students surfaced one by one, whether they had caught anything or not. As 5 minutes ticked away, Harry and Draco joined the other Slytherins in swimming ashore. Lockhart reclined on a deck chair by the lake, his robes untouched by water. Almost every emerging young wizard cast him a furtive glare, soaked from the icy lake, while he remained completely dry. Lockhart perceived their looks as admiration, seemingly indifferent, and waved at them with apparent enthusiasm. As time wore on, nearly all the young wizards had returned, save for a few from Gryffindor. Draco's brow twitched with concern. This doesn't bode well. Harry too furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the deceptively calm surface of the lake. Lockhart had yet to notice the missing students. He casually inspected the Grindylows brought back by the children, preparing to announce the end of class. Harry's fists clenched tightly, his foot instinctively taking a step forward. Just as Lockhart was about to gleefully declare the lesson over, a figure emerged from the water. "Help! It's Hermione." Her hair was disheveled, obscuring her face, mingled with tears. She nearly collapsed as she crawled onto the shore, with Gryffindor students rushing to her side, and the Slytherins taking a few steps closer. Pansy sprinted to Hermione's side, supporting her. Merlin's bejeweled nails. "What happened, Hermione?" Hermione fell into Pansy's embrace, clutching Draco's robe. "Help! Save Ron and Neville." Neville was taken by a group of Grindylows. "Ron and I tried to save him, but there were too many. We couldn't manage. The gillyweed time is running out. Ron told me to come up and find you, save them. They're just 200 meters west from here." The group gasped, exchanging alarmed glances. Draco calmly organized, "Pansy. Lavender, take Hermione to the hospital wing. She must have inhaled water. Seamus and Dean, seek out a teacher. Lockhart is of no use. Those who wish to help, come find Harry and me to cast bubblehead charms. We'll descend within 10 minutes. Blaise and Theodore rushed ahead, and Draco and Harry quickly cast the charms on them. Once secured, they sprinted a few steps before leaping into the lake. Goyle and Crabbe followed closely behind. The Gryffindor lions stepped forward in succession, their innate loyalty ensuring they would not abandon their companions. The Slytherins hesitated, but, as the 10-minute mark approached, Harry and Draco prepared to don their own bubblehead charms and dive in. A Slytherin who had not yet had their turn tugged at Draco's sleeve. Draco reassured them with a gentle pat. "It's all right. You'll be here to assist us." At last, the Slytherins remained in place. With the combined efforts of the young wizards, they swiftly drove away the Grindylows, rescuing Ron and Neville. However, they had lingered too long underwater, and by the time they were brought back, both had succumbed to unconsciousness. As they organized to take the two to the hospital wing, Draco surveyed the area, spotting only the hurried approach of Professor McGonagall, while the culprit had vanished without a trace. Harry gritted his teeth. "Gilderoy Lockhart. I want him to suffer worse than in the last life. I want him to awake in utter disgrace." Draco took hold of Harry's tightly clenched fist, gently prying it open to slip his hand inside. "I will assist you." The two exchanged glances, their eyes, green and gray-blue, reflecting a shared determination. Chapter 62, The Everyday. Professor McGonagall approached briskly, observing the still damp students, and raised her hand to cast a drying charm over them. With a reliable professor present, the young Slytherins and Gryffindors clamored to recount the misdeeds perpetrated by Lockhart. Professor McGonagall was overwhelmed by a throbbing headache caused by the incessant chatter of the young wizards. She cast her gaze towards the two students, unwittingly surrounded by their peers, Harry and Draco. Would you care to enlighten me on the situation, Mr. Finnegan mentioned a mishap in the defense against the dark arts class. Harry, visibly irked, interjected, "It's that Lockhart's fault. He instructed us to venture into the Black Lake to catch Grindylows, but didn't he accompany us to ensure our safety?" Draco elaborated on the circumstances. The Black Lake is treacherous and disorienting. Straying from the group makes it difficult to navigate. We later discovered that Neville and Ron had gone missing. And if it weren't for Hermione, we might not have found them so swiftly. Indeed, those Grindylows were quite ferocious, launching themselves at us in droves. The first few who went down nearly got snatched away, they lamented, launching into further grievances about the irresponsibility of their instructor. Professor McGonagall, closing her eyes in exasperation, silently cursed Dumbledore for insisting on hiring Lockhart. Taking a deep breath, she inquired gently, "Have any of you seen Professor Lockhart?" The students glanced around, responding in unison. He fled. Feeling her patience wearing thin, McGonagall commanded, "Children, proceed to the hospital wing and seek Madame Pomfrey. I have requested her to prepare some warming potions for you. Make sure to drink them." The group complied eagerly. Once she ensured their safety, McGonagall stormed off towards the headmaster's office, appearing ready to confront Dumbledore. The young wizards exchanged knowing glances and smiles, chatting animatedly about the day's events as they made their way to the hospital wing. Those who had not ventured into the water were curious about the underwater happenings. However, as Gryffindor had been the first to plunge in, the number of Slytherins who dared to follow was limited, and it was impractical for all of them to crowd into such a small space. Additionally, a few were from Blaze's circle, who were not inclined to engage with others. Thus, after a brief hesitation, some Slytherins gravitated towards the lively discussion among the Gryffindors, seamlessly integrating themselves into the conversation. This resulted in a colorful mix of green and red as they approached the hospital wing, each face adorned with a smile. Some older students from both houses observed with bemusement, while first years appeared contemplative. Upon arriving at the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey was already awaiting them. Most students departed shortly after consuming their potions, leaving only a few to gaze at Madame Pomfrey. "Madam, may we visit our friends?" Draco implored with a pitiful look. Unmoved, Madame Pomfrey replied, 5 minutes. They require rest, and please ensure to escort the young wizards inside as well." After politely thanking her, they eagerly ventured deeper into the hospital wing. As they parted the white curtains, they beheld 3 figures on beds. Hermione had regained consciousness, seated on her bed, sipping from a bowl of steaming soup. Each of the other 2 beds had a bowl placed on the nightstand, continuously warmed by a charm. The golden broth exuded a peculiar aroma that caused Pansy to wrinkle her nose in distaste as she watched Hermione. The newly arrived Slytherins instinctively covered their noses. Except for Harry, who inquired cheerfully, "Does Hogwarts serve this? May I have a bowl as well?" Draco distanced himself from Harry, retreating behind Goyle and Crabbe. "Potter, if you wish to drink it, do so yourself. Do not think I shall touch that concoction." The others nodded in agreement. Hermione rapped on the nightstand, summoning a house elf. "Dobby, could you please bring 6 more bowls of this ginger soup?" Dobby nodded and vanished, only to return shortly with the requested bowls. Hermione then turned her gaze towards the hesitant Slytherins, exasperation evident in her voice. "Friends, this is ginger soup, not poison. It is a highly effective remedy for colds from the Muggle world, brought over from the porcelain country." Draco's eyes widened. "You mean ginger? That particularly spicy potion ingredient?" No, not a chance." Harry, raising a bowl of ginger soup, downed it in one gulp and then lifted another bowl. "Draco, just give it a try. It's not as dreadful as you envision. Moreover, this remedy is quite effective, with the weather being so dreary. You wouldn't want to catch a cold and miss out on sweets, would you?" Harry decided to invoke the privileges bestowed upon him by Narcissa before the term began to persuade Draco regarding his confections. Draco glared at Harry. Realizing he was firm in his resolve, he had no choice but to relent. After all, he had indulged excessively in sweets over the summer, prompting Snape to concoct several dental fortifying potions for him. However, even in acquiescing, he was unwilling to hastily drink that peculiar concoction. He nudged Goyle and Crabbe forward. "Why don't you both give it a try? They claim it's food. You must enjoy it." Goyle and Crabbe exchanged conflicted glances. Yet they knew Draco would devise a means to make them drink it. Furthermore, Blaze and Theodore were hovering nearby, eager to witness the outcome. The 2 plump boys exchanged a determined look, raised their bowls in a toast, and with expressions of heroic sacrifice, down the ginger soup in one go. After a few moments, Crabbe's eyes lit up. Actually, it's quite pleasant. Goyle nodded. Draco, you should try it. I find it rather tasty. Blaise and Theodore, noticing this, curiously lifted their bowls, the peculiar scent becoming more pronounced. However, encouraged by the two chubby boys' approval and Draco's intense gaze upon them, they pinched their noses and gulped it down in one swift motion. Draco's eyes remained fixed on them, anticipation building. Finally, as they lowered their bowls, their expressions revealed no signs of distress. Indeed, it was quite acceptable, prompting Draco to feel reassured in his choice. Meanwhile, Hermione and Pansy, having witnessed everything, averted their gazes. Feigning ignorance, Draco scrutinized the pair, yet unable to discern any deception. He was further swayed by Harry, who eagerly awaited his turn. Curse it, Draco muttered under his breath. And, with Harry's encouragement, he took a substantial sip. Ugh! Mere moments after the ginger soup hit his palate, Draco expelled it forcefully, showering Harry's face in the process. Harry blinked, momentarily unsure whether to wipe his face or his glasses. Merlin's lace-trimmed undergarments. How spicy! Blaise! Theodore, you tricked me. Blaise erupted into laughter, while Theodore wore a grin. Perhaps you should be more concerned about someone else now. Draco glanced at Harry, embarrassment creeping onto his cheeks. I apologize. Potter. Harry waved his hand dismissively. No worries. Finish that, and I shall forgive you. Draco's expression shifted. Actually, I think we could still maintain our rivalry. Harry advanced a couple of steps, pinching Draco's mouth shut. Not a chance. You've already tasted it. It's a quick process. Draco struggled. I refuse. Potter. I command you to release me. Harry sighed. Drink this, and your candy allowance for the week will double. Draco's eyes sparkled with intrigue. You promise? I promise. Assured that Harry would not deceive him, Draco frowned, but ultimately drank the ginger soup down. Ugh! Draco stuck out his tongue, attempting to rid his mouth of the lingering taste. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. After finishing their ginger soup, those who were still conscious finally turned their attention to the unconscious individuals. Theodore glanced at the two still bearing a purplish hue, and then looked towards Pansy. What did Madame Pomfrey say? Why haven't they woken up yet? Pansy pondered for a moment. Well, they should be awake by tonight, considering they had been choking on water for a while before you approached them. Hermione's gaze turned fierce. That Lockhart. He is utterly incompetent. How could he place students in such peril? Harry gently patted the irate witch's shoulder. Don't worry, Draco and I will find a way to ruin his reputation. Draco nodded in agreement. Just as they were quietly discussing the best approach, Madame Pomfrey approached to interrupt them. It's been 5 minutes. Let the patients rest. You will see them in the Great Hall tonight. The group then ceased their conversation and bid farewell to Hermione as they departed. Before leaving, Draco's eyes caught sight of the last two remaining bowls of ginger soup on the bedside table, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. As they walked back to the Slytherin common room, Harry and Draco lingered at the back of a group. Draco reached out, tugging at Harry's hand, signaling him to come closer. As Harry obliged, Draco whispered in his ear, Potter, this afternoon Madame Pomfrey said that Weasley and the others will wake up before dinner. After our charms class, could you use your invisibility cloak to take me to the hospital wing? Harry looked at Draco in surprise. Draco, when did you become so concerned about Ron? Draco rolled his eyes. You fool. I want to see them drink ginger soup. Ron will definitely refuse. But Hermione will certainly take a firm stance. It will be quite a spectacle. Harry chuckled, knowing it to be true. All right, then I won't double your candies. After some internal struggle, Draco finally gritted his teeth in agreement. Fine. Ahead of them, Blaise whispered quietly. Do they even notice us 5 living beings? Pansy rolled her eyes. Clearly not. Theodore sighed. Unbelievable. The 4 nodded in agreement. After their conversation, Harry and Draco noticed the 4 ahead synchronously nodding. What was their issue? Why the sudden madness? Who knows? Regardless, can you please take a shower when we get back? Got it, Potter. Chapter 64, An Unexpected Quidditch Tryout. Later that day, gazing at the shimmering fabric in his bag, Harry silently apologized to Ron in his heart. Good buddy, you will surely forgive me. As soon as class ended, Draco eagerly pulled Harry to an empty classroom. Quick, where's your invisibility cloak? We need to gear up to find Weasley. I've got my camera ready. Harry chuckled as he draped the cloak over Draco, cautioning, just be careful not to draw their attention to your lens. After all, a camera can't take pictures through an invisibility cloak. Draco poked his head out, looking at Harry quizzically. Potter, have you tried it? Recalling some of his more reckless past actions, Harry felt a twinge of guilt. Well, you know, it can happen. Fortunately, Draco was too preoccupied with the thought of capturing Ron's misfortune to focus on Harry's unease. Harry nestled into the cloak, tightly embracing Draco. Draco, have you never considered that Ron might actually tolerate the taste of ginger soup? Draco raised his chin. If Weasley's taste buds aren't malfunctioning. Also, Harry, you're holding on too tightly. We can't move. Harry loosened his grip slightly, but still kept an arm around Draco's shoulder. They carefully avoided the small animals frolicking about. And while the Quidditch players escorted the injured to Madame Pomfret, they stealthily slipped into the hospital wing. They found an ideal vantage point and crouched down, believing themselves to be perfectly concealed. Unexpectedly, Harry, is that you? The young witch seated on the bed with a book suddenly turned her gaze directly toward their hiding spot. Clearly, she had detected them. Draco's eyes widened in surprise, while Harry could only manage a weak smile. Aside from Draco, only Hermione among their peers could discern Harry under the cloak. She pulled back the fabric to reveal their heads, high. Upon spotting Draco's golden hair, Hermione's expression shifted to one of understanding. She returned her gaze to her book, flipping a page indifferently. Oh, I think I understand why. I can cooperate with you. But I want a copy of the film. Deal. Delighted, Draco tugged Harry back under the cloak. The hospital wing remained relatively quiet, save for the occasional commotion from small animals brought in for various reasons. Just as Draco was about to lose his patience, they finally heard some movement from Ron's bed. Oh, my throat hurts. The red-haired boy groaned, struggling to sit up while clutching his head. Upon seeing the brown-haired witch beside him, Ron's eyes widened in sudden realization. He quickly turned his head to the other side, but the sudden motion caused him to twist his neck, letting out a yelp. Fortunately, upon spotting Neville safely lying on a bed across from him, Ron relaxed, leaning back against the headboard. He extended his hand toward the ginger soup that had been kept warm on the bedside table. What is this, Hermione? Is it Madame Pomfret's potion? Hermione maintained a blank expression, betraying no hints. It's delicious and good for you. Ron pondered her words for a moment before ultimately choosing to trust Hermione. Bloody hell. What is this? Ginger soup. Weasley, you should really see your expression. Ha! Having captured the moment he desired, Draco could hardly contain his excitement as he leaped out from under the cloak. Draco Malfoy. Ron gasped in disbelief at the sight of Harry emerging alongside Draco. Harry. Harry cleared his throat, unable to look Ron in the eye. Amid the ensuing chaos, Neville's grumbling was the only clear sound that broke through the commotion. Second-year life seemed no different from the past, save for Draco joining the Quidditch team, this time as a beater. The Quidditch tryouts took place on an ordinary weekend, with the official Slytherin players all present. Following the classic assessments of flying speed and hitting accuracy, only 5 candidates remained. Harry stood among the official players, amused as he watched Draco, who was waiting to be selected, raise an eyebrow at him with a smirk. All right, Harry thought to himself. It appears today I must compete with Draco. Though he thought this, the fire of competition already ignited in Harry's eyes. The others clearly shared Harry's sentiment, their eyes darting back and forth between the two, eager for a show. What left everyone utterly astonished was when Draco boldly approached one of the beaters, raising his broomstick. Grand, if you have no objections, I would like your position. The selected Slytherin let out a strange sound, as if choked. Malfoy, are you sure it's me? Not Potter over there. Grand pointed at the equally astonished Harry. Draco raised his head with an air of nonchalance, asserting, of course. I wouldn't mistake a person for another. Furthermore, Harry possessed the most exquisite green eyes in the world. Grand looked towards Flint, somewhat at a loss. Well then, show him what you've got. The selection criterion for the beaters was simple. Whoever knocked the opponent off their broom first would be declared the victor. With that, Grand shrugged in acceptance of the challenge. Very well, Malfoy, I shall not go easy on you, despite your generous sponsorship of our team's latest Nimbus 2001. Draco scoffed. Malfoys never require such favors. I will knock you off your broom with great force. The two exchanged determined glances and simultaneously mounted their brooms, soaring into the sky. The other players followed suit, instinctively dividing into 2 teams to support them. Meanwhile, Harry, serving as the seeker, remained on the sidelines, his gaze trailing the golden figure, reminiscent of his previous pursuits of the golden snitch. Although perplexed by Draco's choice of position as a beater, he would wholeheartedly support all his decisions. On the field, Draco's performance surpassed all expectations. He swung the bat with finesse, his wrists twisting in eager anticipation. Initially, the others treated it as a mere game with the young master, but soon found themselves dodging Draco's fierce strikes. Flint narrowly avoided a vicious bludger, exclaiming, Salazar, Malfoy hits hard. The others nodded in agreement. However, Grand, the target of the assault, found himself at a loss. At one point, a bludger hurtled directly towards his head. As Draco's intensity escalated, Grand was finally struck and sent tumbling down, only to be caught by several levitation spells. Flint approached Draco, intending to pat him on the shoulder, but hesitated under Draco's piercing gaze. All right, Malfoy, it appears we have our new beater. Be sure to arrive on time for training with Harry tomorrow. This year's House Cup is ours for the taking. Draco remained non-committal, as he was the last to undergo the selection process. Now that it was over, he grasped his broom and walked towards Harry, who was waiting nearby. Come on, Scarhead, we can train together from now on. Harry eagerly accepted Draco's broom. Inquiring out of curiosity, Draco, I thought you would challenge me to be the Seeker. Draco shot Harry a sideways glance. Had it been in the past, I would have. But post-war, I prefer being a beater, especially with the chance to knock those Gryffindors around. But being a beater is quite dangerous. You're too slender. Potter's mother expressed concern over Draco's slight frame. Draco rolled his eyes. Please, did you not witness my performance just now? Do not underestimate me, Scarhead. But, Draco quickened his pace, shaking off Harry as he dashed back to the locker room. Chatterbox Potter. Upon returning to the locker room, Pansy and the others turned their attention to Draco, who was busy with his own affairs on the sofa. Little dragon, how did it go? Did you make it? Pansy eagerly pulled Draco closer, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Draco crossed his arms, boasting, of course, who do you think I am? I am a Malfoy. Theodore glanced at the dejected Harry following behind. So you ousted Potter? He indicated towards the downcast Potter. Blaise, reveling in the drama, lounged on the sofa. Oh, when did you two become rivals? Draco quickly denied. What? No, I am a beater, not a seeker. He deemed the position of seeker far too perilous. Pansy gasped. What? A beater? Why didn't you tell us you were vying for that position? The others shared her sentiment, instantly rallying to Harry's side. This is far too dangerous. Little dragon, what if Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa find out? Would Professor Snape truly allow you to be a beater? Draco stood his ground, unwavering. I haven't informed them yet, but I know they would undoubtedly agree. Everyone responded in unison. So you possess absolutely no self-awareness? Tired of further explanations, he declared. Just wait and see. Harry and I will undoubtedly seize the House Cup this year. With that, Draco took Harry by the hand and hastily retreated to their dormitory, escaping the barrage of questions from the others. Chapter 65. Conflict or conspiracy. Following the incident at the Black Lake, Lockhart was suspended for a week, reportedly stripped of his entire salary. Thus, during those days, not only did the students face Snape's relentless discipline in potions class, but they were also subjected to his presence in defense against the dark arts. Throughout Hogwarts, save for Draco, no other young wizard rejoiced at Lockhart's misfortune. However, Draco felt genuine happiness for his godfather, who was finally able to teach a subject he adored. This was evident in the way he sat upright in defense against the dark arts class, his bright eyes fixed upon Snape. Although Harry still struggled to empathize with Draco, he remained steadfastly seated beside him, undeterred by Snape's deathly glare. Once again, it was potions class followed by defense against the dark arts. The week of Lockhart's suspension was nothing short of a torment for the entire Hogwarts. Therefore, when Lockhart returned to his position for the first class, he was met with an enthusiastic reception from the students, except for the second-year Slytherins and Gryffindors who had directly experienced the Black Lake incident. Before Lockhart arrived to teach them, Ron sighed loudly while resting his head on the desk. Merlin's sequin miniskirt. I truly cannot discern which professor is better. Can't we have a different one? Neville, rarely vocal, expressed his discontent. I don't want Lockhart teaching us. Hermione, seated beside Pansy, offered her perspective. Unless something befalls Lockhart, he will undoubtedly teach us throughout this academic year. Harry and Draco exchanged a subtle glance, both understanding the unspoken sentiments conveyed. With a renewed sense of superiority, Lockhart returned to class even more ostentatiously than before the incident. He glided into the classroom clad in a cape adorned with golden trim and embedded with jewels, reminiscent of a grand opera entrance. My fans, we meet again. Harry let out a disdainful scoff. The coward who fled thinks he has become a hero merely by donning a costume? The others joined in with mocking laughter. Yet, it seemed that the time off had led to Lockhart's growth. His expression remained unchanged, still wearing that irksome smile. Oh, Mr. Potter, perhaps you are being overly dramatic. I was aware of the situation before it unfolded. After Miss Granger surfaced, I promptly descended into the Black Lake to search for Mr. Weasley and Mr. Longbottom while you were preoccupied with her. He continued, but perhaps even Merlin envied my perfection, for my luck was quite unfortunate. By the time I resurfaced, you had all departed. He feigned disappointment, shrugging in a manner that portrayed a caring teacher misunderstood by his students. Harry was relentless. You are lying. We all saw it. You didn't even touch the lake water. You were merely afraid of getting into trouble and attempted to flee, forgetting that your teaching contract binds you. The other young wizards echoed Harry's indignation. Lockhart's expression darkened as he stepped closer to Harry. I can overlook your thoughtless words, Mr. Potter. Yet this is merely a consequence of your savior's identity. He leaned closer, almost brushing against Harry's ear, whispering softly. People only hear what they wish to hear. All they need to know is that I, Gilderoy Lockhart, once rested in bed for a week for the sake of my students. A fleeting shadow crossed his expression, and when it lifted, only his snow-white teeth were visible. Harry, taking advantage of the downward motion, glanced at Draco, who imperceptibly nodded. prompting Harry to lift his gaze and confront the ostentatious figure before him. Well, do you truly intend to bestow upon us a state of complete oblivion? We are all aware that you have rendered no assistance whatsoever. Lockhart's body stiffened momentarily before quickly regaining its composure. His blue eyes, clear yet imbued with a profound murkiness, fixated on Harry. Mr. Potter, baselessly speculating about a professor incurs a deduction of 10 points for Slytherin. Now, Mr. Potter, kindly return to your seat. We are about to commence today's lecture. Feeling a slight tug on his hand, Harry obediently silenced himself and sat down. The others, seeing Harry settled, fell silent as well. Except for Hermione, who contemplatively stroked her chin, lost in thought. As Lockhart began to recount tales of his adventures, the classroom returned to a semblance of tranquility. Though the clandestine origami cranes flitting between Gryffindor and Slytherin hinted at a far more tumultuous undercurrent, none could ascertain the secrets these cranes harbored. All that was known was that after class, before Lockhart could make his exit, Hermione abruptly clashed with Harry and Ron. Perhaps we ought to place greater trust in the professor. As an educator, how could he so carelessly abandon his students? Hermione's fists clenched, reminiscent of their initial encounters. Holding her ground in the 1v2 confrontation, the remaining young wizards, still lingering, gathered around, with even Lockhart slowing his packing. Harry interjected with unrestrained sarcasm, as if their friendship paled in comparison to the current dispute. That may be the case for other professors, but it certainly does not apply to Lockhart, that coward. Harry! Hermione's sharp cry cut through the air. That is an unfounded conjecture. If Professor Lockhart were a coward, how do you explain the multitude of books he has authored? Ron, standing beside Harry, rolled his eyes. Oh, come on, Hermione. You're just wearing your fan filter. You still enjoy reading his books. Hermione, regaining her composure, retorted. This is not about fandom. Lockhart has endured numerous thrilling escapades. He would not falter over such a trivial matter. Perhaps things are not as they appear. Perhaps he did venture into the lake after all. After all, none of us saw where he went that day. With her reasoned argument and reliable reputation, Hermione began to sway a few of the younger lions, who hesitantly debated the issue. Ron, incensed, exclaimed, "You truly believe that? You were all present that day." Hesitant voices arose from the crowd. But Hermione does have a point. Professor Lockhart has indeed experienced many adventures and authored numerous books. What if those experiences were not his own? What if he stole them? A collective gasp resonated through the room, as if Ron had uttered something earth-shattering. Even Ron himself appeared taken aback. Lockhart, observing from the sidelines, could no longer contain himself and stepped forward into the heart of the conflict. My accomplishments are certified by the Order of Merlin. If you have doubts, feel free to present evidence. Moreover, is it not rather ungentlemanly for two gentlemen to bully a beautiful lady? Miss Granger, should you require anything, do not hesitate to visit my office. I am more than willing to engage with my little fans. Hermione clutched her books. I will, Professor, she replied, casting a disdainful glance at Ron before turning to leave. Lockhart followed suit, and with the excitement dissipated, the others gradually exited the classroom. Ron, panting with frustration, remarked, "Why has she suddenly developed a fondness for that flamboyant peacock? She wasn't this exaggerated in Diagon Alley." Harry scratched his face, glancing at Draco, who had turned away, showing no intent to assist him in the dispute. So Harry reluctantly joined his two friends. Perhaps Hermione has been reading his books again? I trust that, given the right moment, she will realize Lockhart's unreliability. Ron tugged at his fiery hair. Oh, I hope she sees through him soon. I can already imagine how she will confront me in Gryffindor. Harry patted Ron's shoulder sympathetically, leaving him with a teasing, "I've got my eye on you, my good brother," as he followed the departing Slytherins. On the way back to the common room, Draco complained to Harry, "Scarhead, can you refrain from acting so much like a lion?" Harry, perplexed, replied, "What do you mean, young master? I am, after all, your favorite Slytherin." Draco, unwilling to engage with someone who failed to grasp his meaning, crossed his arms, treating Harry as though he were air. He meant that during class today, he could have approached the issue with a cooler demeanor, yet he charged in like a Gryffindor. Pansy poked Harry's shoulder, urging him to keep his distance from Draco and not to annoy him. "You have learned nothing of Slytherin's self-preservation. How did the Sorting Hat ever place you in Slytherin?" "You truly resemble a Gryffindor," Blaise remarked, shaking his head. Harry was at a loss for words. He couldn't very well admit that after 7 years as a Gryffindor, reverting to Slytherin behavior was a challenge. That would be rather peculiar. Well, perhaps the Sorting Hat simply made an error, mistakenly placing the savior in Slytherin. Draco mocked Harry in a tone reminiscent of their past, but Harry chose to disregard it. After all, he had been at odds with Draco for so long. Witnessing him become more animated and no longer trapped in those memories brought Harry joy. Thus, he deftly maneuvered around Pansy, sticking to Draco like glue. Through Harry's relentless efforts, The young master finally tolerated his behavior that day, which had tarnished Slytherin's reputation. Chapter 66. Chaotic Quidditch. In the days that followed, Hermione shone in defense against the dark arts class. She flawlessly answered every question posed by Lockhart, which only heightened his esteem for her. Time passed quietly amid Hermione and Ron's Cold War. Despite Hermione still associating with Pansy, and the Slytherins generally deducing the reason, Ron felt as though the sky had fallen when he discovered they were still sharing afternoon tea. After all, he remained part of the group, still attending weekly afternoon tea. He merely sulked at a distance from Hermione, saying nothing, and simply ate silently. This behavior alarmed Crabbe and Goyle, who joined the eating frenzy. "Stop eating. If you keep this up, we won't have any left." Blaise lamented. "Sometimes I wish I could kneel and beg them to stop eating," he added. Pansy disdainfully pushed him away. "Ugh, spineless men, stay away from me." "Hey, that was just a joke." "A joke?" Theodore, uninterested in their antics, was more concerned about the upcoming Quidditch finals. "Do you feel confident about tomorrow's match?" Ever since Draco provided them with new brooms, Flint has regarded this year's Quidditch Cup as a sure win. Harry leaned against Draco, chuckling as he gazed at him. "Relax, aren't you at ease with us?" Theodore scoffed. "Who cares about you? I'm far more concerned about Draco. We aren't allowed to watch your training, and while I know Draco has become a beater, I have no idea how well he plays." Draco twirled his wrists, mimicking a batting motion. "Theo, I'll surely knock those Gryffindors down tomorrow." Ron, with a mouthful of cake, couldn't contain himself. "My brothers are Gryffindor beaters. They want to go easy on you. We don't need them to go easy. The strongest beater of Slytherin." Draco flexed his muscles, casting a challenging look at Ron. Ron puffed up his cheeks, attempting to retort, but was swiftly stopped by Hermione. A mere glance from Hermione deflated Ron like a popped balloon. He slumped his shoulders, scratching his head. All right, I'll cheer for you. But just because you're my friends, I remain steadfast in supporting Gryffindor." Draco shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, if one day Weasley actually cheers for Slytherin, that would truly be a sight to behold." The delightful afternoon tea passed swiftly, and the group tidied up their belongings before meandering back to the castle. Early the next morning, Harry and Draco were roused by Flint, who intended to have one last practice session before the match. Upon arriving at the Quidditch pitch, they noticed the Gryffindors already soaring through the sky. Wood, spotting the approaching green-clad team from afar, signaled a halt to the training and flew over to the Slytherin players. Fred glided to George's side, resting a hand on his brother's shoulder, and yawned widely. "George, do you think Slytherin will let us disband?" George, pinned under Fred's weight, yawned in sync and shook his head in feeble response. "I don't know, but I do know that if we don't go back and catch some sleep, we might just collapse before the afternoon match." The others nodded in agreement, fatigue evident on their faces as yawns echoed around them. Finally, Wood returned with a stern expression, followed by the Slytherin team. "Slytherin has Professor Snape's permission. We must give them room." The Gryffindors' eyes lit up instantly, and the twins couldn't help but cheer and clap. Draco, unable to restrain himself, leaned closer to Harry. "Is it really that exaggerated?" "Of course. Wood is exceedingly serious about it," Harry affirmed gravely, empathizing with the Gryffindors due to his own past experiences with similar grueling training. The other Slytherins had already taken to the skies to warm up, while the Gryffindors began to retreat. Before departing, Fred and George came over to pat Harry and Draco on the shoulder. "Harry, Draco, we sincerely thank you for saving us." Without waiting for a response, they mounted their brooms and sped towards the Gryffindor Tower. If Professor McGonagall discovered they rode their brooms back to the common room, they would surely lose points. Harry watched their retreating figures, feeling a twinge of admiration. Draco, meanwhile, took off on his broom. "If you don't practice soon, Flint will deduct points from you first." Following lunch, the highly anticipated House Cup final commenced. Slytherin and Gryffindor, two long-standing rivals, met once more in the finals. Harry held Draco's broom, observing the refined young gentleman adjusting his sleeves and collar. The thick Quidditch robes could not conceal Draco's fine physique. As Harry watched, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He discreetly stepped back, his gaze sweeping over Draco's entire form until Draco's impatience became evident. "What is your problem, Potter? Have you suddenly realized my irresistible charm has captivated you?" Harry, balancing both brooms in one hand, raised the other to his nose. "I just noticed that you seem taller than me now. If you measured seriously, I outgrew you long before 5th year, you giant," Draco retorted. Flint turned back to warn them. "Time to take the field, stop chatting. Draco, you are our secret weapon. Give them a spectacular show." Draco grabbed the broom from Harry. Rest assured, the match commenced with fervor, and Draco's debut astounded all but those privy to the truth. After all, the last time Slytherin faced Hufflepuff, the beater was still Granger. No one anticipated a Malfoy would take on the role of beater, and it was undeniable that many awaited the competition between Malfoy and Potter for the seeker position. More astonishingly, Malfoy excelled in the beater position. He moved like the most flawless serpent, swift, precise, and fierce. Each strike sent the bludger hurtling towards the Gryffindor chasers and seeker, while deftly evading every ball aimed at him by the Weasley twins, even counterattacking when necessary. As Draco heard the roars of the Slytherin crowd, a rare, genuine smile broke across his face. How laughable! After all those years as a seeker, I feared I wouldn't be able to dodge the bludgers. Moreover, having faced death once, I couldn't care less about whether a bludger might hit me. Draco flew near Harry, blocking every bludger aimed at him, striving to create a threat-free environment. Harry recognized Draco's intent. After casting a glance at the golden head not far off, he focused intently on searching for the golden snitch. As the two immersed themselves in a long-awaited, uninterrupted match, Harry's sixth sense suddenly blared a warning. He swiftly turned his broom, and in the next instant, a bludger narrowly missed his head. Gasps erupted from the crowd. The rogue bludger pursued Harry at alarming speed. Slytherin players attempted to close in and strike it away, but its rapid pace forced them to retreat. Draco sped up to catch up with them, swinging his bat in an attempt to neutralize the erratic bludger. However, when the bludger drew near, it unexpectedly veered upward, evading the bat. Ron's anguished cry rang out from the stands. No way. Not again. But the two on the field had no time to ponder. Draco repeatedly attempted to intercept the unruly bludger, but it cunningly evaded him time after time. Left with no choice, Draco swung his bat, while subtly scanning the stands, trying to identify who was controlling the bludger. Dobby was their friend now. He wouldn't resort to such antics. Voldemort was unlikely as well. He only began causing trouble later in the term. Who could it be? As Draco swept his gaze near the goalposts, his eyes landed on a certain professor who had feigned illness that morning, claiming he couldn't rise from bed. That petty individual. Now that I've found you, you won't have it easy. From that moment on, Draco no longer directed the bludgers towards Gryffindor, but relentlessly targeted that corner instead. After several attempts, Lockhart finally faltered in his spellcasting, awkwardly retreating to evade the rogue bludger hurtling towards him. With Lockhart out of the picture, Draco assumed the game would return to its normal rhythm. To his dismay, however, he turned to find the bludger spiraling even more wildly. Merlin, what peculiar incantation has that fool Lockhart conjured now? At that moment, Harry, with keen eyes, spotted the golden snitch and took off after it. Although Gryffindor's seeker, Rosso, had not seen the snitch, he noted the stark contrast in Harry's focus compared to his earlier aimless flight. Thus, he too took to the skies in pursuit of Harry. The scene unfolded with the bludger, Rosso, Harry, and the golden snitch all in a chaotic dance. Seeing the bludger still trailing closely behind them, Draco cared little for caution and mounted his broom to chase after them. Harry's sole focus was the golden snitch. This was his first time fighting alongside Draco, and the championship must be theirs. As the bludger drew nearer, Rosso, feeling the mounting pressure, ultimately relinquished the chase and halted. Harry was entirely oblivious to his surroundings. Draco, recognizing that Harry was on the verge of sustaining injuries far worse than before, cursed the scar-headed boy. Without further thought, as the bludger was about to collide with Harry, Draco darted out from the side, positioning himself in the line of impact. The bludger struck his arm, redirecting its course out of the pitch. The force of the impact caused Draco to be dislodged from his broom. When Harry finally caught the golden snitch and turned back, he beheld the sight of Draco plummeting. Draco, little dragon. The audience erupted in a cacophony of gasps, and Snape leapt to his feet in shock. He drew his wand, preparing to cast a levitation charm, only to have his hand restrained by Dumbledore. In disbelief, he glanced at his fellow professors, who mirrored his astonishment. Dumbledore, after preventing their intervention, simply instructed them to trust them and fell silent. Harry urged his broom forward, racing towards Draco. Faster, faster. Draco gazed into those emerald eyes fixed upon him, and a resigned smile broke across his face. In the final moment, Harry disregarded everything else and enveloped himself in protective armor. Kicking off his broom for an extra burst of speed, he finally caught Draco in his embrace. After a few somersaults, a cloud of dust was kicked up. Chapter 67. Injuries. The others on the field finally arrived at the spot where the two had fallen, and young wizards from the stands rushed forward. Notably, Pansy had fainted upon witnessing Draco being knocked off his broom, now being carried over by Blaze. Draco, little dragon. Harry, Severus, his face darkened with concern, jumped down from the viewing platform and strode purposefully towards them. Cough, cough. We're fine. Harry's voice emerged from the haze. Severus waved his wand to disperse the dust, revealing the two, disheveled and tightly clinging to one another in the pit. Seeing this scene, Severus hissed through clenched teeth, feeling an overwhelming rage boil within him. How touching. They tumbled down in pursuit of one another. If young Malfoy's intellect hasn't been compromised by the fall, why does he remain in the Savior's embrace? Draco, somewhat embarrassed, strained to rise, with Harry dutifully supporting him. That Godfather. I haven't damaged my brain, but, cough, my hand might be in trouble. After standing, Draco exhibited his clearly injured arm to Severus. Severus, while suggesting that perhaps he should go to Gryffindor, where Lucius would surely be pleased, prepared to inspect Draco's arm. Just then, an unexpected force shoved Severus aside. Let me take a look. I frequently encounter various situations in my adventures. Young Master Malfoy appears to have a fracture. I happen to know a spell particularly effective for such injuries. It was Lockhart, pushing through the crowd to reach Harry and Draco. Wand drawn and ready to cast a spell on Draco. Stay away from him. Two voices exclaimed in unison. It was Harry and Severus, both pointing their wands at Lockhart. Their expressions mirroring sheer horror. Lockhart, forcing a grin, chuckled, I merely wish to assist. Harry's face darkened further as he gritted his teeth and pushed his wand forward. I said stay away from him. Severus remained silent, but his intent was unmistakable. The surrounding young wizards exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how Harry had suddenly turned on Lockhart. Indeed, they collectively overlooked Severus, as he seemed to challenge anyone without regard for their identity. Draco, observing Severus and Harry shielding him, felt his vision blur. Lowering his head, he blinked furiously, attempting to dry the tears that threatened to spill. All right, children, could you please make way for us? It was Dumbledore. Arriving at the eye of the storm just as tensions peaked, the small creatures shuffled to give the professors some space. Dumbledore, wearing his signature smile, stepped into the circle. Upon entering, he cast an inspection charm on Harry and Draco. The spell enveloped them in a soft white glow, with only Draco's arm, Harry's foot, and their exposed skin shimmering with faint red light. The red glow was gentle, delicately wrapping around their injuries. Professor Lockhart, they have not sustained serious injuries. I fear your magic is unnecessary. Let Poppy take a look instead. Oh, is that the golden snitch in Harry's hand? It appears Slytherin has won the match. The confirmation of the champion should have been a moment of jubilation. Yet the injuries of the two key players and the now tense atmosphere left the Slytherin crowd exchanging apprehensive glances, unsure of how to react. Lockhart, already flustered by Harry and Severus's rejection, seized the opportunity to extricate himself from the situation, disregarding the peculiar tension in the air. Oh well. It's a pity you won't get to see that spell. It truly is quite useful. Draco, uninterested in Lockhart's ramblings, exchanged a glance with Goyle and Crabbe, who, ever more robust, pushed Lockhart aside and approached the two, lifting them up. Their friends followed closely behind, with Pansy, now conscious, clutching Blaise and Hermione as they pressed against Goyle, who was supporting Draco. Little dragon, are you all right? Does it hurt? Would you like some candy? Observing the beads of sweat forming on Pansy's brow and the worry etched across her face, Draco couldn't help but assert, Pansy, I am no longer a child. This little pain is nothing to me. Pansy was on the verge of tears, yet being a strong girl, she quickly composed herself. Then would you like some candy? Draco sighed and extended his uninjured hand towards her. All right, I suppose I could use a green apple-flavored one. This time, with the interference from Harry and Severus. Draco's arm was spared from having its bones extracted by Lockhart, as it had in his previous life. However, his injuries were significantly more severe than Harry's in the last iteration. His left shoulder suffered a crushing fracture, and his arm became swollen due to the trauma. Madame Pomfrey first used a spell to remove the shattered bones, then administered essence of bone to Draco. After applying a potent salve to his arm, she secured it with bandages. Meanwhile, Harry, due to his reckless act of heroism, sustained a fractured left leg and was now lying beside Draco on his right. To ensure a conducive resting environment for them, Madame Pomfrey had already cleared the area of unnecessary onlookers prior to the treatment, specifically referring to the boisterous Ron. Severus, who had returned with them, swiftly made his way to his dungeon upon arriving at the castle, as both Draco and Harry were to consume potions freshly brewed by him. They were aware of this because Madame Pomfrey had displayed evident surprise upon encountering Severus. When Draco saw his godfather's dark countenance, he immediately sensed something amiss. Yet Severus was fixedly watching them, clearly intent on witnessing them finish their potions. Harry swallowed hard and cautiously glanced at Draco. What? The chosen one cannot even manage to drink his potion without needing to observe his pitiful protege? A velvety baritone resonated, albeit the words lacked melodiousness. Draco cleared his throat, attempting to elicit some sympathy from his godfather. That. Severus turned his sharp gaze toward Draco. I have already informed your father of your reckless behavior. Be prepared for his letter. Draco stiffened momentarily, a look of helplessness crossing his features as he downed the potion in his hand. Observing this, Harry promptly followed suit, gulping down his potion as well. Ugh! Harry retched audibly. Draco also covered his mouth, struggling to suppress the rising urge to vomit. Upon witnessing this, A fleeting smile briefly graced Severus's lips before vanishing. Madame Pomfrey swept aside the curtain and instructed Severus to leave. All right, Severus, you may go now. Let them rest. Severus nodded and departed, his cloak billowing behind him. Madame Pomfrey redrew the curtain she had opened, leaving them in peace to recuperate. Harry and Draco exchanged glances, and, as if on cue, they erupted into laughter. They continued until they had sufficiently amused themselves, panting for breath. Harry leaned against the headboard, teasing Draco. Who would have thought that after your injury, you managed to evade Lockhart, yet still fell victim to having your bones extracted? Draco retorted, unwilling to concede. Someone could have avoided injury entirely, yet still found themselves in the infirmary. All for the sake of protecting you. I don't need your protection. All you need to do is catch the golden snitch. Harry gazed at the golden, fluffy creature nestled in the blankets, and sighed. Little dragon. You shouldn't have rushed in like that. You know that even if I were hit, I wouldn't sustain severe injuries. Draco turned to face him. But Harry, have you considered that our rebirth has altered many things? I only wanted you to leave Hogwarts. I never wished to harm you. Yet Lockhart is different. He harbors resentment toward you. That bludger was clearly coming for you. Had I not intervened, at the moment you caught the golden snitch, it would have smashed your skull. But I'm an Auror. I can protect myself. Draco's slate blue eyes met Harry's, filled with intense emotion that left Harry feeling somewhat adrift. Harry, you are the chosen one. Indeed an Auror. I know you possess the capability to safeguard yourself. Yet, is it not possible that I also wish to protect you? You are the savior of the magical world, and I merely desire to be your savior. With that, he wrapped himself tightly in the blankets and turned away, no longer acknowledging Harry. The words "I want to protect you, to be your savior" echoed in Harry's ears. Observing Draco's clearly evasive posture and the rippling magical barrier surrounding them, Harry ultimately chose to remain silent. He pondered that he needed to sort through his thoughts. The long-awaited exchange at the chapter's conclusion was hindered by an inability to articulate his feelings. This chapter aimed to elevate the emotional narrative, for at the heart of it, both were adults who could no longer afford to immaturely evade these matters, nor the emotional sparks between them. In my view, Draco exhibited greater maturity post-battle compared to Harry. The environment he navigated and the challenges he faced were considerably more complex. He recognized his feelings earlier, which set him apart from Harry, who clung to a sense of innocence. Although Harry had lived many years in a soul state, this affected him, leading him to approach situations with the mindset of a 24-year-old. Even with awareness of conspiracies, he still entertained the notion of single-handedly overcoming challenges. Conversely, Draco, in the early stages of his rebirth, struggled to believe in its reality, doubting that Harry would become his friend or that Severus was still alive. He constantly questioned everything. He was an exceedingly timid individual. All his immature actions served as tests of Harry's tolerance. He could not fathom that if he treated Harry as poorly as he had in the past, Harry would still remain. In this instance, sacrificing himself to save Harry was also a means of self-redemption, a way of proving that he, too, could be a savior, rather than merely the youngest Death Eater. In my narrative, Draco harbors a tendency towards self-harm. He no longer fears injury, for pain is the only sensation that makes him feel truly alive. This is relatively normal for him, given his prolonged proximity to the most deranged Death Eaters, with his post-war emotional support system, his parents having departed England and many friends absent. Harry and Ginny's romantic saga frequently graced the pages of the Daily Prophet, leaving him to uphold the Malfoy name alone, a situation that understandably strained his mental well-being. Fortunately, he had Astoria by his side. It was a blessing to have her. Yet, he was also remarkably audacious, having repaired the vanishing cabinet alone, maneuvering through the ranks of Death Eaters, and, post-war, single-handedly upholding the Malfoy legacy. Oh, and secretly fathering the Chosen One's child. How could that not be deemed audacious? His decision to be forthright with Harry was influenced by the diary, combined with the collision of their personalities, leading to this attempt. He yearned for a positive outcome. And he needed one. Yet Harry had not fully recalled his past feelings. He remained in a state of confusion, believing they were merely good friends. Frankly, I feel Harry's handling of emotions is quite poor. This time, Draco will inevitably be hurt. However, following this incident, Harry will grow, becoming more candid and gaining a clearer understanding of his true feelings. I sense a lack of finesse in my writing. As I have not successfully conveyed the emotions I intended, I will focus on refining this section in the future. Chapter 68, Candor. After that day, the distance between Harry and Draco became painfully apparent to any observant onlooker. Harry spent more time in the company of his Gryffindor peers, while Draco gradually reduced his appearances in public, not to mention that he was deliberately avoiding Harry, except during classes and Quidditch practice. The two had not spent any time alone together since, and Draco even temporarily moved in with Severus. Harry was acutely aware that this was not right. Yet he found himself at a loss on how to confront Draco's feelings. He was no longer a child. He understood the deeper meanings in Draco's words. However, throughout his past life, he had always been attracted to girls, having dated several, yet he had never felt any particular affection for any boy. But Draco was different. Harry, in a fit of despair, buried his head in his arms on the desk. His classmates, engrossed in their studies, glanced up at him. With Ron being the first to respond to his brother's distress, having grown weary of the daunting potion assignment. As soon as Harry made a move, Ron leaned in. Harry, what's wrong? Harry straightened up and vigorously shook his head, as if trying to dislodge the chaos swirling in his mind. It's nothing, Ron. I just don't know how to tackle the herbology assignment. He then pretended to scribble aimlessly on his paper. Hermione tapped his work with her pen, her tone tinged with exasperation. But you're currently writing about the history of magic. Harry's face flushed a deep crimson. Ginny, who had come to study alongside them, mustered her courage and approached. Harry, if you have something on your mind, share it with us and we can help you figure it out. Although Harry had once stayed at her home, she had never fully integrated into the boys' circle, and her voice carried a hint of shyness. Harry's gaze fell upon Ginny, and suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. Her presence was akin to a guiding light. He indeed had harbored feelings for Ginny. But the flutter of his heart was vastly different from the turmoil he felt in Draco's company. He did not wish to drift apart from Draco. Perhaps, just perhaps, Draco would grant him a little time. They could attempt to draw closer and gradually unravel their feelings. Harry's determination solidified, and he gently patted Ginny's shoulder, his voice imbued with a hint of excitement. Ginny, thank you. Truly, you've helped me clarify some things. If you ever encounter any troubles, don't hesitate to reach out to me. I will certainly do my utmost to assist you. Ginny, taken aback by his touch, felt her cheeks flush even deeper, rendered speechless. Ron, still beside them, patted Harry's shoulder with a brotherly understanding. With Harry and me around, we've got your back, Ginny, rest assured. Only Hermione rubbed her temples, feeling her headache returning. How long would it take for these two boys to realize the obvious? Having come to a conclusion, Harry's immediate instinct was to confront Draco and clarify matters. The ever-proactive savior intercepted Draco, who was en route to the dungeons, after class. Draco, can we talk? Just the two of us. Draco raised an eyebrow, observing Harry's unusually earnest demeanor, a premonition dawning upon him that perhaps the answer he had been waiting for was finally at hand. All right. He gestured for Harry to follow him, and the two walked forward amidst the astonished gazes of their friends, eventually stopping at the door of a long-abandoned classroom. Inside, Draco leaned against the wall with crossed arms, quietly awaiting Harry to speak. Harry mentally rehearsed his words several times before taking a deep breath and meeting Draco's gaze. Draco, I've been thinking a lot these past few days, and I still can't determine if what I feel for you is romantic. You know, I've only had crushes on girls before. This is my first experience with someone treating me like this, and it's a boy. He paused, unconsciously gripping the hem of his uniform, his tone imbued with an awkward sincerity. But I truly do not wish to drift apart from you, not even a little. So I was wondering if you could grant me a bit of time? We could try to spend more time together. I want to learn more about you, to see the things you don't share with others, to discover more facets of you. I feel that if we could continue like this, I might gradually understand my feelings, and perhaps I could come to like you. So, would you be willing to give me that opportunity? However, Draco's expression darkened incrementally, and by the end, he let out a low, humorless laugh, devoid of warmth and instead laced with an unsettling coldness. He stepped back slightly, his gaze towards Harry chillingly distant, reminiscent of the Malfoy heir's icy demeanor that Harry had not witnessed in quite some time. Harry Potter, what do you take me for? A Malfoy? Merely your backup plan? No, that is not it. Draco, please let me explain. I didn't mean it that way. Harry hastily waved his hands, panic evident in his tone. Draco sighed softly, disappointment almost spilling from his eyes. Harry, I believe that after we returned from the last cycle, having gone through so much together, you would have a clearer understanding of the concept of responsibility. But I was mistaken. The Order has sheltered you too well, allowing you to approach something that should be taken seriously with a mere trial-and-error mindset. He paused, his gaze settling on Harry's furrowed brow, his tone calm, yet resolute. I am Draco Malfoy, born into a pure-blood family. This identity is ingrained in my very being. It is a part of me that cannot be denied. What you just said is disrespectful to me, to the Malfoy name. Have you considered that if, in the end, you decide you don't like me after your experiment, what would that make of our time together? A childish game? Don't be naive, Potter. We are not truly teenagers. You cannot forget everything we have experienced simply because you inhabit a youthful body. My confession was a decision made after deep contemplation. But if you are to respond, it cannot be in such a frivolous manner. Do you understand? In our pure-blood family, once we commit to someone, it is for life. Have you not noticed? In Slytherin, no one speaks of relationships lightly. Only those who are genuinely engaged are recognized, representing the commitment and union of two families. Even though the Potter family consists solely of you now, you are the chosen one, and your status is different. If we were to be together, everyone would scrutinize our relationship. It has never been solely about us. I must consider my family. He watched as Harry's face reddened, his tone softening slightly, yet still firm. If you are not prepared to approach this relationship seriously, you can simply reject me outright. I would understand. But do not treat it as a mere trial, for that is an insult to me. Rendered speechless by Draco's words, Harry's lips moved several times before he managed to murmur, "Draco, I'm sorry." He was unaware that his voice had grown hoarse. Draco, however, seemed to disregard his apology, simply observing Harry's flustered state. It was only when he noticed Harry's clenched fists, the skin of his palms marked with red from his nails, that he finally released his arms from their crossed position and stepped forward, gently taking hold of Harry's hand. With delicate fingers, he pried open Harry's tightly clenched palm, a soft white light flickering from his fingertips, instantly erasing the red marks on Harry's hand. Draco placed that hand gently back at Harry's side before meeting his gaze, his tone regaining some semblance of calm. "If you do not wish to distance yourself from me, we can still remain friends without resorting to such measures. I will manage my feelings, and I hope you take the time to reflect on what you truly desire." He paused, adding, "Besides, we have both been rather busy lately. Have we not? The Chamber of Secrets will soon be opened. I must take my leave now, Harry." With that, Draco cast a lingering glance at him before turning away, leaving the empty classroom without a backward glance, leaving Harry standing there, dazedly watching the direction in which he had vanished, feeling as if something had lodged itself in his chest, leaving him both suffocated and unsettled. Easter egg, the exchange between Draco and Tom. 1 Tom. "What's the matter, my little lord? I think I still prefer Harry Potter." WTF? 2 Tom. "I confessed my feelings to him. Ah, what a foolish act. I disagree. You once told me that he might only like girls, didn't you, Draco? What if I am the exception? I can sense that he might like me too. Isn't that the greatest delusion in the world? Nevertheless, if the outcome isn't favorable, I will be here waiting for you, Draco." 3 You are right. He indeed rejected me. Yet he surprisingly suggested we give it a try because he didn't want to part ways with me. Oh, what a degrading act. Don't tell me you've lost your dignity by agreeing to him. Of course not, I refused. But I believe he has feelings for me. Poor little lord. Have you begun to deceive yourself? Shut up. Draco, how about a wager? Didn't you say his best friend's sister likes him? Perhaps we should see if they spark something. Oh, the spark of love. Boring. I knew you would agree. Regardless, Draco, remember, you can always reach out to me whenever you need to share your sorrows, just like today. I am not sad, Tom. If you could feel it, you would know I am not. Then whose tears are dripping on me? Chapter 69, A Season of Turmoil. Draco had always been a man of his word. After resolving matters with Harry, he requested a leave from Severus. Severus particularly approved an independent room in the Slytherin Common Room's attic for him, purportedly to improve the Wolfsbane potion. For this purpose, Draco had been absent from classes and Quidditch practice for several days. However, it seemed that no one, aside from Harry, cared as to why Draco no longer appeared at Hogwarts. They merely claimed he had more pressing matters to attend to. The Slytherins still accompanied Harry to and from school. Yet aside from attending classes, they preferred to remain in the common room, preoccupied with their own affairs, while Harry yearned to explore the castle. Draco was right. The Chamber of Secrets was about to be opened, and he needed to identify any potential victims of the diary beforehand. The most likely candidate was Ginny. It was uncertain whether Lucius had again placed the diary in Ginny's cauldron, but this time, Lucius had not clashed with Arthur. Never mind. Harry raked his fingers through his hair, resolute in his decision to follow Ginny for now. To keep an eye on Ginny. Harry had been spending his free time with Hermione and Ron. This way, he could occasionally encounter Ginny when she came to ask Hermione questions. Today, Ginny arrived to study with Hermione, carrying several books, and Harry immediately spotted the familiar all-black diary among them. His gaze fixated on the diary. He struggled to control his breathing, his hand clenched tightly beneath the table. "Ginny, where did you get that diary?" Following Harry's gaze, Ginny looked at her own diary. "My mom bought it for me before school started. It was just in my cauldron." "What's the matter, Harry? In your cauldron? That cannot possibly be from Molly. Given her character, she would never buy you a black diary. She would choose warm reds and oranges, anything but black." A wave of anxiety washed over Harry. He couldn't fathom how this diary had ended up in Ginny's possession. Lucius had clearly contemplated changing allegiances. How could he still intend to harm Ginny? Yes. Aside from their opposing factions, there were personal vendettas at play. It was hardly surprising that the selfish Malfoy would resort to such actions. Immersed in memories of a past life, Harry had forgotten the changes he had witnessed in this life, stubbornly believing that Lucius was still attempting to harm Ginny for his own selfish desires. And Draco? Did he know about this? although Harry hadn't shared the details with him. Could Draco's absence indicate that he had surmised something? But the diary Harry was at a loss, his thoughts tangled in a chaotic mess. Utterly unsure of how to address this situation. Calm down, calm down. He must let them sense anything amiss. Perhaps Voldemort is currently possessing Ginny. He cannot let him notice any irregularities. This fleeting moment of contemplation prompted Harry to swiftly regain his composure. He forced a smile and turned to Ginny. This diary looks quite exquisite. Draco has been wanting a good notebook lately. May I take a closer look? Ginny reached out to hand him the notebook. But suddenly recalling something, her face flushed as she abruptly pulled it back, hugging it to her chest. Harry, I can't really let you see this. However, I believe it was purchased at Flourish and Blots. It's definitely quite useful. You could check the mail order form. Her reaction only solidified Harry's suspicions. He felt a mix of disbelief and seething anger. Yet, on the surface, he feigned disappointment, replying, "All right, I suppose I might need some time to look for one." Ginny blushed. "I'll help you look as well." "Thank you, Ginny." His casual expression of gratitude elicited an enthusiastic nod from her. Hermione observed this exchange with a furrowed brow, but upon seeing Harry seemingly oblivious, she momentarily suppressed her concerns. "All right, Harry. Didn't you mention that you had something to discuss with us today?" It was then that Harry remembered his excuse for gathering his friends. "All right. Sir Nicholas has invited us to his 500th Death Day party, and I wanted to ask you all." As expected, Hermione displayed immense interest. "I'm in. When is it?" "On Halloween night." Bored Ron, who had been doodling, finally perked up at the intriguing topic. Oh, does that mean we'll see a lot of ghosts? But what about the Halloween feast?" Hermione pondered. "We could first attend the feast in the Great Hall, and then go to Sir Nicholas's party. The ghosts will surely prefer to emerge later." Harry agreed with her reasoning. In fact, Sir Nicholas's invitation is indeed for a later time, giving us ample opportunity to enjoy a delightful dinner. Ginny, a first year, also seemed eager, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at Harry. "Can I join you?" Harry hesitated briefly, but ultimately decided to decline. The gathering of too many ghosts could have adverse effects on the living. If Voldemort was near Ginny, she certainly wouldn't be suitable for such a scenario. Upon seeing Harry's refusal, Ginny responded dejectedly, clutching her books as she left the little corner. Ron watched his sister depart and casually remarked, "Will Draco be joining us? You know, he hasn't been around lately. I think he might be interested in this." Hermione quietly regarded Harry, her gaze revealing her concern regarding the matter. Harry found himself at a loss as to how to broach certain matters with his friends, resorting instead to a feigned nonchalance. As you may know, his potion enhancement had recently reached a pivotal juncture, and he hadn't laid eyes on them for several days. Ron let out a despondent sigh, declaring, "Fine, I shall make it a point to remember every detail of the ghost feast and relay them to him upon his return." Hermione, perceptive as ever, sensed something amiss, yet was unable to articulate her thoughts and chose to let it slide for the moment. Skirting the topic, the trio returned to their respective pursuits, one engaged in solitary study, while the other two indulged in a game of wizardess chess, marked by a distinct lack of decorum. After confirming that the diary was in Ginny's possession, Harry found himself inventing various excuses to appear before her over the next 3 days, or feigning chance encounters in the corridors, all in an attempt to gauge her state. However, 3 days elapsed, and Ginny remained as vivacious as ever, showing no signs of distress. Unsure of his next steps, Harry felt a flicker of hope as Halloween approached, knowing he would soon ascertain whether Tom was indeed present at Hogwarts. That evening, after dining in the Great Hall, the trio set off in search of Sir Nicholas. En route, Harry earnestly cautioned his friends, "Whatever you do, do not partake of any food at the feast." Ron, puzzled, opened his mouth to inquire further, only to be met with a chilling breeze sweeping past them. He shivered and turned, and there, as expected, stood the suddenly materialized Sir Nicholas. The ghost, spotting them, cheerfully greeted, "Ah, Harry, are these your friends? I recognize them, our little Gryffindors." "Oh, whatever became of that Slytherin lad you usually associate with, young Malfoy?" Harry scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words, but fortunately, Sir Nicholas seemed to recall something, answering his own query. "Oh, I had forgotten. Barrow mentioned he was recently engrossed in the study of new potions. Quite the prodigy, isn't he? Come now, let us enter. The feast is about to commence." Sir Nicholas introduced them to the familiar ghosts before drifting off to converse with his companions, leaving Harry and his friends to their own devices. Ron's face contorted in disgust as he beheld the decaying food before him. "Brother, I now comprehend why you forbade us from eating." Hermione, equally unsettled by the chilly ambience, retrieved her small notebook and began to jot down notes. "Give me a moment. I must document this before we bid farewell to Sir Nicholas. This place is hardly suitable for the living to linger." The other two nodded in agreement. Once Hermione completed her notes, the trio took their leave. conversing animatedly about the disparities between the living and the spectral. Suddenly, Harry heard a voice that sent chills down his spine. Slytherin must die. A tremor coursed through him as he followed the sound. Hermione and Ron, puzzled by Harry's abrupt sprint, chose to accompany him nonetheless. Upon rounding a corner, they found Harry standing in the corridor with a grim expression. Beneath his feet lay a pool of thick blood and a substantial water stain, while before them, Mrs. Norris was posed in a sacrificial manner. Blood scrawled upon the wall declared, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." The two stood frozen in shock, speechless. "Mrs. Norris." A hoarse voice broke the silence. It was Filch, who had somehow wandered into the scene while on patrol. "It was you. It must be you. You killed my Mrs. Norris. I shall take vengeance upon you. I will kill you." Hermione furrowed her brow at his unfounded accusations. Stating the facts, if you had been paying attention, we have only just arrived here. Yet Filch remained resolute, insisting, "But him. He stands there, so close to my Mrs. Norris." His demeanor was frenzied, his voice booming, naturally drawing the attention of passing young wizards. In mere moments, a throng of students, having exited the Great Hall, began to gather, with some rushing back to fetch their friends. Harry inhaled deeply, absurdly reflecting that Tom had indeed chosen a prime location, a thoroughfare bustling with activity. The buzzing discussions of the surrounding students resembled a swarm of mosquitoes, and combined with Filch's tirade, the commotion was sufficient to rouse the professors from the Great Hall. Dumbledore approached, flanked by several faculty members. "Argus," he called out, intervening to halt Filch's excessive behavior. Surveying the crowd of students with keen awareness of the need to disperse them. "Everyone, return to your dormitories at once. Harry, I would like you to remain." Once the crowd had thinned considerably, Dumbledore resumed speaking. "She is not dead, Argus. She has merely been petrified." Lockhart interjected. "Ah, I knew it. Such a pity I was not present. I happen to know the counter curse that could save her." The other professors turned their gazes toward him, with Professor McGonagall raising an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Disguised as Professor Grindelwald did not indulge Lockhart's bravado. "Oh, is that so? Perhaps you could demonstrate your renowned skills in counter curses." Lockhart glanced between Grindelwald and the wall where Mrs. Norris lay, yet made no move. Grindelwald chuckled derisively, his laughter rife with disdain. Dumbledore felt a headache brewing. He regretted allowing Grindelwald to accompany him. "Cough, cough, Gale. I believe it would be prudent not to act rashly until we ascertain how she was petrified. Don't you agree?" He shot Grindelwald a pointed look, receiving the signal. Despite his lingering desire to provoke, Grindelwald chose to feign compliance for Dumbledore's sake. "Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore." His dulcet tones curled around Dumbledore's ears like a caress. Filch, unconcerned with their exchange, focused solely on seeking justice. "My cat has been petrified. Someone must pay the price." Dumbledore shifted his attention from Harry to Filch. "We can restore her, Argus. As far as I know, the hospital wing possesses several potions made from mandrake that can reverse petrification. Meanwhile, I must urge everyone to exercise caution." Filch's demeanor shifted, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. "Harry, if you are unoccupied, could you accompany me to the headmaster's office? Right now?" Dumbledore once again donned his characteristic smile as he gazed at Harry, yet this expression prompted Grindelwald, standing nearby, to scrutinize Harry with a hint of skepticism. "No problem, Headmaster." Harry reassured his two friends and stepped behind Dumbledore. Sensing the chill emanating from Grindelwald, Harry discreetly withdrew a bit, distancing himself from Dumbledore. "Ah, everyone. Since the matter has been resolved, let us disperse," Dumbledore announced. "Severus, could you accompany Argus to retrieve the petrification potion from Madame Pomfrey? After that, please return to my office. I believe we should also summon young Mr. Malfoy." With just a few words, Dumbledore assigned Severus a plethora of tasks. Severus's lips twitched, resignedly flicking his robes as he left with Filch and Madame Norris. The other professors followed suit, with Lockhart indulging in a final bout of self-promotion before his departure. "If you require assistance, I possess numerous spells that could resolve such situations, Headmaster. I am well aware that you value my talents, which is why you invited me to teach at Hogwarts, and I am eager to showcase my formidable magic here." Without needing further prompting from Dumbledore, Grindelwald stepped forward to position himself between the two men. At 6 feet 2 inches, he towered over Lockhart, especially since he stood nearly 10 centimeters taller. Grindelwald looked down upon the pompous fool. "If I were you, I would refrain from flaunting my ignorance. Who does not recognize Albus as the greatest wizard of this century?" Lockhart's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, retreating a couple of paces to diminish the stark contrast in their heights. "Since when does an assistant to the headmaster speak? You are hardly a true professor." Grindelwald scoffed coldly, crossing his arms, ready to retaliate with even greater fervor, but was interrupted by a subtle gesture from Dumbledore. Dumbledore gently patted Grindelwald's crossed arms in a gesture of reassurance, addressing Lockhart. "Thank you for your enthusiastic contributions, Lockhart. However, I have matters to discuss with Harry. So we shall take our leave." Without awaiting Lockhart's response, he turned and strode toward his office, with Harry and Grindelwald quickly following suit. Harry could scarcely endure Lockhart's incessant prattle. If he had to listen any longer, he might join Grindelwald in confronting him. The trio hastened to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore gestured for Harry to take a seat, while he settled back into his own chair, and Grindelwald obediently took a seat beside him. "Still pumpkin juice?" Dumbledore inquired, raising his wand. "What? Oh no, just a cup of red tea this time, please." Harry emerged from his reverie, instinctively opting for his recent favorite beverage. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow and displayed a knowing smile. However, the tense Harry failed to notice this detail. "All right, Harry. Let us have some tea while we await Severus and Draco. I believe you have matters to discuss with me, do you not?" Dumbledore pushed a steaming cup of red tea toward Harry, attempting to soothe the suddenly anxious student. Harry reached for the tea, only to realize too late that his hand was misplaced, causing him to recoil slightly before properly grasping the cup. "Oh, yes, there are indeed a few matters." Chapter 71, Reunion. Grindelwald sat beside Dumbledore, narrowing his eyes as he appraised Harry, which only made Harry feel awkward and look around the room, deliberately avoiding eye contact with him. "Humph, so you are Harry Potter? The Golden Boy? You don't seem all that impressive," Harry sputtered, choking on his tea and coughing awkwardly. "No way is he jealous?" Dumbledore face-palmed, interrupting Grindelwald's increasingly outrageous remarks. "Gellert." Only then did Grindelwald reluctantly fall silent, adopting a petulant demeanor as he slouched in his seat. Dumbledore, uninterested in the childish antics of this increasingly immature individual, turned his attention back to Harry. "Harry, would you care to share your latest developments with me?" Harry nodded. "Professor, did you not mention to Draco and me that our memories would gradually return over time? I recalled some events from my second year before the school year began. You remember that diary I spoke of? It is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes." At this, Harry cast a hopeful glance at Dumbledore, seeking affirmation. Dumbledore promptly responded, summoning a jar filled with sweets and plucking out a cockroach cluster to munch on, eliciting a more relaxed atmosphere that allowed Harry to continue. "That diary originated from Malfoy Manor. In my previous life, Lucius found an opportunity to dispose of the diary in Ginny's cauldron, and the Voldemort within the diary seduced Ginny, even manipulating her into opening the Chamber of Secrets and unleashing the basilisk, the very creature that petrified Madame Norris today. I only heard the basilisk's voice before we encountered Madame Norris." Dumbledore interjected at this point, unable to contain his curiosity. "Wait, Harry, are you saying you can speak Parseltongue?" Harry recognized Dumbledore's intent and quickly clarified, "Oh, it's because I was the last Horcrux of Voldemort. That's how I acquired the ability." Dumbledore squinted, recalling the last time Harry mentioned Horcruxes, and he began to grasp Tom's intentions. However, he was taken aback to discover that Harry was indeed a living Horcrux, a phenomenon never documented before. "Harry, could this have any repercussions for you? Perhaps we could explore ways to help you eliminate that fragment of soul." Grindelwald leaned in with interest. "A living Horcrux, it seems Voldemort is not entirely the fool he appears to be, though he remains a madman nonetheless." Harry waved his hand dismissively. When he was first reborn, he had employed a technique learned from his previous life to probe his own soul, discovering that Voldemort's dark fragment was firmly suppressed in a corner. "It's fine. Until he regains his physical form, he cannot influence me. Moreover, the prophecy holds true. Only we can defeat each other. That fragment will likely need to be resolved by Voldemort himself." Dumbledore regarded Harry with a look of approval. "Since you have made your decision, proceed as you see fit. Should you require assistance, feel free to contact either myself or Severus." Before Harry could respond, the jealous one beside him stirred again. Grindelwald crossed his arms with an exaggerated tone. "Oh, Severus." Fortunately, the other two had learned to ignore him, and their conversation continued. "This time, I made a special effort to observe. Although there was no quarrel as in my previous life, and even Mr. Arthur did not appear at Flourish and Blots, Ginny still possessed that diary. However, she exhibited no unusual behavior before or after the petrification incident." Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully, the glimmer of wisdom illuminating his aged eyes. "Harry, you need not worry about Lucius's stance. Prior to the school year, he approached Severus and informed him that he had lost an item gifted by the Dark Lord in Diagon Alley. For various reasons, he remained unaware of the significance of that gift. During the summer, when he decided to side with us, he proposed finding an opportune moment to present this item to us. Little did he expect to lose it merely a few hours later. We are currently unable to ascertain whether Miss Ginny's diary is indeed the one in question. Perhaps we could persuade Severus to seize the opportunity to retrieve it for examination." Harry, lacking a better alternative, simply nodded in agreement. At that moment, Dumbledore suddenly broke into a smile. Ah, it seems our long-awaited guests have finally arrived. No sooner had he spoken than two figures, one tall and one small, emerged from the winding staircase, both clad in identical black robes, their weary faces strikingly similar. Severus. Draco. We have been waiting quite a while. Tea or milk? Two high stools floated gracefully into position, ready for their occupants. Severus, wearing a scowl, stepped back 2 paces and gruffly offered a cup of milk, urging them to speak quickly. Draco chose a chair further away from Harry, even shifting it slightly in Gellert's direction. Observing this, Harry felt a pang of bitterness but refrained from comment. Gellert's mismatched eyes glimmered with interest as he glanced at the blonde child with his head bowed beside him. Dumbledore selected a few lemon drops and fizzing whiz-bees, extending them to Draco. I understand from Harry that you enjoy these. The sweets here are a special edition. Do give them a try. Draco glanced at Dumbledore, pursed his lips into a faint smile, and accepted the candies. With that, Dumbledore turned to the matter at hand. I presume you are all aware of the purpose of our gathering. Severus nodded reluctantly, while Draco surveyed the room in confusion. Wait, what has happened? Dumbledore looked at him in surprise. Oh, Draco, Mrs. Loris has been petrified today. I assumed your friends would have shared this information with you. Draco subtly glanced at Harry. I've been deeply engrossed in a crucial stage of potion making with Severus, and I haven't been in contact with them for some time. Dumbledore wore a knowing expression. Before your arrival, I had a conversation with Harry, and it seems that Mrs. Loris's petrification is likely a consequence of the basilisk residing within the castle. Children, do be vigilant about any unusual occurrences around you. The basilisk can be quite perilous for young wizards. Severus's expression darkened. A basilisk? Are you suggesting there is a basilisk within Hogwarts? It wouldn't happen to be one that Hagrid is nurturing, would it? Ah, indeed, a giant beast. Dumbledore attempted to soothe him. Oh, this time it is not Hagrid's doing. This basilisk is said to have been here since the time of the founders, over 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years? You have allowed such a significant threat to linger at Hogwarts for all these years. Severus's face had turned a deep shade of anger as he advanced towards the desk, confrontational. Gellert brandished his wand, resembling a broken branch found on the ground, pointing it at Severus. Mind your tone. Draco quickly stood between the two, shielding himself from Gellert's wand. Harry rose as well, intending to pull Draco back behind him. The tension in the air was palpable, as if a mere spark could ignite a conflagration. Chapter 72, Pursuit. Dumbledore tapped the table, producing a clear, ringing sound, his crescent-shaped glasses concealing an inscrutable blue mist. Now then, gentlemen, why not maintain a sense of calm? Once the group regained their composure, Dumbledore elucidated a few points to Severus. Severus, it is not that we have been remiss in addressing the basilisk. Rather, it has been absent since Salazar Slytherin's time, having not been sighted for centuries, and the headmasters believed it had perished in some corner. Severus huffed in acknowledgement, seemingly accepting this explanation. That is the situation. Harry and Draco, you may take your leave. Severus, I have some additional inquiries for you. By the way, Draco, while you are engaged in potion making, do not neglect your friends. Some of them are quite concerned for you. After briefly outlining the points of caution, Dumbledore dismissed the 2 young boys. Before they departed, he called Draco back with a knowing admonition, winking at Harry in encouragement. Once the 2 had left, Dumbledore turned to Severus. I believe we have discerned what Lucius was referring to, as Harry and I touched upon it just now. Severus, I recall you have a first-year potions class with Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tomorrow. I need you to observe whether Ginny Weasley possesses a diary bound in pure black. If she does, please confiscate it. If not, you will need to keep a watchful eye on her. Severus nodded, indicating his understanding. As for how many points he would deduct from Gryffindor during the confiscation, that was his prerogative. The mere thought of docking points from Gryffindor softened Severus's demeanor. Dumbledore, aware of his thoughts, reassured him that he would find opportunities to restore those points. Having concluded this matter, Dumbledore's gaze shifted to a certain individual waving a wand and scribbling in the air. Gellert, have you discovered something? Gellert twirled his wand, stowing it away, and cast an innocent look at Dumbledore. What? I was merely contemplating the basilisk. Dumbledore squinted, then quickly returned to his usual demeanor. Ah, I see. Whether there is truth in your thoughts is another matter entirely. Meanwhile, the departing duo walked in tandem, Draco swinging his robes and embodying Severus's usual demeanor. Harry hastily trailed behind, casting glances at him with a hesitance that suggested he was on the verge of speaking. Unable to contain himself any longer, Draco quickened his pace, suddenly halting at a corner. Harry, startled by Draco's abrupt disappearance, hurried a few steps, only to collide directly into Draco's embrace. Harry Potter. Draco's voice, laced with irritation, echoed from the ground. Blast it, Scarhead, why are you so strong? Flustered, Harry instinctively lifted Draco from the floor. He had not anticipated that he would quite literally knock Draco down. Oh, Merlin's sleeveless old man sweater. Now Draco would be even less inclined to acknowledge him. With that thought, he agonizingly covered his face with his hands, letting out a soft groan. Once Draco stood, he began to brush off his robe, conscious of the filth that must accumulate on Hogwarts floors from the countless feet that tread upon them daily. Once satisfied that no blemishes remained to tarnish his image, he finally turned his attention to the savior before him, who was still obscuring his face and swaying as if lost in thought. Potter, how long do you intend to wriggle around like that? Draco kicked Harry's calf, urging him to snap out of it and cease embarrassing himself. Harry immediately stood at attention. Oh my, Draco, I am truly sorry. Draco leaned against the wall. If this is about what just transpired, it's quite all right. I have grown accustomed to your recklessness. What? Oh, no, not that. Though I do feel remorse for it, that's not what I meant. Draco raised an eyebrow, unconvinced that he had done anything deserving of Harry's apology. Harry fidgeted with the hem of his garment, as if resolved to convey something significant. I deeply regret the hasty decision I made that caused you pain. In your absence, I have contemplated for an extended period, and you were right, regardless of the circumstances. I should never have so carelessly trampled upon your feelings. The image of your silhouette that day is one I wish never to witness again, for it led me to believe, if only for a fleeting moment, that you might no longer love me. At times, I ponder why I am so reluctant to let you go. Merely entertaining the thought sends my heart shattering into pieces. I cannot endure the thought of your departure, nor can I bear the idea of you being with someone else. I recall the reasons for my departure from England in a previous life. Perhaps it was my jealousy of Astoria, for she was able to possess you. I also felt envy towards Scorpius. Oh, though he is a delightful child. Yet he is the fruit of your union with Astoria, the recipient of your love. If I could still deceive myself into believing that you and Astoria were merely united for alliance, I could never dismiss the undeniable truth of your affection for Scorpius. Although it is not the same kind of love, I am envious nonetheless. Please forgive me for harboring such despicable emotions. I had initially intended to seek you out in your laboratory, but you had sealed the entire room and did not appear in class. I found myself wondering if I should grant you some space, perhaps allowing myself more time to prepare before approaching you again. Yet now, the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts remains open, and I am uncertain if events will unfold as they did in my previous life. I dare not put you at risk, nor can I quell my anxiety for you. I fear I may have fallen in love with you, Draco. I understand that you may be reluctant to believe my words now, but I shall demonstrate my sincerity through my actions. Will you grant me a chance to win back your heart? He lifted his puppy-like green eyes, a mixture of pleading and determination shining within them. I could only hear myself uttering, yes. Draco spoke his answer, and it was the only one that mattered. He had loved Harry for far too long, and in the twilight of his days, he often thought of Harry, the one who had departed too soon, leaving behind a pair of green eyes and their child, a vessel for his longing. Thus, upon hearing those words, he found himself unable to defy his own heart. He mused that he might never escape the vortex that was Harry Potter. Harry's eyes seemed to ignite at the sound of this affirmation, blooming in an instant. He was filled with an urge to embrace Draco, his hands reaching out, but he hesitated, fearing that such an action might be too abrupt. Instead, his hand clenched into a fist in midair. Harry could not contain the silly smile that spread across his face, which in turn brightened Draco's countenance. With a broad smile, Draco took the initiative to embrace Harry. Harry paused for a moment before responding gently, his flushed ears betraying his excitement. After a brief, tender embrace, Draco forced himself to step back from the comforting arms of the savior. He took the lead, signaling Harry to follow. Since you have expressed your intentions, I shall grant you the opportunity to pursue me. But remember, a Malfoy only accepts the finest. Do not attempt to deceive me with your trivial tricks. Harry cheerfully kept pace behind him. Of course, my prince. As they walked back to the dungeon, Draco did not head towards the Slytherin common room, but instead returned to his laboratory. Upon reaching the door, Draco halted and blocked Harry's path. I've arrived. Harry glanced back at the door before turning to Draco. Aren't you returning to our dormitory? I do not wish to sleep alone. Draco sighed. The potion is at a critical stage. It is one I developed in my previous life, and currently, no one else can replicate it, not even my godfather. It can significantly reduce the transformation time of werewolves to just 1 hour. Do you not wish for your dear Professor Lupin to be able to comfortably attend our classes with us? Harry excitedly embraced Draco. Merlin, I know you possess great talent in potions, but, oh my goodness, this is monumental. Is it for me? Because of my good relationship with Professor Lupin? Draco pushed against Harry's fluffy head as it attempted to nestle against his neck. Foolish dog, release me. I am not doing this for you. I seek recognition from the International Potion Association. My godfather has promised to introduce me to the old men of the Potion Association once I complete this. Harry clung to him, laughing foolishly. Draco, you truly are remarkable. Draco raised his nose. Of course, I am a Malfoy. A Malfoy is always the best. Now, silly baby Potter, return to the dormitory. I shall be back within 3 days at most. Only then did Harry reluctantly release his hold and bid farewell. Easter egg, in the scenario involving Hermione and Harry. Upon noticing that Draco had been absent for quite some time and observing the disheartened state of a certain dark-haired, green-eyed savior, an astute witch sensed that something was amiss. When Harry once again absent-mindedly inverted a book, Hermione could no longer restrain herself and pulled him into a secluded corner of the library. P.S. Ron is absent today. Harry Potter, tell me the truth. What has transpired between you and Draco? Harry opened his mouth to fabricate a few comforting lies, but Hermione interrupted him directly. Do not attempt to deceive me. I can see through you. If you wish to remain friends with Draco, I advise you to be honest with me. Oh, fine. Harry conceded, and he recounted the events of the past days. After listening, Hermione suppressed her frustration, but ultimately could not help but strike her fist against the bookshelf behind Harry. Harry Potter, you foolish, obtuse, brainless, self-deceiving, troll-like, scoundrel coward. Harry shrank his neck, unable to confront the fury of his friend. Hermione took a deep breath, striving to speak calmly. We all believed you two would soon be together. Anyone with eyes can see that you and Draco have feelings for one another. We thought you were simply too young to act upon it. But now you... Harry's eyes widened. Wait, what? You mean, Draco and I like each other? Hermione, what are you saying? That's not how it works. How can you be so certain? Have you ever had someone you liked? Harry cleared his throat, unable to articulate that his feelings for Cho and Ginny were entirely different from those he felt for Draco. Hermione sensed the shift and sighed, perplexed as to why she was playing the role of someone else's emotional mentor when she herself was still just a child. Now, I ask you this. If Draco were to be with someone else in the future, kissing, embracing, and no longer spending time with you, completely distancing himself from you, how would you feel? Harry wanted to say he would feel despondent, but somewhere deep within, it felt as though someone was speaking, I will not let him leave me. And what if he were to get hurt? Do you remember how you felt when he was injured last semester? Harry recalled Draco's pale face at the end of the year and his frail figure during the summer. I felt heartbroken. I wanted to protect him. Yet he still got hurt. But you and Ron... Hermione shook her head, interrupting him. No, Harry, this is different. You already know the answer, do you not? You and Draco are not the same. Harry lowered his gaze to his hands, recalling the last time he had seen Draco, the sensation of those pale, soft hands. I believe you are right, Mione. You are always right. Hermione tossed her tousled hair. Oh, I certainly am. Now, Harry, you must speak with him, all right? Promise me that you will take the initiative to seek him out. Of course, Hermione. I certainly will. Harry's smile returned, for he knew precisely what course of action to take. As for the numerous times he was thwarted by the door that Severus and Draco had personally enchanted, that remained Harry's little secret. Chapter 73, The Legend. Ever since he had reconciled with Draco, Harry had regained his former exuberance. He felt that even if Voldemort were to resurrect and stand before him, he would not be afraid. Although Draco had mentioned that he might not be able to receive messages promptly after entering his room, Harry could place his thoughts in a small box by the door, which Draco would check upon exiting. With that assurance from Draco, Harry lost interest in the Chamber of Secrets. After all, Professors Dumbledore and Snape were already aware of the matter, not to mention Grindelwald's involvement. In the past couple of days, Harry frequently hurried to wait outside Draco's door immediately after classes, sitting there to read or complete his assignments. Aside from the usual Quidditch practice, he had truly committed himself to watching over Draco. He even declined Ron's invitations to play wizardess chess, although that may have been partly due to his reluctance to keep losing. Those privy to the circumstances and those who speculated were not taken aback by Harry's behavior, save for the rather oblivious Ron. After several failed attempts to engage Harry, Ron curiously inquired of Hermione, does Harry really need to cling to Draco like this? I still want to play chess with him. Hermione shot him an exasperated look and dragged him away from Draco's door. Come on, all you think about is chess. You could seek out Theodore. ISNT he quite adept at it as well. At this, Ron's nose began to rise in pride as he was led away, boasting. Not that I'm saying it, but he is also among my defeated opponents. We know. After Halloween, speculation regarding the opening of the chamber swept through Hogwarts like a tempest. Students from every house were conjecturing about the identity of the heir, the reasons for the chamber's opening, and most importantly, whether they would be in peril. The most credible rumors originated from Slytherin. Harry was unsure who had initiated them. It seemed as if, overnight, the rumor emerged that the chamber was Slytherin's secret lair, harboring a millennia-old monster that would slay those deemed filthy half-breeds and muggle-borns. The older Slytherins appeared to take pride in this, and whenever they found themselves at a disadvantage in disputes with Gryffindor, they would shout, "Beware of dying at the hands of the heir of Slytherin." The atmosphere within the castle grew increasingly tense, with Slytherin students further isolating themselves from the other three houses. The heightened tensions among the upper years made it difficult for younger students like Harry to sit together as they once did. No one could comprehend why this shift occurred within just a few days. Thus, on the day Draco emerged from seclusion, Hermione raised the rumor in Professor Binns' History of Magic class. "Professor, would you be so kind as to share what you know about the Chamber of Secrets?" Professor Binns seemed to awaken suddenly, his eyes, often half closed, now wide open, the ghostly gray-white glow rendering it difficult to discern whether his eyes sparkled. "You all wish to know?" His typically flat tone bore a hint of excitement, akin to a pebble disrupting a still pond. He scanned the classroom, where young witches and wizards blinked eagerly, their eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge, all sitting up straight to listen. "Very well, considering your keen interest in history," Professor Binns ultimately conceded, recounting the exhilarating tale in his usual lecturing manner. "You all know that Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago by the four greatest wizards, Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff. By the way, it was they who invited me to teach at Hogwarts. Oh, what a splendid time that was. They were once the best of friends, but even among friends, differences can arise. Salazar Slytherin wished for a more selective admission process, believing that magical education should be restricted to those from pure magical families, what we call purebloods. Upon hearing this, the majority of the Slytherin students exchanged knowing glances. Professor Binns continued. His ideology was met with rejection by the others, and unable to realize his vision, Salazar chose to isolate himself. Legend has it that he constructed a concealed chamber within this castle, where he conducted his studies on magic and magical creatures. However, due to his obsession with time and space magic, he vanished during an experiment. After his disappearance, the hidden chamber lost all trace, and the other three founders could not locate it. Henceforth, that chamber became known as the Chamber of Secrets. There is a further part to this legend. When his true heir returns to this school, only that heir will be able to unlock the chamber and release the horrors contained within, thereby purifying the school of all those whom Salazar deemed unworthy of learning magic. Hermione murmured, "Muggle-born wizards." Professor Binns cast her an appreciative glance. He directed his gaze toward the door of the classroom. "Of course, during my years of teaching, the school has organized numerous searches, yet this so-called chamber has never been found." Hermione furrowed her brow and posed the question that weighed heavily on all the young witches and wizards. "Professor, what exactly is said to be inside the chamber?" Professor Binns turned his gaze toward her. "It is said that what lies within can only be controlled by the heir of Slytherin. They say a true monster resides there." His final words were spoken softly, and combined with his ghostly presence, they conveyed an inexplicable sense of dread. The young witches and wizards exchanged glances, with the Gryffindors casting wary looks toward the Slytherins. They could not locate the figure of golden hair, but found themselves staring deeply into the Savior's profound eyes. The young witch who met his gaze recoiled, shivering at the intensity. After class, Professor Binns' words spread quickly, effectively solidifying the ominous reputation of the Slytherins. In an instant, the Muggle-born witches and wizards of Hogwarts were filled with trepidation. The tension between the other three houses and Slytherin became increasingly palpable. Pureblood Slytherins like Pansy began to limit their interactions with the Gryffindor students for various reasons, yet the two girls did not allow this situation to diminish their communication. Shortly after the History of Magic class, Pansy gifted Hermione a bracelet inscribed with protective charms. As for Harry, a lion clad in serpent skin, bereft of parents, he remained unaffected by the opinions of others. He simply desired to walk alongside Hermione and Ron. Thus, they found themselves together, traversing the path to meet Draco. Harry was determined to go, while Hermione sought to inquire if Draco possessed further knowledge about the chamber. "Do you think the chamber truly exists?" Ron could not restrain his curiosity. "It must exist," Hermione insisted, her brow knitted since the tale concluded. "Don't you see? All the teachers have been on edge these past few days. They are all anxious." Harry affirmed Hermione's conjecture. "I overheard a conversation between Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape the day I was called away." Dumbledore was deeply concerned, as he too did not know the precise location of the chamber. "The chamber does exist, which means the heir of Slytherin has returned. The question is, who is he?" Hermione interjected. Ron furrowed his brow in distress, exclaiming, "This must be someone who believes that all Muggleborns are scum. If it were before school, I would undoubtedly have an answer, but that's clearly not feasible now. The Slytherins we've encountered haven't sunk to this level." Harry, equally troubled, felt uncertain whether the diary was indeed with Ginny. If not, how could he possibly identify that individual among the multitude of witches and wizards from the four houses? Hermione glanced at Harry, who was staring at the ground, lost in thought. Harry, you're in Slytherin. Perhaps you could keep an eye out for anyone like that. Harry replied absently. Oh, I will, although I'm not particularly familiar with that pompous bunch of Slytherins. Hermione chuckled at him. You could always ask Draco, being a Malfoy. He would surely know. Of course. But where is he? Weevee arrived, and he hasn't emerged yet. No sooner had he spoken than the heavy door creaked open slowly. Harry, filled with excitement, rushed forward, eager to spend time with Draco. Chapter 74, the action begins. At the moment the door swung open, the three individuals outside frowned deeply. The reason was simple. Draco's face was ashen, and dark circles hung heavily under his eyes. Merlin's silk pajamas. Draco, have you not slept at all these past few days? Ron was the first to voice his concern, prompting the other two to chime in with their own worries. Draco pinched the bridge of his nose, a wave of inexplicable fatigue washing over him. All right, everyone, quiet down. Draco, are you all right? You don't look so well. Hermione was the first to notice the increasing pallor of Draco's face, interrupting the boys' clamor. It was only then that they realized Draco looked even more drained than before. Oh, sorry, Draco, Harry said, stepping closer, his head bowed in apology. Ron followed suit, offering his own regrets. Draco waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was nothing serious. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the familiar scent of Harry, youthful, sunlit, mingled with the refreshing aroma of rain, which brought him some comfort. I'm fine, Hermione. Why have you all come along with Harry? Draco inquired, clearly perplexed by their presence. Ron stepped forward, taking the lead. You missed today's history of magic class. Hermione directly asked Professor Binns about the Chamber of Secrets. You should have seen it. Everyone in the class was suddenly wide awake. Draco raised an eyebrow at Hermione, the inquisitive little witch, 5 points to Gryffindor. Hermione playfully punched Draco's shoulder, retorting, Don't flatter yourself. Your points don't count. Draco feigned pain, covering his arm with a mock grimace. That hurt. Harry, ever the concerned friend, leaned in to check on him. Draco, are you all right? Do you need me to give you a rubdown? Draco pushed Harry's face away and exchanged a knowing glance with Hermione, both exclaiming in unison, Oh, Harry. Severus's actions, in accordance with Dumbledore's plan, led him to excuse himself the very next day to confiscate Ginny's diary. Despite Ginny's strong objections, Severus paid her no heed. After taking the diary, he refrained from perusing its contents. Forgive him, but he had no desire to delve into the musings of a young lioness. As soon as potions class concluded, Severus hastened to the headmaster's office with the diary in hand. The stone gargoyle at the entrance emitted a rumble, revealing the staircase Severus had traversed numerous times. Upon entering the office, he found Dumbledore and Grindelwald waiting for him. Severus, did you bring it? Yes, Severus replied, extracting the diary from his robes and tossing it onto the table. Dumbledore gestured to Grindelwald, who, understanding the cue, pointed his wand at the diary, causing a sinister black smoke to envelop it. After a moment, the smoke dissipated, and Grindelwald shook his head at Dumbledore. It was only then that Dumbledore opened the diary. But the instant he did, he sensed something amiss. According to Harry's recollection, this diary should not have contained a single word, not like it appeared now. Although he did not scrutinize the contents closely, it was evident at a glance that it was a diary filled to the brim with writing. Dumbledore gently closed the diary and raised his gaze to Severus. I believe we must prepare for an investigation. Severus fixed his gaze intently on him. Are you implying that this is not the original diary? The three adults present shared a look of grave seriousness. Grindelwald finally spoke up. I told you long ago, Albus. Change can only occur in the minutiae. You should have communicated this to your golden boy rather than assuming he could handle it. Dumbledore curtailed his thoughts. He pushed the diary towards Severus. Severus, please return this diary to Miss Weasley. Severus detected the urgency in his tone and scoffed. The great Dumbledore can't even manage a mere diary? I have no wish to touch this damned book, reeking of lioness. With that, he swept out of the room. Grindelwald cast a disapproving look at Dumbledore, who merely smiled and remarked, It seems we must devise another plan. Owl, you cannot be so lenient with them. How will you establish your authority? Gellert, I am merely a headmaster and a teacher at this moment. Fawkes, could you summon Minerva for me? Thank you. As their conversation in the headmaster's office came to a close, Dumbledore instructed Fawkes to inform Harry that Ginny was not the host of the Horcrux. Upon receiving the news, Harry felt as though the sky had fallen. He sensed that this time he would have to persevere until the very end to discover that individual. Returning to the present, the trio, now accompanied by Draco, made their way to the Great Hall. Along the way, Hermione posed the questions they had previously discussed to Draco. Draco, have you heard anything about the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin? We think Mr. Malfoy might have some insights. Draco rummaged through his memories. Well, let me think. My father once mentioned that the chamber was opened 50 years ago. He refused to tell me who opened it, only that the person was expelled. The last time it was opened, a Muggle-born was killed. It's only a matter of time before someone dies again. At this point, Draco suddenly felt that his words sounded eerily familiar, yet he could not recall when he had said them before, so he dismissed it. Harry, however, appeared oddly affected by this revelation, though he quickly regained his composure. Hermione gasped, "It's been opened before? No wonder the professors are so worried. Goodness. I shudder to think what sort of monster it might be." "Hey, Harry and Harry's friends," a booming voice called out, causing the four to turn towards its source. There stood Hagrid, striding towards them with several deceased roosters in tow. "Hi, Hagrid," the quartet greeted him. Ron pointed at the roosters in Hagrid's hands and asked, "Hagrid, what is going on? Are we having roast chicken tonight?" Hagrid raised one of the rooster corpses, frowning in distress. "Oh, actually, we've been eating chicken for several days now. A mysterious beast has been attacking my chicken coop for several consecutive days. As of today, all of my roosters have perished." Ron let out a triumphant exclamation, casting a proud glance at Hermione. "I told you these days it was the roosters. The taste of roosters and hens is undeniably different." Hermione lightly chastised him, whispering, "Ron, mind your surroundings." It dawned on Ron that the victim was right beside them, and he blushed as he apologized to Hagrid. Hagrid waved his hand dismissively, indicating he bore no ill will, and simply informed them, "I intend to discover what has been killing my roosters. Otherwise, no matter how many I purchase, they are likely to meet the same fate. Friends, if you have any clues, do share." The four of them nodded in agreement. After bidding Hagrid farewell, they resumed their journey to the Great Hall. After a morning full of classes and experiments, their stomachs had begun to grumble with hunger. Ron, with a nostalgic expression, remarked, "To be honest, Hagrid's roosters were quite delectable, especially the drumsticks. The meat was tender and uniquely flavorful. Oh, just thinking about it makes me ravenous." The trio chuckled and quickened their pace towards the hall. Before parting ways, Harry cautioned his friends, "Guys, please be careful lately. Don't wander off alone, all right? If anything happens, we can communicate through owls." Seeing both nod in agreement, he then approached Draco, joining him on their way back to the Slytherin common room. Pansy and the others would surely be delighted. It had been some time since they last saw him. Initially expecting to see them at lunch, Harry was surprised they had not shown up. Draco smiled, saying, "They must already know. Someone from Slytherin would have informed them. We might even see them in the common room later." Harry chuckled, already envisioning the antics of his friends. However, he suddenly recalled, "Little dragon, when you spoke about the Chamber of Secrets just now, it reminded me that you said the same thing in my previous life." Harry recalled the time he and Ron had transformed into Goyle and Crabbe to extract information from him, and the young master did not require a response, rambling on until he finished his thoughts. "By the way, you even scolded Dumbledore and Ron's family." Draco, displeased, retorted, "Hey, that was the me from my past life. Why do you remember it so vividly?" "Wait." Draco narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Harry with his steely blue gaze. Feeling guilty under his scrutiny, Harry cursed inwardly, realizing he had forgotten that Draco was unaware that Goyle and Crabbe had been impersonated by him and Ron. Draco detected Harry's unease, sensing that the savior was concealing something from him. "Are you going to tell me or not?" Harry attempted to resist, stammering but refusing to divulge. Perceiving Harry's reluctance, Draco regarded him with a familiar mocking glint in his eyes. "If you refuse to speak, I shall seek out my godfather to change dormitories. And you can forget about receiving any kindness from me." "Gah!" Harry gasped, clutching his chest. "Little dragon, you have such a cruel heart. Will you tell me or not?" Draco remained unfazed, sensing that this was certainly not a good sign. All right. Harry relented, prophetically draping an arm around Draco's shoulder. "In my past life, Ron and I used Polyjuice Potion to transform into Goyle and Crabbe to find you. We thought you might know who the heir of Slytherin was. However, I am truly delighted that you believed I was not the heir of Slytherin. Curse it, you vile troll. I will not let this go." Draco, infuriated, attempted to wriggle free from Harry's embrace but was tightly held in place by Harry, who had anticipated this reaction. Chapter 75, The Past. "Little dragon," Harry exclaimed, using his wit to restrain Draco from escaping his grasp. "It was a special circumstance back then. We didn't want to do it. That Polyjuice Potion tasted dreadful." Draco was uninterested in excuses. "You treated me this way, and you harmed Goyle and Crabbe." Harry immediately apologized. My fault. I am truly sorry. Please forgive me for berating myself in my quest for your trust." "Ah, I remember now." Draco ceased his struggles, gazing at Harry. "You did that, so? The savior possesses such cunning. Oh, Draco, my little dragon, spare me. I assure you, there will be no next time." Harry almost clung to Draco, his expression pleading as he looked up at the cold-hearted man, attempting to soften his demeanor. Draco's eyes twinkled with a newfound idea. "Then you shall compensate me, and I shall forgive you. And for Goyle and Crabbe, you must make amends as well." "No problem. I shall grant you whatever you desire. Once back in the dormitory, Draco finished his shower first, sending Harry off to the washroom. Afterward, Draco opened the black diary. During this period, he had grown accustomed to conversing with Tom before bed. Tom's knowledge was extensive, and he had provided considerable assistance regarding potion modifications, which was quite rare. After discussing the recent research results with Tom, Draco suddenly pondered, Tom, when were you trapped in this diary? What brought this question on? Let me think. Approximately 50 years ago. Such a distant time. 50 years ago. Do you know about the Chamber of Secrets? Were you at Hogwarts then? My father mentioned that the chamber was opened 50 years ago. Ah, I know. Can you tell me about it? I wish to know the details. I cannot, but I can take you to see. Let me bring you back to 50 years ago. Draco's eyes widened, his gaze fixated on the written words. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from the diary, causing Draco to instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in a grayish-white corridor. Draco pressed against the wall, cautiously advancing while occasionally glancing around to ensure he was not observed. Being pulled into this situation so abruptly and without his wand, he had to tread carefully. He moved forward slowly, striving to minimize his presence, until he ascended a staircase and spotted his first person, an individual with black hair and eyes. Draco instantly pressed himself against the wall, hiding in the shadows. Fortunately, the figure did not notice him. He peered at the shadowy figure, wondering if it could be Tom. Just then, sounds echoed from the upper staircase. A group of St. Mungo's doctors descended, bearing a stretcher draped in white cloth, unmistakably revealing that the individual had already passed away. The figure resembling Tom's gaze followed the stretcher intently. Draco also noticed the hand protruding from the stretcher, a plump, fair hand with a small mole at the fingertip. Have I seen this mole somewhere before? A fleeting thought crossed Draco's mind, but before he could grasp it, a voice interrupted. Riddle. Draco and the black-haired youth turned simultaneously to face the speaker. Dumbledore? Draco murmured. The figure on the staircase appeared to be Dumbledore from 50 years ago, lacking the white hair and beard he now possessed. After realizing they could not see him, Draco boldly stepped closer, taking 2 steps forward. Come here, Dumbledore beckoned to Tom. Tom hesitantly called out, Professor Dumbledore, yet he proceeded forward. Draco followed suit. Wandering about at this hour is not advisable, Tom. Apologies, Professor. I merely wished to see if the rumors held any truth. Tom appeared to respond obediently. Yet he unconsciously raised an eyebrow during his reply, seemingly provoking the individual before him. Dumbledore regarded him with seriousness. I believe so, Tom. It is true. Tom's eyes widened slightly, adopting an innocent demeanor. So, is the school really going to close? I will be homeless. His voice quivered, apprehensive that they might genuinely close Hogwarts. Professor? Dumbledore sighed. I understand your feelings, Tom. However, I fear that Professor Dippet has no other choice. Tom fixed his gaze upon him. If this matter could reach a resolution, if the true culprit could be apprehended. Dumbledore's expression shifted. He subtly leaned back, regarding Tom with a gaze laden with complexity. Draco discerned that it was one of distrust, suspicion, and trepidation. Draco turned to Tom. What have you done? Who exactly are you? Dumbledore spoke, his voice slow yet imbued with profound doubt. Do you have something to disclose to me? One eyebrow of Tom's arched high, while the other furrowed low, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turning downward. Draco immediately recognized it as a provocative expression, one he frequently directed at the boy who lived. Ah, to provoke Dumbledore, truly a Slytherin move. Draco felt a surge of excitement. Tom responded to Dumbledore's inquiry with that very expression. No, nothing to say, Professor, while winking. A lie, Draco concluded. Dumbledore evidently shared this sentiment. He slightly lowered his head. Yet his brows rose high, his eyes wide open with skepticism. Tom met his gaze unflinchingly until, at last, Dumbledore withdrew his eyes. Very well, you may go. Even as a prefect, do not linger too late within the castle. Good night, Professor. Tom bowed his head, brushing past Dumbledore. Draco followed Tom, eager to witness what would transpire next. Tom moved swiftly, with Draco nearly having to jog to keep pace. Along the way, Tom glanced around, as if searching for something. Following Tom downwards, they arrived at a door. Tom drew his wand, turned back to check for anyone trailing him, and upon confirming solitude, he flung the door open. Inside, a colossal figure was murmuring something incoherent, and if one listened closely, they could hear, I'll let you out. Good evening, Hagrid. Tom's entrance interrupted the figure, causing the lid of the box in his hands to slam down with a thunderous noise. Hagrid? Draco exclaimed, astonished to see the half-giant. Realizing he was indeed from this era, Tom stepped into the room, feigning reluctance. I am afraid I must report you, Hagrid. I know you did not intend for your pet to kill, but... Hagrid shielded the box. No, you cannot do this, you do not understand. He grew agitated, and Tom advanced his wand slightly, attempting to calm him. The parents of that deceased girl will arrive tomorrow. The school should at least eliminate the creature that caused their daughter's demise, rather than allowing the perpetrator to live freely. It wasn't him, Hagrid insisted vehemently. Aragog has never harmed anyone. Never. Meanwhile, Draco stood frozen, the word girl echoing ominously in his mind as an answer he dared not confront. On the other side, Tom furrowed his brow, a look of pity upon his face. Monsters are ill-suited as pets. Hagrid, step aside. He took a step forward. Hagrid resolutely blocked the box, shouting, "No. Step aside, Hagrid. No. The box must be opened." Tom, unwilling to prolong the conflict, directed his wand towards the box, casting a spell that flew forth. The box sprang open, revealing a spider larger than a human head emerging from within. At the sight of the spider, Draco felt every hair on his body stand on end, his scalp prickling with dread. In his mind, he silently screamed, "Hagrid, what else have you been keeping?" "Scatter, spider." Tom's spell struck the arachnid, resulting in a loud explosion as it vanished from sight. "Aragog, Aragog," Hagrid cried out, attempting to chase after it, but was halted by Tom's wand. Tom pointed his wand at Hagrid, adopting a righteous demeanor. "I cannot allow you to leave. They will confiscate your wand, Hagrid. You will be expelled." The surrounding scene rapidly receded. Draco, Draco. A moment of disorientation, and before him was Harry's concerned face. "Draco, are you all right?" Draco stared at him blankly for a moment, then finally replied, "I'm fine, just contemplating something." Harry's worry lingered in his eyes, but seeing Draco's reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. He turned to retrieve a cup of warm milk from the small table. "I had Dobby bring you a cup of milk. Drink it warm and rest early." Watching Harry's retreating figure, Draco instinctively concealed the diary within the stack of books. When Harry looked back at him, Draco had already donned a gentle smile, saying, "All right." Chapter 76, The Second Person. Today, Harry was unusually absent from the common room, spending time with Ron and others as guests at Hagrid's. Meanwhile, Draco was still torn over whether to visit Hagrid concerning the memories he had unearthed, ultimately deciding against it. Seizing the opportunity of Harry's absence, Draco retrieved his notebook to write and sketch. This had become a habit since his rebirth, often noting the differences before and after, the developments and outcomes of events. Thus, he diligently recorded this memory as well. According to Tom's recollections, the culprit 50 years ago was Hagrid and the eight-eyed giant spider, Aragog. However, if it were Aragog, then the rumors surrounding the Chamber of Secrets would be unreliable. The existence of the chamber remains uncertain, but the monster within cannot be Aragog. The only constant, albeit altered, across 50 years is Tom. Hagrid continued to operate within Hogwarts after his expulsion, and there had not been any reports of murders in the chamber throughout these years. As for Tom, 50 years prior he was at Hogwarts, disappeared, and 50 years later he returned, coinciding with the opening of the chamber. Tom is untrustworthy, yet he must know the truth. He might even be the murderer. Upon reaching this point, Draco's hand abruptly stilled, the ink pooling at the tip of his quill, forming a round droplet that slowly seeped downward, expanding. After a moment, Draco resumed his writing. The deceased girl, 50 years ago, bore a distinctive mark on her fingertip. Where had he seen it before? Where? Moaning Myrtle. Draco abruptly snapped the notebook shut, realization dawning upon him. That was Myrtle's hand. In 6th year, this very hand had sought to wipe away his tears countless times. 50 years ago, the victim was Moaning Myrtle. Draco felt an overwhelming urge to leave immediately, to find Myrtle in her bathroom. But just as he was about to step out, darkness suddenly enveloped him, as if struck by an unseen force to his temple, and in the next moment, he lost consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself sprawled on the floor of his dormitory, surrounded by impenetrable darkness. It was evidently night. The only sounds in the room were the crackling of the fire in the hearth and the rhythm of his own breathing. The fellow known as Harry Potter has yet to return, leaving us in a state of uncertainty regarding his whereabouts. Draco, burdened by fatigue, flopped onto the soft sofa, massaging his temples in a futile attempt to alleviate the excruciating headache that plagued him. Colin Creevey had been petrified. This occurred on an ordinary Sunday evening when everyone was preoccupied with homework and merriment, rendering his absence unnoticed. It was not until the Weasley twins, on their customary nocturnal escapade, stumbled upon him in a secluded corridor that the gravity of the situation became apparent. He lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his camera, his face a mask of terror. Faced with such a dire incident, the twins ceased their usual mischief, and with the aid of the Marauder's map, they hastened to locate Professor McGonagall. Interrupting her intent to reprimand them, they hurriedly relayed the events. "Professor, we just discovered Colin near the cellar. Poor Colin lies on the ground, still clutching his beloved camera. Alas, he has been petrified and cannot capture any more photographs." Upon hearing the term petrified, a flicker of alarm crossed McGonagall's typically impassive visage. She fixed her gaze upon George and Fred. Gentleman Weasley, could you lead me to the location where Mr. Creevey has been petrified? Of course, we would be delighted to assist. Anticipating McGonagall's request for guidance, they made a mental note of the route as they proceeded. With their remarkable memory, they swiftly reached the spot where Colin lay. Upon witnessing the truly petrified Colin, McGonagall's expression turned grave. She addressed Fred and George. Due to your timely assistance, I shall forego punishment this time. However, should I catch you on another nocturnal adventure, I urge you to return promptly, for the castle is not entirely safe. Fred and George, initially eager to linger and observe the commotion, wilted under McGonagall's stern demeanor. We shall take our leave at once. Farewell, Professor McGonagall. With that, they dashed away. McGonagall sighed, shaking her head, her gaze lingering on Colin with palpable concern. She summoned her patroness to convey a message to Dumbledore. With a gentle tap of her wand, Colin levitated into the air, and with a flick, he obediently followed her into the hospital wing. At the entrance of the hospital wing, McGonagall encountered a hurried Dumbledore, who was accompanied by a shadowy figure reminiscent of Professor Grindelwald. McGonagall nodded in acknowledgement and guided Colin into the hospital wing ahead of her. Madame Pomfrey, busy tidying up, gasped upon seeing McGonagall and the floating Colin. Merlin S. Beard, what has happened to Mr. Creevey? Oh, place him here, she directed, indicating a freshly made bed. McGonagall settled Colin upon the bed, stating, another attack has occurred. Dumbledore, who had entered behind her, explained to Madame Pomfrey, I fear Mr. Creevey, much like Mrs. Loris, has been petrified. At this moment, McGonagall gestured toward the camera Colin had been clutching. Look, perhaps he captured a photograph of the assailant. Dumbledore gently retrieved the camera, flipping it to the compartment containing the film. As he fumbled with it, he opened the box, which, upon being unlatched, emitted a loud bang, accompanied by a burst of sparks and smoke that incinerated the film within. The other individuals present, save for Grindelwald, were startled. McGonagall turned to Dumbledore, her expression laden with inquiry. What does this signify, Albus? Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Grindelwald. It signifies that our students are in grave peril. McGonagall, her brow furrowed with worry, looked at them. How should I communicate this to the faculty? Dumbledore interrupted her. To be frank, Minerva, inform them that Hogwarts is no longer a sanctuary. As we have feared, the Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened once more. Outside, the two red-haired boys, having returned from their escapades, exchanged astonished glances as they clutched a long, ear-like object. Stealthily, they distanced themselves from the hospital wing before exclaiming, Merlin's lace undergarments. Did you hear that, George? I believe I did, Fred. The Chamber of Secrets is indeed real, and it has been opened before. In a moment of shared excitement, they embraced and sprinted towards Gryffindor Tower, exclaiming, Oh, a thrilling new tale awaits. Chapter 77, The Story. Fred and George, like a gust of wind, raced back to the Gryffindor common room, colliding at the entrance with a trio stealthily returning from outside the castle. Hello, Harry. What brings you here at such a late hour? It's past curfew. Beware lest we summon Filch, one of them warned. Harry chuckled sheepishly. Oh, I'm doomed. Professor Snape will have my head. Laughter erupted among them, clearly amused by the thought. Seriously, why are you still in Gryffindor at this hour? Fred draped an arm around Harry's shoulder with feigned astonishment. Shouldn't you be attending to the young master? Meanwhile, George slumped onto Ron, nearly bending him over, mumbling complaints. Harry, with a sweet smile, replied, he has been preparing for a new topic with Snape and wanted a break today. Hermione, standing nearby, spoke the password, Godric's Hollow, to the fat lady, who swung the door open. Hermione, positioned at the entrance, announced to the boys. Harry has a rare opportunity to discuss the Chamber of Secrets with us today. We plan to enjoy some hot cocoa in the common room while we chat. Upon hearing Chamber of Secrets, Fred and George's eyes sparkled with excitement as they recalled their initial hurried return. Speaking of the chamber, George said, clasping his twin brother, we have heard some intriguing tales about it. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. You? Don't tell me you've concocted another story to fool us. Fred patted Ron's shoulder reassuringly. Absolutely true. Completely thrilling, George chimed in. We were just about to share it with everyone. Come along, you must join us. With that, they each grabbed an arm and beckoned Hermione to enter the Gryffindor common room. The fat lady, finally closing the door, sighed while shaking her goblet. Youth these days. The twins burst into the common room, making a ruckus to seize the attention of the entire Gryffindor house. Standing at the center, they called out, who wishes to hear the tale of the Chamber of Secrets? As more and more gathered around, Harry and his friends blended into the throng, observing the commotion. Ron, with a disgruntled expression, muttered, Merlin knows what tales they will spin to frighten us this time, and look how they're making a spectacle of it. Just wait. Percy is bound to emerge any moment to reprimand them. Harry remained noncommittal. Sure enough, not long passed before Percy appeared at the staircase. his face stern as he regarded the rambunctious duo. "Fred, George, get down from that table at once," he shouted. George responded with a cheeky grin. "Oh, come on, Percy. Don't you want to hear the story of the chamber?" "George has a point, Percy," Fred added. "You should lighten up. Don't take your prefect duties too seriously." Percy, his face flushed, had not yet found the opportunity to retort when some eager Gryffindors could no longer contain themselves. "George, Fred, do tell us what you've discovered. Don't keep us in suspense," they clamored in unison. "Indeed, do share." The twins synchronously made a gesture of pressing their palms down, which quieted the raucous crowd. With the anticipation palpable, they commenced their tale. Each taking turns, they vividly recounted the events they had overheard by the entrance of the infirmary. The little lions responded enthusiastically, and even Percy was swept up in the moment. When they recounted their nocturnal escapade and their encounter with the petrified Colin, an audible gasp rippled through the group. Then came their courageous decision to confess and accompany Professor McGonagall to find Colin, prompting a chorus of admiration for their bravery. They described their stealthy eavesdropping in the infirmary, where they learned that Colin's camera might have captured the assailant, followed by the crushing disappointment of hope extinguished. Finally, Fred imitated Dumbledore's deep, gravelly voice as he proclaimed, "Hogwarts is no longer safe." The little lions inevitably succumbed to panic, fervently discussing the Chamber of Secrets and the petrified Colin Creevey. With the awareness that Colin was a Muggle-born, those from similar backgrounds began to fret for their own safety. Percy quickly stepped in to restore order. "Silence. No more discussions on this matter. Boys and girls, return to your respective dormitories. Those who do not comply will face detention. I shall speak to Professor McGonagall." George and Fred groaned, but obediently followed him. The rest of the students complied, leaving the trio solemnly seated on the couch in the common room. Hermione cast a worried glance at Harry. "Harry, this is the second incident." In frustration, Harry tugged at his hair, lamenting, "Oh no. I should have realized something would happen ever since Hagrid's rooster was killed." Hermione and Ron placed reassuring hands on his shoulder, offering silent comfort. After a moment of silence, Harry began to regain his composure. He placed his hands atop those of his friends and smiled at them. "I'm fine." Ron, relieved to see him recovering, suggested, "Now, let us ponder what the creature in the chamber might be." Hermione regarded Ron with a sense of satisfaction, as if witnessing the gears in his mind finally turning. She moved to a nearby bookshelf, rummaging through it until she produced a blank notebook and a quill. Flipping to the first page, she dipped the quill in ink. "All right, let us summarize the information." The two boys, caught off guard by her sudden organization, exchanged glances and replied, Okay." After a flurry of exchanges, Hermione looked down at the notebook with satisfaction. The Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago, resulting in one death. Spiders fear the monster, and the monster fears roosters. It can petrify or kill, but the method remains unknown. Its appearance is also unknown. The three of them frowned as they huddled around the notebook, studying its contents. "Oh, this is hopeless," Ron declared, giving up first as he covered his eyes and flopped back onto the sofa. Hermione closed the notebook, saying, "There are still too few clues." With a flick of her wand, she uttered, "Time reveal." Upon seeing the late hour, both Hermione and Harry gasped in unison, "Merlin's high heels." "Harry, we're doomed." A bewildered Ron lifted his head from the sofa, asking, "What do you mean, doomed?" Harry, already on his feet, exclaimed, "It's too late. Draco is definitely going to be angry. I'll see you all tomorrow." With that, he dashed out of Gryffindor Tower. Ron looked at Hermione in confusion, who shook her head and pulled him up from the sofa. "Come on, Ronald. You seem far too tired to think straight." Ron nodded obediently, bidding Hermione good night as he climbed the stairs back to the boys' dormitory. Hermione watched his retreating figure, softly wishing him good night. Meanwhile, Harry, before leaving the Gryffindor dormitory, donned his invisibility cloak. The fat lady's portrait swung open and closed, and the moment the stone door sealed behind him, a figure darted out from around the corner. It was Filch. A little wizard out after hours. Where are you?" Harry carefully dodged Filch's flailing arms, stifling a laugh. "I knew you'd be lurking around the Gryffindor dormitory. Let us keep you guessing." Cloaked in invisibility, Harry successfully slipped back into Slytherin. Upon entering the dormitory, he found it shrouded in darkness, save for the fireplace diligently providing warmth and light. It seemed Draco had already retired for the night, Harry mused. He tiptoed back to his bed and removed the cloak. Blimey! Harry jumped, for Draco was propped up on his bed, gazing at him. The moonlight streaming in from the black lake casting a soft glow upon him. "Merlin, Draco, you nearly scared me to death." Draco raised an eyebrow, then flopped back onto his bed. "What took you so long? What were you up to?" As Harry washed up, he mumbled a vague response. We went to Hagrid's to chat. He is still worried about his other chickens dying. Fred and George encountered the petrified Colin. Another victim has emerged." Harry emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, drying his hair. Draco lay there, watching him. So it sounds like you had quite an eventful day, oh savior. Harry tossed the towel aside and leaped onto Draco's bed, wrapping his arms around him through the covers. Oh, sweetheart, spare me. This is too strange. Draco chuckled. You've heard so much about it in your past life. Why are you still unaccustomed to it, you saint? Harry buried his face in the crook of Draco's neck. Right now, I just want to be your savior. Draco rolled his eyes. Oh, please. You're just a worrywart. How could you possibly resist trying to save them, those who have perished? But I do appreciate that about you. If only you could care for yourself a bit more. Harry kissed his earlobe, causing Draco to shiver slightly. I promise. Chapter 78. The dueling club Gryffindors were notoriously unable to keep secrets, so by the end of the next day's classes, the news of Colin's petrification had spread throughout Hogwarts. Everyone knew Colin would not be the last victim. The Muggleborns were deeply concerned, fearing they might be next. The atmosphere at Hogwarts grew increasingly tense. At this juncture, Lockhart posted a notice at the entrance to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. It read, the discussions regarding the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts have intensified. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the 3rd Class Merlin Award, have sensed your concerns. Therefore, I have formally requested Professor Dumbledore to reinstate the dueling club. Our first duel following the Club South revival will take place on the last day of this month at 5 o'clock in the dungeon next to the Great Hall, featuring a duel between myself and Professor Snape. As for why Lockhart chose this moment for such a grand announcement, it was largely thanks to our dear Miss Granger. Upon hearing of Colin's petrification, Hermione realized the time had come. After one defense against the dark arts class, she clutched the History of Hogwarts book she had retrieved from the library and knocked on Lockhart's office door. Professor, I have something to discuss with you. May I come in? Hermione said, knocking on the door. Lockhart flung open the door with a flourish, leaning against the doorframe in a striking pose. Ah, my esteemed assistant. Miss Granger, what brings you here? The reason Hermione had become Lockhart's chief assistant was rather amusing. Lockhart had initially sought an opportunity to confine Harry, intending for him to pen fan letters on his behalf. However, Draco's silver-tongued retort thwarted his plans, and with Snape's timely intervention, both boys were whisked away, leaving Lockhart's ambitions unfulfilled. Upon hearing of this incident, Hermione subtly hinted at her willingness to take on the task, while feigning an inquiry about one of Lockhart's books. Moreover, following the events at the Black Lake, Hermione had been the first to support him, excelling academically and exhibiting profound admiration for him, making her the natural choice in Lockhart's eyes. Hearing the title of chief assistant made Hermione inwardly cringe, yet her outward demeanor remained obediently attentive as she gazed at Lockhart. Professor, are you aware of the rumors circulating at Hogwarts regarding the Chamber of Secrets? Lockhart stiffened momentarily. Indeed, Professor McGonagall and all of us have discussed it. I shall use my considerable talents to protect you. Hermione looked at him with trust. Professor, you know that some of the boys in school still fail to appreciate your charm. I recently read about the dueling club. If you could revive it and demonstrate your prowess, they would undoubtedly come to admire you. Lockhart's eyes sparkled with interest as he stepped aside, inviting her in. Miss Granger, do come in. I am quite intrigued by your mention of the dueling club. Hermione offered an enigmatic smile, clutching her book as she entered his office. Perhaps having overheard her earlier remarks, the portraits in Lockhart's office pretended to observe her with exaggerated curiosity. Hermione found it difficult to acclimate to the multitude of Lockhart's faces staring back at her. Seated behind his desk, Lockhart flashed a sweet smile toward Hermione. My finest student. Perhaps you could elaborate further on this dueling club? Hermione nodded, sharing everything she had learned, occasionally adding, if anyone could revive the dueling club, Gryffindor would surely revere that individual. Lockhart's eyes gleamed brighter with each word, envisioning the moment he would triumph over a professor in front of everyone, thus garnering a legion of admirers. Snape, with his pallid complexion and frail physique, seemed the perfect opponent. As he was a potions master and unlikely to engage in a brawl, resolute in his decision, Lockhart turned to Hermione. That is an excellent suggestion. I shall approach Headmaster Dumbledore with this proposal. However, I am not concerned with such trifles as fame. This is solely to ensure your protection. Hermione nodded in understanding. Fast forward to the present day. Not only did Lockhart post notices, but he also announced the revival of the dueling club during his classes. Naturally, whenever he broached the subject, he would regale his students with tales of the extraordinary spells he used to vanquish dark wizards during his previous adventures. His boastfulness caught the attention of Fred and George, who seized the opportunity to create a betting pool during mealtimes. The stakes were set for the dueling club's inaugural showdown, Snape versus Lockhart, who would emerge as the first victor after its revival. Students rushed to place their bets on their favored professor. The betting frenzy quickly swept through Hogwarts, with many students wagering on their head of house. Draco and Harry each placed 10 galleons on Snape. Ron, after some deliberation, opted to follow his brother's lead and bet on Severus, as he held disdain for both competitors. Conversely, the majority of students from other houses, especially the girls, including Hermione, placed their bets on Lockhart. After all, Lockhart's tales were sufficiently captivating. And only Harry and his friends had first-hand experience of the events at the Black Lake, leaving other students unaware of Lockhart's true abilities. Additionally, Severus was not particularly well-liked at school, and the boys betting on Lockhart were motivated by a desire to see the Dark Bat receive his comeuppance. At long last, the day of the Dueling Club's revival arrived, much to everyone's anticipation. From 4 o'clock onward, students from various houses began to gather in the Dueling Club. A long table adorned with a violet-blue cloth embroidered with stars and moons occupied the center of the room, harmonizing with the surrounding curtains. The young wizards discerned that this table would serve as the battleground for their future duels. Although unsure of how dueling would transpire upon the table, they crowded around, engaging in animated conversations. The murmur of hundreds of young witches and wizards amplified beneath the arched ceiling, creating a buzzing atmosphere. It was said that Hogwarts had once hosted a dueling club a century ago, but it was disbanded due to the severity of injuries sustained by students during brawls. A blonde Ravenclaw girl, clutching a copy of Ghosts of the Past, earnestly shared this information with her companions. Her friends nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, I see. Let us hope Professor Lockhart remains unharmed." The blonde girl, Lynn, tightened her grip on the book. "I believe Professor Lockhart will gracefully defeat Professor Snape. He is so handsome and charming." The nearby Gryffindor teased her. "You're still clutching his book." Lynn gazed longingly at the volume in her hands. "I want an autograph. I wish to embark on adventures like him." Behind them, Harry and Draco's group passed by. Pansy shook her head and leaned closer to Hermione. "Another one taken in by his charm." Hermione nodded. "He certainly disguises himself well. I was fooled at first too, but thankfully Draco clarified things for me." At this point, Pansy pondered aloud. "How do you think Draco figured it out?" Hermione followed her gaze towards Draco. Draco mentioned that an adventurer funded by the Malfoy family returned from Tibet with no recollection of his exploits, despite sending weekly letters assuring them that he was using the funds wisely. Soon after, Lockhart published his new book, Adventures with the Yeti, which aligned perfectly with the adventurer's letters. Draco grew suspicious and requested his father to investigate. Pansy nodded appreciatively. "Little Draco is quite clever." Ron interjected into their conversation. "Hey, stop chatting. It's nearly 5. Let us head to the front. Vincent and Gregory have saved us good spots." Chapter 79. The Dueling Club 02. Harry and his friends arrived just in time, as Lockhart made his grand entrance shortly thereafter, adorned in extravagant attire. Today, he donned a knight's ensemble, complete with a flowing cloak of violet blue that complemented the Dueling Club's decor. He leapt onto the table, and a spotlight suddenly illuminated him, making his golden hair gleam even more strikingly. Lockhart gestured enthusiastically to the throngs of young wizards, calling out for them to gather closely around the table. The previously scattered crowd drew nearer, buzzing with excitement. "Can you see me? Can you hear me?" Lockhart surveyed the assembly of young wizards with a radiant smile. He traversed to the far end of the long table, a sight to behold. Turning to face the eager students, he continued. "In light of the recent spate of harrowing events, I took the liberty of proposing to Professor Dumbledore the revival of the Dueling Club, a request he graciously granted. We shall utilize this club to thoroughly train you. Perhaps one day you might find it useful for self-defense, much like I have in my numerous escapades." He concluded with a promotional nod to his own book. Pansy rolled her eyes in exasperation. Merlin, could he not just cease his incessant chatter? As if summoned by her thoughts, Lockhart had already shed his cloak, tossing it aside. The garment landed in the hands of a young Ravenclaw named Lynn, who appeared on the verge of fainting with delight. Nearby, a young badger approached Harry, remarking, "That Lockhart is quite the character, isn't he? P.S. remarkably brave." Harry looked at him, recognizing a somewhat familiar face, though he couldn't quite place it. As he pondered, the badger extended his hand. Justin Finch-Fletchley, Hufflepuff. Upon hearing the name, Harry mentally lamented, "Oh dear, it's him." In his previous life, he had solidified his status as the heir of Slytherin through this very individual. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile and shook his hand. Harry Potter, Slytherin. Draco, standing nearby, discreetly glanced at their clasped hands but refrained from further comment. Justin, brimming with excitement, tightened his grip and proclaimed, "I know who you are, we all do. Even us Muggleborns recognize you. Harry Potter, the illustrious savior of the wizarding world." Harry chuckled as he withdrew his hand. "Oh Merlin, please, let us not dwell on that title. They all say I'm a Slytherin now, unworthy of being a savior." Just as Justin was about to respond, Lockhart interrupted him, his voice booming across the Dueling Club. "Allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape." He gestured towards the dim corner of the long table. There, amidst the anticipation, Severus wore an expression of discontent as he strode towards the table. The Slytherin students erupted in cheers, rallying for their head of house in their own enthusiastic manner. Professor Snape has graciously agreed to assist me with a brief demonstration. Fear not, I will return your potions master to you unharmed. Lockhart continued to extol his abilities, while Severus approached him with measured steps. Today, Severus had opted for a more agile ensemble instead of his customary heavy robes, the fitted design accentuating his slender waist, the flowing hem swirling about him as he moved, presenting a rare image of elegance. Draco, witnessing his godfather's unusual attire, couldn't help but exclaim, "Professor, you look splendid." Lockhart misconstrued the compliment, beaming as he approached Snape, feigning modesty. "No need to cheer for me. I am well aware of my dashing looks." Severus, however, discerned Draco's comment and shot him a withering glare. Draco chuckled awkwardly and retreated behind Harry. Lockhart continued to stride forward, extracting his wand from his left pocket. The two opponents took their positions, Severus' demeanor grave as he regarded Lockhart. They exchanged formal bows in accordance with dueling etiquette before turning to walk in opposite directions. After 5 paces, they spun around simultaneously, Lockhart counting 1, 2, 3. No sooner had he uttered the last number than Severus struck him with a disarming charm, sending him sprawling. The room erupted in laughter, save for Lockhart's concerned admirers. Lynn, representing the worried fans, leaned forward anxiously. "Is he all right?" The others, less fond of Lockhart, merely relished the spectacle. Struggling to rise, Lockhart endeavored to salvage his dignity as he made his way back to the center of the table. "Let them witness my prowess, indeed, Professor Snape. However, I must candidly express, your intentions are rather transparent and easily discernible. To thwart you is but a trivial task." Severus remained unperturbed by the taunt, lifting his chin slightly, his gaze towards Lockhart dripping with disdain, as if he regarded the words as inconsequential. Severus surveyed Lockhart with an inscrutable expression before stating, "Perhaps it would be prudent to first instruct the students on how to defend against unfriendly spells, Professor." Lockhart's gaze flickered from Severus to the ground, then back, finally avoiding Severus's piercing eyes as he replied, "What an excellent suggestion, Professor Snape." He turned away, nodding animatedly. Severus let out a faint, sardonic chuckle. Draco noted it as a clear sign of contempt. Lockhart continued, "How about we find a pair of volunteers? Potter, Zabanai. What say you?" Harry felt exasperated. Why was he being summoned to duel when he hadn't even helped write a letter this time? Severus interjected. "Zabanai's magic may be better suited for presenting Potter with a bouquet of roses. Moreover, having 2 from our house seems rather dull. Perhaps a different house, Gryffindor, perhaps?" As he spoke, Severus spread his hands, as if merely offering a sincere suggestion. Lockhart remained noncommittal. "Then how about Weasley? Weasley's wand could wreak havoc even with the simplest spells. He might just shove Potter into a matchbox and send him to the hospital wing," Severus quipped. "Finnegan, how about you?" Then, Potter and Finnegan, you two step forward. Harry had a foreboding sense of what was to transpire, yet he resolved not to alter the course ahead. He needed to lower Voldemort's guard. Severus turned, directing his wand at Harry, who understood and climbed onto the long table. Ron muttered under his breath, "My wand wouldn't send Harry to the hospital wing." Hermione patted his shoulder, "But it cannot be denied that your wand is indeed broken." The ensuing duel unfolded as Harry and Draco had anticipated. They did not merely disarm one another as Lockhart suggested, but instead unleashed spells they were familiar with. Therefore, when Seamus invoked an unknown spell to summon a serpent, gasps erupted from the onlookers, save for the 2 duelists. Severus stepped forward, ready to intervene and remove the snake. But Lockhart seized the opportunity to showcase his prowess. He strode forward and cast, Ascend into the ether. The serpent was lifted skyward by the spell, twisting momentarily before crashing down heavily. This incited the serpent's fury, redirecting its aggression from Harry to the other students. It reared up, hissing at those nearby, slithering menacingly towards Justin, poised to strike. Harry stepped forward, attempting to communicate with it in Parseltongue, hoping to dissuade it from attacking. Severus' expression grew serious upon hearing Harry's serpentine speech. Upon witnessing the serpent divert its attention from Justin to Harry, he brandished his wand, causing the serpent to vanish into a wisp of black smoke. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, their gazes fixed upon Harry, with Justin vocally questioning, "What on earth are you doing?" Harry surveyed the room, noting the whispers and furtive glances exchanged among the wizards. Draco ascended the long table, pulling Harry away from the scene of turmoil. Others closely followed in their wake. Chapter 80, The Rumors of Parseltongue. "Harry, why didn't you tell us you were a Parselmouth?" exclaimed one of them as they hastily exited the dueling club, finally reaching a deserted corridor where Ron could no longer contain himself. The others wore serious expressions, particularly Theodore, Vincent, and Gregory. Their countenance had shifted the moment they learned of Harry's ability to converse with serpents. I don't know. I've been able to talk to snakes for as long as I can remember. I thought all wizards could do this. Surely. I'm not the only one who can speak with snakes here, Harry replied, half-jokingly. Theodore's expression was inscrutable, his blue eyes now akin to an unfathomable ocean. Indeed. You are not alone, but it is not a common gift. Aside from you, the only other Parselmouth in recent decades is that individual. At the mention of that person, Theodore instinctively paused before continuing. Everyone was acutely aware of the implications, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. After an extended moment, Hermione finally spoke. Harry, this isn't a mere talent. It's quite troubling. Harry, dutifully feigning innocence, protested. What is so bad about it? I was merely instructing the serpent not to attack Justin, the Hufflepuff beside me. Blaise raised an eyebrow. Wow, so you were telling the snake to stop. That's rather unexpected. You all were present. You heard it, didn't you? Pansy had already maneuvered Draco behind her. What we heard was you speaking Parcel tongue. That's sinister language. As her voice heightened, Draco and Hermione each placed a hand on her shoulder in a futile attempt to soothe her. But I wasn't aware I was speaking Parcel tongue. If I had used another language, how could I possibly have known? Harry added internally, just kidding, it was intentional. Yet seeing Draco separated from several Slytherins made him feel slightly uneasy. Theodore stepped forward, locking eyes with him. Perhaps it's due to an innate ability? A natural Parselmouth may not be aware of their peculiarities. Ron interjected, squeezing between the two. Hey, calm down, guys, let us not overreact. Harry being a Parselmouth doesn't mean anything sinister. We know Harry's character, right? The Slytherins fell silent, while Hermione, exasperated, patted Ron on the shoulder. Ron, our faith in Harry is irrelevant. Just now, Harry's tone sounded as if he was inciting that snake. The gathered crowd, unable to comprehend snake language, might assume that Harry was urging the serpent to attack Justin. Draco circumvented his protective friends to stand beside Harry, taking his hand. Listen, Harry. The symbol of Slytherin is a serpent for a reason. Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth. Hermione nodded in agreement, especially since you were a Slytherin student. Even if you weren't, they would still suspect you. Silence enveloped them. After a long pause, Harry spread his hands. Well, there's not much to be done about it. Let them say what they will. They've believed for some time that the heir resides within Slytherin. The atmosphere lightened momentarily as Pansy crossed her arms and complained, if it weren't for those upperclassmen causing trouble, we might still have something to discuss. Hermione chuckled at her. Dear Pansy, you should let it go. Even without those brutes, you Slytherins would still be under suspicion. The group bantered playfully as they made their way back to the dormitory. Draco walked beside Harry, glancing back to see Theodore lagging behind, his head bowed in contemplation. Draco, sensing something amiss, exchanged a knowing glance with Harry, slowing his pace until he matched Theodore's stride. Hey, Theo, what is on your mind? Draco noticed Theodore appeared oblivious to his presence, prompting him to gently remind. Theo? Theodore snapped back to reality. Oh, Draco, it's nothing. I was just thinking about today's assignments. Draco raised an eyebrow. Were you thinking about that individual? How could I? Why would I think about him? I've never even met that person. Theodore attempted to deflect, clearly reluctant to delve into the topic. Draco turned to face him, concern flickering in his eyes. Is your father still the same? Talking about that person, insisting you remember the Dark Lord's glory and pledge yourself to him? The tremor in Theodore's blue eyes was unmistakable. Their similar backgrounds allowed Draco to empathize with him, especially considering Theodore had also been coerced into becoming a Death Eater during the Wizarding War in a previous life. Naturally, he was among the few Slytherin students who perished in the conflict. My voice was hoarse, Theodore admitted, clearing his throat hurriedly. When I returned home for the summer, I spoke with my father about the savior being in Slytherin. I didn't mention that he has friends with us. You know how my father is. Draco nodded in understanding. He recalled Old Knot, that madman who had taken his wife's life and subsequently his child's. My father cannot accept this. He instructed me to keep an eye on Harry. Of course, I didn't do that. At this point, Theodore hurriedly clarified, not wanting Draco to misunderstand him. Draco placed a reassuring arm around his shoulders. I know. Our Theo is the one who cares most for his friends. You wouldn't betray your friends for your father. A faint smile appeared on Theodore's face, visibly relaxing him. I told him that Harry and I aren't really close friends. I only know how he behaves in class. Nothing more. Theodore continued. Then he sent me a howler, warning that the Dark Lord would return sooner or later and that I should seize the opportunity. He would ensure I had a place by the Dark Lord's side. Draco inhaled deeply, stifling the venomous words threatening to spill forth. So, he informed you about the Parcel tongue as well? Draco endeavored to keep his voice steady, not wishing for the 3 Gryffindors ahead to overhear. In his eyes, Harry was still a foolish lion, albeit one cloaked in serpent skin. Exactly, Theodore replied with a mocking chuckle. He considers it an honor. Isn't the Dark Lord always proclaiming himself as the heir of Slytherin? I know. The two fell into a contemplative silence, their shoulders occasionally brushing together, conveying unspoken solace. As expected, the events of that day spiraled into exaggerated rumors. Recently, in the study room, Harry often sensed the almost imperceptible scrutiny of gazes upon him. Whenever he turned to look, those eyes would dart away as if scalded. Hermione noticed these glances as well. Merlin, thank goodness Pansy and the others aren't here. Otherwise, these stares could ignite the wrath of the Queen of Slytherin. But Draco didn't seem fazed. Ron gestured toward Draco, who was diligently writing his paper beside Harry. Look, Hermione, Draco seems unfazed by it. As I am not as dramatic as Pansy, I do not possess a theatrical nature. Draco did not lift his head. Noticing Harry and his companions remaining unresponsive, the glances around them gradually morphed into hushed whispers. Harry, unable to tolerate the tension any longer, felt that this period had truly become bothersome. He gathered his books and bid farewell to his two friends from Gryffindor. We shall take our leave. The two nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, Draco also collected his belongings and followed Harry out. As the two departed, the others in the study room continued to track their movements with their gazes until they vanished from sight. In summary, I advise Justin to remain concealed within the dormitory. What I mean is, if Potter has made it his mission to eliminate him upon hearing the keyword Potter, Draco halted, cautiously peering around the corner where a few Hufflepuffs lingered near the door. Harry sensed the absence of his companion and paused to observe Draco, who was pressing against the wall by the door, straining to eavesdrop. Draco, please, there is nothing pleasant to overhear. Understanding the implications of what the Hufflepuffs might say, Harry attempted to pull Draco away. Draco frowned, shushing him. Be quiet. Let me listen to what they are saying. Harry, covering his face with his hands, was at a loss for words and could only crouch beside Draco, waiting for him to catch snippets of conversation long etched in his memory. Chapter 81, The Third Party. The Hufflepuffs by the door were unaware that someone was eavesdropping on their conversation, even the subject of their discussion. The boy who had first broached the topic, Evans, continued. If Potter is determined to eliminate him, then he should best lay low for a while. Hannah, seated opposite him, found it hard to comprehend. Having interacted with Harry during lessons, she did not perceive him as such a person. But why would he want to harm Justin? They have no conflict, do they? Well, Justin let it slip, Evans shrugged. He informed Potter of his Muggle heritage. Remember, he is the heir of Slytherin. He is bound to inherit Slytherin's ideology. Hannah seemed somewhat swayed, but she pressed on. Are you certain Potter is indeed the heir of Slytherin? Hannah, he is a Parselmouth. Everyone knows that is a mark of dark wizards. Have you ever heard of a righteous wizard who could converse with snakes? Salazar was a Parselmouth. As Evans spoke, his body unconsciously leaned forward, embodying a posture of attempting to instill his beliefs. But Harry is different from the other Slytherins. He is quite amicable, as you all know. Moreover, he was the one who vanquished the Dark Lord. Hannah still sought to defend her views, and Evans seemed to share a similar sentiment. Perhaps this is precisely why the Dark Lord initially sought to eliminate him. He would not want anyone usurping his position as the Dark Lord. Evans paused before continuing. Moreover, he has always been accompanied by a Malfoy, has he not? The connection between the Dark Lord and the Malfoys runs deep. Draco could no longer endure it. He seized Harry by the arm and strode away. Is this what they are saying about you? From heir of Slytherin to successor of the Dark Lord? Draco walked briskly. And Harry, catching a glimpse of Draco's flapping robes, nearly burst into laughter. So I advise you not to listen, Draco, Harry said, hastening to keep pace with him. They are speaking about you, Harry Potter. Draco, infuriated, halted and regarded Harry with exasperation. Harry placed a comforting hand on Draco's shoulder, guiding him forward. They have yet to utter anything about you that truly infuriates me. Do not forget, I am already an adult who has experienced such trials, Draco. Draco, yielding to Harry's gentle prodding, replied, I just feel it is unjust for them to speak of you in such a manner. Little dragon, you know it is not me. But they do not realize that. They do have a point, do they not? I have always maintained that a Potter could never be the heir of Slytherin, Draco muttered. Though he was nearly placated. Harry chuckled in agreement. Indeed, Little Dragon is right. A Malfoy being the heir of Slytherin could never be a Potter, could it? As they rounded a corner, the sudden sound of splashing water captured their attention. Draco glanced down, disdainfully lifting his robes, Merlin's floral shirt. Where did this water come from? Harry suddenly exclaimed, oh no. He urged Draco to quicken his pace, and sure enough, around the next corner, they encountered nearly headless Nick floating in the air and Justin sprawled on the ground. Merlin. Draco stood rooted in astonishment at the scene, while Harry maneuvered to inspect the situation before Nicholas. He crouched to observe Justin, confirming that he had indeed succumbed to the fate of petrification. Got you red-handed, Potter. And a Malfoy as well? A sinister voice echoed from behind them. Harry and Draco turned sharply to find Filch standing in a shadowy corner, observing them. His gaze swept over all present, including the ghost, before returning to Harry. Potter, this time you will surely be expelled. I assure you, I will see it through. He then turned to Draco. As for you, Mr. Malfoy, you are merely a witness. Draco glared at Filch's retreating figure. Wait. I am not. Filch did not pause for Draco's protest, inciting him to kick a puddle in frustration. That infernal squib is targeting you. At least we both know I will not be expelled, right? At that moment, Harry, still in a light-hearted mood, exchanged playful banter with Draco, who shot him an eye roll in response. Before long, Filch hurriedly returned with Professor McGonagall. The two greeted her dutifully. Yet McGonagall appeared frantic as she assessed the conditions of Justin and nearly headless Nick. Upon hearing their voices, McGonagall turned to them. A trace of panic evident on her face. Potter, Malfoy, I believe you need to accompany me. She led them swiftly to the headmaster's office. Upon reaching the door to the headmaster's chamber, McGonagall halted. Professor Dumbledore is awaiting you. She gestured for them to proceed on their own. As they stepped into the corridor, McGonagall addressed the stone gargoyle at the entrance, Lemon Drops. Upon entering the headmaster's office, they were greeted by Grindelwald and Dumbledore dining together. Unaware of Grindelwald's true identity, Draco discreetly tugged at Harry's sleeve. When Harry turned his attention to him, he whispered, "Why is Dumbledore having a meal with this assistant?" The seasoned Grindelwald, not having lost his hearing, diverted his attention slightly. "I am the beloved of your headmaster, Gellert." Seeing Draco's face pale with shock, as if he had lost all color, Harry hurriedly clarified, "He is Gellert Grindelwald. Not in the way you might think." Draco exhaled, "I knew it. I just frightened myself." The mischievous Grindelwald beamed with a triumphant smile, then received a sharp kick from Dumbledore. "Ah, Harry, how is it that you find yourself in such predicaments again?" Dumbledore summoned 2 chairs to his left, gesturing for them to take a seat. Harry pulled Draco down beside him and replied to Dumbledore's inquiry. "To be honest, Professor, I have been pondering this question since my first year." Dumbledore chuckled. "Oh, I suppose this must not have begun last year. Seeing you two reconciled brings me great relief." Draco coughed awkwardly, while Harry wore a foolish grin. Grindelwald regarded himself as a mere vase, diligently serving Dumbledore food. However, his conspicuous golden locks swayed, inevitably capturing the attention of a certain former seeker. As Harry discussed the basilisk with Dumbledore, Draco found himself unable to restrain his gaze from drifting toward Grindelwald. The latter, perceptive to this scrutiny, glanced at the mound of food he had piled high in Dumbledore's bowl, reluctantly retracting his hand and directing his gaze toward Draco. The moment their eyes met, Draco abruptly turned to Harry, feigning ignorance of his observation of Grindelwald. "Golden-haired boy, is something amiss?" Grindelwald, seated beside Dumbledore, felt his temper considerably improved. He found himself capable of conversing calmly with the child. Although merely a faux child, Albus would surely reward him for his transformation. The mere thought of it elevated Grindelwald's spirits. Sensing Grindelwald's pleasant mood, Draco mustered the courage to engage the illustrious dark wizard who had instigated the European Wizarding War. "I simply did not expect to encounter you here. Previously, I had only heard tales of your exploits." Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. It seems those tales are hardly flattering. He was acutely aware of the wizarding world's sentiments toward him. "In truth, not all is ill." Draco cleared his throat. "My great-great-grandfather had the fortune to witness your ideologies in Germany." Grindelwald remained non-committal. He was intrigued by Draco's situation but had no intention of elaborating. Prophecies had shifted, and altering the past demanded a corresponding sacrifice. Chapter 82, The Ballad of the Headmaster's Office. Harry and Dumbledore swiftly concluded their discussion regarding their encounter with Justin and Sir Nicholas that evening, with the serious matters addressed. Dumbledore amiably invited them to sample the exclusive dessert prepared for the headmaster's office. After taking a bite of the delightful confections laid before them, Harry immediately recognized that Draco would surely enjoy them. However, the desserts were excessively sweet. Casting a glance at Grindelwald, who was sipping tea without having touched his cake, Harry sought ways to avoid these sugary delights that threatened to overwhelm his palate. Thus, he chose to engage Dumbledore in conversation, covering topics ranging from the dessert recipes to potential measures for safeguarding the students within the castle. Meanwhile, the other sweet-toothed golden-haired boy savored the cakes with unrestrained delight, entirely oblivious to Harry's concerns. Upon tasting the first morsel, Draco's eyes lit up. Due to his previous dental issues, both he and his mother strictly monitored his intake of sweets. Glancing at Harry, who was still engrossed in conversation, Draco hastened to consume the desserts. Suddenly, a bony hand reached over, seizing all the little cakes before him. Draco, still holding the exquisite cake fork, looked at Harry in shock. Harry, however, did not dare turn around, fearing Draco's reprimand. With both Dumbledore and Grindelwald present, Draco could only silently grip his fork. Damn that pesky brat. Deprived of sweets. Draco resorted to nibbling on the cake fork while turning his attention to the decor of the headmaster's office, seeking distraction. His previous visits had been ill-timed. Burdened by too many matters to allow for a proper exploration of this office he had seldom visited, especially during Dumbledore's tenure. His eyes first fell upon Fawkes. The strikingly red phoenix, which was currently rather unkempt, its feathers patchy and marred by shades of red and black. What an ugly bird, Draco muttered instinctively. Failing to associate this creature with the beautiful phoenix, he remembered. Fawkes, having taken a couple of steps toward him, had intended to nuzzle against the charming young Slytherin. But upon hearing the remark, froze in place. Suddenly, it burst into flames, transforming into a pile of ashes. Draco, taken aback, turned to Harry, Fawkes, Harry. Having been captivated by Fawkes' rebirth, stifled a laugh. Oh, it's quite all right. Dumbledore wore a smile. It has been in this state for several days. You have merely caught it at the moment of its rebirth. Fear not. When a phoenix perishes, it ignites and is reborn from its ashes. With his worries assuaged, Draco felt a fleeting desire to scoop up some of the ashes from Fawkes' resurrection, but ultimately restrained himself. However, he soon rejoiced in his decision to refrain from reaching out. For Fawkes quickly emerged from the ashes, a diminutive bird with unkempt feathers, shaking off the remnants of ash and bouncing over to Draco, affectionately nudging his fingers resting on the table. Dumbledore looked at Draco with surprise. Oh, Fawkes seems to take a liking to you. This is quite rare. It often disregards others. Draco, beaming, stroked the little phoenix's head. Perhaps others simply do not possess the charm to endear themselves to a phoenix. After the desserts were finished, 3 cups of red tea appeared on the table, as Grindelwald had already been sipping. The trio, Dumbledore, Harry, and Draco, each took a small sip, releasing contented sighs. While enjoying their tea, Draco's gaze drifted toward the dusty hat perched on the windowsill. Clearly, it still remembered his disdain for its uncleanliness from his first year. It twisted toward Draco. Well, look who it is, the golden-haired Slytherin. What brings you to pay attention to this worn-out old hat? Clearing his throat, Draco softly apologized. I apologize for my earlier thoughts. You are indeed a very wise old hat. Remove the word old, the hat retorted, unable to abide being labeled as such after millennia. Very well. Draco acquiesced readily. I have a question, and I wonder if you could provide an answer. The sorting hat straightened itself. Pray tell. The illustrious hat of Gryffindor shall enlighten you. Draco felt a tinge of embarrassment, especially as the other 3 turned their attention toward him. Yet, driven by his quest for answers, he hesitated before finally asking, why did you place Harry in Slytherin? The sorting hat, recalling the incident, noted that after Harry's placement in Slytherin, Dumbledore had almost daily observed him in contemplation, a gaze that had chilled the hat's essence. Clearing its throat, the hat recited its reasoning from the time of sorting that would lead him to greater accomplishments. After a brief pause, it added, however, considering the past 2 years, perhaps he is indeed more suited for Gryffindor? The last word was tinged with uncertainty, as Harry's actions over the past 2 years had been strikingly Gryffindoresque, prompting the hat to question its initial judgment. Harry quickly interjected to assert his loyalty. Hey, don't speak carelessly. I believe Slytherin suits me well. I've learned so much there that I had never encountered before. I am truly grateful for your sorting. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Harry can still be a kind person in Slytherin. Is that not precisely the type of individual Hogwarts seeks to cultivate? Grindelwald, upon hearing these words, sharply raised his gaze to survey Harry in his entirety, then let out a disdainful huff, inching closer to Dumbledore. Dumbledore hastily endeavored to placate this jealous figure. While on the other side, Harry clung to Draco, fervently explaining that he had never regretted his sorting into Slytherin, even casting a glance at the sorting hat in hopes that it would affirm to Draco that he had steadfastly chosen Slytherin from the very beginning. Witnessing this scene, the sorting hat's mouth curled into a wider grin. It gazed down at the 4 star-crossed lovers below, disregarding the fervent glances of one individual, and began to hum a song, strange in melody and unheard for millennia. In the days of yore, when magic faced persecution, for wizards arose, bearing indomitable dreams. Godric Gryffindor, with courage forged into a sword, his gleaming blade narrating legendary tales. Bravery surged deep within his soul, as he sought out heroes to let their light shine forth. Salazar Slytherin, with unparalleled ambition, treasured the legacy of pure blood above all. In secret chambers, he schemed and plotted, gathering those akin to himself into a fellowship. Rowena Ravenclaw, adorned with the crown of wisdom, her thoughts soared high, flying amidst the clouds of the town. Knowledge was her most precious treasure, extending a helping hand to the minds of scholars. Helga Hufflepuff, with a heart wide and kind, radiated warmth akin to the summer sun, casting its glow upon the earth. She cherished the good-hearted, treating them as treasures. In her embrace, fear would dissipate. They united their strengths, erecting a robust castle. Hogwarts rose, becoming the genesis of dreams. Stepping into a realm interwoven with spells and power, magic flourished here, unceasing day and night. The four houses stood tall, their stories intertwining, preserving the legacy of heroes within ancient halls. Through the tides of time, they remained steadfast, the founders' heritage, pure and profound. The ancient melody seemed to transform into tangible notes. Swirling around the headmaster's office, where the four present fell silent, listening intently. As individuals of great magical prowess, they sensed the profound secrets within this song. When the final word fell, the four in attendance distinctly felt a wondrous, unfamiliar magic enveloping the entire Hogwarts castle. They could even hear the castle itself emit a soothing sigh. Hogwarts radiated with newfound vitality from within. The various heads of houses, sensing this phenomenon, lifted their heads in their offices, gazing towards the headmaster's chamber. Meanwhile, the Sorting Hat, having completed its song, fell into a deep slumber, indifferent to the world around it. The four were abruptly jolted from their leisurely moments by this unexpected turn of events, although they recognized it as a positive occurrence. They nonetheless engaged in discussions about the song and the incident. The heads of houses also paused their activities, making their way to the headmaster's office. Amidst the commotion, unnoticed by all, a single tear trickled from the Sorting Hat's eye, a genuine tear. A whisper emerged, only to be drowned out by the cacophony of voices. Only Draco turned suddenly to look towards the Hat's location. Salazar. Chapter 83, The Farce of Valentine's Day. As Harry and Draco were in the midst of their discussion, they were hastily ushered back to the Slytherin common room by Severus, citing the impending curfew. In truth, Severus had intended to send the two little rascals away the moment he laid eyes on them in the headmaster's office, had it not been for Dumbledore's ardent objections, asserting that they were present during the unfolding events. Even this half-discussion would not have been permitted. Following their departure, the remaining professors continued their deliberations for another half-hour, concluding only when Grindelwald insisted that Dumbledore retire for the night. Having heard whispers regarding Grindelwald's identity, Flitwick and Sprout exchanged knowing glances towards Professor McGonagall as they exited the headmaster's office. McGonagall nodded in understanding, and soon, a peculiar smile adorned the faces of the three. Observing the entire scene, Severus quickened his pace, eager to evade any topics that failed to pique his interest. In the days that followed, rumors regarding Harry as the heir grew increasingly rampant, especially after the Badgers discovered that Justin had indeed been petrified. The animosity from the Gryffindor students reached an unprecedented peak upon learning that even nearly headless Nick had been petrified. Harry found himself besieged on the corridors, with Gryffindors emerging from nowhere to cast spells upon him. However, there was a silver lining. Their collective combat skills had somewhat improved. The more astute among them learned to strike only when Harry was accompanied by one or two others. Consequently, they devised a rotation, excluding Draco, so that each day, one individual would accompany him. When attacked, they would retaliate. Although at times they faced penalties, more often than not, it was Severus who dealt with the consequences. Harry was utterly exasperated by this situation, and to his surprise, even Hermione had joined this rotation. Hermione, why are you engaging in this childish escapade? Harry questioned, observing her clutching a book while following them, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Draco echoed his sentiments. I thought you wouldn't partake in such juvenile antics. Hermione's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Oh, what a splendid way to practice spells. With Lockhart being so ineffectual, it's merely a means of self-study. Harry and Draco exchanged glances, each recognizing the mutual understanding in the other's eyes. Truly, this is Hermione. After some time had passed, the Gryffindors seemed to realize their intent to use them for practice, and they ceased their interruptions. Harry and Draco were once again able to gather with their friends. Although no physical confrontations ensued, the whispers behind their backs persisted. Draco and Pansy frequently vented their frustrations about the Gryffindors in the common room during afternoon tea. Do they think they are some gossiping birds? Draco remarked. Pansy waved a finger in front of him. No, they might be imitating that Rita Skeeter woman, disguised through Polyjuice potion. The two then engaged in a heated discussion. During such moments, bystanders merely needed to nod in agreement when they were addressed. Overall, amidst the swirling rumors, Hogwarts welcomed Valentine's Day. On the morning of Valentine's Day, Harry and his companions made their way to the Great Hall. Pansy opted to skip breakfast, focused on her diet. Blaise, due to the special occasion, had risen early to seek out a Ravenclaw upperclassman with whom he had been developing a relationship. Theodore and Vincent, along with Gregory, requested Draco to bring them breakfast to the classroom, although the former was already headed there to prepare, while the latter two struggled to rise in time. Ultimately, the four found themselves gathering for breakfast together. Ron, upon discovering that Vincent and Gregory had enlisted Draco to bring them breakfast while he had chosen to sleep in, shot a resentful glance at Hermione. Noticing his gaze, Hermione, unfazed, inquired, "What is the matter?" Ron, caught by her stare, swallowed his retort, "Nothing, I'm just hungry." As anticipated, Ron, too timid to retort, found himself sharing a conspiratorial chuckle with Hagrid, only to be met with a fierce glare from Ron upon their discovery. Hermione chuckled lightly, yet quickened her pace towards the Great Hall. Before they could reach their destination, an unsettling revelation dawned upon the crowd. The wide-open doors of the Great Hall revealed an overwhelmingly pink spectacle within, adorned with vast heart and floral decorations that were quite blinding. Draco felt as though his eyes might suffer irreparable damage from merely glancing at the scene. Despite their collective reluctance, the undeniable allure of the feast before them prevailed, and they lowered their heads, attempting to hasten into the hall to return to their respective tables. However, as soon as they crossed the threshold, a resounding cannonade erupted. Heart-shaped confetti and long ribbons exploded above them, cascading down onto their heads and shoulders. Draco's expression darkened. It had been ages since he had felt so undignified. With a flick of his wand, he dissipated the colorful debris from their clothes, the misty gray-blue remnants swirling around the giggling onlookers. Those who had previously been intimidated by him, upon meeting his gaze, hastily explained, "It wasn't us, it was Lockhart. He orchestrated this." Two lively flames alighted upon Harry and Draco's shoulders. "Good morning, heirs of Slytherin. Enjoying our confetti bomb?" "Fred, George. Good morning." The group greeted the suddenly appearing twins, preparing to return to their long table for a meal. Yet, Harry and Draco found themselves yanked back into the twins' embrace. "Hey, wait. Don't you want to know why Lockhart is pulling this stunt with props provided by us?" Before they could respond, Ron, unable to contain his curiosity, blurted out, "Why? Why?" The twins, hands on hips and grinning with pride, announced, "Because he paid a handsome sum for our Valentine's Day decoration service. We have an array of Valentine's props available, and we can offer you a 10% discount if you're interested." "Hey George, wasn't it supposed to be a 12% discount?" "Oh Fred, let us not quibble over details. A profit is a profit." Draco patted Ron on the shoulder. "Do they really think we don't exist?" Ron's face darkened. He knew the twins would offer nothing of substance. Draco, having no expectation of a satisfactory answer, devised a plan for retaliation against the confetti bomb that had just exploded above them. Crossing his arms, he looked up at the twins. "How much did Lockhart pay you to set off these fireworks?" 500 galleons. "Care to make a small investment, Mr. Malfoy?" 1,000 galleons to toss a dung bomb into Lockhart's office. "Make sure he's in there when you do." "Draco?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. For in their eyes, Draco was typically just a bit spoiled, but never this extreme. Harry, on the other hand, wore a contemplative expression, as if hoping that Draco's target would be himself, much to his delight. The twins' eyes sparkled. It had been ages since they played with dung bombs. "At your service, Mr. Malfoy." They giggled, bowing theatrically to Draco. He then retrieved a bulging pouch from his pocket and tossed it to Fred. After dispatching the twins, the two parties parted ways to return to their long table. Just as they settled down to eat, Lockhart, clad in a flamboyant pink robe adorned with a lace-like scarf, rose from the staff table. He theatrically adjusted his robe before placing his wand to his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, happy Valentine's Day. Up until now, 46 individuals have gifted me cards, and I extend my gratitude to them. Yes, I took the liberty of arranging this little surprise for everyone, and that is not all. My amiable little cherubs, armed with cards, will be roaming the school today, delivering Valentine's greetings to you. But that is not where the fun ends. I believe my colleagues would also like to partake in this occasion. Why not invite Professor Snape to demonstrate how to brew a love potion?" Lockhart continued, "By the way, Professor Flitwick knows more about charming spells than any wizard I know. What a cunning old fellow." At this, Severus's expression darkened, and even Professor Flitwick ceased his usual cheerful demeanor, now wearing a serious countenance as he gazed sternly at the students below. "Rumor-mongers, creatures of my own invention, feeding on gossip, capable of mimicking human voices to spread rumors when food is scarce." Chapter 84. The Valentine's Day, Farce 02. Severus surveyed the throng of hormonally driven, fidgeting giants below him and stood up. "I sincerely hope no one is foolish enough to inquire about this so-called love potion. I shall inform them that their consequence will be detention until the end of the academic year and a deduction of 100 points from their house." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Professor Flitwick's expression mirrored his displeasure as he stated, "I believe Professor Snape's words carry merit," and promptly followed suit, leaving Lockhart alone on the stage, awkwardly enduring the scrutiny of the students. He cleared his throat and attempted to salvage the moment. Although Professor Snape and Flitwick may be reluctant, We still have the love pixies to deliver your messages. Let us illuminate this Valentine's Day with the songs of the love pixies. The majority of young witches and wizards present applauded, including those from Ravenclaw, clearly in favor of the idea. At such a hormonally charged age, being able to express affection to a crush without face-to-face confrontation was indeed a splendid opportunity. Even Ron remarked, "Hey, it seems Lockhart has actually done something good this time. Do you think anyone will send me a love letter?" Hermione smacked his head lightly with her book. "You spend all your time pondering such things. You'd be better off focusing on improving your grades. I certainly don't want to hear you lamenting about Auntie Muriel scolding you when the next term starts." "Well, I get it." Draco walked behind them, nudging Harry with his elbow. "Hey, have they always been this flirtatious?" "Probably since third year." Harry tried to recall the past, noting that Ron had improved significantly. "Your treatment of girls has greatly influenced him when compared to the other Slytherins." "Oh, undoubtedly. The one thing I could never quite fathom was why Granger would fall for that wretched Weasley. I mean, you are leagues better than him." Draco truly couldn't comprehend. Back in first year, he had heard Pansy mention how Weasley had made Granger cry. What a display of ungraciousness. Hey, who can explain love? It just arrives unexpectedly. Besides, Ron has plenty of admirable qualities. Harry attempted to defend his good friend. At the very least, if you criticized his past self, don't do the same to his present self. Draco swatted away Harry's hand, which was itching to hold his own. "Silly baby. Are you implying your feelings for me are like that? You dare to compare me to that ginger rat?" "Hey, that wasn't my intention. You cannot slander me," Harry retorted, chasing after Draco's footsteps as they entered the Transfiguration classroom. Professor McGonagall, observing the playful banter between the two boys from the lectern, felt compelled to clear her throat. "Ahem, Potter, Malfoy, the class bell has already rung." They immediately straightened up, replying in unison, "Sorry, Professor McGonagall." With a satisfied glance at the obedient pair, she joyfully commenced the day's lesson, completely unaware of the clandestine exchanges taking place beneath the table. The morning lessons flew by, particularly given the antics of the mischievous house elves. Their final class of the morning was potions, and just before it concluded, several house elves burst into the potions classroom, surrounding Harry and Draco. "A letter for Potter. A letter for Malfoy. Malfoy, Malfoy." With a loud bang, the potion in Harry's hand exploded into a cloud of dust. Severus approached, his wand flicking as he expelled the house elves from the classroom. As he turned to leave, he cast a disdainful glance at the powder scattered by Harry's side. "Mr. Potter has carelessly destroyed potion ingredients. From today, you will serve a week of detention in the dungeons." The students in the classroom lowered their heads, suppressing their laughter. Having penalized Harry, Severus's mood improved slightly, his earlier irritation about his protege being pursued by many dissipating. He turned to return to his lectern when, at that moment, a house elf pushed open the classroom door. "A letter from Mr. Snape." The entire class turned in astonishment to look at the house elf, except for the individual who had sent the letter. Meanwhile, the house elf seized the moment of silence to begin singing. He has dark hair and eyes, akin to the deepest vortex. His usually stern, silent demeanor instills fear in all, yet he embraces me tenderly, comforts me, and instructs me. He remembers my birthday and the things I desire. He is the best godfather in the world, my godfather. Thank you, Severus. After joyfully concluding, the house elf placed the beautifully wrapped love letter on Severus's desk and scampered away. The class watched in dumbfounded anticipation, eager to see Severus's reaction. A few privy to the situation felt a surge of excitement. Severus lowered his gaze, the letter landing precisely on Draco's desk. Thus, when he looked down, he found himself meeting those large, watery eyes. His throat felt constricted, as if he could scarcely breathe. Severus's long fingers rested on the letter, gradually tightening around it before lifting it. Gently, he tucked it into his robes, glaring fiercely at several smoking cauldrons. "What are you all staring at? Longbottom, Weasley, Finnegan. Thomas, I'm sorry for your cauldrons having such masters. I hope you managed to recreate a shrinking solution before the end of class." The individuals named held their heads in despair, glancing at their empty cauldrons. When class ended, Pansy and the others crowded around Draco, exclaiming, "Merlin, little dragon, you actually dared to write a love letter to the headmaster. Is this the treatment you receive as his protege?" "I'm envious," Blaise remarked wistfully. "What? Draco is Snape's protege? How utterly unexpected," Ron exclaimed. Draco shrugged, clutching his book as he prepared to leave, stating, "I merely wanted to express my gratitude for Severus's care over the years." The others assumed he referred to the present. Yet only Harry understood the deeper context of Severus's assistance during his time alongside Voldemort. Nevertheless, this did not prevent him from feeling envious. "You've never written me a letter." Draco ignored him, allowing the little dog, Harry, to circle around him, pleading for a love letter. As they traversed the corridor, a previous house elf intercepted Harry, beginning to recite. His eyes are as green as a freshly pickled toad. and his hair is as black as a chalkboard. I hope he is mine. He is truly adorable, the hero who conquered the Dark Lord. Draco narrowed his eyes. Chapter 85, The Petrified Friend. Ah, how amusing, a love confession addressed to the Savior. Ron chuckled, covering his mouth. Freshly pickled toad? Merlin, who on earth wrote this? Truly talented. Hiding nearby, someone crushed the cookie in their hand, muttering 2 words through clenched teeth. Ron. Amidst the peculiar gazes of the corridor's onlookers. Harry accepted the letter from the house elf, tucking it into his book before hastily exiting the corridor. The others swiftly followed, eager not to miss the opportunity to mock Harry. Once they reached a more secluded area, Harry finally paused, retrieving the letter to read it again, hardly believing the words inscribed. 2 lifetimes, 1 letter. This made him lament. Who could possibly dislike me so much? Draco took the letter, carefully tucking it back into his book, suggesting, perhaps they genuinely like you? Maybe they simply lack the eloquence to compose a beautiful poem. You cannot dismiss someone's feelings for such reasons. Harry, with a forlorn expression, remained silent. Sensing the mood, Ron decided to defend his friend. What if it's just a prank? Look at Harry's reputation at Hogwarts now. And who would describe someone in a love letter as a freshly pickled toad? Oh, Harry, she must truly despise you. The others concurred, rarely siding with Ron. Harry gazed at Ron, filled with unspoken sympathy. If Ron were to discover that the letter originated from his beloved younger sister, and he had offered such an assessment, Ginny would undoubtedly have killed him. Seeing that their conversation had strayed from the mysterious love letter, Draco urged them to head to the Great Hall. Hurry up. I'm about to starve like the Savior's scar. Ron, patting his belly, nodded in agreement. The Valentine's Day antics escalated until the evening, concluding only when Dumbledore intervened to escort the house elves away. However, by this time, Draco, nearly driven mad by the incessant noise, had retreated to his dormitory after the afternoon class, refusing to emerge. Although the house elves could not locate his dormitory, a few mischievous snakes, relishing the chaos, deliberately ushered the elves into the common room. Initially, the house elves waited in the common room, but as time passed, they occupied most of it, leading to discontent among some snakes. Theodore magically drew a circle, instructing them to toss their love letters into it, finally prompting the house elves to depart, though impatience might have played a role. As night fell, the madness intensified, with the crowd undeterred by Draco's attempts to evade them, escalating their efforts to deliver letters to Slytherin. When Harry returned after being dispatched to fetch food for Draco, he discovered a towering pile of letters wobbling precariously, many of which were stuffed with unknown contents. Jealousy surged within Harry as he donned a face comparable to Severus's when he deducted points from Gryffindor in potions. Using his wand to levitate the stack of love letters back to their dormitory, the door creaked open, and the young master, who had been curled under his blankets, poked his head out. His tousled blonde hair and rosy cheeks, a result of being hidden beneath the covers, made him look as if he had just awakened. You're back. His soft, slightly hoarse voice sent an involuntary shiver through Harry. The warm fireplace, the flickering candlelight, and the young master just awakening from slumber in his cocoon of blankets. All of these elements painted the visage of home that Harry had envisioned in his previous life. Upon witnessing Harry standing motionless in the doorway, Draco, with a hint of displeasure, waved his hand, causing Harry's own pillow to strike him squarely in the face. What are you daydreaming about, Scarhead? Where's the food I desire? Is there any apple tart today? The barrage of 3 inquiries shattered Harry's idyllic reverie. Yet, lowering his head, he chuckled softly. This was indeed Draco's true nature. If he were to manifest as the idealized version from Harry's imagination, he would no longer be himself. Obediently, Harry gathered an assortment of items and made his way over, casually snagging a stool from beside the bed to place it next to Draco before seating himself. Grabbing a book, he transfigured it into a bedside table, then laid out all the food he had brought. With a swift motion, Draco turned over, cocooned in his blankets, and eagerly retrieved the apple tart, savoring each bite. Ahem. Harry pretended to cough into his clenched fist, feigning seriousness. Draco, still preoccupied with the delicious tart, merely lifted his gaze towards Harry. Startled by Draco's sudden attention, Harry almost lost his composure. He waved his hand, and a pile of love letters soared into the space between them. What is this? The Savior showing off how popular you are? Draco quipped with a tone dripping in sarcasm, having completely forgotten his earlier woes of being pestered. No, they are your love letters, Harry replied earnestly, his gaze fixed on Draco. The moment I returned to the dormitory, I saw those letters stacked this high. Had it not been for Professor Dumbledore sending those little imps away from Hogwarts, I imagined there would be even more. Draco's face flushed. Oh well. The Malfoys have always had numerous admirers. That is hardly surprising. But this is excessive. I distinctly recall you didn't have so many in your past life, Harry exclaimed, exasperated, inadvertently revealing that he had previously spied on Draco receiving love letters. You were spying on me. I knew that day was not merely a figment of my imagination. Draco narrowed his eyes. Harry's cheeks turned crimson. I wasn't he. I was just curious about how many letters you had received. It's competition. Draco chuckled with delight. Pathetic. Blushing, Harry swiftly shoved a small tart into Draco's mouth, insisting, just eat. Naturally, the subsequent fate of those love letters was to be incinerated by Draco's fiery wrath. Not long after Valentine's Day, the Quidditch match approached. Flint was currently rallying the Slytherin team inside their Quidditch tent for a pre-match pep talk. Just as a few members prepared to grab their brooms and head outside, Severus strode in, his robes billowing behind him. Professor Snape, Flint exclaimed incredulously. The match has been cancelled. What? How can a Quidditch match be cancelled? Flint shouted in disbelief. Silence. Severus glared at him. Now, take your team and return to the dungeons immediately. Flint's shoulders sagged in defeat. Yes, Headmaster. Draco, Potter, Severus called, stopping the two boys who were dutifully trailing behind the group. They turned to face him. You will accompany me, Mr. Zabinai and Weasley are waiting for you at the entrance to the pitch. Harry and Draco exchanged glances before jogging to catch up with Severus. Upon meeting Ron and Blaise at the entrance, Ron observed the hurried figures of Professor McGonagall and Severus ahead. What is going on? I sense something is amiss. Blaise, rarely displaying concern, remarked. Draco, Pansy hasn't returned. She clearly said she'd be here soon. Draco's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Harry clasped his empty hand, hoping to convey some energy to him. Amidst the tension and unease, Professor McGonagall led them into the infirmary. Severus had departed the castle upon entering. I must warn you. This may be distressing, she cautioned as they passed through the draped curtain. The four boys halted in shock at the sight before them. Pansy and Hermione lay on a bed, hands intertwined, seemingly petrified. Pansy's expression was one of terror, as if she had witnessed something horrifying. Hermione had one hand raised, her mouth agape, as if mid-sentence before being petrified. Draco was the first to move, staggering to Pansy's bedside, unable to believe his eyes as he reached out to touch her face. The other three quickly gathered around. Blaise had never felt so out of place. His heart felt hollow. The lively girl with the dark hair had suddenly become so eerily quiet. It was indeed unsettling. Ron gently placed his hand on Hermione's hair, desperately raising his gaze to McGonagall. She'll wake up, won't she, Professor? McGonagall nodded. Yes, gentlemen. We found them near the library, and besides this she approached the bedside and picked up a delicate mirror from the nightstand. Do you know what they were using this for? Harry shook his head. No. His gaze fell upon the bed and the three sorrowful figures beside it, resolute in his decision that they could not delay any longer. Chapter 86. The Basilisk. Despite their reluctance to leave the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey ushered them out. As they parted ways, Harry glanced at Ron, who wore a dazed expression, before turning to Draco. Understanding flickered in Draco's green eyes, and he nodded, leading the equally dazed Blaise away. Harry approached Ron, draping an arm around his shoulder. Come on, mate. I'll accompany you back to Gryffindor Tower, otherwise, I fear you might tumble down the stairs. Not long after Harry sprinted back to the Slytherin common room from Gryffindor, Severus entered briskly. He pointed his wand at the ceiling, producing two loud bangs that captured the attention of all the young snakes. Silence. In light of the recent incidents within the castle, while I believe Slytherin will not behave like the Gryffindor trolls during such a critical time, I must remind some of you, whose heads may be filled with fluff, of the new regulations that have been instituted. All students must return to their respective common rooms by 6 o'clock each evening. No exceptions. All students must be accompanied by a teacher to class. No exceptions. As he delivered the final admonition, Severus cast a pointed glance towards Harry and the others. Draco lowered his head to avoid his godfather's gaze, while Severus furrowed his brow in concern. One more thing. If the culprit behind these attacks is not apprehended soon, the school may face closure. Upon concluding his announcements, Severus added that anyone found violating the rules would face a year's worth of detention. Then shot Harry a fierce glare before departing with his parchment inscribed with the new regulations. After Severus left, Theodore, having returned to the common room ahead of the others, approached Harry, Draco, and Blaise, flanked by Vincent and Gregory. Where's Pansy? Why isn't she with you? Blaise and Draco turned away, at a loss for words. Theodore then looked at Harry, who was also staring down. She and Hermione were attacked. The trio stared at Draco, hoping for him to offer some reassurance that would dispel their fears. However, Draco merely bit his lower lip and nodded with great difficulty. Harry lifted his head, gazing at them resolutely. We must find this murderer. Gregory stared at him blankly. But how can we go? The headmaster said we cannot leave the dungeons except for classes. Moreover, there are professors accompanying us on the way to class. Draco seemed to recall something, and he suddenly turned to Harry, confirming that his thoughts were indeed correct. Aware that Harry was unable to voice it, Draco stepped forward to smooth things over. The The Malfoy family will surely have some means to help us evade the professor's scrutiny. I will write to my father to ask for what we need. Given that, it is impossible for us to all go together. If we all leave at once, the headmaster will definitely discover that we are investigating this matter. Upon realizing there was a way, Theodore shifted his focus to who would be investigating. Draco and I will go, Harry declared, taking Draco's hand and looking at the others. Only I can understand Parseltongue here, since I can comprehend what the murderer says. While you cannot, it proves that it is at least a large serpent. Theodore nodded in agreement. Then we will provide cover for you. When do you plan to begin the investigation? Harry turned to Draco. In fact, we are already preparing to start. Upon returning to the dormitory, Harry intended to discuss the basilisk with Draco, but was interrupted by a series of orderly knocks at the door. The two exchanged glances. And with a flick of his wand, Draco opened the door to reveal Blaze's dark face. Blaze, what brings you here? Draco asked, puzzled. Blaze stepped into their dormitory, closing the door behind him. I was wondering if I could accompany you in finding this murderer? Harry hesitated, contemplating how to refuse him. But Draco extended a hand to halt Harry's impending words. Draco narrowed his eyes at Blaze, who met his gaze without flinching. After a long pause, Draco finally relented. I think it will be fine. Blaze let out a sigh of relief. Then, get some rest. Draco, you haven't been looking well lately. Initially, Harry had wanted to inquire why Draco had agreed, but upon hearing this, he became engrossed in the matter of Draco's poor complexion. Little dragon, what is going on? I've been meaning to ask. Your complexion has been unusually poor recently. Harry grasped Draco's shoulders, inspecting him to discern where he was unwell. Draco shrugged off his hands. Stupid Scarhead, if you keep shaking me like this, I might actually fall ill. Yet, when confronted with Harry's concerned green eyes, Draco acquiesced. Don't worry. It's just that I've been a bit sleep-deprived lately, nothing serious. All right, but if you feel unwell, you must tell me promptly, or I will be very worried about you. Harry said, squeezing Draco's hand with a hint of distress. Draco rapped Harry on the head. Enough of that, don't overthink it. Tomorrow, let us check on Pansy and Hermione. Perhaps the clever Miss Granger will uncover some clues. Harry recalled the clue that Hermione had tightly clutched, his eyes lighting up. There really is. He startled Draco with his sudden exclamation, who clutched his chest. Merlin's ragged trousers. Could you refrain from being so dramatic? Sorry. I just suddenly remembered that Hermione truly found a clue. But do I need to retrieve that clue if I already know what it is? You know? Draco's dangerous gaze swept over Harry, who remained blissfully unaware. Yes, I also know where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is. Harry scratched his head. Why didn't you say so earlier? I didn't want to risk changing things too much, fearing it might affect the future. And you would allow Pansy and Hermione to be exposed to that creature's attack? What if you were wrong? What if they were not petrified, but dead? Draco exclaimed, smacking Harry's arm. Harry felt a wave of pain in his arm, but dared not retreat. It won't happen again. I was wrong. After releasing his frustration, Draco took a deep breath. Tomorrow, we will retrieve that clue. We need to resolve this matter promptly. Draco, do you want to know? I can tell you right now. Harry leaned in, attempting to cheer the young lord. Shut your mouth. Draco pushed his face away. I don't want to talk to you right now. With that, he wrapped himself in his blanket, feigning sleep, leaving Harry to chuckle at the sight of the cocooned figure. The following day, Harry and Draco stealthily brought Ron and Blaze to the hospital wing. Thanks to the invisibility cloak generously provided by the Malfoy family, though it paled in comparison to Harry's, it was still quite useful. However, trailing a couple of steps behind, Blaze and Ron observed the two ahead, who insisted on squeezing together despite the ample space afforded by the cloak, and silently retched at the sight. In that moment, they regarded each other as comrades in arms. Upon reaching the hospital wing, Ron and Blaze assumed the roles of NPCs triggered by a quest, each standing at either side of the bed, wearing expressions of deep sorrow, occasionally sighing. Draco, meanwhile, circled the bed, ultimately succeeding in retrieving the note from Pansy's grasp. It appeared that the two girls had walked hand in hand, one carrying a mirror while the other held the note. He unfurled the crumpled parchment, and the other three turned to see what the commotion was about. What is that? Blaze frowned, voicing the question shared by himself and Ron. I think it is a clue they left behind. The four huddled together, gazing at the wrinkled parchment that bore the following words. In the realm we inhabit, there are many fearsome beasts, but none are more deadly than the basilisk. Its lifespan can reach several centuries. Anyone who meets the gaze of this giant serpent will perish immediately. Spiders flee at its sight. The basilisk's mortal enemy is the rooster, for it fears the crowing of a cock. Ron gasped. Then everything aligns. The fleeing spiders, the rooster that Hagrid was killed by. Good heavens, there is a basilisk in Hogwarts. Blaze's expression grew grave. Legend has it that the basilisk hatches from an egg laid by a rooster under the dog star, incubated by a toad. It is an exceedingly dangerous magical creature. However, If those who have seen the basilisk have all died, why are they merely petrified? Draco gazed out the window of the hospital wing, the dim glass reflecting a blurred image of himself under the light. His voice was barely above a whisper, as if it might vanish at any moment. Because none of them saw it directly, they only beheld it indirectly. Harry continued his thought. Mrs. Norris is a cat, with a relatively low line of sight. Remember where she was petrified? There was a large puddle of water. Perhaps she saw the basilisk's reflection in the water, which led to her petrification. Colin saw it through his camera, hence he only saw it indirectly, resulting in his own petrification. Justin saw it through nearly headless Nick. Ghosts are semi-transparent, thus he did not see the basilisk directly. As for Nick being petrified, it is because he is a ghost. He has already died once and cannot die again. Finally, there are Pansy and Hermione. Remember the mirror they held? Perhaps it was because they realized the beast in the chamber was a basilisk. They must have been using the mirror to look around the corners, fearing it would appear. Ron's face contorted in confusion. But how does the basilisk move about? Such a large, revolting serpent would surely be seen by someone. The pipes. Draco's gaze met Ron's. The intricate and ever-changing network of Hogwarts plumbing allowed for swift navigation throughout the castle. After a brief silence, he added, moreover, I know who the girl who perished 50 years ago is. Chapter 87, The Missing Draco. Ron looked at him anxiously. Who is it? The Weeping Myrtle. Harry raised an eyebrow. He had never mentioned Myrtle to Draco. Noticing the time, Harry spoke. Let us return to the dormitory. Professor Snape will be calling roll soon. We should find Myrtle tomorrow when we have a chance, Ron said, chuckling at the trio of Slytherins. You all have a roll call to attend. Blaise shrugged. That's because the headmaster is concerned that someone might lead his adorable and well-behaved protege astray. Hey, Harry retorted indignantly. I would never. Unsurprisingly, Ron patted Harry on the shoulder. The only Slytherin that Snape dislikes. Brother, you truly are one of a kind. Parting ways with Ron, the group hastily returned to the common room, arriving just in time for Severus to take attendance. After managing the roll call, they retreated to their dormitories to prepare for the events that might unfold the following day. Harry waved his wand, summoning his patroness. Watching the familiar silver stag, Draco looked at Harry with curiosity. What do you need to summon your patroness for? Harry directed the shimmering stag through the wall to deliver a message. I must inform Professor Dumbledore of our planned action time, so he can ready Gryffindor's sword. What? Draco exclaimed. The sword of Gryffindor is at school? Indeed, Harry replied with a wicked grin, and it's right in that loathsome sorting hat you despise. The mere thought of that hat left Draco speechless. Well, that truly is fitting for a Gryffindor. Speaking of which, Harry, we're going to seek out the Slytherin chamber tomorrow. Are you feeling nervous? Draco, rarely showing enthusiasm lately, perked up slightly. His spirits had been low since Pansy and Hermione's incidents, resembling a wilting flower. Today, however, the prospect of the Slytherin chamber had invigorated him. Harry, busy tending to his beloved holly wand, smiled at Draco's question. Draco, I've been there once already. Draco's gray-blue eyes sparkled with curiosity. What is the Slytherin chamber like? Is it filled with immense jewels and gold, along with countless ancient tomes? Harry recalled and replied, to disappoint you, it's dark and foul-smelling, with numerous bones that seem to belong to small rodents. In short, mice. No need to elaborate. Draco shuddered at his own vivid imagination, turning away in his blanket. I'm going to sleep. I have a feeling tomorrow will be even more exhausting than first year. Good night, little dragon. Good night, Harry. The next day, an inexplicable tension kept the group together. During lunch, as they were eating, Draco suddenly seemed to remember something. He pushed aside the apple pie Harry offered and stood up. I just realized my godfather wants me to see him. Now, Harry frowned, sensing something unusual. Draco casually grabbed 2 small rolls from the table. Actually, it's from this morning after class. I forgot. I only remembered when I saw my godfather had tea come for lunch. Placing the rolls in a small paper bag, Draco bid them farewell. I'll be off. Remember to wait for me before you act. No sneaking away. I'll return shortly. Are you sure you don't want me to accompany you? Harry asked, concern etched on his face. Draco waved him off and left briskly. Meanwhile, the other two, noticing Harry's worried demeanor, placed a comforting hand on his shoulders. Don't worry, Ron reassured. Draco's practical skills are the best among us, besides you. Blaise added. And as a Slytherin, if we encounter any danger, we will find a way to relay the message immediately. What we need to focus on now is how to persuade Myrtle to divulge information about the chamber. Harry nodded, acknowledging the challenge of communicating with Myrtle, who never listened to anyone. Without Hermione and Draco, and even Pansy, the 3 men could only sit in the library, searching for more clues. Having studied together for nearly 2 years, Blaise understood their academic capabilities. Thus, he focused intently on the texts, while the other 2 dozed off beside him. You 2 look like you're about to drool, Blaise remarked, a crow flying overhead in his mind. If you can't concentrate, Could you help me find those books on magical creatures? And return the ones you've already read? Startled, Ron straightened up from the table. Bloody hell. Have you read all of these? It feels like no time has passed. Half awake, Harry waved his wand to summon the time. The hour appeared before him, startling him fully awake. Is Draco not back yet? Not a word has been transmitted? Harry exclaimed, panic rising as he caught Blaise and Ron's attention, as well as Mrs. Norris's. Quiet. Harry immediately ducked his head, attempting to avoid her gaze. Blaise returned the books to the shelf and gestured for Harry and Ron to follow him with his notebook. Once outside the library, the three dared to speak aloud. Merlin. Harry, if you hadn't glanced at the time, I wouldn't have realized how late it is, Ron lamented, covering his face, resembling Edvard Munch's famous painting, The Scream. Blaise teased, the recent lovely weather has lulled you into slumber, causing you to rush into dreams of Merlin. Ron shot a glare at Blaise, preparing for a battle. Harry interrupted, we need to find Draco first. His prolonged absence feels off, and I'm quite anxious. A strange sense of intuition, Blaise commented. But if something were amiss, the school would issue a notice. Besides, Draco is safe with the headmaster. Before Harry could respond, the castle echoed with Professor McGonagall's announcement. All students return to their respective house dormitories immediately. All teachers please report to the second-floor corridor. The three exchanged worried glances, their expressions darkening. Harry gritted his teeth, unless he yes not with Snape. Without a moment to spare, they dashed toward the second-floor corridor, neglecting to don their invisibility cloak. Fortunately, they were close enough that they arrived just in time to encounter the professors rushing to the scene. Severus, unusually, was among the first to arrive. Spotting the professors from afar, Harry reminded the others to take out their invisibility cloaks. Now, the three were hidden around the corner, observing the gathering of faculty. Meanwhile, Severus was the first to reach the scene, followed closely by Professor McGonagall, with other professors trailing behind her, including Madame Pomfrey. As you can see, the heir of Slytherin has left another message. McGonagall gestured to the blood-written words on the wall. The very thing we feared most has indeed transpired. A student has been abducted by a monster and taken into the Chamber of Secrets. Professor McGonagall's hands clenched tightly. All students must be sent home immediately. Hogwarts may have to close its doors permanently this time. Panic was palpable in her words. The trio in the corner exchanged glances, each reading the gravity of the situation reflected in the other's eyes. Tap, tap, tap. The unmistakable sound of polished shoes striking the floor drew everyone's attention. In the distance, Gilderoy Lockhart was striding toward them, clad in his three-piece robe, seemingly oblivious to the unsettling atmosphere surrounding him. I do apologize, I must have dozed off. What has happened? Have I missed something? Lockhart inquired with a smile, utterly unfazed. Seeing Lockhart, Ron's expression morphed into an exaggerated retch. A boy has been taken by a monster. Severus spoke up for once, his gaze toward Lockhart laden with unspoken disdain. Lockhart, your moment has finally arrived. Lockhart widened his eyes in surprise. Me? My moment? Did you not mention yesterday during the meeting that you know where the entrance to the chamber is? Severus raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. The other professors turned their attention to Lockhart as well. Under their scrutiny, Lockhart's demeanor gradually stiffened. Well then, it is settled. You shall confront that monster, Gilderoy. After all, your skills are unparalleled, Professor McGonagall declared, succinctly determining Lockhart's fate. Lockhart flashed his trademark grin. Very well, then please allow me to return to my office to prepare. With that, he turned and departed. Madame Pomfrey looked anxiously at Professor McGonagall. Who has been taken by the monster, Minerva? With a worried expression, Professor McGonagall replied, Draco Malfoy. What? Two exclamations filled the air, one silent, the other voiced by Severus. Damn it, that old bee, he muttered, swiftly turning to head toward the headmaster's office. Chapter 88. The Chamber of Secrets. Once the professors had dispersed, the trio shed their invisibility cloak and hurried to the wall. His bones shall remain forever in the chamber. Harry approached, incredulous, reaching out to touch the blood-written words, only to retract his hand at the last moment, clenching it tightly. I should have realized it sooner. I told you Draco has been in poor form lately, and the timing of Hagrid's rooster being attacked coincides with Draco's seclusion. Blaise's expression darkened further. As a pureblood among purebloods, Draco too could be harmed. This serpent creature was not selective in its victims based on lineage. We must leave quickly. Didn't they just say Lockhart is also going to the chamber? Although he's of little use, we can at least inform him of the situation. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go, Blaise urged, trailing closely behind Harry, their urgency causing them to abandon their invisibility cloak altogether. Arriving at Lockhart's office, Harry pushed open the closed door, and the three of them stormed inside. Professor, we have something to tell you, Ron exclaimed, breathless from their sprint. When he looked up, he found Harry and Blaise glaring coldly at Lockhart, who was in the midst of packing his belongings. Are you planning to leave? Blaise inquired ominously. Lockhart propped one hand on his suitcase, casting glances around the room, seemingly unsure of what to observe. Ah, yes. I have urgent matters to attend to. I must depart. But what of Draco? Blaze's irritation was palpable. He had resolved that regardless of whether Lockhart accompanied them, the professor would not escape unscathed after this ordeal. Well, no one regrets this unfortunate situation more than I, Lockhart responded nonchalantly. But I trust the Malfoy family will find a solution. There is no need to trouble me. A mere professor. Ron could no longer contain himself. You are the defense against the dark arts teacher. You cannot leave at such a critical moment. As Lockhart continued to gather his wig and other belongings with apparent indifference, he replied, I must say, when I accepted this position, the job description did not indicate that I would have to. Harry interrupted him. So, you intend to flee? In your book, you claim to be so remarkable. Yet now you cannot even handle a mere basilisk. Books can be deceiving. Child, Lockhart placed his luggage down, attempting to explain. Blaze and Harry exchanged glances, and Harry nodded. Blaze then produced a small crystal ball. But you wrote those books. Ron continued to argue. Child, think logically, to ensure my books sell well. People must believe I accomplished those feats. You are a fraud, Harry stated, unwaveringly meeting his gaze. You have stolen the glory of others. Ron's frustration reached its peak. He had always known Lockhart was unreliable, but never anticipated he could be this utterly incompetent. Is there anything you can do? Ron asked, incredulous. Lockhart cast a sideways glance at him, a sly expression crossing his face. Indeed, you have reminded me. He looked at Harry. The Oblivion charm is my forte, otherwise. Those wizards would expose me, and my books would cease to sell. I suppose I must cast a spell on you. As Lockhart spoke, he leisurely strolled toward his suitcase to retrieve his wand. Ron exchanged a knowing look with Harry and Blaze, and the other two immediately understood his intent, nodding in agreement, revealing the first smile of the night. When Lockhart finally withdrew his wand and turned around, he was met with 3 wands pointed directly at him. Notably, Ron's wand was the same one that had been broken by the Whomping Willow during their second year. While he could have easily replaced it, his frugal nature had led him to use it until it was completely unusable. Returning to the present moment, Lockhart paused, taken aback by the sight of the 3 wands directed at him. Harry spoke firmly, do not even think about it. He lowered his wand slightly, indicating for Lockhart to relinquish his own. Under the threat of 3 wands, Lockhart had no choice but to reluctantly release his wand. Ron looked to Harry, silently questioning what to do next. After pondering briefly, Harry suddenly shouted the incantation, Stupefy. The powerful spell sent Lockhart flying backward, crashing onto his heap of luggage. Ron stared at Harry in disbelief. Aren't we supposed to take him to the chamber? Blaze, tucking away the crystal ball, replied, Lockhart just revealed all he knows. Bringing him to the chamber could lead to unforeseen complications. Let us confine him here, and when the truth is revealed, we shall see. Does that mean one of us has to stay behind to watch him? Ron scratched his head. Let us bind him thoroughly. Blaze cast a binding spell, securing Lockhart to the table with ropes before stepping back, clapping his hands. I shall remain here. I can also send a letter to Draco's associates outside. Harry nodded. Then it's up to you. Ron and I must hurry to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. With that, he turned and departed. Ron glanced at Blaze, then at Harry, finally breaking into a goofy grin directed at Blaze before hastening to catch up with Harry. As Harry and Ron approached the bathroom, they could already hear Myrtle's mournful sobs emanating from within. They entered without attempting to muffle their footsteps, and Myrtle, upon hearing the commotion, whirled around, exclaiming, Who is there? Spotting Harry, she shyly smiled. Oh, hello, Harry. What brings you here? Hi, Myrtle. I wanted to ask if you heard anything unusual today. Harry recalled the new friend he had met at noon, a blonde boy. Oh, he said his name was Draco Malfoy. Such a lovely name. It suddenly struck me that there was also a Malfoy in Slytherin during my studies. I wonder if they are related. He came to keep me company for a while and shared stories of recent events, including his potion-making endeavors. I recounted my tale to him as well. He inquired about my demise, and I told him everything. Then, as afternoon approached, he departed. After some time, I heard noises, but I was hiding in a stall, crying because my friend had left. I only caught a glimpse of strange sounds, reminiscent of those I heard at the moment of my death. Have I ever shared the details of my passing with you? I suppose not. It was terrifying. The incident occurred in this very stall. I was weeping because Olive Hornby mocked me for wearing glasses. While I was crying, I suddenly heard someone enter. Their speech was peculiar, like a language of their own. I discerned it was a boy, and I thought, this is the girl's bathroom. How could there be a boy? So, I opened the door and told him to leave. And then I died. At this point, Myrtle's entire ghostly form trembled, as if recalling a horrifying memory. Initially, Ron found Myrtle's chatter excessive. But now he was intrigued by her story. Noticing her pause, he anxiously asked, Is that it? How could that be? Is there nothing more? I only remember seeing a pair of enormous yellow eyes right by the sink. With that, She disregarded the two once more, gliding back to her stall. Harry turned to the familiar sink, taking a few steps forward. After a thorough search, he discovered the serpent-shaped tap adorned with 2 emeralds. Ron, who had been eagerly leaning beside him, exclaimed upon seeing the emeralds, "Bloody hell. Even the tap in Slytherin is encrusted with emeralds. No wonder they say this castle belongs to them." Harry chuckled. "How do you know this castle is associated with Slytherin?" "From Draco, of course," Ron replied nonchalantly. "Well, let us hasten to rescue Draco then." Harry emitted a couple of hissing sounds, heshahassa, the snake language used in the film. As he spoke, the sink disassembled, revealing a gaping, bottomless chasm. Chapter 89, The Chamber of Secrets. Gazing into the dark abyss, Ron rubbed his arms nervously. "Hey mate, do you know what I'm thinking right now?" Ron looked at Harry, seeking a response. "What?" Harry was entirely focused on the basilisk they were about to confront, contemplating whether he could sway the creature to follow Professor Snape, thus avoiding a fatal encounter with Nagini. "This is remarkably reminiscent of our first year when we jumped down a similar hole and embarked on a marvelous adventure." Ron's spirits began to dwindle again, but this time, "It's just the two of us." Harry patted Ron's shoulder. "Aren't we currently devising a plan to save them?" "You're right." Ron smiled, uncertain if they would encounter the devil's snare again, "but I'm prepared for anything." Harry laughed. "Shall we see if you want to test that theory first?" "Absolutely." With that, Ron excitedly stepped forward and leaped into the dark hole. "Ah!" Harry followed suit, sliding down swiftly alongside Ron's shrill cries. The tunnel connected to the chasm was long, and halfway down, Harry heard Ron's disgusted voice from below. "Ew, it's filthy down here." Before Harry could react, he plunged headfirst into a mound of rodent skeletons. Before fully processing the situation, Harry's body sprang into action, leaping out of the pile of bones. "Merlin's broomstick. This place is revolting," he exclaimed. "Ugh, it reeks." Ron echoed his sentiments with a gag. Harry waved his wand, casting a bubblehead charm over both of them, allowing them to breathe more easily. "Remember," Harry instructed solemnly, "the moment you hear any noise, shut your eyes." "Don't worry, I won't be a burden," Ron assured him, thumping his chest confidently. The two pressed onward through the tunnel, and Ron soon noticed he had kicked something odd. "What is this?" He crouched down, poking the object with his battered wand, only to discover it was a snake's skin. "Bloody hell, this snake must be 60 feet long, or more." Ron recoiled in terror. Harry knelt to examine one of the skins. For some reason, I can't shake the feeling that Draco would appreciate this." He rummaged in his small bag, attempting to expand its opening. "Ron, come help me. I intend to take these skins with us. I bet Draco will love them." Ron, suppressing his nausea, assisted Harry in packing the skins into the bag. "I too believe Draco would fancy these," a frenzied Gorgon. "This is utterly disgusting. If I didn't know Draco's potions were exceptional, I would think he had some peculiar fetish." "Make sure Draco never hears you say that," Harry warned his good friend. "If he does, I can't guarantee your safety." "Rest assured, I wouldn't dare let him overhear," Ron replied, recalling all the times Harry had gotten him into trouble. Once they had successfully packed the snake skins, Ron returned to where he had dropped his wand. Before he could rush back to Harry, the tunnel suddenly seemed to collapse, rumbling ominously. Moments later, large chunks of debris rained down, blocking the path between them. They had no choice but to dodge to the sides to avoid being crushed by the stones that could easily flatten a small wizard. When the collapse ceased and the dust settled, Harry and Ron found themselves pressed against the only small opening through which they could see each other. Harry, Ron, are you all right?" "How come the place where Lockhart grabbed the wand still collapsed?" "I'm fine. What do we do now?" "You stay here. See if you can move the stones to create a way back. I'll go find Draco." "All right." Ron rubbed his hands together and drew forth his wand, murmuring to his old companion for strength. Observing that Ron was in good stead, Harry turned and quickened his pace in search of Draco. After navigating several twists and turns, he encountered a towering and formidable stone wall, adorned with 2 serpents entwined around each other. Their eyes, crafted from immense emeralds, glimmered with a chilling light under the flickering glow. Harry couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Slytherin has an excessive fondness for snakes." Heshahassa. Instantly, the stone wall emitted a deep rumble, slowly parting down the middle and sliding aside, a wave of dampness enveloping them. As they stepped into the chamber, a mysterious green mist enveloped them, casting a veil of enigma over the entire space. The chamber was exceedingly spacious, with rows of towering stone columns standing in perfect alignment, each intricately carved with coiling snakes. Their forms were diverse and lifelike, as if they might spring to life and strike at any moment. The pillars soared high, supporting the ceiling hidden in the depths of darkness, casting long, eerie shadows that added an air of mystique and terror to the already dim chamber. Harry gripped his wand tightly, slowly advancing deeper into the chamber, the echoes of his footsteps resonating ominously in the vastness. At the far end of the chamber stood a towering statue of Salazar Slytherin, matching the room's height, pressed against the dark wall, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The statue bore an elderly, simian visage, with sparse, long whiskers nearly brushing the hem of his wizarding robes. His gaze was profound and cold, as if surveying all existence. The corners of his mouth curling slightly into a barely perceptible, sinister smile, as if mocking the intruder's ignorance and audacity. At his feet lay the unconscious Draco. His complexion pale to the point of translucence, his once lustrous golden hair now dulled, cascading over his forehead. Draco! Harry rushed to his side, cradling him tightly in his arms. Draco, wake up! Merlin, please don't leave me. Upon witnessing Draco's lifeless form, Harry was once again reminded of Draco's past words. Harry. Even the slightest change could yield vastly different outcomes. Memories of the past are merely a reference. We can only utilize them, but must not place undue trust in them. It was all his fault, for believing too fervently in his recollections, for failing to seek out the new victim after discovering Ginny's involvement, and for not recognizing Draco's distress sooner. If only he had detected the signs earlier, perhaps they could have destroyed the diary sooner, preventing Draco from treading the same perilous path as Ginny. Trembling uncontrollably, Harry endeavored to cast warmth and healing spells upon Draco, hoping to restore warmth to his body. The diary. In his concern, Harry nearly forgot that Draco's plight was not merely physical, but rather a spiritual affliction. He needed to locate the diary urgently. With a sudden lift of his head, Harry surveyed the surroundings, yet found no trace of the diary. As slow, mocking applause echoed, Tom Riddle emerged from the shadows. How intriguing, Harry Potter and a Malfoy, developing feelings that transcend mere friendship. We are so alike, even in our emotions. Voldemort. Harry's wand was steadfastly aimed at him. Clever boy, you've deduced my identity. Voldemort, the name I have chosen for myself, surpassing death. How poetic. I have always pondered how an infant, devoid of magic, could vanquish the greatest wizard of all time. Yet, I am more perplexed by the fact that your Malfoy would sacrifice his life to protect you, while mine so easily relinquishes our bond for the sake of his family. He is such a naive boy, is he not? He follows every suggestion I offer him. Oh, it is all for you. I should thank you. Your harm has only deepened his dependence on me, that foolish child enraptured by love. But he remains oblivious. The more he engages with me, the deeper my control over him grows. I compelled him to open the chamber, to inscribe upon the walls, summoning the basilisk to attack those mudbloods and Filch's cat. Though that pure-blooded girl was an exception, he must have sensed something amiss. Yet his concern for you overshadowed everything else. A mere nudge from me sends him into a panic. Silence. Cruciatus. Harry's fury escalated as the spell flew towards Tom, who did not even flinch. When the spell struck him, he remained unharmed. Instead, it was Draco who stirred slightly in Harry's embrace, letting out a muffled groan. Chapter 90. The Chamber of Secrets 03. This symbol denotes Parseltongue communication. This chapter contains personal interpretations. I believe I neglected to inform you. The weaker he becomes, the stronger I grow. Likewise, I can siphon vitality from him to replenish myself. Tom appeared exceedingly pleased, drawing forth a smooth wand from his sleeve, which Harry instantly recognized as Draco's. Taking a deep breath, he secured his holly wand and withdrew his own from his sleeve. Tom regarded him with keen interest. How delightful. 2 different wands. What other surprises do you have for me? Would killing you again count as a surprise? Harry glared at Tom. Tom scoffed. With your current state? With that, he turned to the statue of Salazar Slytherin and intoned, Shirasame the Slitheen. As his words fell, the statue's mouth slowly opened, and a massive, horned basilisk slithered forth. Damn it. Harry caught a glimpse of the basilisk and instinctively shifted his position while clutching Draco. Realizing that Tom's aim was directed at him, he placed Draco in a corner and dashed away in the opposite direction. Once fully emerged, Harry could hear Tom commanding the basilisk in Parseltongue to attack him. Parseltongue won't save you, Potter. It only obeys me. Tom was still basking in his triumph, unaware of the impending events. Harry cursed internally. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I can't even bear to look at it. No, you should pursue him. Why have you stopped? Why have you closed your eyes? Tom's frantic voice pierced through to Harry, causing him to shudder, abandoning his escape. He abruptly halted and turned back, only to be horrified to find that the basilisk's immense form had encircled Draco, cradling him within its coils. Its eyes were shut, its monstrous head resting gently upon Draco's hand. Salazar. Harry's heart raced, but there was no time for contemplation. Gripping his wand tightly, he cautiously approached the basilisk. Meanwhile, Tom continued his impotent rage. You should be killing him, not guarding a worthless corpse. The serpent creature paid no heed to him. It remained steadfastly close to Draco, occasionally flicking its tongue and emitting a series of meaningless hisses. As Harry approached ever closer, the creature ceased its tongue's movements, slowly rising to its full height and turning its head towards Harry. Tom, witnessing this, was filled with delight. Yes, just like that, kill him. Once he is slain, I can resurrect, and you may feast upon whomever you desire. Harry swore he distinctly heard the serpent creature snort, followed by its voice. I do not consume humans. It is you who forced me to slay an unfortunate student. Harry stood frozen, clearly taken aback, as was Tom. What? Tom hesitantly managed to squeeze out the words. I shall no longer obey your commands. The serpent creature moved away from Draco, standing tall before Tom. A vast shadow enveloped Tom, who still clutched Draco's wand, his gaze fixed in confusion upon the colossal serpent, unable to comprehend its sudden defiance. The creature opened its yellow, bulbous eyes, resembling two enormous light bulbs. Although its petrification held no sway over Tom, he remained rooted, incessantly hissing commands, seemingly attempting to regain control over the creature. Seizing this opportunity, Harry dashed to Draco's side, grasping the notebook cradled in Draco's arms, troubled by how to destroy this Horcrux. Ah, where's Fawkes? He should have arrived by now. Just as he held the diary, unsure of his next move, the dim light overhead was obscured significantly. A realization dawned upon Harry as he hesitantly lifted his gaze, though his eyes remained fixed upon the serpent's form. Child, you may raise your head to look at me. I have closed my eyes. The serpent spoke, its deep voice befitting its millennia of existence. Harry complied, and indeed, the serpent kept its eyes tightly shut. Tom seemed to sense that the serpent would no longer align with him. Brandishing Draco's wand, he attempted to cast a killing curse. Yet, after a couple of futile swishes, there was no reaction. Harry couldn't help but mock. Did Draco not inform you? His wand's core symbolizes the purity of a unicorn. You are not recognized by the wand. So how could you unleash dark magic? It appears the Dark Lord is not so formidable after all. Shatter. A burst of green light erupted from Draco's wand. Harry swiftly raised his wand to conjure a shield, only to discover the serpent positioned itself protectively in front of them. What? Harry exclaimed in shock. The serpent, relying on its thick skin, paid no mind to the curses Tom hurled from behind. It nudged Harry's hand with its head and opened its massive jaws. Place the diary inside. Stunned, Harry placed the diary into the serpent's mouth, watching as its fangs pierced through the pages. Tom emitted a piercing scream as an intense light erupted from him, followed by an explosion, scattering him into motes of light in the air. Is it over? Harry remained in a daze, prepared for a final confrontation with the serpent, and even now, Fawkes had yet to arrive, yet Tom had been vanquished. Speaking of Fawkes, a triumphant phoenix cry resonated as Fawkes approached, carrying a black cloth bundle. The phoenix flew towards them with purpose, but hesitated midair upon seeing the serpent encircling the two protectively. Fawkes let out a call, seemingly inquiring about the situation. Harry awkwardly smiled at Fawkes. That serpent helped us defeat Voldemort. Meanwhile, after demolishing the diary, the serpent lowered its head back to Draco, gently nudging him with its vast serpentine head, seemingly concerned about why he had not yet awakened. Fortunately, not long after the diary's destruction, Draco gasped as if he could suddenly breathe, awakening with a start. Upon opening his eyes, he found a colossal serpent head beside him, causing him to recoil in fright and press against the creature's body. Harry noticed this commotion and quickly turned to support Draco, while Fawkes fluttered down to perch beside Draco, brushing against him with his fluffy feathers. Harry? Draco's voice was faint, either from just waking or from the shock. The serpent seemed to realize it had frightened Draco, its enormous face displaying an expression of guilt. Who knows how they discerned such an expression from a serpent's visage? It appeared that the creature had never intended to harm the students of Hogwarts. However, it had previously been under Tom's control, and for reasons unknown, had now shaken off his influence, ultimately aiding Harry in vanquishing Tom and destroying the Horcrux. Harry endeavored to explain succinctly to Draco. Draco, managing to regain his composure, noticed the serpent's eyes were still closed, assuring him he was not in danger. What does it mean to be controlled? Draco stared intently at the serpent, fearful it might suddenly change its mind and consume them. At this moment, Harry was at a loss for words, glancing up at the serpent for assistance. Salazar left me with a command before departing, requiring me to heed the instructions of Parseltongue, to protect the students within Hogwarts. In the absence of a Parseltongue to awaken me, I remained in slumber. When Tom roused me, demanding my assistance in slaying Muggle students within the castle, I was unwilling. Yet, he used his blood, the blood of Salazar Slytherin, to control me. Hence, when I inadvertently killed that female student within the castle, I triggered the curse Salazar had placed upon me, falling back into slumber. 50 years later, this blonde child, bearing the memories of Tom, awakened me once more. However, this time, I realized I was no longer bound to follow Tom's commands, I could act independently of his will. The serpent recounted, shaking its head as it spoke. Draco's face turned pale. What is it saying, Harry? Harry hurriedly translated the serpent's words for Draco, then asked in Parcel tongue, so is that why they were all petrified this time? And what were those voices I heard? The ones about killing and hunger. Chapter 91. The Chamber of Secrets 04. The serpent tilted its head in curiosity. I have slumbered for over 1,000 years. Naturally, I would be quite hungry. When Tom awakened me, he did not provide sufficient nourishment, and I was forced to inadvertently slay a student, which plunged me back into slumber. Naturally, upon awakening, I sought something to eat. However, rest assured, I feast upon creatures such as rats and frogs. Hogwarts has ample pipes that harbor rats. Additionally, I could stealthily venture into the forbidden forest. Salazar left me a path. There exists a type of spider there, which is rather delectable. As if reminiscing about the exquisite taste of those spiders, the serpent extended its tongue, licking its lips. Harry felt a wave of dread. It couldn't possibly be referring to the acromantulas that Hagrid kept, but with the serpent now preying on those spiders, it seemed unlikely they would dare to threaten the students within the castle. Harry pondered cheerfully, translating the serpent's words for Draco. After hearing Harry's translation, Draco's expression improved considerably. May I accompany you both? I can no longer bear to be alone here. The solitude is unbearable, lamented the basilisk, its head drooping in despair. Draco recoiled slightly. But you are far too large, and your eyes are perilous. Before Harry could translate, the basilisk straightened up, declaring, I can shrink myself. If you are concerned about my eyes, you may have this little phoenix peck them out. It gestured with its serpentine head towards Fawkes, who was nestled closely against Draco. After exchanging glances, Harry took the initiative. That would be troubling. Draco then affectionately stroked Fawkes' fluffy head. Fawkes, I implore you. The phoenix chirped in response and took to the skies. Close your eyes. Harry urgently shut his eyes tight, even extending a hand to shield Draco's eyes. With a melodious cry from the phoenix, when they opened their eyes again, they beheld only two pitch-black sockets, still oozing blood. Salazar, you need to staunch the bleeding. Draco frantically rummaged through his pockets, hoping to find some white ointment. Harry halted him, signaling him to look again. There stood Fawkes atop the basilisk's head, weeping tears into its empty eye sockets. Under the healing power of the phoenix's tears, the blood quickly ceased, leaving behind mere dark hollows. Once assured of its well-being, the basilisk minimized its size, resembling a small, horned serpent. It swiftly climbed onto Draco's shoulder, pressing its diminutive head against his forehead. At that moment, Draco fainted in Harry's arms, as if struck by a sudden shock. What have you done? Harry shouted at the basilisk, catching Draco, his voice laced with anger. While Fawkes remained composed and still, the basilisk swayed slightly, cryptically stating, just a pact, allowing him to understand my speech, while ensuring I am not harmed by other Parseltongues. Like you, I would never harm him. But you, what sort of pact could render someone unconscious? The basilisk regarded Harry with its hollow eye sockets. And though it lacked eyes, Harry could still perceive its disdainful gaze. Ignorant child. Fortunately, Draco soon regained consciousness. Upon waking, he joyfully grasped Harry's hand, exclaiming, I told you, Slytherin must have treasures. Noticing Draco's pallid complexion, as if he might faint again at any moment, Harry resolutely scooped him up in a princess carry. All right. We can discuss this later. You need to see Madame Pomfrey. As for you. Harry glanced at the basilisk still nestled on Draco's shoulder, narrowing his eyes. The basilisk understood and crawled onto Draco's wrist, dutifully disguising itself as a small bracelet. Draco lifted his hand to examine the dark bracelet with a hint of distaste. Once we return, I'll have Harry give you a good wash. You feel rather grimy. The basilisk, feeling aggrieved, tied itself into a knot. Fawkes flew in front of them, flicking his fiery tail feathers near their hands. Draco patted Harry's arm, signaling him to set him down. Well, who would have thought I'd one day experience operating with a phoenix? As he spoke, he reached out to grasp one of Fawkes' tail feathers. Harry supported Draco with one hand, while also grabbing hold. Once they were secure, Fawkes flapped his wings, and in the blink of an eye, transported them to the hospital wing. Still recovering from the disorientation of apparition, Draco collapsed onto a nearby bed. Harry gently petted Fawkes, who had perched by the bed. Hey, Fawkes, could you do me a small favor? Ron is still downstairs. Could you bring him here? Fawkes regarded Harry with its beady eyes, then flapped its wings and vanished. Yet, it returned shortly with Ron in tow. Once Fawkes departed, Ron sat on the bed, staring blankly at his hands. Godric, I touched a phoenix. Harry, uninterested in his befuddled friend, firmly held down the person who was trying to get up, raising his voice. Madame Pomfrey. The restrained Draco struggled vehemently. Let me go. Are you a troll or something? Your strength is absurd. Harry smiled, entirely unfazed by Draco's bluster. The sound of Madame Pomfrey parting the bed curtains reached their ears. Potter. Malfoy Weasley? I don't recall seeing you enter. She paused, her gaze fixing on Draco. Wait, Malfoy, what are you doing here? Harry quickly stepped aside from Madame Pomfrey. I brought him back from the chamber. He seemed to have been possessed by something. Madame Pomfrey, could you check if he is all right? Hearing of a young wizard potentially unwell, Madame Pomfrey wasted no time. She approached Draco's bedside, waving her wand to examine him. After quite some time, even Ron, now alert, watched anxiously before Madame Pomfrey finally lowered her wand. He is not in serious danger. From her cart, she retrieved a bottle of potion shimmering with strange purple lights and handed it to Draco. Drink this, you have some internal injuries. The rest requires a week's worth of soul stabilizers. I don't have any here. You may need to consult Severus. After observing Draco consume the potion, Madame Pomfrey began ushering them out. All right, you three, hurry along. The other two are robust enough to devour a cow. Collecting the potion bottle, she pushed her cart away. As the three exited the hospital wing, Draco immediately stuck out his tongue. He frantically rifled through Harry's pockets, nearly disrobing him of his robes, causing Ron to take a step back in fright. Merlin, what are you doing? Is the reunion making you so impatient? Harry could tell Ron was on the verge of retching, but he had no time to comfort Ron. He pulled out a special edition of green apple hard candy from Malfoy Manor's secret pocket and unwrapped it, shoving it into Draco's mouth, finally savoring his beloved candy. The fruity flavor masked the peculiar taste lingering in his mouth, and Draco closed his eyes in contentment. Ron Weasley, you should get used to this. Your thoughts are truly filthy, ugh. The first thing Draco did upon feeling better was to retort at Ron. Ron's face flushed. That's not my fault. It's because you two are so easily misinterpreted. Draco scoffed, seizing Harry's hand. Where's Blaise? Aren't you two together? Harry and Ron exchanged glances and, in unison, exclaimed, oh no. We left him in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Draco's expression darkened as he dragged them towards the office, berating them as they ran. You left Blaise there? With Lockhart? I genuinely worry Lockhart might get him to do something foolish and ruin my plans. Harry hesitated, responding, it should be fine. Blaise is quite sensible. Draco shot him a scornful smile. Chapter 92, The Plan. As Draco kicked open the door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, what greeted them was a sight of Lockhart sprawled on the floor and Blaise lounging on the sofa like a lord. Harry felt deeply that if he were to be given another cup of tea and a book, he would be indistinguishable from his usual self in the Slytherin common room. Of course, he was missing a girl with short black hair beside him. Upon seeing Draco enter, Blaise, in a surprisingly good mood, extended his hand to greet him, saying, Hi, long time no see, you're still alive. He made no mention of the concern he felt after Draco had been captured. Draco, disinterested, walked up and expressionlessly kicked Lockhart a few times with the tip of his shoe, and Lockhart remained as motionless as a dead pig. Ron, frightened to the point of near fainting, had somehow produced a gigantic stick, holding it in one hand while patting Harry on the shoulder with the other. Harry, are we going to kill him? Harry replied, No, why do you ask that? He took the stick from Ron's hands. How could we possibly do something as drastic as killing a professor? Draco and the others know their limits. For some reason, Ron sounded somewhat disappointed. Draco and Blaise, of course, had no idea what they were thinking. Had they known, they would have merely remarked, just like a Gryffindor. After inspecting Lockhart and finding him unresponsive, Draco promptly turned to kick Blaise's shoe. You didn't really break him, did you? Blaise rolled his eyes. I'm not that reckless. He was simply too loud. And I couldn't be bothered, so I rendered him unconscious. That is acceptable. Blaise stood up, straightened his clothes, and looked at Draco. So, what is the plan now? Give him a memory wipe. The Mandrake Restorative Potion should be ready by now. When Hermione wakes up, you can tell her. Since you and Ron need to visit them anyway. Everything sounds fine, except you forgot that I don't know how to perform a memory wipe. That's easy. Draco snapped his fingers, and Harry immediately moved closer to him. Is there anything you need from me, little dragon? Blaise and Ron couldn't bear to look at Harry's foolish grin and covered their eyes. However, Draco clearly appreciated it, gently caressing Harry's face and smiling at him. Just erase his memories of the attack today. The rest will be up to Hermione. No problem. Harry took out his laurelwood wand, pointing it at Lockhart. His movements practiced as if he had performed this spell 1,000 times. Obliviate. Once Lockhart was dealt with, Harry and Draco finally had the opportunity to acknowledge Fawkes, who had been perched on the windowsill for quite some time. Is Professor Dumbledore looking for us? Harry's hand brushed against Fawkes' feathers, and Fawkes nodded in response. Ron leaned in. Did he call for me? Clearly, he was still hoping for another chance to touch the Phoenix. Fawkes cast a disdainful glance at him and hopped away to a further spot. Harry placed a comforting hand on the dejected Ron's shoulder. All right, you. Hurry off to the hospital wing. Blaise is waiting for you at the door. Don't you want to be the first person Hermione sees? Ron looked up at the door and indeed spotted Blaise, who was leaning against the doorframe with a bored expression. thinking about seeing the revitalized Hermione soon. Ron forgot his disappointment about not being able to touch Fawkes again and happily ran towards Blaise. Once the two had departed, Harry smiled at Draco. "Shall we go, little dragon?" Draco nodded in response, one hand instinctively taking Harry's outstretched hand, and together they touched Foxtail Feather. After a brief moment of dizziness, the two found themselves in the headmaster's office. The instant Draco's vision cleared, he spotted two familiar golden figures, and almost immediately, he released Harry's hand. Harry glanced over at the Malfoys and then at Draco, whose face had inexplicably turned pale, and decisively reached out, once again gripping Draco's hand tightly. Draco looked at him as if startled, but Harry merely offered him a reassuring smile before leading him to the others. Lucius observed their clasped hands with a grim expression, his cane thudding against the floor. Narcissa, amused by her husband's demeanor, gently placed her hand atop his, which gripped the cane. Sensing his wife's silent comfort, Lucius reciprocated her gesture. Grindelwald, witnessing this, huffed in a haughty manner and experimentally grasped Dumbledore's hand, leaving the solitary Severus to look up at the sky in silence. Fortunately, there was a reliable woman in Narcissa. She pulled Lucius over to the two boys and, releasing his hand, pinched Draco's cheek. "Little dragon, Professor Dumbledore sent word that we were all terrified when we heard you were in trouble. Are you hurt? Are you feeling unwell? Should we take a leave of absence to rest at home?" Draco obediently answered his mother. "I'm fine, Mom. Harry didn't let me get hurt. And I'm not feeling unwell, so we don't need to take a leave." Narcissa looked at him reproachfully. "That won't do. I'm not reassured by what you said. I need to get Severus to check on you." She then looked over at Severus, who approached to examine Draco. "Your soul is still not stable. For the next week, come to me every evening at 7 to take a soul stabilizer." Draco lifted his head, his eyes sparkling, and looked at Severus. Madame Pomfrey said the same thing. "Severus, I will." Dumbledore, seeing this, quickly interjected, "Severus, check on Harry as well." Upon noticing Severus's gaze shift toward him, Harry hurriedly waved his hands. No, I don't need a checkup. I'm uninjured. Just had a minor incident that was a bit unexpected." As he spoke, he gestured in front of him with a hand, indicating a minor occurrence that might lead to criticism of the savior in the Korean wizarding world. The others present became intrigued, and even Grindelwald took on a more attentive posture. First, Harry rummaged through his pockets with his empty hand, and finally produced a diary smeared with a strange black ink. When Harry placed the diary on the table in front of Dumbledore, Lucius had yet to recognize it as the diary from his estate, given its current disheveled appearance. "This is Voldemort's Horcrux. I don't know why it was in Draco's possession," Harry said, casting a sidelong glance at Lucius, his eyes filled with reproach. As if to say, "You old fool, not even your son is spared." Draco, upon seeing that look, realized that Harry had once again misinterpreted the situation, and he retracted his hand, twisting Harry's side. Harry grimaced, pain flashing across his face, but he managed to maintain his composure in front of Lucius. Lucius, after a second glance, recognized it as the object he had lost. Upon recalling Harry's earlier words, the Malfoy family's faces paled almost instantly. Horcrux? Lucius's gaze fixated on the grimy diary. Should he lament that he had kept such a dangerous object in his study, or marvel at Voldemort's madness, which had led to the emergence of Horcruxes? Lucius thought to himself with a hint of sarcasm. Dumbledore reached out to pick up the diary and examined it, confirming that it bore no malevolent power before looking up at Draco. Then Draco, how did you come by this Horcrux? This inquiry was evidently on the minds of the others present. However, unlike the rest, who speculated that Draco had stumbled upon it inadvertently at school, Grindelwald, who was the first to sense something amiss with Draco, believed that this Malfoy scion was far more rebellious than others had presumed. Draco, too intimidated to meet Lucius's gaze, lowered his head, fidgeting with his shirt. "I acquired it at the beginning of the summer. I'm sorry, Father. You need never apologize to me, Draco." Chapter 93. The conversation continues. Lucius placed his hand upon Draco's head, tooling the golden hair that mirrored his own. Harry observed as Draco, much like a rose nourished by affection, seemed to rejuvenate almost instantaneously. It was no wonder that in his past life, Draco frequently proclaimed, "I shall tell my father." How infuriating. This time, he would ensure that Draco learned to say, "I shall tell Harry," much to the chagrin of that old peacock. The savior was resolute. "So, Harry," Dumbledore interjected, interrupting the warmth, "when you speak of an accident, do you mean?" "Professor Dumbledore, you must have noticed that this Horcrux is now in a state of destruction," Harry replied, pointing at the tattered diary. Dumbledore nodded appreciatively. With confirmation received, Harry turned to Draco, who understood his intent and extended his hand, revealing the serpent-like creature coiled around it. Lucius scrutinized the creature, offering a critical remark. "Little dragon, where did you acquire this bracelet? It appears rather filthy. Remove it at once." I shall procure a new one for you. How about a crystal one? The serpent creature, upon hearing this, became agitated, raising itself and hissing at Lucius in a clear display of menace. Hey, show some respect to my father. As Lucius recoiled in surprise, Draco poked the serpent creature's head with a finger. The creature slumped down in response. Meanwhile, Lucius and Narcissa exchanged glances, their expressions revealing further surprise. Dumbledore, witnessing this scene, had his blue eyes glimmering behind his glasses, as if ignited by some internal spark. He reached out, gently lifting the serpent creature from Draco's grasp and placing it beside the diary. Is this the legendary serpent creature? Dumbledore inquired without looking up. The onlookers leaned in closer, intrigued by the tales they had heard of the Chamber of Secrets. The thought of a serpent creature that had lived for over 1,000 years inspired Severus to envision numerous new possibilities. His hand trembled with excitement as he pondered. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore, Harry affirmed, gazing at the elderly man. This is what we refer to as the incident. The two then took turns recounting the events that transpired in the chamber. Although due to Draco's initial unconsciousness, it was primarily Harry who spoke. As the narrative progressed, Draco remained cautious, omitting the details of the memories the serpent creature had conveyed to him when they formed their bond, merely stating that he could now comprehend the serpent's speech. Lucius and Narcissa's expressions shifted in tandem with the unfolding story, particularly when they heard Harry mention that Voldemort had explicitly stated he was resurrected by siphoning Draco's life force. Lucius nearly shattered his wand in his grip. Once again, he felt fortunate for his change of allegiance. Narcissa seemed to share this sentiment, her hand tightening around her husband's, offering him strength and support. After Harry concluded his account, Dumbledore regarded the serpent creature in contemplative silence. After a lengthy pause, he finally asked, "Does this serpent creature have a name?" At long last, someone had acknowledged it, and the serpent creature perked up, writhing with delight as it hissed, "Of course. Salazar bestowed upon me a splendid name, Lowell." Dumbledore responded in Parcel tongue, "Oh, so you are a boy." Evidently, the headmaster of Hogwarts. The brief exchange left those unfamiliar with Parcel tongue in bewilderment, prompting Narcissa to hesitantly inquire, "What are you discussing?" Draco quickly remembered that his father, mother, and godfather could not comprehend and promptly explained, "The serpent creature is responding to Professor Dumbledore's question. It says its name is Lowell and that it is a boy." The two engaged in a succinct dialogue about the events surrounding the chamber's opening 50 years ago and recently. After confirming that the serpent creature's actions were not of its own volition and that its eyes, used for attack, had been blinded, Dumbledore finally felt at ease. "Draco, the serpent creature has conveyed the nature of your bond to me. What are your thoughts regarding its future?" Lucius proposed, "Little dragon, why not bring the serpent creature back to Malfoy Manor for a while? The estate is vast, and there will surely be a suitable place for it to reside." Severus remained neutral, his primary interest lying in acquiring materials from the serpent creature. Draco contemplated carefully before making a decision. "Let it accompany me. As you can see, it can transform into a bracelet, so it can stay with us during meals at school. During breaks, it will return with me directly to Malfoy Manor. Father, could you kindly prepare a suitable living space for the serpent creature at home? Please." Lucius, caught in the gaze of his son's wide, pleading eyes, waved his hand decisively. "No problem. Very well," Dumbledore said, clasping his hands together. "Thus, this matter is settled. Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, I kindly ask you to remain for a moment while we discuss our future collaboration. Severus, would you please escort Harry and Draco back to the common room?" Severus nodded, already eager to inquire about materials for research from Draco, the millennia-old serpent creature. Draco extended his hand, and Lowell obediently returned to his wrist, feigning lifelessness. He then followed Harry closely behind Severus as they departed from the headmaster's office, leaving the discussions therein to Lucius. As they traversed the castle's corridor, an unusually sunny day in England broke through the clouds, casting a halo of sunlight around the trio. Harry and Draco exchanged glances, and eventually, Harry spoke up to halt Severus. "Professor Snape." Severus turned, his expression unmistakably conveying that if Harry did not articulate his thoughts clearly, detention would be unavoidable. Harry cleared his throat and produced a small pouch, extending it forward. "Professor, this contains the serpent's shed skin that I collected. Draco mentioned it might be of use to you." Severus, with a complex expression, accepted the unremarkable pouch and tightened his grip on it. Noticing his godfather's eagerness to begin research, Draco kindly suggested, "Godfather, why not commence your studies? Harry and I will be safe within the castle, especially with the serpent creature accompanying us." Severus's lips twitched slightly. In times devoid of danger, Potter is the greatest peril. After observing them for some time, he finally relented. "Very well. Here, take this." Severus produced a vial of potion from his sleeve and placed it in Draco's hand. Recognizing the familiar hue, Draco understood it to be the special soul stabilizer brewed by his godfather. Without hesitation, he enveloped Severus in a heartfelt embrace, then joyfully consumed the potion. As expected, the fruity potion solidified Draco's resolve to seek Severus whenever he fell ill. Indeed, the concoctions in the hospital wing were notoriously unpalatable, a deliberate design by the Godfather. Watching Draco consume the potion with satisfaction, Severus affectionately ruffled Draco's hair before departing with the small pouch in hand. On their way to the hospital wing, Harry curiously inquired, "Why is it that you can drink this without needing sugar? Aren't all the potions from the professor the same flavor?" Draco flashed him a smug smile. "Please, you, a Potter, should not compare yourself to me. I have the exclusive fruit-flavored potion designed for me, which is entirely different from the repugnant sock flavor you lot endure." In disbelief, Harry tugged at his own hair. "What? So all those years I've been drinking that dreadful sock, that foul rag, and that slop were for naught? Guess you're just lucky, ha ha ha." The two playfully bickered as they arrived at the hospital wing, where they found Blaise and Pansy engaged in conversation. Harry glanced around but failed to spot his friends. Where are Hermione and Ron? Pansy dramatically rested her fingertips on her forehead as soon as she woke up. She went to find Lockhart, dragging Ron along as a witness. We had quite the explanation to give for that. Harry could already envision the frustrated expressions on his friends' faces, unable to voice their grievances. Upon their arrival, Pansy and Blaise finally had the chance to leave. Observing Pansy clinging closely to Draco, Harry sighed deeply, and Blaise sympathetically patted his shoulder, inching closer to Draco himself. The two flanked Draco, forcing Harry to follow behind, his teeth gritted in annoyance. Those wretched Slytherins. Wait a moment, I'm a Slytherin now too. Chapter 94, The Press Conference. As Harry trailed behind the mischievous Slytherins back to their house table, his displeasure was palpable. Yet it could not alter the reality of the situation. Once back at the table, Harry refrained from insisting on sitting beside Draco. He simply could not compete, especially with Pansy just waking up and both Theodore and Daphne flocking to him. A cluster of little snakes surrounded Draco, leaving Harry to settle for a position 2 seats away. Once the Mandrake restorative potion was brewed, the Great Hall regained its former vibrancy. Those who had been petrified returned to their respective tables, exchanging tales of their experiences before the petrification. Sir Nicholas floated about the hall, greeted warmly by many young wizards. "Welcome back, Sir Nicholas." "Thank you." "Good evening, Sir Nicholas." "Good evening." "So wonderful to see you again, Sir Nicholas." "Thank you." Even Filch stood at the entrance, cradling his long-lost cat, lost in his own world. "Hermione, welcome back." Sir Nicholas's voice drew Harry and the others' attention. They looked up to see Hermione and Ron standing at the entrance, glancing their way. "Thank you, Sir Nicholas," Hermione replied before hastening over to Harry and Draco, enveloping them both in warm embraces. "Hermione, I'm so glad to see you again." Draco reciprocated her embrace, causing Pansy to pout in jealousy. "Draco, you didn't give me a big hug when you saw me." Hermione and Draco exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously extended a hand. "Oh, Pansy." Pansy joyfully joined the embrace, and the three spun around in a jubilant circle. Ron sidled up to Harry, raising his eyebrows suggestively, and, once he had Harry's attention, whispered, "How much longer are they going to hug?" "I don't know. Do you think we could join in?" Harry's gaze was fixed on Pansy and Hermione's hands resting on Draco's waist, his mind seething with jealousy. Ron's eyes brightened. "Can we?" Blaise shot them a warning look. "I advise against it if you wish to avoid Pansy's wrath." Harry and Ron immediately deflated. Fortunately, the embrace did not last long, and thanks to Ron and Hermione's arrival, Harry finally had the chance to sit beside Draco. With Harry and Draco at the center, their friends fanned out behind them. Hermione and Ron naturally took seats beside Harry, and even the Slytherins dared not challenge Draco's glare. Once seated, while waiting for the professors, including Dumbledore, to arrive in the hall, Draco seized the opportunity to inquire about Hermione's plans. With a smile, Hermione replied, "Leave it to me. Lockhart has already agreed to hold a small press conference this afternoon at Hogwarts. He is currently off to discuss it with Professor Dumbledore." Draco rummaged through his small pouch, producing a vial of Veritaserum, which he pushed toward Hermione. "This is the Veritaserum I acquired from my godfather. When you find the chance, administer 3 drops to him, and he will reveal all his secrets." Hermione beamed at the little potion vial. Draco then turned his attention to Blaise. "Have those from whom the stories were stolen regained their memories?" Blaise produced a 2-way mirror, handing it to Draco. "Uncle Lucius sent someone to place the memory charm on them. Once they regained their memories, they realized it was Lockhart who had stolen their stories and experiences. We seized this opportunity to inform them of our plan to expose Lockhart, and they are all willing to come to Hogwarts as witnesses, under Malfoy's authority. I doubt anyone would dare to refuse. I spoke with them while waiting for you in Lockhart's office. They are currently at an inn in Hogsmeade, waiting for our signal. We can contact them via the 2-way mirror when the time is right." Harry, eager to contribute, drew Draco's attention. "I discussed this matter with Professor Dumbledore as well. He has agreed to provide us with a one-time use portkaya. I've asked Blaze to deliver it to them. Draco nonchalantly ruffled Harry's hair. Understood. In that case, let us await the afternoon-esque spectacle. As the meal progressed, Dumbledore entered the hall accompanied by the other professors. Lockhart trailed last. Clad in a deep violet wizard's robe topped with his favored lilac top hat, embodying an air of triumph, he strutted in behind Severus. Draco noted that his godfather abruptly halted, seemingly having been stepped on by Lockhart. Sure enough, as Severus took his seat, his gaze fixed on Lockhart with a look that could slice him to ribbons. As each professor settled down, including Hagrid, Lockhart positioned himself at the center of the hall. Ahem, he cleared his throat dramatically, adjusting his attire and revealing a flawless smile, provoking a flurry of chatter among the young wizards below. Professor Lockhart looks splendid today. Is there some good news? I wonder if there's a new book? Traveling with Hogwarts? If it's a new book, I must buy it. I hope Professor Lockhart will hold another signing event at Hogwarts. I simply must attend. Pleased with the discussions he had incited, Lockhart basked in the flattery for a while before grandly announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, in the classroom on the second floor of the West Tower, adorned with a portrait of an inflated young lady, we shall convene the most extraordinary and magnificent press conference of the year. During this event, I will unveil a matter of great significance that awaits your attention." The chatter in the Hogwarts Great Hall reached a crescendo. Draco and his companions observed the spectacle with cold detachment, thinking, let them make a fuss. The louder it gets, the more splendid the conclusion will be. By afternoon, nearly half the school's young witches and wizards had gathered, thanks to Professor McGonagall's transformation of the empty classroom. Otherwise, it would have been quite cramped. The journalists invited by Lockhart were seated at the front, while Draco lingered at the back, watching as his subordinate reporters scribbled in their notebooks. Harry approached from behind, wrapping his arms around Draco and resting his head on his shoulder. I brought them along. They're seated just behind the reporters. The hooded ones? Draco queried. Yes. Pansy is next to them, and Ron is with Hermione, trying to coax Lockhart into boasting a bit more about himself. Let them handle it. We shall simply enjoy the show. At 3 o'clock, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the podium at the center of the room, creating a natural spotlight. It was at this moment that Lockhart made his entrance. Welcome, everyone. We gather here today to witness yet another thrilling adventure tale, crafted by me, Gilderoy Lockhart. I have uncovered that the millennial monster within Hogwarts Castle is none other than a basilisk. During my tenure as the defense against the dark arts professor, I came to understand how fearful everyone was under the threat of the basilisk. But fear not, I have vanquished the creature with my wand. This extraordinary experience will be chronicled in my forthcoming book, Walking with the Basilisk. Now, my esteemed journalists, you may pose your questions. After a series of typical inquiries, the moment for intrigue arrived. A brown-haired reporter, bespectacled and sharp-eyed, stood up, her gaze fixed intently on Lockhart. Mr. Lockhart, it is said that the basilisk was defeated by Mr. Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world. What evidence do you have to support your claim of having slain the creature? Lockhart stiffened, his memories of defeating the basilisk entirely derived from Hermione's recounting. Rita Skeeter, the journalist he had specially invited, seemed to sense the brewing scandal, her quick quotes trembling eagerly. Pansy clearly saw her scribbling. Savior versus Most Charming Smile Award. Who is the true victor? Whose words hold water? Lockhart's book launch faces allegations of plagiarism, Pansy noted, smirking at Rita Skeeter's audacity. Before Lockhart could respond, another journalist rose. Rumor has it that your previous tales were also stolen from others. How do you respond to this? The brown-haired reporter pressed on, relentless. I once encountered an adventurer in the hospital who had undergone a memory charm. His adventures bore striking resemblance to one of your earlier books. Could it be that you used a memory charm on him after pilfering his story? Preposterous. If my tales were indeed plagiarized, wouldn't every storyteller be aware of having been subjected to a memory charm? Lockhart retorted, regaining his composure. All my stories are based on my personal adventures, and I always validate their authenticity at my book launches. As for the rumors concerning Harry and me, I must admit that Harry is a student I hold in high regard. Thus it is only natural that he features in my adventures as my indispensable assistant. Draco leaned closer to Harry, whispering, he truly is insufferably arrogant. Let him revel in his moment. The students present were bewildered by the exchanges. Yet with Lockhart's confident declarations and the announcement of his new book's connection to the savior, they decided to grant him a modicum of trust. Unfortunately, this hard-won trust was soon shattered. A hooded figure stood up, declaring, I can attest to the claims made by that reporter. I am the adventurer who underwent the memory charm. As he removed his hood, Lockhart's face drained of color. His lips parched, he gulped down a large swig of water. Your walking with the Yeti is a theft of my story. I can also testify that your walking with the ghost was stolen from my account. One by one, hooded figures rose. revealing faces that were unknown to the students but all too familiar to Lockhart. He had never felt his memory so vividly alive. How else could he recall their faces so clearly, as if they were seated before him recounting their tales? Rita, now like a shark sensing blood, had Lockhart firmly in her sights, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. And now, that moment had arrived. Mr. Lockhart, could you address the adventurers' accusations of thievery? What if I did steal their stories? Such splendid narratives. Yet instead of transforming them into gold galleons, I endeavored to present them to those illustrious families. Without me, their stories would have languished in obscurity among pure-blood families, gathering dust. It is I who have brought their tales to the forefront of the wizarding world. They ought to be grateful to me. A gasp spread through the room. Lockhart suddenly seemed to realize the gravity of his words, hastily covering his mouth. The audience assumed he had simply misspoken in a moment of panic. Dumbledore, who had appeared at the door unnoticed, promptly intervened, silencing Lockhart with a wave of his hand. The headmaster maintained his characteristic cheerful demeanor, even as the magic restrained Lockhart. Children, I believe Professor Lockhart's book launch may have reached its conclusion. This afternoon, take the time to rest, as our petrified friends have returned to us, allowing for joyful reunions. As for other matters, we shall discuss them at dinner. The students obediently filed out. Harry and his friends swept along with the crowd. Dumbledore, moving against the flow of students, cast a keen glance at the journalists and several victims, his eyes narrowing. Dear journalists, today's interview will conclude here. As for the remaining students, perhaps you would care to join me in my office for a cup of hot tea. I shall assist you in contacting Fudge. Rita's eyes darted, plotting her next move. Dumbledore turned to her, his tone laced with a hint of warning. Today's news is already quite substantial. Wouldn't you agree? I eagerly anticipate seeing your piece in tonight's Daily Prophet. With her intentions laid bare, Rita huffed and sashayed away in her form-fitting green robes. Dumbledore shook his head, leading the victims and the now-defeated Lockhart toward his office. Hiding in the shadows, a few individuals cloaked in illusion spells emerged upon witnessing Dumbledore's departure. Exchanging knowing glances, they unanimously decided to find a suitable location for a discussion. Once they arrived on the sunlit lawn, Draco took the initiative to speak. There is something amiss with Lockhart. Aside from the Verita serum, did you administer anything else? Hermione flashed an apologetic smile. Theodore prepared it for me. He began brewing as soon as he learned we intended to dose him. The group's attention shifted towards Theodore, who was ostentatiously adjusting his cuffs. It's merely a potion that amplifies emotions, he remarked nonchalantly. Draco recognized the potion immediately, a look of realization crossing his face, prompting him to drop the subject. You've overlooked one detail, Theodore interjected. To ensure he would definitely drink that glass of water, I specifically instructed Goyle to tell the house elf to add extra salt to Professor Lockhart's meal. I was wondering why Goyle suddenly vanished from my side when we went to the kitchen together, Vincent grumbled. Draco playfully slapped his round belly. All you ever think about is food. You didn't even notice my absence. Vincent, rubbing his belly in feigned distress, replied. But I really am quite hungry. Laughter erupted among the group. After the laughter subsided, Pansy and Hermione took hold of Draco's hands, inquiring about the basilisk, which elicited Ron's disgruntled complaints. It was the three of us working together. Draco was the one who got captured. Pansy rolled her eyes. But you weren't even in the last chamber. It was an accident. You could ask Harry. Ron protested loudly, prompting Hermione to facepalm. With his heart and mind filled with thoughts of Draco, Harry vaguely heard someone calling his name. Who called me? This drew an exasperated huff from Pansy. Do you really expect us to ask such a fool? Besides, Harry will undoubtedly inform Draco of everything. How could he resist the opportunity to play the hero in front of him? Observing his hopeless friend, Ron shed tears of disappointment. Amused, Draco watched the dramatic redhead, patiently recounting the tale of their escapade in the Chamber of Secrets. However, he chose to withhold the existence of the basilisk. As he traced his fingers over the memory of the creature, they glided over his left arm. As the story concluded, twilight descended, and the group made their way to the Great Hall. Upon arrival, they noticed many young witches and wizards animatedly discussing the afternoon's events. Even after Draco and his companions settled at the Slytherin table, fellow students approached them to inquire about their opinions. Harry mused that if they could engage the Slytherins in discussion, Lockhart had indeed succeeded in his quest to become a sensation at Hogwarts. With the professors seated, the dinner commenced. Before the meal began, Dumbledore customarily took the floor to deliver his summary remarks. Before we commence our feast, let us extend our gratitude to Professors Sprout and Pomfrey. Their concoction of the Mandrake Restorative Potion has successfully healed all victims of petrification. As thunderous applause filled the hall, Dumbledore continued. Furthermore, in light of recent events, the school has decided to cancel all examinations. Amidst the discontented expressions from Hermione and a few fellow Gryffindors, The rest of the young witches and wizards erupted into joyful applause. After the jubilation, a brave Ravenclaw stood up, the devoted fan of Lockhart, Lynn. Though visibly intimidated by the setting, her pursuit of truth compelled her to boldly pose the question that weighed on everyone's minds. Professor Dumbledore, may I inquire whether Professor Lockhart is truly a fraud? If he is indeed a fraud, then who was it that vanquished the monster of the chamber? The hall fell silent, all eyes turning to Dumbledore, including those of the professors. Dumbledore sighed deeply. Professor Lockhart is indeed not what he claims to be. I regret having chosen such an individual as your defense against the dark arts instructor. This afternoon, I contacted Minister Fudge of the Ministry of Magic, and with the assistance of Veritaserum, we confirmed that Lockhart has plagiarized others' experiences and unlawfully used Obliviate on citizens of the magical community. In fact, he has already been taken back to the Ministry for a second trial. Once Lockhart discloses the list of his victims, the Ministry will release the findings. The grim revelation left many of Lockhart's fans looking ashen. Lynn stared blankly at the signed book in her hands, a wave of disgust rising within her for Lockhart's desecration of knowledge. Fortunately, Dumbledore did not allow them to linger in such a mood for too long. As for the basilisk, I wish to commend 3 exceptionally talented students. Children, please stand when I call your names. Harry Potter, Blaise Zabinai, Ron Weasley. The trio, through their astute judgment of danger and quick actions, had vanquished the basilisk, saving their friends and classmates, and were each awarded a special commendation of 100 points for their house. The applause was thunderous, and Ron's face turned beet red. Blaise, standing to Draco's left, couldn't help but smirk. Looks like this lad has more to say. Harry nodded in agreement. Chapter 96. Before the holidays after the feast concluded, Draco and Harry returned to their dormitory early. After all, they had hardly rested from yesterday to today. Even Ron and Blaise were no exceptions. A glance at the Gryffindor table revealed Ron had fallen asleep with his head resting on Neville's shoulder. Thus, as other Slytherins sought to inquire why Dumbledore had awarded them extra points, Pansy and Theodore strategically blocked the throng with Vincent and Gregory, allowing their friends to rest properly. However, it is worth noting that when Harry and Draco returned to their dormitory to freshen up, an unexpected situation arose. This specifically referred to Lowell. Merlin knows. When Draco removed his outer robe and discovered a very conspicuous black ring around his pristine white wrist, he could not contain a sharp scream. Startled, Harry, who was searching for toiletries, jumped. What's wrong? What's wrong? Draco extended his hand. Look. Harry focused his gaze and gasped. Wherever Lowell had been, there were unmistakable black stains. Knowing Draco's aversion to dirt, Harry hastily retrieved a handkerchief and approached. Lowell, you go to the sink and prepare some water. We need to give you a thorough cleaning. Harry spoke firmly to Lowell, who was evidently surprised by how dirty he was. As a pampered pet snake, Lowell obediently lowered his slender wrist and slithered toward the washroom. Meanwhile, Harry cradled Draco's wrist, wiping it clean repeatedly with the handkerchief, and then insisted that they go to the washroom so he could use his fragrances to clean it properly. This exasperated Draco, who finally relented, smacking Harry gently on the head to flatten his tousled hair. Go fetch the unopened blue brush I left under the sink in the washroom and make sure Lowell is spotless. I don't want to see him looking like this filthy creature. Harry brushed Draco's hand away and placed a soft kiss on his lips. At your service, my young master. Then, he dashed away before Draco could grab something to throw at him. Draco was left alone, blushing as he sat on the sofa. To both Harry and Draco's astonishment, Lowell, once cleansed, revealed himself to be a silver serpent. Harry recalled the dark serpents from his past life, realizing that the previous versions must have been remnants of dirt. Cleaned up, Lowell proudly raised his small head, preening before the mirror. I haven't had a bath in ages since Salazar vanished. Draco, upon hearing this, glanced at his own wrist and, unable to bear it any longer, shooed both Harry and Lowell out of the washroom. Get out, all of you. He then remained inside for over an hour. By that time, Lowell had already fallen asleep on the little bed Harry had prepared for him. After a jubilant feast, the busy end-of-term classes resumed. However, this year's curriculum seemed far more bearable for the young wizards. After all, once classes concluded, they could glide into summer without the dread of poor grades and the dreaded bamboo shoots stir-fry from their parents. What a delightful prospect. Consequently, the atmosphere at Hogwarts during the term's end was filled with merriment. Sure enough, Harry and the others arranged to visit Hagrid for afternoon tea on a day free from classes. Although calling it afternoon tea was somewhat misleading, the primary purpose was for Draco to discuss his upcoming visit to Norberta with Hagrid. Yes, the very Norwegian ridgeback dragon that both he and Hagrid had been yearning for. The little creature, upon being sent to Romania, had been identified as a female and had been given a more fitting name. As Draco pulled out the recent photograph of Norberta that Lucius had brought, he sipped his tea while passing the image around to his friends. Hagrid, teary-eyed, caressed the picture of the soaring Norberta. Look at her. She's grown so thin without her mother. Draco nodded in understanding. The others exchanged glances at the photograph, which clearly showed Norberta was considerably larger than the other dragons. Even Ron found himself at a loss for words, ultimately opting to change the subject. Oh, look at this picture. Norberta looks so cool in the air. Hagrid quickly wiped away his tears, leaning over to admire the photo in Ron's hand. Sitting beside Draco, Harry smiled at him, saying, I truly wish this moment could last a little longer. Draco discerned his intent immediately. It will, once you eliminate that bald man. We shall have plenty more moments like this. Harry chuckled. You're not afraid of him at all now, calling him bald every day. Draco gazed deeply at him. Because I have you, the savior. You are my greatest source of security. Though he did not voice the last sentiment, the preceding words were sufficient to bring a long-lost blush to the cheeks of a certain savior. Noticing that his friends had nearly finished admiring the photograph, Draco set down his teacup, the porcelain cup clinking against the small saucer, drawing everyone's attention to him. Do you have any plans for the summer? At that moment, Hermione recalled thoughtfully, Not yet, but my mom mentioned taking me to France in August. Pansy climbed onto Draco's shoulder and asked playfully, What's up, little dragon? Are you inviting us to play at Malfoy Manor? Harry pulled Pansy away, discontentedly saying, Just talk, don't get handsy. Pansy shrugged him off with an elegant eye roll. All right, Draco interrupted their playful banter. I am inviting you all, but not to Malfoy Manor. I told my dad I want to visit Norberta with my friends, and I wanted to see if you all have time to join me in Romania. Harry was the first to raise his hand in excitement. I can go. Hermione's eyes sparkled. If it's in July, I can too. Ron quickly chimed in. I'll go as well. My mom will surely agree. And I can visit Charlie since I missed him last time. However, a few Slytherin students hesitated, unsure of their circumstances. Draco understood their concerns. No worries. We can contact each other through the two-way mirror. Pansy nodded. Make sure to remember that. Hagrid watched the scene with joy. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. He then leaned closer to Draco. Be sure to keep an eye on Norberta for me. Draco patted the large man on the back. Rest assured, I will take plenty of pictures for you. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, they returned to their burdensome studies. Following Lockhart's capture, Professor Grin, the laid-back assistant headmaster, took over the defense against the dark arts class. The students got a true taste of real dark magic. Across the school, students learned new knowledge while professors no longer had to worry about Lockhart's detrimental influence. Dumbledore could secretly indulge in a few extra sweets, while only Grindelwald and Severus remained disgruntled. However, on the eve of their departure from school, the verdict regarding Lockhart was finally announced. The Ministry of Magic's slow bureaucratic process had finally confirmed Lockhart's crimes, sentencing him to Azkaban. Since the day Lockhart was exposed, various newspapers had taken to covering the story extensively. After all, there hadn't been much gossip lately, and seizing the opportunity to delve into his downfall was an irresistible opportunity. From his first book to his plagiarism experiences, and every stage of his trial was reported daily. Rita Skeeter, in particular, profited immensely. In conclusion, during the final stretch of the semester, the students finally gleaned some genuinely useful knowledge. When the holiday arrived, Hermione clutched her defense against the dark arts notebook as if it were a treasure while boarding the train home. The House Cup for the academic year was predictably claimed by Slytherin, unlike the previous year when it was shared with Gryffindor. This time, Slytherin also benefited from the Quidditch Cup points. As Draco surveyed the hall filled with a sea of green, he couldn't help but smile. Harry looked up to find Severus sporting the same smile. What a nuisance. How do I cope with my wife being influenced by Professor Snape? The announcement of the House Cup signified the official conclusion of their academic year. However, the friends who had promised to reunite during the summer were not disheartened by this brief separation. Ron even took the time to tease Lowell, who was perched on Draco's shoulder. As the Hogwarts Express pulled into the familiar King's Cross station, it was time to part ways. After bidding farewell to his friends, Harry stood waiting for Uncle Vernon to pick him up. Uncle Vernon was running a bit late today. Harry wondered what might have delayed him. He glanced at his watch, his thoughts drifting. As he left, he noticed Draco's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Perhaps he should learn some nourishing recipes from Aunt Petunia to prepare for him. He couldn't help but miss Draco deeply as they had only just parted. Before Harry could get too lost in thoughts of Draco, Uncle Vernon finally arrived in his little car. After taking Harry's suitcase, he ushered him into the vehicle. You didn't wait too long, did you? I got delayed picking up a gift for your aunt. Not for long. The train was a little late today. Why the sudden gift for Aunt Petunia? Is there a special occasion I'm unaware of? As Harry fastened his seatbelt, curiosity bubbled within him, prompting him to inquire. Vernon, sporting a slightly bashful smile, acknowledged Harry's remark that it was indeed quite peculiar. From the back seat of the car, Harry retrieved an exquisitely adorned gift box, carefully extracting a card from within. Let me show you the introduction card. "It's wrapped up, so I can't open it," he said, handing the card to Harry before starting the engine. Upon opening the card, Harry discovered a photograph showcasing a magnificent set of pearl jewelry, including a necklace, bracelet, and earrings. The reverse side featured a description of the set, detailing the designer and the origin of the pearls from a specific oceanic region. Even though Harry wasn't well versed in such matters, he could discern that each pearl in the photograph was lustrous and perfectly round, reflecting exceptional quality. While Harry marveled at the card, Vernon elaborated, "I hadn't initially planned to make a purchase today, but as I drove to pick you up, I passed by the newly opened Aurora Plaza. It's a boutique mall established by a reputable aristocratic firm, catering exclusively to the upper middle class, offering luxury goods and cosmetics. Recently, I was promoted to manager, which came with a pay raise, and I've been discreetly saving some money over the past few years. Our 14th wedding anniversary is approaching, and I wanted to surprise Petunia. I promised her I would buy her a set of jewelry when we married, to ensure she lived a life of happiness. It's hard to believe that all these years have passed, and I'm only now fulfilling that promise." As Vernon spoke, a bittersweet smile creased his lips. Harry, witnessing the self-deprecating smile on Vernon's face, felt a pang of emotion. In his previous life, such moments had never occurred amidst the turmoil of their circumstances. He pondered whether Vernon had indeed managed to save that amount. However, it was evident that Aunt Petunia had always harbored a fondness for pearls, and Vernon knew her well. As they drove along, lost in thoughts of his perceived inadequacies towards Petunia, Harry resolved to change the subject. "By the way, Uncle, how did you manage to hide your savings? Isn't all your salary given to Aunt Petunia?" Eager to divert his thoughts, Vernon promptly responded, "Harry, let me tell you, saving money is an art. Every man should have a little stash set aside. You'll understand when you start dating." He then imparted various techniques for discreetly saving money. By the time Harry alighted from the car, he was armed with an array of tips for wooing a partner. Closing his notebook filled with notes, Harry mused, "This is quite promising. I might just test Draco's reaction to some of these." As he exited the vehicle, Harry spotted Aunt Petunia waiting for them at the door. Vernon, clutching the elegant bag, exchanged a conspiratorial glance with Harry, clearly signaling him to create a diversion. Reluctantly, Harry approached Petunia with his suitcase, instantly capturing most of her attention. She took a handkerchief to wipe the dust from Harry's face, scrutinizing him closely. "You've lost weight. I'll whip up some delicious dishes for you," she said. As she spoke in her usual calm tone, Harry felt an unexpected tightness in his throat. He fought back tears, overwhelmed by emotion. Petunia ushered Harry inside, casting a curious glance back at Vernon, who seemed to be engaged in something peculiar in the back seat. Puzzled, she returned her attention to Harry, who was unsure how to respond to this surprise. But thankfully, Petunia did not press further. While she busied herself in the kitchen preparing dinner, Vernon stealthily entered, concealing the gift box behind him as he approached Petunia. Dudley, perched on the couch watching television, astutely noticed the gift. "Dad," he began, but Harry swiftly covered his mouth with a piece of paper, stifling his words. "MMM." Dudley struggled against Harry's grip, but Harry remained focused on the kitchen. Meanwhile, Vernon knelt on one knee, holding the box and patiently awaiting Petunia's attention. Dudley, sensing the unusual atmosphere, ceased his struggles, and he and Harry gazed wide-eyed at the scene unfolding in the kitchen. For a moment, the only sound in the house was Petunia's melodic humming as she cooked. When she finally sensed the unusual silence, suspecting mischief from the children, she turned to find Vernon, dressed formally, kneeling with the gift box in hand. Petunia instinctively covered her mouth, though a gasp escaped her lips. "Goodness, Vernon, this," Vernon, sweating from nerves yet striving to maintain composure, replied, "Dear Petunia, this is my promise to you. I want you to know that I have kept my commitments in my heart. Whether it's providing you with a home or this set of jewelry. Please, open it and see if you like it." As Petunia hurriedly washed and dried her hands, feigning exasperation, she protested, "Oh my, why now? My hands are all dirty. Goodness, am I really dressed like this?" Once her hands were clean, her first act was to help Vernon to his feet before placing the gift box on the table. At that moment, Harry released Dudley, and the two boys leaned in to catch a glimpse of the jewelry. Vernon stood behind Petunia, watching her blush as she unwrapped the gift like she did in their courting days. Petunia cautiously opened the box, and as the sunset streamed through the window, it illuminated the pearls, casting a dazzling array of colors. The pristine pearls shimmered under the sunlight, enveloped in a myriad of hues. "Oh my!" Petunia's hand hovered above the necklace, uncertain whether to let it drop. "Vernon, this must have cost a fortune." Vernon gently lifted the necklace and placed it around her neck. "Not at all. In my eyes, it pales in comparison to the surprise you just gave me." "Dudley, Harry, come take a look. How does it look?" With his hand resting on Petunia's shoulder, he encouraged the boys to compliment her. They quickly obliged, praising how lovely she looked, which brought a radiant smile to Petunia's face. All right, she said, tenderly touching the necklace around her neck, planting a kiss on Vernon's cheek. Thank you, darling. Witnessing this, Harry and Dudley erupted into teasing shouts, prompting Vernon to playfully scold them. The boys were soon ushered out of the kitchen, while Vernon remained, helping Petunia with various tasks, even offering to cook a dish himself. His robust frame often brushed against Petunia in the small kitchen, prompting her to lightly admonish him, to which he would readily apologize yet continue his clumsiness. Observing this scene, Harry finally grasped Vernon's earlier statement, that all forms of love require a special preservative, and that occasional surprises serve as the best means of keeping love alive. Perhaps the wisdom of the previous generation holds some truth after all. Harry, take some money and go with Dudley to the bakery at the end of the street to buy a cake. We're having a feast today. Vernon's voice echoed from the kitchen. All right, Harry readily replied, dragging Dudley, who was sprawled on the sofa, out the door. That day at the Dursley household, laughter and joy resonated until the moon graced the night sky. Vernon, in high spirits, even produced a bottle of wine, distributing a bit to everyone in the household. Chapter 98. Departure, Romania. The consequences of an indulgent night before had left the entire family of four thoroughly inebriated. After all, the drink that Vernon had brought forth was no mere child's play, far from the whimsical butterbeer of youth. Although it was not as potent as vodka or whiskey, the smoothness of the beverage belied a fierce after effect. By the end of the night, Dudley was lamenting his lack of a romantic partner while clinging to the sofa, and Harry lay sprawled in the yard, gazing at the moon and missing Draco. Meanwhile, Vernon led Petunia in a clumsy dance beneath the moonlight, eliciting light-hearted laughter from her. This was the last image etched in Harry's consciousness. The following day, he awoke with a throbbing headache and descended the stairs to find Dobby, who had prepared a hangover remedy for them. Upon spotting Dobby, Harry was momentarily startled. Merlin, Dobby, what are you doing here? Dobby, clad in a brand new outfit and the Dursleys' apron, was bustling around the kitchen. Hearing Harry's voice, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Harry Potter has awakened. Is Harry Potter still in pain? Master Draco has sent Dobby to deliver something important to Harry Potter. When Dobby saw Harry Potter and his family lying on the ground inebriated, Dobby took it upon himself to return you to your beds and prepare a hangover soup. As he spoke, he proudly presented a bowl of warm broth as if it were a treasure. Dazed, Harry was guided by Dobby to sit at the dining table, mechanically consuming the soup. Suddenly, a sharp scream startled him, causing him to jump, which in turn sent the two men still upstairs scrambling down in a flurry. What's wrong? Petunia, are you all right? When they reached the living room, they too stood frozen in shock. Dobby politely bowed. Good day, Harry Potter's family. I am Dobby, the house elf in service to Master Draco, here to deliver something to Harry Potter. The elf's friendly demeanor momentarily dissuaded Vernon's impulse to retrieve his shotgun. He turned to Harry, inquiring, what species is this, Dobby? Harry gestured for them to take a seat at the table, and Dobby magically served them the hangover soup before continuing his work in the kitchen. Scratching his unruly hair, Harry attempted to make it even messier. Well, Dobby is essentially a servant of Draco and his family, particularly loyal, and unless commanded by his master, one need not worry about him inflicting harm. Although Dobby was indeed a rather unique house elf, Harry mused internally. The Dursleys appeared somewhat dazed, particularly upon discovering that the soup was quite palatable. Fortunately, over the past 2 years, their relationship had improved, and accepting elements of the magical world was no longer as daunting. However, Dobby's appearance did not conform to human aesthetic standards, which led them to refrain from engaging him in conversation. Once Dobby brought a pot of aromatic stew to the table and tidied the kitchen to appear as if it had never been used, he returned to the dining room. With a snap of his fingers, an exquisite envelope materialized before Harry. Master Draco says everything is in the letter. Dobby must take his leave now. Have fun. Harry Potter and Master Draco. After a deep bow, he vanished with a loud pop. Such a courteous Dobby was almost unsettling. Harry's hand rested on the envelope, and he thought it was rather untimely. Fortunately, Dudley quickly urged Harry to open the envelope, and Petunia and Vernon leaned in curiously, with 3 expectant faces upon him. Harry opened the black and gold envelope, sealed with natural beeswax. Dear Harry, I hope your first day of summer vacation has been pleasant. After returning home, I discussed our travel plans to Romania with Father, but I bear unfortunate news. For reasons unknown, the Ministry of Magic has not approved my application for a cross-border portkaya. They claim the distance from the UK to Romania is too great, and the portkaya is insufficiently stable. Frankly, I find the ministry utterly unreasonable. They have taken so many galleons from our family, yet cannot fulfill a simple request from a Malfoy. Oh, useless ministry, useless fudge. One day, Malfoy shall remove him from that position. Specifically, I shall. Father believes he is quite useful, although the Malfoy Manor offers various means for international travel. A spark of inspiration from Hermione before the holiday has led me to this. Hence, you will find a plane ticket within this envelope. I even had Father procure a private jet and apply for a route. Please do not be late. I shall be waiting for you in the VVP lounge at the airport. P.S. If you find yourself lost, do not hesitate to seek assistance from the airport staff. Silly baby Potter. Yours, Draco. Harry shook the envelope, and indeed, a plane ticket tumbled out. Dudley, quick on the uptake, caught it before it could drift into the fragrant stew. Hey, Harry, your friend sent you a plane ticket. Harry set the envelope aside and took the ticket from Dudley's hands. The deep green ink seemed to glimmer with a hint of gold, reflecting beautiful hues under the light. Vernon scratched the back of his head. Harry, why does your ticket look different from the ones I've seen? Having served as a supervisor and manager, Vernon had experienced air travel on a few occasions. Harry placed the ticket and Draco's letter carefully aside and replied earnestly, perhaps it's because it's for a private jet? The three, who had not peeked at Harry's letter, exclaimed in unison, wow, Draco's family has a private jet? Aren't they wealthy only in the wizarding world? Petunia appeared visibly astonished. I think they have some sort of title here, but I'm not quite sure. Harry too was curious and had already resolved to ask Draco about it when the time came. Fortunately, they were not overly concerned about it. Once Harry returned to the dining table, the family began to casually discuss various topics while enjoying the stew left by Dobby. This stew is delicious. That Dobby has some impressive culinary skills, Vernon remarked, nodding in approval as he savored his second bowl. Dudley, with his mouth full, could only nod in agreement with his father. Petunia seized the opportunity to serve Harry another bowl before chiding. You two should slow down. What about Harry and me? Are we not eating? Satisfied to see the two men slow their pace, she turned her attention back to Harry. When does the plane take off? Vernon should drive you to the airport. How long will you be away? When will you return? Harry recalled the information from the ticket he had just seen. We're scheduled to depart on July 5th, around 2:30 in the afternoon. We should arrive in Romania by 7 in the evening. We plan to stay for about 10 days, so we'll definitely be back before the end of the month. We're mainly going to see our friend, a dragon that Draco helped hatch. Dragon? Their surprise was palpable. Even Dudley paused in his food gobbling. Harry recognized the eager curiosity in their eyes and, with a resigned sigh, began recounting the tale of his adventures with Norbert as they continued their meal. Time swiftly approached July 5th, the day prior. Petunia had already assisted Harry in preparing his luggage for departure. Even on the morning of their journey, she arose early to bake a plethora of delectable, fluffy breads and cakes, meticulously packing them in a magical thermal bag sent by Molly, striving to preserve their warmth. Harry was unsurprised to discover that the majority of the treats were flavored with green apple, blueberry, and chocolate, delightful tastes that Draco particularly adored. Cheerfully, Harry packed while Dudley watched, drooling over the enticing pastries. Amused by Dudley's plight, Harry mischievously waved a bread in front of him, only to snatch it away and pop it into his mouth just as Dudley reached for it. Harry Potter. Dudley fumed, ready to retaliate, but was swiftly admonished by Petunia. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Yours are still in the microwave, and Harry, you too. How can you pilfer the pastries meant for Draco and your friends? I shall deduct 3 from your share. With the bread still in his mouth, Harry struggled to respond amidst Dudley's triumphant laughter. Phew. Aunt Petunia, don't be so harsh. Chapter 99, An Unexpected Friend. After enjoying lunch, it was finally time to embark on their journey. Having politely declined Petunia's nth offer of food, Harry, clutching his overstuffed belly, climbed into Vernon's car. Once out of Petunia's sight, Vernon naturally began to share anecdotes about Harry's life at Hogwarts. Hearing that Harry was doing well, there seemed to ease Vernon's worries, and they exchanged casual banter about Harry's Quidditch practices and matches. After all, being men, they were more inclined towards discussions of sport. Upon arriving at the airport, Vernon halted Harry before he could leave, extracting a £100 note from his wallet with an expression of reluctant generosity. I don't know if you'll need ordinary currency in Romania, but just in case, this is my last bit of pocket money. Take it. After patting Harry on the shoulder, he nimbly hopped into his car and sped away, leaving Harry chuckling as he glanced at the pound note in his hand, which he ultimately tucked safely into his backpack. It wasn't he certain he would need it, but he resolved to return it to Uncle Vernon upon his return. £100 was no trifling sum. As Harry made his way into the airport, he pondered his thoughts while hauling his luggage. Inside, he wandered around, unable to locate the so-called VVIP lounge, and, in desperation, sought out a staff member. Forgive him, for he had never boarded a plane from his previous life to this one and had never set foot in an airport. Fortunately, his appearance as a child lugging luggage and looking utterly lost drew the attention of a uniformed staff member who approached him to inquire if he was in need of assistance. Ultimately, amid the staff member's bemused gaze, Harry Potter persevered through various tribulations and finally found himself beside Draco. Upon entering the so-called lounge, Harry could distinctly sense the difference. The room was filled with pleasant aromas, impeccably clean, and most importantly, remarkably quiet. No cacophony from the airport terminal could penetrate its tranquil ambience. Draco sat in the center, pretentiously savoring what appeared to be a fine cup of red tea. The pretense was evident as soon as the staff member departed. Draco promptly pushed the teacup aside and retrieved a condensation-covered bottle of Coca-Cola from behind him. You scared me. I thought those people were going to rush over asking if I needed this or that. Upon seeing Harry, Draco lightly complained. Harry arranged his luggage alongside Draco's and plopped down next to him. Wherever a young master went, he received the finest treatment, and having someone to serve him was certainly a perk. Harry seized the Coca-Cola bottle Draco had set down and took a hearty gulp, the icy beverage, with its familiar flavor, sliding smoothly down his throat, prompting an involuntary sigh of satisfaction. Witnessing the rapidly diminishing level of soda, Draco snatched the bottle back, exclaiming, Harry Potter, are you some kind of water beast? I've only taken 2 sips. I'll just buy you 2 more later. Make it a whole case. Draco attempted to negotiate, while Harry eagerly agreed to purchase as many as needed. This pleased Draco, who then cozied up to Harry, engaging in light conversation. Harry produced the substantial bag of pastries that Petunia had prepared for Draco, and they munched and chatted away. Not long into their conversation, a clamor erupted from outside the lounge. What is that white square? Is it some sort of mechanism? Sir, that is a light switch. Please refrain from meddling with it. Hearing that distinctly styled voice, Harry paused and turned to Draco. Did you invite George and Fred? Draco's gaze, sharp like a hook, compelled Harry to swallow involuntarily. Not only them, I also invited your little girlfriend. Happy, almost distracted by the mention of beauty, Harry quickly corrected. No. You know I broke up with Ginny long ago. At the time, we were all too exhilarated after the war, and well, you know I've always longed for a family without fully understanding my feelings. In the end, Ginny and I both realized we shouldn't hold each other back. So we amicably parted ways. You know my heart belongs to you. Draco let out a soft hum, remaining silent, and for once, he allowed himself to be coddled, eliciting Harry's affectionate reassurances. Their moment was abruptly interrupted by a sharp scream. Bloody hell, what are you 2 doing? Harry felt the person in his embrace squirm, and he instinctively tightened his hold, glancing up. What is all the fuss about? I thought you all knew. Ron leaned against the door, appearing utterly bewildered, while Ginny's curious gaze flitted between Harry's arms. After a moment, her cheeks gradually flushed crimson, her thoughts seemingly adrift. Meanwhile, George and Fred, ever the mischief makers, sauntered over, attempting to snatch some pastries from between the two. This prompted Draco to extend a protective hand. Ron, still dazed as if struck by lightning, turned to his brothers with a puzzled expression. Don't you find it odd? Aren't Harry and Draco 2 boys? After much coaxing, Draco finally relinquished 2 chocolate pastries to them. George and Fred, with pastries in their mouths, stared at Ron in astonishment. Oh, Merlin, Ron, are you actually discriminating against love between 2 men? If Mum finds out our little brother is such a traditionalist, I shudder to think of her reaction. Oh, George. Oh, Fred. The 2 chimed in unison, leaving Ron's face flushed. I'm not. I just think it's a bit sudden. Brother, I support you both. Don't misunderstand. Harry raised an eyebrow and finally released his grip around Draco. Brother, no need to elaborate. I understand. Cough, cough. A mockingly somber voice from the doorway interrupted. Everyone turned to see Hermione standing at the entrance, arms crossed, surveying the chaotic scene, accompanied by a perplexed staff member. Am I interrupting something, Min? Ron exclaimed, leaping towards Hermione and grabbing her arm, prompting her to pat him comfortingly. Draco gazed with keen interest at the oversized pendant adorning Hermione, provoking her to deliver a playful smack to his head in embarrassment. Hey, is this how you treat your esteemed benefactor? He retorted. Then let the esteemed benefactor be magnanimous and forgive my accidental strike. Draco then playfully placed Harry's hand atop his own head, prompting Harry to oblige with a gentle rub. A series of knocks reverberated against the door, slowly capturing everyone's attention. A staff member leaned against the door, announcing, Young Master Malfoy, the aircraft is ready for boarding. Upon hearing this, Draco led the group through a private passage to the gleaming new private jet, adorned with serpentine designs in silver and green. Before they departed, Ron made a light-hearted jest. What about our luggage? Aren't we taking it with us? Weasley, you must understand that we are boarding a private plane, where staff will handle our luggage, Draco responded. Once aboard, Ron, along with George and Fred, eagerly explored their surroundings. Ginny settled into the plush seat, her fingers brushing against the fine leather, and she remarked, Father would be thrilled. He adores these muggle contraptions. George chimed in, we're delighted as well. Merlin knows how muggles manage to make such a colossal metal can soar through the skies. Perhaps this is what they call muggle magic, George, Fred mused, resting his chin on his hand in a feigned air of profundity. Hermione picked up a copy of the Diary of Anna from the bookshelf on the plane, teasing Draco as she read. Draco, do you have any idea how much shock your letter caused my parents? Their jaws nearly hit the floor when they saw you had purchased a private jet. Indeed, Draco, how did you amass such wealth in the Muggle world? I hope I won't be reduced to living off your generosity for life, Harry added in agreement. Draco chuckled at Harry's jest. When did the heir of the Potter family fall to such depths? Regarding the opulently decorated cabin, Draco continued, after my return. I had a conversation with my father about reclaiming the Malfoy family's business in the Muggle world and expanding it. It's been going quite well. We recently opened a new mall in London. London? A new mall? Harry inquired, his tone tinged with hesitation. Is it by any chance called Aurora Plaza? Draco looked at him in astonishment. How did you know? This tacit acknowledgement ignited another participant in the conversation. Aurora Plaza? Draco, you mean your family owns Aurora Plaza? What is going on? The Weasley family, who had been playfully bickering, approached with confusion. Malfoy has a major shopping center. It's the hottest mall in London, filled with high-end luxury goods, and the top floor features upscale restaurants. My parents took me there for dinner one holiday, and I mentioned how delicious the food was, albeit rather pricey, Hermione reminisced. Her spirits momentarily dampened by the memory of the exquisite dishes and their extravagant prices, yet she quickly rallied. What? Draco has a major mall. Chapter 100, Arrival, the Balkan Eagle. Before Draco could respond, George and Fred instinctively covered Ron's mouth. Little Ronnie, is it such a strange thing for the Malfoy family to own a mall? Not at all. You're making a fuss over nothing, they teased, leaning closer to Draco with a jest to alleviate their brother's blunder. Perhaps if we flatter you a bit, you could allow us to open a joke shop in your mall? Draco contemplated this. That could work. But the merchandise must be approved by me and Harry first to ensure it remains discreet. The audience was taken aback, clearly not expecting Draco to agree so readily. Draco remarked, who would turn down a profitable venture. However, he added, you'll still need to earn your own space. I can offer you a discount if you wish to open a shop in the Muggle world. Fred and George exchanged glances, recognizing the ambition mirrored in each other's eyes. In unison, they replied, then it's a deal. Ron struggled against their grip over his mouth. George, irritated, retracted his hand to find a faucet. Ron, you're drooling. I am not. Ron protested vehemently, yet everyone else instinctively shifted away, leaving him to flounder in frustration. Ignoring Ron, Ginny leaned towards Draco, quietly expressing her gratitude. Draco, thank you for inviting Fred and George to join us. My mother also appreciates your kindness. She asked me to bring you some biscuits to compare with Mrs. Malfoy's. As she spoke, she retrieved several bags of simply packaged biscuits from Ron's side, one of which was noticeably larger, destined for Draco. Seeing this, Harry slapped his forehead and produced a cake for his friends from his belongings. I almost forgot. My aunt also made some. Hermione, this is yours. Ginny, I didn't realize you and Fred and George were coming, so my aunt may have made a bit less. Ginny accepted the bag. It's fine, they won't eat any. Draco set aside Molly's heartfelt biscuits and placed Petunia's cake in front of Ginny. No worries. You can have mine as well. Thank you, Draco. Observing Ginny's bright eyes and flushed cheeks as she thanked Draco, Harry suddenly found himself understanding Draco more deeply. Hermione had long since disengaged from the conversation, indulging in the small cakes and biscuits while occasionally sipping fine tea, before switching to a new book, the Romanian Travel Guide. As she flipped through, she engaged Draco in casual conversation. Draco, where will we be staying? How do we get there? I don't speak Romanian. Do they speak English? Her rapid speech revealed a hint of her nervousness. We'll be residing near a castle in Cluj-Napoca. Father had been searching for a property in Romania ever since we sent the dragon there. Fortunately, he found one. Not long ago. He hired a house elf to tidy it up. As for the rest, once we reach the airport, we can find a spot to use the key. Muggles generally don't venture there. And yes, they speak English, so fret not, Miss Know-It-All. Hermione, as cheeks flushed. How come you're calling me that too? It must be Pansy's influence on you. Meanwhile, Ginny, who had been discreetly eyeing the travel brochure in Hermione's hands, suddenly pointed to a section. Hey, they say Romania is the land of vampires. Doesn't that mean there are many vampires there? Vampires? Where? Where? The bickering Weasley brothers converged curiously. Hermione pointed to the segment she had just seen. I just read this. Previously, I might have thought it was just a local gimmick. But now I'm not so certain. Harry waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry. Vampires inhabit their own territories and generally don't appear easily. Draco perused the brochure, his gaze settling on a photograph of a circular clearing in a forest. His delicate, pale hand pointed at the enigmatic image. Capturing everyone's attention, I'm particularly intrigued by this place. Hoya Forest? It was mentioned that many individuals who ventured into this place never returned, while others disappeared for years only to re-emerge, yet bereft of their memories. This phenomenon bears a striking resemblance to the mysteries of the Bermuda Triangle in the Muggle world. But we know that this is merely an ordinary gathering place for wizards. Could it be that this location is similar? Hermione reminisced about the books she had read, only to discover that none of them referenced the Hoya Forest. The others were equally captivated by their discourse. One or two widened their eyes and slowed their breathing, hesitant to interrupt their train of thought. It is indeed dubbed the Bermuda Triangle of Romania, yet as far as I am aware, there are no wizards in the vicinity of the Hoya Forest. To be precise, apart from the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary nestled atop the Carpathian Mountains and a few adjacent areas, the remainder of the mountain range is devoid of wizarding activity. Ron inhaled sharply, only to be silenced by several hands clamping over his mouth, fortunately not disrupting the dialogue between the first two. Meanwhile, Harry, listening intently, endeavored to recall whether he had ever visited Romania. It seemed he had, yet shaking his head. Harry redirected his gaze to Draco and Hermione, as if his previous musings had evaporated. Muggles claim that within the Hoya Forest lies a time portal connecting to another realm. They believe that the circular clearing, devoid of any living creatures, at the heart of the forest is the site of this portal. Hermione suddenly lifted her head. Draco, you cannot be considering that. It is far too perilous. We cannot ascertain the veracity of this claim. It could merely be a fabrication devised by Muggles to frighten children away from the forest. Perhaps sensing something in Hermione's words, George and Fred excitedly shouted, "Adventure! Adventure!" Ron and Ginny hesitated for a moment, but ultimately sided with Hermione, urging Draco against the idea. Harry, however, appeared to be in a daze, oblivious to the discussion. At last, Hermione firmly quelled George and Fred's enthusiasm, insisting to Draco, "Do not attempt to sneak off without us. I will have Harry keep an eye on you." "Harry," Hermione called, bringing him back to reality. Harry, still bewildered, responded, "I'm here. What's the matter?" "Keep an eye on Draco. Don't let him sneak away." "Oh, okay." His tone, reminiscent of a dreamlike state, caused Hermione to furrow her brow, prompting her to resolve to pay closer attention later. The others, perceiving that the matter had settled, resumed their individual pursuits. Ginny engaged Hermione in conversation about whether Harry and Draco were together, while Ron insisted on dragging Draco and Harry into a game of wizardess chess. George and Fred alternated between tinkering with their inventions and offering unsolicited advice on the chess game. Eventually, exhaustion overtook them, and they collapsed into chairs, succumbing to sleep. When they awoke, it was to the airplane preparing for descent. Peering through the window, Ginny marveled at the myriad lights below, exclaiming, "Wow! The Muggle world looks so bright at night." "That's because they use electricity. Each of those lights represents a home," Hermione patiently explained. Shortly after waking, the airplane came to a halt. The group retrieved their luggage and stood in bewilderment outside the airport. The multitude of taxis and their enthusiastic drivers made them instinctively clutch their belongings tighter. Hermione scanned the surroundings and decisively took Ginny by the hand, stating, "I just spotted a grove of trees ahead. Let us head there first." After some twists and turns, they finally located a secluded spot to activate the door key. With a hook securing their navels, they were soon engulfed in a whirlwind of disorientation, and once the sensation subsided, they found themselves in the grand hall of the Malfoy estate. The ancient yet exquisite decor elicited genuine awe from the group. Draco surveyed the surroundings and snapped his fingers, summoning Dobby Dotty. "Master Draco." Two house elves clad in new garments appeared before them. Hermione frowned, but Draco swiftly sensed her disapproval and clarified, "I've paid them." Dobby joyfully bobbed his head. Master Draco even bought Dobby new clothes. Hermione's expression softened considerably. Harry, feeling Dobby's intense gaze, instinctively shrank behind Draco, attempting to hide his increasingly robust form. "Dobby, you can come abroad too?" "Magic, Master," Draco replied with a smile, then began assigning tasks. Dobby, show us to the upper floors to select our rooms, and then bring our luggage up." They all chose their preferred rooms on the third floor. Everyone except the twins secured their own chambers. The twins opted for a room with two large beds, seemingly designated for them. Hermione and Ginny were situated in adjacent rooms, while Ron's was directly opposite Hermione's, allowing for easy visibility. Harry, exhibiting some cunning, persuaded Draco to select two neighboring rooms, the only distinction being that the two were interconnected by a door that resembled mere decoration. Please, Draco, let us stay here," Draco replied without hesitation. Chapter 101, The Oil Painting. Having selected their rooms, the group exchanged no pleasantries, bidding each other good night before retreating to their respective quarters. Draco had previously informed them that any matters could be directly relayed to Dobby or Dotty, as there were still some magical artifacts within the castle that had yet to be examined, the purpose of which remained unknown. Observing the twins nodding eagerly, Draco was uncertain if they truly grasped the potential danger. Yet, he chose not to elaborate further and, once back in his room, summoned Dobby to keep a closer watch on the twins. Notably, before entering his room, Draco had nearly exhausted all his efforts to prevent a certain scarred individual from remaining in his quarters. Of course, upon awakening the next day, he was unsurprised to find the savior sprawled beside him like a small dog, eyes gleaming as they regarded him. As soon as Harry noticed Draco was awake, he eagerly inquired, "Draco, did you sleep well last night?" Draco rose and walked to the wardrobe to select his attire for the day, casually replying, "Thanks to someone. I was sweltering in the latter half of the night." Harry flopped back onto the bed, elongating his tone. "Oh, I wonder who it was that clung to me in their sleep last night, looking so pitiful as if fearing I would escape." There was a moment of silence within the wardrobe, followed by a polished shoe being hurled out. "Get in here and dress. Don't make me hit you." Harry complied, scrambling to his feet, retrieving the shoe, and making his way to the wardrobe while still teasing Draco. "Sweetheart, you nearly hit me just now. I hadn't even had the chance to tell you about the dream I had last night, where you appeared as a sprite. The moonlight casting a dull glow in comparison. Harry Potter. If you say another word, you're out." Okay. I want to say another word." Ginny awoke early that day, honestly believing she was the second person awake after Hermione. As she passed the second floor, she spotted Hermione already lost in a book in the study. A cup of tea, now lukewarm, sat beside her, untouched. After greeting Hermione, Ginny descended the stairs, recalling that she had seen a rather large terrace outside on the first floor. To call it merely a terrace seemed an understatement, given its size. It could easily be referred to as a courtyard. She had long since noticed it, at a cursory glance. It resembled an ideal garden that would grace the dreams of every girl. Thus, early this morning, she followed her heart to behold the courtyard in daylight. Ginny stood at the top of the staircase, gazing through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, witnessing a scene she would find unforgettable for a lifetime. The exquisite wisteria trellis shielded the entire courtyard from the summer sun, casting a shimmering purple shadow upon the stone path. The weathered wooden beams of the trellis glistened in the light, while the tendrils of wisteria cascaded down like a verdant waterfall, their clusters of pale lavender and blush blooms heavy with the weight of their beauty. As the breeze stirred, a few petals fluttered down, carpeting the spiral-patterned path made of slate. Beneath the trellis stood a set of white wicker table and chairs, with cushions adorned in embroidered irises and fringed with delicate tassels. Not far away, a white marble fountain stood proudly, its base intricately carved with entwined grapevines and cherubs. The water cascaded melodiously into the basin below, the droplets enhancing the nearby lavender's vibrant hue. This breathtaking scenery captivated her, yet it was the two figures at the center that rendered her utterly astonished. Sunlight filtered through the wisteria, casting dappled patterns upon Draco. Leaning against the wicker chair, his light gray suspenders hung loosely at his hips. The copper clips at the ends glimmered warmly in the sunlight, while the cuffs of his shorts were rolled up above his knees, revealing a pair of well-defined calves. His cotton white socks were gently creased at the edges of his shoes, adding a touch of nonchalance. The linen shirt he wore was unbuttoned at the collar, the mint green hue reminiscent of waves freshly pulled from the Black Sea, imbued with a refreshing dampness. Atop his head, a deep brown beret was tilted at an angle, strands of platinum hair escaping from beneath its brim, swaying gently with his movements. Harry sat opposite him, and as Ginny's gaze drifted toward him, she noted how his light khaki shorts harmonized softly with Draco's overall attire. He wore a cream-colored short-sleeve knit shirt, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing faint scars on his forearms. His feet were clad in canvas shoes of matching tones, paired with cotton white socks identical to Draco's, albeit in a pristine off-white. Curiously, the sunglasses he had casually placed at the edge of the table, with delicate silver filigree along the black frames, complemented the subtle silver embroidery on Draco's beret, creating a distant yet striking connection in the sunlight. A gust of wind swept through, carrying with it the fragrance of the flowers. Draco instinctively adjusted his tilted beret and glanced over Harry's ensemble, a barely perceptible smirk curling at his lips. Indeed, the Malfoy aesthetic surpasses all. Harry raised an eyebrow, tapping his finger against the cuff of his knit shirt. "While your taste is impeccable, my dear, why does someone still look as if they would kill me for not dressing properly?" Despite his words, he subconsciously shifted his posture, bringing their colors closer together in the interplay of light and shadow. Their conversation startled the doves resting upon the trellis. The doves soared over the top, their wings stirring the blossoms, enveloping the entire courtyard in a dance of sweet fragrance and shifting light, akin to a slightly sun-warmed oil painting. Ginny stood in a daze until the sharp sound of a camera shutter jolted her back to reality. She whirled around, her red hair tracing a graceful arc through the air, finally settling upon her shoulder. Another click of the shutter followed, revealing the culprit, an unfamiliar man in a sharply tailored uniform with golden hair. Noticing Ginny's gaze, he cheerfully waved his magic camera at her. I mean, no offense, dear lady. It was simply your beautiful hair as it danced in the air that compelled me to capture this enchanting moment. The man bowed slightly, his respectful demeanor and words causing Ginny's cheeks to flush. She stood momentarily speechless, her hand resting on the armrest tightening involuntarily. Fortunately, this gentleman, presumably a butler, extended a hand. Might I have the honor of escorting you to the courtyard for a meal? Ginny's face still radiated warmth as she shyly nodded, placing her hand in his outstretched one. As they approached, the two figures beneath the trellis diverted a sliver of their attention towards her. Upon seeing Ginny, both smiled and greeted her warmly. As Ginny settled beside Draco, he was both surprised and delighted to see her adorned with the birthday gift he had given her, a charming yet exquisitely crafted necklace. After exchanging pleasantries with Ginny, Harry's inquisitive gaze drifted towards the impeccably standing man behind Draco. For reasons he could not quite articulate, Harry's brows knitted together in contemplation. Draco, who is this? Ginny inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Draco tapped his teacup, and the man promptly waved his wand, conjuring a steaming cup of tea. Draco took a sip before speaking casually under the watchful eyes of his companions. I believe we ought not to squander all our time at the Dragon Sanctuary. It's a rare opportunity to be abroad. Don't you wish to explore the local culture? We are in close proximity to Romania's second-largest city, and I refuse to let this chance slip away. Harry grasped his implication. You mean to venture into the Muggle world? What does that have to do with this man? The chosen one begrudgingly admitted to a flicker of unease. Draco, well aware of Harry's thoughts, swiftly interjected, whatever you're pondering, forget it, Scarhead. This is Geoffrey, a professional butler. He conducts business in the Muggle world and possesses extensive knowledge of it. I had my father hire him as our butler and companion. It is not particularly safe for a handful of children to travel alone in the Muggle realm. The oldest among us are George and Fred, and they are decidedly unreliable. Harry and Ginny nodded in mutual agreement. Geoffrey, please summon Hermione and Ron. It's time for dinner. Yes, Master Draco. Dobby and Dottie have prepared everything. We can serve as soon as the other gentlemen and ladies are seated. Should you require anything, just call my name, and I shall attend to it. He then took his leave, addressing Harry and Ginny with perfect etiquette, earning them both expressions of admiration. Chapter 102, The Outing. Once Hermione arrived, the four engaged in conversation while waiting a bit longer. Fred and George soon descended, followed by a hurried Ron, who still wore his eye mask. After the three took their seats, Hermione naturally removed the eye mask from Ron's head, unsurprisingly watching him blush as he hastily pocketed it. Draco, seeing that everyone had arrived, called out, Dobby, Dottie. With his summons, an array of exquisite dishes was presented on the dining table. Geoffrey appeared at the perfect moment, pouring fresh orange juice for each guest. Subsequently, he waved his wand, and the recently captured magical photographs flew in. Two framed photographs wobbled towards them, one landing in Ginny's hand and the other in Draco's. Master Draco, here are the photographs I took earlier. I apologize for capturing them without your permission. I have had them framed. Draco gazed at the painting in his hand before leaning closer to view Ginny's photograph, a sound of admiration escaping his lips. Geoffrey, your skills are truly remarkable. When we go out later, I permit you to take our photographs. I shall pay you extra for it. Geoffrey's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could see the golden dragon beckoning him, and he flashed a wide smile to thank Draco. Harry held the frame that Draco had handed him, examining it intently. Ginny passed her own frame to Hermione, and the two girls occasionally broke into whispers and laughter as they tucked the photographs away. They enjoyed their meal, while Geoffrey shared tales of Romania's unique characteristics. Ron, captivated by the array of delectable dishes, could hardly restrain his saliva, stuffing bread into his mouth with fervor. Meanwhile, Draco and Ginny were intrigued by Romania's traditional attire, with Draco contemplating whether to purchase a few garments to bring back for Pansy. Hermione found herself deeply fascinated by the peculiar history. As for Harry and the twins, they were content to go anywhere as long as they could have fun. Once they had polished off the food on the table, Draco and the others retreated to their respective rooms to gather items they deemed useful for their journey. Draco, fiddling with his wand, ultimately decided to secure it to his calf and cast an invisibility charm upon it. Seeing this, Harry mimicked him. Just as they finished packing, a knock sounded at the door. They exchanged glances, and Harry rose to open it. Upon swinging the door wide, 5 of their companions stood outside, each wielding their own wand, with Hermione clearly at the forefront. Upon seeing Harry, she raised her wand and inquired, "What shall we do about our wands?" Harry stepped aside to let them in. As soon as Ron entered, he collapsed onto the sofa in front of Draco. "Bro, where are your wands?" Draco, already aware of Hermione's question, pointed to his calf, prompting Ron to look over in confusion. "What? Why are you showing me your leg?" Draco rolled his eyes dramatically, But thankfully, after a moment of contemplation, Hermione found the answer. You used an invisibility charm? Isn't that content from the 6th year advanced charms class? George and Fred leaned in. You are progressing faster than we are? No matter, George added. We've already learned that spell. They exchanged high fives and used their wands to cast the charm on each other's arms. Ron, dismayed to learn they were using advanced spells, exclaimed. You've been secretly working hard behind my back. And you too, George and Fred. How do you know it as well? The twins chuckled, of course. It's to hide our little inventions from Mom. Ron lamented. That explains why she hasn't scolded you this year. He then turned to Ginny with hopeful eyes. Ginny, you wouldn't know it, right? Ginny promptly punched him lightly. Ronald, shut your mouth. I'm in 1st year. It's perfectly normal not to know. Ignoring Ron's antics. Hermione requested Draco to teach her the charm, and she was the first to pull him aside for him to cast an invisibility charm on her. Ginny followed suit. And Harry had no choice but to cast the spell on Ron as well. Finally prepared, they descended to the 1st floor, where they found Geoffrey dressed in casual attire. Upon seeing them, he distributed the latest model of mobile phones to everyone except Draco. In the Muggle world, spells cannot be used to locate people. So the young master asked me to prepare these phones. All your numbers are saved inside. You can contact me directly when needed. After spending 10 minutes teaching the magical beings how to use the phones, the group was finally ready to embark on their adventure. Geoffrey picked up a delicate silk ribbon from the side, gesturing for everyone to extend their hands. This key will transport us directly to my home in Romania. The city where my family resides is one of the most enchanting in Romania, and we can go there to explore. They nodded in agreement and grasped the ribbon. Within moments, after a wave of dizziness, they found themselves in a tidy apartment. The sounds of tourists chatting, merchants calling out, and street performers playing music surged in. Akin to a pin pricking a bubble. Geoffrey smiled. This is the bustling district, filled with vibrant life. Draco appeared uncertain. While the 4 wizards who had never been to the Muggle world pressed their faces against the same window to gaze below. Wow, George, look at that building. The colors are so vivid. Fred added. Our shop should be just as colorful in the future. Those shops in Diagon Alley are all so drab. We need to be the most unique. You're right, George. It's like you're living in my head. Meanwhile, Ron was sniffing the air intently. Ginny, do you smell that? I can smell something delicious. Ginny inhaled deeply. Nonsense, I smell muffins. Harry observed the 4 of them piled together and turned to Geoffrey with a serious expression. We should move. I feel like they might jump out the window. The other 3 couldn't help but laugh. As they stepped outside, Geoffrey led them through a series of uniquely charming alleys and bustling crowds until they arrived at the entrance of a large building that starkly contrasted with its colorful surroundings. Many tourists entered with eager expressions, only to exit with looks of awe. As they walked inside, Geoffrey explained, this is the Black Church, a renowned landmark in Brasov and throughout Romania. It houses a pipe organ from the 2nd half of the 19th century that is still in use today. And we hold organ concerts every Christmas. Its spire is reminiscent of Hogwarts. The twins chimed in, and Hermione quickly followed with an explanation. That's because these buildings, like Hogwarts, belong to the Gothic architectural style. Ginny gazed at the surrounding walls and tugged at Geoffrey's sleeve. Why are its walls black? They look nothing like what we saw on the way here. Geoffrey patiently bent down to explain. Muggles say this is due to war. The walls were scorched by the flames of battle, leaving indelible scars. Ron interjected, do Muggles have wars too? Like the one that man brought. Geoffrey continued. There are wars everywhere, and Muggle wars can be far more terrifying than ours. During Grindelwald's reign in Europe, the Muggle world experienced one of the largest wars in history, which nearly engulfed the entire Muggle realm. The death toll was likely in the hundreds of thousands. Ron's eyes widened in shock. Muggles can cause such devastation without magic? Hermione, who had joined them unnoticed, took up the conversation with a heavy tone. It's technology. Though Muggles lack magic, they possess firearms and warships. A single war can last for a long time. As far as I know, on the other side of the continent, there is a country that endured a century-long, humiliating war before finally achieving victory. Harry and Draco, who were aware of the specific country she referred to, exchanged knowing glances. While the other 4 sighed heavily, even George and Fred appearing somewhat deflated. Seeing their somber expressions, Geoffrey quickly shifted the topic. All right, that is all history now. Let me show you the pipe organ that is over 100 years old. A few individuals gathered their spirits within the dark church, marveling at the collection of pipe organs and carpets, before proceeding to the small round square to rest and engage in conversation. Ron also dashed to a nearby shop to procure some papanasi, which they joyfully shared. At noon, Geoffrey led them to a renowned local restaurant to savor the distinctive flavors of Romanian cuisine, sarmale, mamaliga, syorba, takaichara, and a selection of masai. The unique seasoning provided a rich and vibrant taste, a stark contrast to the mundane fish and chips. Particularly, The Maasai proved irresistible to Ron. In the afternoon, Geoffrey further guided them to the banks of the Danube, where the gentle breeze carried the river's mist towards them, and they embarked on a boat ride traversing the canals and architecture. They concluded their day at a distinctly styled cafe by the riverside, sipping coffee while discussing the impressions garnered from their day's explorations. The evening breeze danced through their hair. The spell of concealment, a range-based charm that affords prolonged hiding effects over an area or object, merely obscuring rather than vanishing. Papanasi, fried cheese donuts, a Romanian delicacy. Sarmale, a national dish of Romania, consisting of minced pork, beef, rice, and spices wrapped in sour cabbage or vine leaves, slow-cooked for hours. Typically served with sour cream and polenta, a staple at traditional holidays such as Christmas and Easter. Mamaliga, the national staple of Romania, akin to Italian polenta, usually sliced and paired with stews, cheese, or fried eggs, once a primary source of energy for farmers. Syorba, soups with a sour flavor derived from lemon juice, vinegar, or sauerkraut juice, available in various types, such as Syorba de Burda, tripe soup, and Syorba de Perisor, meatball vegetable sour soup. Takaichara, a robust stew of pork, smoked meat, and sausage, often accompanied by mamaliga, fried eggs, and pickled peppers, commonly found in rural areas. Maasai, grilled sausages without casings, a blend of beef, lamb, and pork, served with yellow mustard and beer, embodying the essence of summer barbecues. Chapter 103. Hello Charlie, goodbye Nobeta. The consequence of an evening spent wandering the night market in Brasov was that the lively group collapsed into a deep slumber until well past noon. Half asleep, they sat at the dining table waiting for the house elf to serve their meals, with Ron nearly dozing off again. Fortunately, the enticing aroma of food roused him just in time, or he might have tumbled into the seafood bisque before him. Following a delightful lunch, they dragged their weary bodies back for another bout of deep sleep, forcing a postponement of their previously scheduled visit to the dragon sanctuary by a day. Charlie, waiting day after day at the sanctuary for his siblings, so, thankfully, after a restorative sleep, the next morning they awoke early without the need for wake-up service. How do we get there? Is it still through the fireplace? Ron inquired, clutching his small bag. Of course not. Draco gestured towards the fireplace in the hall. You didn't think it was merely decorative, did you? The reason I chose this residence is that it has a direct connection to the Dragon Sanctuary via the Flu network. I had Dobby inform Charlie last night. He should be waiting for us by the fireplace. That couldn't be better. Shall we set off now? It was evident that the youngest girl among them could hardly contain her eagerness to reunite with her brother. George and Fred took the lead. Hey, George. Let us see who reaches the fireplace first. That will definitely be me, Fred. The others, seeing this, cheerfully pursued them like a flurry of small birds, flapping their wings. Fred, George, you're racing ahead. It's not fair. You're just slow. The green flames in the fireplace enveloped their figures as they tumbled into a stone room filled with ancient wooden barrels, permeated with the scents of hay and exotic beasts. The starlight of the Flu powder had not yet dissipated when George's loud voice collided with the low rafters. Merlin's beard. This is even more cramped than our shabby fireplace. As he brushed off non-existent dust from his new clothes purchased in Brasov, he deftly dodged Fred's playful attempt to trip him. Watch it, George, Fred grinned, his gray eyes sparkling with a familiar mischievous glint. You'd be in quite a bind if you damaged those new leather boots. After all, Draco got each of us a pair. And soon you'd be the only one without them. He exaggeratedly feigned a look of concern while helping Ron, who nearly stumbled. Ron, can't you take it a bit slower? Hermione followed closely behind, her brown curls slightly disheveled from the recent competition. Silly boys. Ginny appeared with a smile amidst the flames. Today, she had her red hair tied back into a neat ponytail, resembling a cluster of dancing flames in the golden Romanian morning light. Whereas Charlie, she scanned the surroundings, her gaze already hinting at the future as she searched for the golden snitch on the Quidditch pitch. Harry, holding Draco's hand, was the last to emerge, just in time to hear Ginny's question. He pushed up his glasses with his free hand, the lenses reflecting the hidden glances that swept across the rustic room. Oh, has Charlie not arrived yet? Did we come too early? Draco raised an eyebrow. That shouldn't be the case. Charlie said he always wakes up early. At that moment, the heavy oak door of the cabin was flung open with a resounding bang, and a brisk mountain breeze swept in, carrying with it the scent of pine needles and dust. A figure strode in, silhouetted against the blinding sunlight, with a solid outline and steps imbued with a grounded steadiness. Charlie. Ginny was the first to cheer, rushing forward like a bird returning to its nest. Charlie Weasley stood at the entrance, the sunlight casting a halo around his robust frame. Time and the Romanian mountain winds had etched deeper lines on his face than those of his peers. His sun-kissed skin taut against his bones, and his short red hair resembled a stubborn flame. Beneath his open canvas coat was a faded t-shirt, revealing his muscular arms, crisscrossed with several old scars, trophies from dragon claws. He grinned broadly, displaying a set of white teeth, and extended his calloused, scarred hand, enthusiastically patting his siblings on the shoulder, while giving Harry, Draco, and Hermione each a hearty hug. His movements exuded a robust camaraderie cultivated by years spent in the company of dragons, causing Ron to grimace as he nearly dropped the gift he had just retrieved for his brother. "You all made it. Wonderful." Charlie's voice boomed with the resonance developed from years of shouting outdoors, sending dust cascading from the rafters. His gaze swept across the group, briefly pausing on Draco before he took 2 strides towards him, extending his weathered hand. "Welcome, welcome. Mr. Malfoy's support has greatly improved life here. I informed Nobetta that you would be coming in the next few days. She has been eagerly anticipating your arrival." Draco clasped Charlie's hand for a fleeting moment, the sensation akin to grasping a piece of weathered hardwood. Hearing Nobetta's name ignited a spark in his eyes. The support is trivial. What matters is that Nobetta lives comfortably. Charlie laughed heartily. "Come, let me take you to meet today's star. She has been waiting impatiently." An almost childlike excitement twinkled in his eyes as he turned to push open the enormous door. Outside the door, a vast valley encircled by low stone walls unfolded before the onlookers. In the distance, rolling mountains cloaked in deep green forests resembled the spine of a slumbering dragon. The nearby grassland, nibbled and patchy, carried a pungent aroma of sulfur and charred remnants, infused with an indescribable primal scent belonging to colossal predators. The wind here grew robust and unfettered, rustling the hair and robes of those present. Charlie placed 2 fingers in his mouth and emitted a remarkably loud whistle. Imbued with an unusual rhythm, the sound pierced the tranquility of the valley like an invisible arrow, echoing far and wide. A fleeting, breathless silence ensued, punctuated only by the howling of the wind. Then, at the horizon, above the dark green forest, a gigantic shadow materialized. Initially a mere indistinct blot, it approached with astonishing speed, hurtling towards them with the force of thunder. The sound of its passage tore through the air, transitioning from a deep hum to a deafening roar, reminiscent of a heavy bomber in a dive. The fierce winds created by its immense wings stirred up debris and dust from the ground, striking the faces of the crowd with painful force. Ron instinctively stepped back, grasping Hermione's hand as if seeking a modicum of comfort. Hermione, too preoccupied to ponder much, gasped sharply, clutching Ron's hand tightly, her knuckles blanching. Even Fred and George's habitual mirth was abruptly replaced by unabashed shock. The shadow rapidly expanded, eclipsing a substantial portion of the sky above, and the light dimmed abruptly. With each powerful flap of its enormous membranous wings came a thunderous roar, as a massive body, cloaked in dark bronze scales, circled low overhead, casting a shadow substantial enough to engulf an entire wooden house. Sunlight streamed over the coarse, thick, and sharply edged scales, reflecting a cold, hard gleam. The elongated neck, adorned with menacing bony protrusions, arched gracefully downward, as the colossal head, roughly the size of half a night bus, slowly descended. Its eyes, once glimmering with youthful curiosity within the hearth of a small cabin on the edge of the forbidden forest at Hogwarts, had transformed into 2 immense lakes of molten gold. The searing liquid within flowed languidly, embodying the profound wisdom and unimaginable power characteristic of ancient beings. At that moment, those eyes were fixed intently on Draco, standing boldly at the forefront of the crowd. Yes, Draco. Even before the shadow had appeared, he had freed himself from Harry's grasp, positioning himself at the front. Nobetta emitted a deep, resonant sound from her throat, akin to the earth sighing in its depths. The tone lacked the sharpness of a young dragon, and instead brimmed with gentle affection, reminiscent of a weary bird murmuring to its master upon returning home. The enormous head dipped even lower, cautiously approaching Draco, the warm, sulfur-laden breath ruffling his hair and clothing. A pure, unguarded smile blossomed on Draco's face as he extended his palm, delicately placing it against Nobetta's snout. At that moment, Charlie stepped forward, naturally and trustingly stroking the relatively smooth scales beneath Nobetta's nostrils, his movements as familiar as soothing a gentle shepherd dog. "Good girl, Nobetta," his voice, though soft amidst her heavy breathing, resonated with strength. "Look, old friends have come to see you." Nobetta's molten golden gaze settled on Draco's pale, exquisite face. Within the depths of her deep, golden vertical pupils, an ancient memory seemed to stir, creating a barely perceptible ripple. Gradually, her molten gaze swept across the diminutive humans behind Charlie. Suddenly, a blast of dragon breath, swirling with sulfur and smoke, erupted from her nostrils, striking the crowd with a heavy force. As if acknowledging this as a greeting, her attention returned to Draco. The little golden one felt so familiar to her. prompting her to become even more docile. Her purring deepened, and her immense tail swayed gently behind her, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Chapter 104, Transformation. Guys, let us prepare some rock goats for her, Charlie said, patting Noberta's snout, turning to address the others with a tone as casual as if he were suggesting they feed a cat. Draco, you can try feeding Noberta with me. She really likes you. Oh, this is probably because he possesses golden hair that none of us have, like a piece of gold, Ron muttered. Draco, with a flick of his hair, responded proudly, you can't have it, red-haired Weasley. Fortunately, Noberta caught the familiar scent from Ron and, sensing his disappointment, extended her head to gently nuzzle him. Splendid. She hasn't been this happy in ages, Charlie exclaimed cheerfully, casting a glance at Fred and George. You too. Don't get any funny ideas. This isn't Hogwarts. Fred and George, whistling mischievously and averting their gazes, demonstrated that their mischievous intentions remained intact. Charlie, noticing this, promptly delivered a playful thump to each. Draco, Ron, you have the best rapport with Noberta. Stay here and play with her for a while we fetch her meal. After managing his two troublesome brothers, Charlie turned back to remind Noberta's former caretakers. Wait, how are we supposed to play with her? She is so big. And we're so small, Ron shouted, clearly perplexed. What's wrong, Ron? George seized the opportunity, a wicked smile returning to his face. Wasn't he Noberta hatched by you? Why are you scared? He emphasized the word hatched with exaggerated emphasis. Fred immediately joined in with exaggerated laughter, as Charlie nudged him toward a nearby low stone storage room. The others stifled their laughter, following Charlie's lead. Thankfully, Charlie was mindful of the situation, leaving them with a piece of advice before departing. Just pet her and chat with her. At the edge of the open valley, only Draco and Ron remained, hand in hand, facing a Norwegian ridgeback mother dragon over 60 feet in length. The wind seemed to intensify, whipping sand and gravel against them. The heavy scent of sulfur hung in the air like a thick fog. Draco, taking the initiative, reached out to embrace the gentle giant's head. From Ron's perspective, he appeared more like a small sticker adhered to Noberta's face. Draco leaned against her, hearing the frantic pounding of his heart within his chest, akin to a drum being struck. He understood that such behavior might provoke other dragons, but for some reason, he firmly believed that Noberta would not harm him. Rallying his courage, Ron followed suit, perhaps emboldened by Noberta's earlier display of affection. In any case, he too placed his hand atop Noberta's head. The two of them leaned close, chattering about amusing tales from Hogwarts. Distantly, the muffled sounds of conversation and bleating sheep from the storage room felt extraordinarily far away. Suddenly, a deep sound, akin to rolling thunder, shattered the silence, prompting Draco to glance up in confusion, only to see Ron standing rigidly. Noberta had stirred. The small, mountain-like head slowly turned towards him, exuding an undeniable majesty. The immense molten gold eyes fixed upon him, the golden light within seemingly infused with a hint of warm reminiscence. What did you say? Amid the increasingly thunderous growls of Noberta, Draco endeavored to soothe the creature while inquiring of Ron, whose face had drained of color. Ron, however, could not perceive the warmth in Noberta's eyes. In truth, neither he nor Draco could see it. When Ron remained speechless, Noberta instinctively leaned her head closer to him. Time appeared to stand still, the wind in the valley seemingly holding its breath. Ron felt as though his legs were filled with lead, as if all the bones had been extracted, rendering him utterly immobile. An overwhelming terror seized him, constricting his throat, stifling any screams. He watched, helpless, as the colossal, bronze-scaled head approached him. The dragon's maw, large enough to swallow him whole, was nearly upon him. Noberta, stop! Draco interposed himself between them, his right hand gripping his wand, casting a protective charm upon the two in a split second. Ron, Draco! Charlie roared like an enraged thunderclap, bursting forth from the storeroom's entrance, his wand raised, the tip emitting a blinding red beam aimed directly at the dragon. Behind him, the others followed in shock. Harry nearly lost control, his wand tip glowing with an ominous green light. Fred and George's smiles vanished entirely. They gazed anxiously at the unfolding scene, hoping for some item in their bags that might save the two. Yet, just as Harry was about to unleash his spell, Noberta's actions abruptly changed. The growling ceased, and the massive head lowered to the ground, an unmistakable posture of submission. The molten gold eyes bore an unusual focus, perhaps even a touch of grievance. Her enormous nostrils flared, emitting a loud inhalation, the warm, sulphurous breath once more enveloping Draco and Ron's rigid forms. She seemed utterly unfazed by Charlie's poised wand or the crowd's exclamations, her attention solely fixed on the figure before her. Draco, perceiving her intentions, was assured that Noberta harbored no desire to attack. He slowly lowered his wand. His gaze remained locked on Noberta as he once again posed the question. What did you say? In the next moment, Ron found himself unable to restrain a gulp, confessing, "I merely told her that Hagrid misses her dearly, and we showed her a photo of him." Upon hearing this, Draco promptly sheathed his wand in disbelief. Then, amidst the astonished stares of everyone present, he reached out once more to stroke Noberta's head. "I apologize, good girl. It appears we misjudged you. You simply long for Hagrid. Do you not?" Noberta emitted a sound akin to a whimper, tilting her head slightly and tentatively nudging Draco's hand. Draco comforted the aggrieved dragon, his fingertips still tinged with the icy sweat from earlier, trembling as he gradually caressed Noberta's massive, warm bronze-scaled hide. The ancient rock thrummed with life. Draco had never understood Noberta's heart so clearly. It seemed as though he had forged a connection with her. Noberta's immense molten gold gaze fell upon his fingertips. Emitting a barely audible, almost contented rumble from her throat, her colossal form remaining utterly still. The valley was filled only with the howling wind and the thunderous rhythm of Draco's own heartbeat. Fortunately, Draco had not forgotten the individual who had instigated this situation. Emerging from that profound state, he cast a glance at the still stiff Ron, signaling him to join in the endeavor of soothing the dragon. Time resumed its flow. In the distance, the tips of Harry and Charlie's raised wands, which had been charged with light, gradually dimmed and dissipated. Once it was confirmed that Noberta held no malice, Harry was the first to rush towards his beloved, dragging along the dragon's meal. The others, as if awakening from a dream, hastily followed suit. When Harry breathlessly returned to Draco's side, Draco, contrary to Harry's expectations of an embrace, unceremoniously dragged over a fresh carcass of a rock goat and tossed it by Noberta's mouth. Realizing that Draco was momentarily indifferent to him, Harry leaned closer to his dear friend, seeking to uncover the events that had just transpired. It seemed everyone shared this sentiment, gathering around Ron, except for the other party involved. Thankfully, Ron noticed their curiosity and took the initiative to speak up, extracting the truth from Ron's convoluted narrative. Charlie exhaled a sigh of relief. "By Merlin, I told you Noberta is a nostalgic dragon. Upon seeing you, she must have been reminiscing about Hagrid. Her sudden actions were likely a plea for more news about him. All right, mates, I must go comfort this dear lady. I had just pointed my wand at her," which was entirely inappropriate. After clarifying Noberta's intentions, Charlie joined Draco in soothing the aggrieved dragon. Chapter 105, Dragon Riders. Draco was engaged in a conversation with Noberta about their unique memories of Hagrid's hut when the young dragon Norbert's uncontrollable flames licked the wooden beams, filling the air with the scent of charred wood. The kind giant would extinguish the sparks that landed upon his own bushy beard while generously showering praise upon the young dragon. Noberta gazed calmly at the reminiscing boy, occasionally emitting whines as if to respond to him. Lunch was held at Charlie's hut, where they returned to the small cabin, clearly marked by the traces of fire. Bustling about to prepare their meal, everyone seemed to possess at least some culinary skills, particularly Harry and Charlie, who effortlessly whipped up a feast. The platinum heir, typically unaccustomed to manual labor, stood for a moment before recalling that he could make the simple, quick desserts his mother used to prepare. After their meal, Charlie led them to the heart of the dragon nursery, the activity area for the dragons. It was said that unauthorized personnel were generally not permitted here. Their presence was a result of Lucius's generous contributions, combined with Noberta's unique status. Standing on the observation deck, they watched the dragons interact below, with Charlie interjecting lively and engaging commentary. Noberta was now making her way towards a flat rock platform, sun-soaked and scorching under the summer rays, her favored resting spot where she could bask in the valley's best sunlight. However, today, it was evident that others had arrived before her. "All right, friends. It appears you have stumbled upon a dragon dispute." As Charlie's words fell, the anticipated confrontation erupted. Noberta's massive head lunged forward with astonishing speed, a gust of wind trailing behind it, targeting the relatively vulnerable neck of the Hungarian horntail. The horntail's reaction was swift. Its colossal form rolled agilely away, narrowly evading the dragon's lethal jaws capable of severing a giant tree. Simultaneously, its tail, adorned with bronze spikes, lashed out like a battering ram, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek as it struck fiercely at Noberta's ribs. The resounding thud echoed like a drum across the valley. Noberta resolutely withstood the blow, the junction of her scales erupting with a dazzling shower of sparks. Her immense form swayed only slightly, yet the impact evidently provoked her ire. Abandoning her attempt to bite, she deftly swung her massive head, her formidable forehead colliding violently with the side of the tree hornet. The hit was solid. The tree hornet staggered backward, emitting a pained roar as the ground beneath it cracked. However, its ferocity remained undiminished. Regaining its footing, it retaliated instantly, a fiery glow gathering deep within its throat as a searing white flame erupted forth, aimed straight at Nobetta's face. With a powerful flap of her colossal membranous wings, she summoned a tempest of swirling dust and debris, propelling her body upwards and sideways. Though less agile than the tree hornet, her movements exuded an overwhelming sense of force and authority. The scorching dragonfire grazed the edges of her wings, instantly reducing a patch of dry grass to ash. The heat waves scorched the air, causing Nobetta's bronze scales to take on a faint reddish hue under the intense temperature. Upon landing, her massive claws sank deep into the earth, and immediately after, her tail, adorned with menacing bone spurs and resembling a giant hammer, cleaved through the air with a terrifying shriek, aimed at the tree hornet's unstable supporting leg. Should this strike connect, it would undoubtedly shatter it. The tree hornet sensed the lethal threat, a flicker of fear flashing in its golden eyes. Disregarding its pride, it clumsily rolled aside to evade the attack. A thunderous crash. Nobetta's tail struck the very spot where the tree hornet had just stood, the hard rock platform instantly forming a vast crater. Spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward as debris shot forth like cannonballs, enveloping the area in dust. The tree hornet steadied itself a few yards away, gasping for breath. Its black scales now coated in grime, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. It fixed its gaze on the massive and imposing figure amidst the dust, a low growl of reluctant defiance rumbling in its throat, yet ultimately refraining from advancing. The outcome was evidently clear. Draco uttered an admiring exclamation. Nobetta was truly magnificent. Oh, Merlin, just look at her regal presence. Ron was equally enthusiastic. The others nodded in agreement, for such a spectacle of dragon combat was a rare sight. Even Hermione had begun to scribble furiously. In fact, Nobetta was considered the pinnacle of combat prowess at the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary, easily outclassing most dragons within. With a sense of pride, Charlie declared, "Let us go see that fine lady, if fortune smiles upon us. You might even be able to ride Nobetta and soar a few laps." "Really? One can ride a dragon?" Ron exclaimed, clutching his heart, appearing nearly faint with excitement. Draco, not to be outdone, sported a rosy flush on his typically pale face, his eyes sparkling with newfound brightness. Observing Draco's excitement, Harry found him utterly endearing. As Charlie called for Nobetta with a whistle, the boys, save for the youngest Ginny and the somewhat apprehensive Hermione, eagerly crowded before her. Despite Ginny's protests of being merely a year younger than Ron, it was evident that as the youngest Weasley, her brothers were not inclined to let her take unnecessary risks. Standing before Nobetta, the boys inevitably felt a surge of nervousness, with Ron casting pleading glances toward Charlie. They exchanged looks, maintaining eye contact for a full minute. As long as Nobetta did not divert her gaze, it signified her approval. Though simplistic in nature, Charlie swore that this was precisely what Nobetta required. Ultimately, only Harry and Draco were granted permission to mount Nobetta's back. Ron's expression was one of disbelief when Nobetta shifted her gaze away, muttering a why that elicited a puff of dragon breath from her. Harry too was surprised at being chosen. When he locked eyes with Nobetta, she flinched slightly but did not retreat, though the others seemed oblivious to this exchange. The setting sun resembled a molten orb of gilded crimson, sinking slowly behind the verdant peaks of the western mountains, casting down its final, most vibrant rays. The entire Romanian Dragon Reserve was cloaked in a magnificent and poignant orange-red hue. The distant mountains were silhouetted in deep purple, undulating like slumbering ancient behemoths. Nobetta's bronze form was adorned with a flowing layer of warm gold, each scale glimmering like smoldering coal, the edges shimmering with a lava-like sheen. She lay quietly at the valley's edge, her massive head resting upon her curled foreclaws, her molten gold vertical pupils half closed, reflecting the resplendent sunset like pools of molten amber. The warm scent of sulfur wafted gently from her elongated breaths, slowly dissipating in the cooling evening breeze. She awaited the chosen ones to ascend her back. With Charlie's assistance, Harry and Draco carefully climbed onto Nobetta's spine, settling into a comfortable position as they listened to Charlie's instructions. "Nobetta will take you for a couple of laps and return. She knows what to do. No need to worry. If anything unexpected occurs, use your wands to signal us." Draco, already brimming with excitement, clung tightly to Nobetta's neck, barely able to respond to Charlie. Charlie then entrusted his hopes to Harry, reminding him, "Remember, your safety is paramount." Harry, looking down from his elevated position, reassuringly patted Charlie on the shoulder. "Rest assured, I will." Perhaps sensing that the humans atop her back had finally finished speaking, Nobetta unfurled her wings and lifted off the ground. The jolt of takeoff instinctively made Harry wrap his arms around Draco's waist. Though Draco blushed at the sudden gesture, he said nothing in protest. Once Nobetta stabilized her flight, the two waved to their friends against the backdrop of the warm golden sky, before being carried away toward the distant mountains. The currents generated by her powerful wings mingled with the crisp mountain air. As Harry looked down, he beheld the Carpathian Mountains unfurling beneath them like a grand oil painting. The farthest peaks, capped with eternal snow, glimmered with the sun's molten light, while the crevices harbored crystals that shattered the light into a myriad of rainbows, as if someone had scattered diamonds upon the mountain's summit. Below lay the rust-colored exposed rock, shaped by millennia of wind and snow into deep ravines, through which flowed glacial meltwater, winding like a silver chain, pooling into emerald-hued lakes at the valley's bottom, shrouded in a gossamer mist. Occasionally, massive boulders protruded from the mountainside, their surfaces cloaked in dark green moss, with clusters of purple gentian flowers bravely swaying in the howling mountain winds. The wind tousled Draco's golden hair, compelling him to tuck a rebellious strand behind his ear. Harry's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the flickering gold, and he found himself staring dreamily. It was only when they realized that no betta was circling above a familiar location that they snapped to attention. Chapter 106. A plan not to be disclosed to Hermione. The dragon coiled above an open area, startling a flock of mountain eagles from the nearby woods, their brown wings slicing through the dusk as they traced graceful arcs between the snow-capped peaks and the forest, their calls echoing melodiously through the valley. As the sun gradually sank behind the distant mountains, the sky transformed into a gradient of orange-red to indigo, the first few stars twinkling against the velvet night, mirroring the distant lights of the wooden cabins nestled in the mountains. The moisture on Nobetta's scales crystallized into tiny ice particles in the chill wind. As Harry reached out to brush them away, they fell like delicate rain, dispersing in the air and merging into the vast and tranquil wilderness. Draco leaned down and whispered softly to Norbert, "Hey, good girl, it's time for us to return." The dragon let out a deep, resonant rumble from its throat, akin to a sigh emanating from the depths of the earth. As they journeyed back, Draco seemed to be grappling with unspoken thoughts. Harry, acutely aware of his companion's distraction, tightened his embrace, ensuring Draco wouldn't stumble from his reverie. "Hey, sweetheart, what are you pondering?" Harry rested his head on Draco's shoulder, calling out to him in the gentlest tone he could muster. Draco was roused from his thoughts by Harry's warm embrace. "Oh, I was merely contemplating that clearing. Harry, did you see that patch of open land? I can't shake the feeling that something is beckoning me from there. You know, the intuition of a wizard." Harry fell into a contemplative silence, understanding the weight of Draco's words. Indeed, he too had felt an inexplicable sensation wash over him upon catching sight of that very spot. It was curious. Nothing had seemed remarkable when he first glimpsed it in a magazine, yet witnessing it in reality stirred a powerful impulse within him. "Should we go take a look?" Harry thought, and voiced his sentiments aloud. Draco was taken aback and turned to Harry, exclaiming, "Are you serious? Hermione will have our heads." Yet, upon gazing into those deep, forest-like eyes, Draco could not deny that Harry appeared genuinely earnest. "Oh, fine. Even donned in Slytherin attire, you remain an unabashed Gryffindor, Potter." After a prolonged exchange of glances, it was ultimately Draco who conceded. Harry, having achieved his objective, flashed a triumphant smile. "Then we must tread carefully, lest Hermione discovers our plans." "Whatever you say, Draco." Under the moonlit path, the two were safely escorted back to the small cabin by Norberta. As they dismounted, the Weasley brothers eagerly bombarded them with questions about the views from the dragon's back. The two girls, though silent, had shining eyes that spoke volumes. Harry and Draco recounted their experiences atop the dragon, the sensation of the brisk wind, all while Norberta had brought them to that peculiar place. Charlie, draping an arm around each of them, asked, "So, lads, how was the scenery of the Carpathian Mountains?" "When I first rode Norberta, I thought to myself that when I found my beloved, I would bring her here and ask Norberta for a flight around." "Did you two get to see the highest snow-capped peaks?" The two were flushed by Charlie's unabashed teasing, amidst the raucous laughter of their companions. Draco shrugged off Charlie's arm and sidled up to Norberta. "Norberta, dear girl, you're the best, aren't you? You won't mock me, unlike those rascals." Draco's hand glided over the bronze-hued scales, his gaze deep as if it held the moonlight, tenderly resting upon Norberta. That gaze traversed time and space, seemingly bridging the frosty winds atop Hogwarts towers to the vast Romanian mountains. From the little creature puffing black smoke in Hagrid's hut to the bronzed peaks obscuring the sunset before them. Just as this harmonious moment unfolded between the boy and the dragon, a hushed yet excited exclamation broke the tranquility. "Done. Quick." It was George's voice, brimming with barely contained excitement. Fred and George, after their playful jibes at Harry and Draco, had not forgotten their own mischievous intentions. They were currently concealed in the shadow of a massive rock behind Norberta, clinging to the stone wall like geckos. Fred was tentatively extending a long pole, tipped with a hefty glob of black adhesive, toward a particularly shiny scale at the end of Norberta's tail. Meanwhile, George crouched below, nervously cradling an open wooden box lined with plush fabric, his face a mix of thrill and trepidation as he looked up. As the adhesive was about to make contact with the dragon's scale, puff, Norberta did not even turn back. She merely flicked her robust tail, which was as thick as a battering ram, in a languid motion so slight it was nearly imperceptible, yet a searing gust, reeking of sulfur and reminiscent of a dragon's breath, erupted from a vent at her tail. Ah, it burned. Fred and George's yelps rang out in unison. The adhesive-laden pole was sent spiraling away, landing in the nearby underbrush. The brothers, their faces smeared with heat and dirt, and flecked with suspicious black goo, scrambled out from the shadows. They dashed away, frantically swatting at the wisps of smoke rising from their heads, looking utterly disheveled. This comical scene shattered the moonlit stillness. Ron, witnessing the plight of his brothers, could not suppress a chuckle, swiftly covering his mouth to avoid their wrath. Hermione shook her head in exasperation, though a smile crept onto her lips. Ginny burst into unabashed laughter, her bright voice echoing through the valley. Charlie looked at Fred and George's disarray, shaking his head in a mix of amusement and exasperation. After the laughter subsided, the most composed adult among them dutifully pursued his two younger brothers to help tidy up their mess. What were you two thinking? Norberta may be nostalgic, but that doesn't mean she has a forgiving temper. As the two red-haired boys were scrubbed down by their brother with a cloth of unknown origins, they cheerfully replied. This was a rare opportunity for close contact with the dragon. If we could procure even a fragment of dragon material, our inventions might see great advancement. Upon hearing this, Charlie tossed the cloth into one of the brothers' hands. You lot are still intent on this? Didn't Mum give you a proper talking to? Planning to open a shop after graduation? In fact, we've secured what could be considered a monumental investment. From the dashing Malfoy and Potter, we've managed to save enough for a shop in Diagon Alley. However, we've decided to research further for a few more years, aspiring to develop even more innovative products. After all, we believe Mum will want to see us open a shop after we graduate from Hogwarts, lest she think we're idling away. Charlie, though surprised, recognized this was quintessentially them, quintessentially Weasley. But is your funding sufficient for your research? Ron chimed in, patting his brother's sturdy arm. I contributed some too. Charlie stared at Ron in astonishment. I thought you'd save that money. Oh, come on. Gringotts won't make money work for you. Besides, I trust my brothers. They wouldn't jest about mischief. Charlie remained non-committal. All right, kids, it's time for dinner. After all, you're still growing. And I'd rather not have you go hungry out here. Ron was the first to respond. Are there chicken legs? I want chicken legs. Charlie ruffled his youngest brother's hair. Sorry, Ronnie, but we don't have chicken legs here. However, we do have the finest steaks from the Dragon Reserve. The light from the Dragon Keeper's cabin spilled through the wooden windows, carving out a little territory of its own under the silvery moonlight. Beneath the silvery glow of the moon, the immense form of Norberta remained motionless outside, her heavy-scaled flank rising and falling gently with each prolonged breath. The moonlight sculpted her silhouette, reminiscent of a bronze mountain range. Yet, in the shadow of her colossal head, unnoticed by any, her molten gold vertical pupil, half closed, flickered ever so subtly, almost imperceptibly. Chapter 107, A Moonlit Adventure. After dinner, Charlie escorted them back to the quaint cottage from whence they had come. Despite the accommodations available at the Dragon Sanctuary, Charlie deemed it unnecessary for them to endure such hardship when superior lodgings awaited. He insisted on returning each of them to the warmth of their hearths. Having agreed to reconvene the following morning, the group reluctantly made their way back to the ancient castle. Dobby and Dottie had prepared a comforting hot bath for them, prompting George and Fred to cheer and dash into the grand bath of their room. The sound of splashing water alerted Draco to the fact that the two boys had commenced another playful battle with the little yellow ducks in the bathroom. The others, who had not yet returned to their rooms, exchanged knowing smiles before bidding each other goodnight and retreating to their respective chambers. However, Hermione soon noticed that Harry had followed Draco directly through the same door. Though this had occurred before, today it struck her as decidedly peculiar. Hermione lingered too long in front of her door, drawing the attention of Ron. Hermione, what are you looking at? He inquired, standing beside her. Though from her vantage point, all he could see was Draco's closed door. I just saw Harry go into the room with Draco. I mean, they entered the same room. It gives me a rather strange feeling, she replied, frowning as she turned to Ron, hoping for a reassuring response. Ron cautiously placed a hand on Hermione's shoulder. Isn't that quite normal? We all know Harry tends to stick to Draco. Trust me, nothing will happen. Comforted by Ron's words, Hermione mustered a reluctant smile and wished him good night before retreating to her room, leaving Ron at the door, scratching his head as he gazed at Draco's door before heading back to his own chamber. Little did Ron know, the following day would reveal the magnitude of the events that transpired between the two, leading Hermione to recall his earlier words, and unfairly direct her frustration towards him. The moonlight tonight seemed particularly bright, casting everything outside into a clarity akin to daylight. The midnight castle was eerily quiet. The soundproof walls ensured that even Ron's snoring went unheard. In this profound silence, Draco's door creaked open and shut once more, yet no figure emerged. Hidden beneath an invisibility cloak, the two slipped quietly from the castle, their shadows obscured by the moonlight. Upon distancing themselves from the castle's confines, Draco abruptly cast off the invisibility cloak. His youthful face flushed with embarrassment, his eyes piercing into Harry with a mixture of annoyance. Realizing his fault, Harry sheepishly grinned while stowing away the cloak. Draco inhaled deeply, choosing not to engage in further quarrels with the fool, redirecting his gaze towards the enigmatic depths of the forest before them. Once Harry had neatly tucked the cloak away, he stepped closer, intertwining his fingers with Draco's. "Are you ready?" the savior inquired. "Indeed," Draco affirmed. "Let us ascertain whether we can traverse via apparition. If there are indeed issues there, it must be warded. Conversely, we might find ourselves at that clearing. I trust you, Draco. But are you sure?" "Of course. I've been calculating the route since dinner." "Harry, simply trust me and hold on tight. Always." The air deep within the Hoya forest felt akin to heavy velvet, soaked with the essence of damp earth, rain, and grass, long forgotten in a corner. Each breath carried a subtle sweetness, reminiscent of decaying roots deep within the soil, accompanied by an indescribable, almost sentient pressure of silence. The chilly moisture clung stubbornly to exposed skin. Each step sank their boots into the soft earth, muffled by a thick layer of humus, producing a sound that was both unpleasant and alarming, disturbing the layers of lifeless, discolored leaves. "Harry, we have arrived." Draco's voice dropped to a hushed tone, laced with an unease that felt jarring amidst the dense silence of the night forest. His grip on Harry's hand tightened, a force so strong that Harry nearly gasped in surprise. He halted, his heart pounding within his chest. "Look, right there." He followed the direction of Draco's slightly pale finger. Just a few steps ahead, the irregular circular clearing appeared eerily illuminated by the pallid moonlight, resembling an altar. Twisted, dark vines coiled around it, akin to the shed skin of a great serpent. Between the vines, several jagged stones were stacked in a disordered manner, covered in a viscous, dark green moss. The trees encircling the clearing twisted grotesquely towards it, their bark adorned with unnatural patterns. A faint, icy pulse of magic emanated from this simple arrangement, pricking their nerves like invisible needles. Okay, Harry could distinctly hear the sound of his own swallowing. He felt uncertain whether this place was more terrifying than the Forbidden Forest during his first year with Voldemort. "Draco," he whispered, his voice barely audible. In the Forbidden Forest, he had felt fear. How much more so in this ominous place? Harry released their interlocked fingers, enveloping Draco in a protective embrace. "It's all right, it merely looks strange." "No," Draco's voice trembled. "Harry, don't you sense that?" He paused, seemingly at a loss for words. "It's too quiet." Almost as if on cue. A chill of sweat broke over Harry. He had sensed something amiss. The entire forest, save for their breathing, echoed with an unsettling silence. The familiar sounds of summer insects had vanished, let alone the calls of creatures that inhabited the forest. For the first time, the boy who lived felt the weight of his mortality in this desolate place. "Oh, Merlin, I can't even imagine how Hermione will react when she discovers we are missing." "Draco, perhaps we should return. We can discuss this with Hermione before coming back," Harry suggested pragmatically. However, a visibly frightened Draco rejected the notion. "No, Harry. There is something here, I can feel it." With that, he broke free from Harry's grasp and pressed onward. Alarmed, Harry hurried to catch up, seizing Draco's hand once more. The closer they drew, the more Harry sensed an inexplicable pull. Upon reaching the center of the clearing, Draco, undeterred, began to examine the disarray of stones, while Harry brandished his laurel wand behind him in vigilant readiness. "It's a ward," Draco eventually spoke. "A trap?" Harry murmured, instinctively tightening his grip on the wand. Its tip raised slightly. The towering ancient trees around them seemed to writhe under the dim light, their deeply engraved patterns twisting as if countless eyes were watching. "I cannot determine if it is indeed a trap." Draco crouched on the ground, lifting his gaze to meet Harry's. His slate blue eyes shrouded in the ethereal mist of a British dawn. His delicate visage, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared remarkably pale, reminiscent of the first snowfall at Hogwarts each year, or the pristine pages of his newly acquired notebook. His platinum hair, whether a trick of Harry's imagination or not, seemed to glimmer with silvery hues, as if even the moonlight lingered upon him. Harry sighed inwardly, contemplating whether he could unravel the purpose of this enchantment. Draco's voice, laced with a barely perceptible tension, betrayed his own uncertainty. Harry offered a reassuring nod, endeavoring to assist him in locating more shards of stone inscribed with the enchantment. Just as Harry attempted to discern whether the patterns on the stone in his hand belonged to the enchantment, a heavy, thunderous breath suddenly shattered the forest's eerie silence. This was followed by the violent crack of branches snapping, drawing nearer with a force of destruction. The ground beneath them began to tremble slightly. Draco. Harry's gaze snapped to the wand in Draco's hand, now glowing ominously, and his complexion drained of color. He hastily dropped the inconsequential stone and lunged towards Draco, now enveloped in an increasingly blinding silver light. In that piercing radiance, Harry caught a glimpse of Draco swaying, toppling towards the cluster of bizarre stones marked by the enchantment, blanketed in dark green moss. His mind went blank, and he could only muster the strength to extend his hand. Chapter 108. The Last Sanctuary of the Elven Forest. The instant his fingertips brushed Draco's wizarding robes, an otherworldly sensation seized Harry, cold as ice yet searing like a branding iron. It felt as though he had plunged through a viscous expanse of icy water composed of countless wailing souls, ensnared by the chilling grasp of 1,000 dementors. Before him, the distorted shadows of the Huya forest vanished, consumed by a dizzying, flowing silver-green luminescence. Time itself warped, stretching and compressing, as an indescribable hum filled his ears, echoing with the layered sighs and songs of the ancients. This suffocating sensation lasted but a fleeting moment, perhaps only a heartbeat. In the next instant, the disorienting feeling of plummeting dissipated. Harry landed heavily on an exceptionally soft surface, with Draco awkwardly sprawled atop him, both gasping for breath, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their throats. When Harry's eyesight finally sharpened, revealing the surroundings, he froze, his breath caught in his throat. The damp, chilly scent of the Huya forest had vanished, replaced by an indescribable freshness, imbued with the unique fragrance of a forest after rain and the sweetness of crystalline springs. There was an essence, as if the moonlight itself had coalesced, cold yet pure. The air was as clear as flowing crystal, each inhalation refreshing his lungs with a coolness that felt like a cleanse. They found themselves in an unimaginable forest. The trees towered beyond reason, their trunks resembling colossal pillars supporting the sky, radiating a warm, jade-gray hue with a gentle luminescence flowing from within. The massive canopies wove together high above, forming a vast, celestial dome, yet the light did not emanate from the sky. Instead, peculiar plants, exuding a soft glow, floated in the air or entwined around branches, akin to crystallized fragments of stars, illuminating the entire forest like a fantastical dream. Soft silvers, pale greens, deep blues, and delicate purples intertwined, saturating the air with a dreamlike palette. In the distance, outlines of structures formed by colossal ancient trees emerged, seamlessly integrated into the forest itself, silently narrating an unfathomable history. "Merlin, Draco!" Harry exclaimed, his voice filled with unprecedented shock and bewilderment. Draco's slate-blue eyes widened, reflecting the wonders of this extraordinary luminous forest. Harry assisted Draco to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the peculiar flora glowing softly and the vines shimmering like moonlight. A strange, ineffable sense of tranquility enveloped him, as if he had returned to a long-forgotten memory. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze fixed on a clearing not far ahead, where several figures had silently materialized. Instinctively, Harry grasped Draco's hand, who firmly reciprocated. They stood in tense silence, the only sound the crisp calls of unknown creatures surrounding them. Harry and Draco scrutinized the figures, their keen wizarding eyesight allowing them to discern their forms clearly. The figures were tall and graceful, akin to natural-born elves of the forest. Their skin was nearly translucent, shrouded in a gentle mist beneath the forest's soft light. Most breathtaking were their eyes, not human by any means, but pure silver, resembling two solidified full moons, deep, ancient, devoid of any human emotion, merely a timeless, dispassionate gaze. Their long hair flowed like liquid moonlight, shimmering in pure silver or nearly transparent gold, cascading down their backs. They wore garments woven from leaves that sparkled with pinpricks of light and supple vines, seamlessly merging with the breath of the forest. "Draco," Harry whispered, "doesn't your hair resemble theirs?" He posed the question hesitantly. Unvoiced was the thought that Draco bore a striking resemblance to them. Yet, Draco sensed it too, particularly as he felt a peculiar fluttering in his magical core. "Harry, they seem to be elves," Draco replied uncertainly. "I read about them in an ancient book at home. I thought it was merely a fairy tale." "It is all true," the leading elf interjected, advancing with the others. This elf appeared to be the eldest, perhaps the elder of the elves, as the others seemed to revere him. As he approached, Harry and Draco could discern the intricacies of his face, every line akin to the growth rings of ancient trees, etched with the passage of unfathomable time. In his hand, he held a staff seemingly formed from natural crystal, crowned with a gem that constantly shifted in its gentle luminescence. He slowly raised his empty hand, his movements as fluid as the wind caressing the treetops. Without incantation, without the flick of a wand, Harry and Draco simultaneously felt a powerful yet gentle force, like invisible vines, swiftly entwining around their tightly gripped wands, prying them from their grasp. The wands traced 3 faint arcs in the air before softly landing on the ground, blanketed in luminous moss, a few paces away. Yes, they even included Harry's holly wand, which he had not yet drawn. A wave of dread washed over Harry, an instinctual urge to reclaim his wand rising within him. But Draco's hand firmly restrained his arm. "What are you doing?" Draco demanded, his gaze locked onto the elder elf, his lips pressed into a pale line, his face etched with an unprecedented gravity. Harry followed Draco's gaze and discovered the elder's pure silver eyes fixed intently upon them, as if penetrating their very beings to reach some long-forgotten recess within their souls. The shimmering light in the forest seemed to pause in that moment, stretching time infinitely. The elder's gaze slowly traversed Harry's disheveled black hair and emerald green eyes, finally resting on Draco's platinum locks and pallid complexion. Deep within those pristine silver orbs, something ancient stirred, akin to a glacier that had slumbered for millennia, quietly fissuring open. "You have finally arrived, returning here in this final hour." The elven elder appeared benevolent. Yet Harry and Draco dared not let their guard down, especially considering they had just sent their wands flying. "What did you mean by that?" The moment the elder spoke, Harry instinctively shielded Draco behind him, vigilantly observing the staff the elder held. "We harbor no ill will towards you. Disarming you was a necessary act. Once you entered this elven forest, the spells of the mundane world could no longer be wielded. Otherwise, it could pose a threat to your lives." Both Harry and Draco, being astute, recognized the irregularities in their magical circuits. Hearing the elder's grave words, they worried about their inability to combat the elves without their magic. Yet at least they remained by each other's side. Noticing that the two appeared to have calmed down, the elder pointed his staff at the scattered wands, and the surrounding vines swiftly ensnared them, returning them to the duo's waists. "Gentlemen, standing here is not a viable solution. It would be wiser to accompany us back to the village for a brief respite." The return of their wands afforded the two a modicum of security, and given that remaining here was impractical, they reluctantly nodded in agreement. The elder smiled, the wrinkles on his face gathering to convey a degree of warmth. He stepped aside, gesturing for Harry and Draco to proceed. Exchanging a resolute glance, Harry and Draco approached the elder, while the other elves swiftly gathered around them, encircling them on all sides. The journey was shrouded in silence, particularly as Draco sensed the younger elves stealing glances at him. Although he often considered himself quite handsome, he did not believe it warranted such scrutiny from the elves. His brow furrowed involuntarily as he heard the collective intake of breath from the crowd. Even Harry, usually oblivious to such nuances, sensed something amiss. When he cast a sharp glance, he discovered the elves were scrutinizing them with an air of seriousness. Draco tugged at Harry's hand, signaling him to behave more cautiously in this foreign territory. As they approached the village, Draco distinctly felt the other elves bowing in their direction upon spotting them. He glanced at the elder and mused silently. It appeared this elf held considerable status. The elder led them to the largest and highest room within a cluster of structures, contrary to Draco's expectations of it being the elder's private residence. The chamber resembled a grand meditation space. The interior was devoid of furniture save for meditation cushions, which were neatly arranged on the floor. The elder seated them in the central position and dismissed the other elves, for reasons unknown. Draco felt an ominous premonition that the forthcoming events might alter the trajectory of both his and Harry's lives. Observing the elder sitting there with closed eyes and uttering not a word, Draco understood that the elder intended for them to speak first. "You just mentioned that the tales of elves are not mere fairy tales. That is because you are indeed elves, correct?" The elder opened his eyes, the silver moonlight fixating intently on Draco. Draco realized he had hit the mark. He continued, "In the lore of pure-blood families, elves are considered non-existent, mere figments of imagination. Or rather, a vanished species. What the magical world refers to as elves are simply creatures resembling fairies or sprites, unlike you who are indistinguishable from humans. So, why do you exist here? Why do you exist at all?" Chapter 109, A Heavy Past. The elder's silver pupils remained locked on Draco, scrutinizing him intently. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. "It is a long tale. Long ago, when this planet comprised only a single continent, there were gods, true deities. They resided in the realm of the divine, above the clouds. The gods governed all beings, humans, dragons, elves, and dwarves. In that era, intelligent life extended far beyond these." Harry cautiously interjected, "Did you say dragons? Like the Norwegian ridgeback?" A peculiar sound, reminiscent of mockery, emanated from the elder's throat. Those are mere animals. I speak of dragons capable of assuming human form. Harry and Draco exchanged astonished glances, both recognizing the surprise reflected in one another's eyes. Please, continue, Draco urged, increasingly captivated by the unfolding narrative. For an extensive period, harmony reigned among the races, but where there are many, there are inevitably conflicts. Humans, being the most populous race on this continent, spontaneously formed nations, beseeching the gods for protection, with other races following suit. The elves, for instance, were devotees of the goddess of life, while the dragons were under the aegis of the sky god. As the gods focused their energies on the nations they protected, divisions naturally emerged. Each deity sought to secure greater benefits for their own people. These divisions gradually escalated into disputes, leading to the irreversible path of war. Initially, only a few bellicose deities were involved, but soon the entire continent was engulfed. Gods and intelligent beings alike were swept away. The land was cleaved, and the war raged on. We elves were the last to be drawn into the conflict, followed by the twilight of the gods, more accurately, their fall. Increasingly, deities vanished in this war, and nearly all intelligent life was rendered extinct. In the end, only humans, fairies, centaurs, and we, the last of the elves, remained. Considering various factors, our ancestors brought us to the Hoya forest, carving out a space sufficient for our survival. With the tale recounted, Harry and Draco found themselves lost in contemplation. In comparison to Harry, who lacked familiarity with wizarding history, Draco grasped the implications of the narrative with clarity. It at least elucidated why wizards were initially believed to be the offspring of humans and magical creatures. It seemed these humanoid beings had simply lost the truth over the course of time. However, why are you sharing this with us? It seems to hold no significance, Draco inquired, directing his gaze at the elder. It is the final will of the gods. What? The two were momentarily taken aback by the elder's cryptic statement. They then witnessed numerous silver and green lights suddenly rising beside the elder. An exceedingly ancient, melodious word, complex in its syllables, flowed from the elder's lips like a thunderous revelation, akin to a mountain stream gliding over smooth stones. And Ryan Errol. The name struck Draco's soul like an intangible hammer, causing his body to stiffen abruptly as if struck by a bolt of invisible lightning. His platinum-hued pupils constricted suddenly before dilating again, swirling with a tumultuous storm of confusion, sharp pain, and profound sorrow. Ultimately, all emotions settled into an incredulous tremor, as if his very soul had been forcibly awakened. Instinctively, he raised a hand to clutch his forehead, his knuckles whitening with the pressure, his body swaying uncontrollably. The elder's gaze remained unwavering, and soon, the ancient syllables that pierced the soul resonated once more, this time directed towards Harry, Kalian Dragon. Boom. This name acted as a blazing key, instantly unlocking a colossal door deep within Harry's consciousness, one that had been sealed for millennia. An immense torrent of memories surged forth, entwined with ancient flames, howling mountain winds, thunderous dragon roars, and a melody as cool and ethereal as moonlight, violently crashing through all his defenses, utterly engulfing him. Fragments of memory, searing with the heat of a wounded soul, detonated within his awareness, churning. Atop the mountain peaks, the biting cold wind cut like a blade. A vast shadow loomed over the jagged black rocks, as Harry's consciousness clung to the immense form of the dragon. Wings, cloaked in dark, weighty scales, unfurled like banners in the tempest, each beat conjuring winds fierce enough to topple boulders. The deep green slits of his eyes resembled a forest after rain, cold and silent. These eyes now surveyed the winding mountains, rushing rivers, and the vast expanse of forest glimmering like emeralds under the sun, the very domain of the elven race, where his beloved resided, whom he vowed to protect at all costs. In the heart of the forest, moonlight flowed like mercury. Towering ancient trees encircled a tranquil lake, its surface reflecting the myriad stars and a resplendent full moon. By the lakeside stood a slender, graceful figure with his back turned. It was Draco, or rather, and Ryan Errol. Moonlight cast a flowing, almost ethereal silver sheen upon his platinum hair, as if he were composed of the very light that had descended upon the earth. He tilted his head slightly, his hands elegantly raised, and a series of ancient, ethereal notes flowed from his slightly parted lips, reminiscent of mountain springs cascading into deep pools, or the melodies of wind chimes stirred by the night breeze. The song lacked concrete words, yet contained the purest joy, an affection for the forest, and an ode to the celestial dance of the stars. Each note bore a refreshing magic, like invisible ripples, soothing the restless mountains, calming the breath of the forest, and quietly assuaging the eternally burning flame of guardianship within Kalian Dragon's heart. His massive head lowered, molten gold eyes reflecting the figure bathed in moonlight. As fury and regality faded, leaving only a near-reverent tranquility and contentment. Darkness fell, the sky tore asunder. Crimson rain, like the judgment day of doom, descended with a piercing wail from the burning, shattered heavens. The earth lamented, the forest writhed in agony amidst the flames, burning and billowing thick smoke. Heart-rending screams and desperate cries shattered the tranquility of yesteryear. Kalian's colossal dragon form weaved through the onslaught of fiery rain and crumbling rocks, evading, roaring, exhaling searing dragonfire in an attempt to counter the divine attacks laden with annihilation. But it was too much, too much. His scales sizzled under the searing heat, emitting wisps of smoke, his enormous wings torn with horrific wounds, molten dragon blood cascading like burning lava onto the charred earth. The final sanctuary, binding two souls. His gaze shifted abruptly, focusing on a familiar clearing below. A group of terrified elves huddled together, anxiously watching the figure at the forefront, and Ryan. As the Elven King, he methodically established a magical array, the power of the elves continuously flowing into the forming circle. After sending the last elf into the secret realm, and Ryan resolutely smashed the central stone of the array, then calmly faced the impending boulder. In the distance, a thunderous, resolute dragon roar echoed. Kalian's immense form unleashed its final strength, plunging down recklessly. The enormous, scarred, dark golden wings spread wide like indomitable barriers of the sky, shielding the clearing below, where the moon elf had made the decision to embrace death beneath his battered body. Boom! An unimaginable impact. The destructive force crashed through the dragon wings, striking Kalian's back with a ferocity that resonated like a mountain's collapse. He heard the horrific sound of his bones shattering. Vision was instantly consumed by boundless darkness and soul-rending agony. Yet, before his consciousness sank entirely, a drop of icy liquid, imbued with moonlight's clarity and an indescribable, soul-piercing sorrow, fell upon his heated, dimming dragon eye. It was a tear, a single tear from the moon elf, formed from the purest moonlight, suffused with the heartbreak and lament of Ryan, permeating his hardened scales, branding the depths of his fading soul. And Ryan Errol, son of light, elf of light, Kalian dragon, the mighty dragon, the dragon of light. Chapter 110, The Bond of Souls. Harry jolted upright, as if a drowning man had burst forth from the water, gasping for breath, his heart pounding fiercely within his chest, nearly shattering his ribs. Cold sweat drenched his forehead, trickling down his temples. He instinctively pressed a hand against his chest, as if the agonizing pain of being pierced by falling stones still lingered there. No longer did he behold the flames of destruction and falling stars, but rather, a multitude of peculiar lights dancing in the air, along with the elven elder before him, who held a crystal staff and gazed at him with compassion in his silver-white eyes. Fragments of memory seared his mind like a branding iron, imprinting those sky-blocking dragon wings. That icy, bone-chilling tear of moonlight, Kalian dragon, that was his name, his past. He had once been the guardian of those mountains, the dragon that stood before Ryan. He whipped his head around, urgently searching for Draco. Unlike him, who had collapsed to the ground, Draco remained seated on the cushion, slightly leaning forward. One hand pressed firmly against the ground, knuckles whitening with the strain, while the other clutched the fabric of his chest tightly. His head hung low, platinum strands cascading down to obscure his face, yet Harry could see his slender shoulders trembling uncontrollably. An unspoken, profound sorrow emanated from him like a tangible chill. At that moment, several soft, almost corporeal beams of moonlight pierced through the luminous plant's interwoven web atop the forest canopy, entering the treetop dwelling and landing precisely on the hand Draco had pressed against the ground. A miracle occurred. Under Harry's astonished gaze, Draco's once human, well-defined hand began to undergo an extraordinary transformation in the pure embrace of the moonlight. A lustrous, almost translucent sheen emanated from beneath his skin, as though moonlight flowed within him. His skin became increasingly delicate and smooth, nearly devoid of any trace of pores. Most astonishingly, his fingertips transformed at a visibly rapid pace, becoming as clear and pristine as the finest crystal, meticulously sculpted to refract the gentle light of the surrounding forest, exuding a faint, cool halo of moonlit white. Draco heard his own voice, parched yet whispering, as memories surged back, bearing a weight of confirmation that traversed the ages. Anarian and Kalian were relics of a millennium past. He yearned to know what had become of the Draco Malfoy who had entwined with him across 2 lifetimes. Draco finally lifted his head slowly. That familiar face, often marked by a sharp or haughty expression, was now enveloped in a profound and serene sorrow that Harry had never witnessed before. His gray-blue eyes seemed to ripple like a stone cast into a deep pond, reflecting a tumult of complex, unutterable emotions. Unbelievable shock, the pain of forcibly awakened memories, fear of the divine war, and concern for the remnants of his kin. Yet, ultimately, what settled within him was a deep-seated lamentation, as if etched into the very marrow of his soul. He gazed at Harry, his lips moving slightly, yet no sound escaped. A single tear, akin to pure moonlight condensed into a droplet, silently traced down his pale cheek. The moment it met the air, it shimmered with a cold brilliance before gently falling into Harry's outstretched hand. That solitary tear acted as the finest wick, igniting Harry in an instant. An indescribable warmth surged within him, a torrent awakening as if a dormant volcano had been forcibly stirred, molten lava raging through his veins. Harry felt a fire leap within the depths of his emerald eyes, fierce and consuming. An ancient and majestic aura belonging to the dragon kin spread uncontrollably, carrying an invisible pressure and heat that seemed to distort the luminous auras surrounding them. The elven elder observed this incredible scene with quiet contemplation. A human wizard with moonlight flowing from his fingertips, a remnant of the moon fairy Anarian, and another human wizard, eyes ablaze with molten fire, radiating the formidable will and protective essence of the ancient dragon Diagon. The crystal scepter in his hand, crowned with a gem that shifted in luminescence, seemed to sense something, emitting a low hum as its brilliance quickened. A long, heavy sigh, as if burdened with the weight of a millennium, slowly escaped the elder's lips. That sigh was imbued with boundless vicissitudes, profound compassion, and an ineffable sense of fate. Through the ages, the elder's voice resonated like a wind traversing a shadowy valley, deep yet clear. Each syllable echoed with the reverberations of time, distinctly reaching Harry and Draco's ears. Since that war, we have kept vigil over this final forest, undisturbed until now. Yet in recent centuries, the Hoya forest has grown increasingly perilous, with non-magical humans occasionally intruding with their odd contraptions. Some humans have inadvertently wandered into the elven woods. Wait, Harry interjected, unable to suppress his curiosity, recalling the rumors from travel guides. You mean to say humans have entered the elven woods? Indeed, humans often possess peculiar whims. Some have had their memories of the human world erased and remain here. Others, we have sent away after erasing their memories. We have seen related news, Draco nodded, understanding the elder's intent. Harry gaped at the elder, then glanced at Draco, clearly wanting to ask more. Draco, with a playful gesture, pinched Harry's mouth shut like a duck's bill. Silence. The elder regarded their exchange with a mixture of pride and regret. Draco, of course, noticed the elder's gaze but said nothing, merely gesturing for the elder to continue. The elder paused for a considerable time, as if retrieving words from the depths of his memory. His gaze slowly traversed Draco's now translucent fingertips under the moonlight, then lingered on the still-burning fire in Harry's eyes. You must have seen within the awakened memories. The elder's voice trembled slightly. That was your previous life. If my perception is correct, your bodies have been used a second time. Thus, please forgive my reference to previous life. You were the king of our elven race, the solitary moon fairy, under the protection of the goddess of life and the moon god. And you were the prince of the dragon kin, reputed to be the bravest and most exceptional warrior among them. Please pardon my ignorance regarding other matters concerning you. Harry waved his hand, signaling the elder not to worry, for he had gleaned all he needed from his memories. Before the gods erupted in conflict, you were renowned lovers across the continent. Kalian would gather the first rays of sunlight for Anarian at dawn, while Anarian would sing the healing moon song for the injured Kalian under the moonlight. When the divine war ignited, the deity revered by the dragon kin was one of those who instigated the conflict. From that moment, Kalian bore increasing wounds. Yet he would still remember to bring Anarian the most beautiful flowers. Harry raised an eyebrow playfully at Draco, understanding his own sentiment mirrored in Draco's gaze. No matter what. I love you. Draco rolled his eyes, repositioning his cushion further from Harry, unfazed by his puppy dog eyes. In the end, only Kalian remained of the dragon kin, and our elven race fared no better, with merely this lineage of a dozen or so elves. Ultimately, as you witnessed, Anarian sacrificed herself to usher us into the secret realm. It was then that we discovered the gate of the secret realm required someone outside to close it and make a sacrifice to ensure its proper functioning. Kalian gave his life to protect Anarian. You may not comprehend the magical system of that time. In the end, Kalian sought to send Anarian into the secret realm using his flesh, bones, and soul. But Anarian did not afford him that opportunity. She invoked the moon god's blessing to bind their souls together. Yet, I never anticipated that your bond could transcend the barriers of life and death. Manifesting once more in this era, is this a remnant of the god's grace, or a gift of fate? The elder's gaze rested intently upon Draco, his pure silver eyes reflecting the moonlight flowing from Draco's fingertips, filled with an inscrutable depth that Harry could not fathom. Now, the blood of the moons favored within you has awakened. The elder's voice softened, imbued with a hint of reassurance. Your body may undergo certain changes, but do not worry. He looked at the two, his gaze seemingly penetrating their forms, witnessing the two ancient souls intertwined across millennia. As for you, he clearly indicated Harry. The bloodline of the dragon kin may yield unforeseen results. Be wary of the gazes of others. Harry gazed at him in confusion. Yet the elder showed no intention of further elaboration. The forest could not endure much longer. Draco regarded him, articulating a truth he had sensed since his awakening. What do you intend to do? The light that flowed through the forest seemed to freeze at that moment. All sounds, the rustling of leaves, the gentle murmurs of light, vanishing, leaving only Draco's question echoing in the silence. The elder cast his gaze out the window, as if contemplating the accumulation of a millennium, or perhaps the forest itself. Perhaps we shall venture into the human world. Upon hearing this, Draco suddenly rose with unwavering resolve. The hem of his wizarding robe, stained with earth and moss, swayed gently. Yet his back remained erect, akin to a silver fur resilient against the biting wind. He lifted his hand, a crystalline fingertip as translucent as moonlight, brushing aside the sweat-drenched platinum strands from his forehead. I can arrange it. Draco's voice emerged, no longer the habitual drawl echoing through the corridors of Hogwarts, but remarkably clear, calm, and imbued with solemnity. You may come to my home for work. He paused slightly. You may not know this, but my family is quite affluent. Accommodating fewer than 100 individuals is a simple task. If you are resolved to leave, inscribe your message on this paper and then burn it. It will appear before me. Draco produced a black card edged in gold from within his robes and extended it to the elder, his gaze resolute and compelling. The elder stared at Draco for a long moment before accepting it with a smile. Thank you. Time is of the essence. I shall escort you out, lest your friends grow concerned. The elder displayed a mischievous smile that belied his age. Draco and Harry exchanged glances, both recalling the countless admonitions from the little witch who had insisted they not come. Oh no, please, Draco implored the elder earnestly. The elder guided them to a small room adjacent to the conference chamber, which housed a complex and intricate magical array. Draco immediately recognized it as the very array he had inscribed in his former life. He scrutinized the array, as if wishing to etch it into his very soul. Please stand at the center of the array. As they positioned themselves within the array, Harry felt Draco's hand grasp his tightly. That hand, cool and crystalline like moonlight, yet warm and slightly damp with Draco Malfoy's familiar heat. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry reciprocated with a firm grip. A surge of searing power coursed through him in response, akin to a slumbering dragon's soul roaring awake. He sensed the veins beneath his skin growing warm, particularly around his arms and shoulders, where an unusual yet familiar tautness arose. As if unseen, hard scales were attempting to surface beneath his skin, echoing an ancient call from deep within his bloodline. The elven elder observed their clasped hands while continuing to chant a complex incantation without missing a beat. The crystal staff he held emitted a low hum as its gem flickered with shifting light, illuminating the suspended sources of light in the forest for a brief moment. The elder slowly lifted his unstaffed hand, his movements as fluid as a breeze caressing the treetops. As he gestured, the silvery green auras in the air began to swirl and converge, forming a blinding white light. In the intensifying glow, Draco cast one last lingering glance at the moonlit forest, his gaze settling on the elder's face, which bore the weight of countless ages and boundless wisdom. Thranduil, you have performed admirably. I am proud of you. Draco flashed the elder a mischievous smile that Harry recognized all too well. In the elder's astonished expression, the light enveloped them. Chapter 111. Back to reality. The damp air of the Hoya forest, laden with the scent of earth and decay, surged into his nostrils. Beneath his feet lay the soft humus layer, while overhead twisted, interlacing branches of the forbidden forest obscured the sky, fragmenting the radiant light above. The world seemed to have plummeted from the flowing moonlit dreamscape back into the cold, damp reality. Draco stood rooted in place, his body momentarily stiff, as if a fragment of his soul lingered in that luminous forest. He instinctively raised his right hand, squinting in the faint light filtering through the tree gaps. The crystalline sheen of his fingertip had entirely vanished, reverting to the normal hue of human skin, with distinctly defined knuckles, bearing the elongated characteristics of youth. It was as though the incredible transformation had merely been a fleeting, surreal dream. Yet, when he attempted to bend his fingers, a subtle, yet palpably real sensation coursed from his fingertips. It was neither pain nor discomfort, but rather an acute, heightened awareness. The skin on his fingertips had become extraordinarily sensitive, able to discern the slightest chill of the damp air as it brushed past. He tentatively touched the broad leaf of a nearby fern, and an unprecedented clarity of the plant's intricate vein patterns surged into his consciousness. He clenched his hand tightly. the knuckles paling from the exertion. This was not a dream. That crystalline perception lingered, an indelible mark upon his soul, coldly reminding him of its stark reality. Harry, too, felt the remnants of power coursing within him. The raging, searing force had subsided, akin to receding lava, yet the peculiar tightness beneath his skin had not entirely dissipated, especially around his arms and shoulders. He flexed his muscles, and a familiar sensation, a subtle friction as if resilient scales were brushing against his skin, was distinctly present. Deep within his emerald eyes, the flames had dimmed, yet as he focused on the deepest shadows of the forest, his pupils instinctively constricted. His vision sharpened in the dim light of the forest, enabling him to perceive the minute movements of a spider on its web in the distance. The extraordinary vision of a dragon adapting to its new surroundings. Draco, Harry's voice emerged, slightly hoarse, breaking the silence that had enveloped them as they adjusted to their physical transformations. He extended his hand, resolutely grasping Draco's, which had slipped during the transport. Still imbued with that peculiar sensation, Draco's body quivered ever so slightly before relaxing, allowing Harry's warm, strong hand to envelop his cool one. He did not meet Harry's gaze, his eyes remaining averted, fixated on their entwined hands, with his platinum lashes casting a small shadow beneath his closed lids. "Don't you wish to inquire?" Draco's voice was low, tinged with a cautious realization of his prior misstep. "Are you not curious as to why I uttered that phrase before departing?" Draco continued to look down. Yet this did not prevent him from surreptitiously gauging Harry's reaction. "You undoubtedly have your reasons, and I trust that you will share them with me in due course, correct?" Harry interjected, his tone steady. He tightened his grip on Draco's hand, as if through this tangible connection, he could anchor them both firmly in the present, away from the chilling currents of their millennia-old memories. "He is the twin brother of Anarian." This statement seemed imprecise. They had emerged together from the elven mother tree. One was a rare moon elf, while the other was an ordinary elf. He was the last elf to enter the hidden realm, witnessing the demise of Anarian and Cullian in its entirety. And now, he was on the brink of death. Draco finally lifted his gaze. On his handsome visage, a tumult of unprecedented emotions mingled, the bewilderment of a soul awakened, profound sorrow, peculiar pride, and a clarity akin to moonlight piercing through thin clouds, along with an almost imperceptible fragility that Harry had never seen in his eyes before. He looked at Harry, and deep within his gray-blue irises, it seemed as if a deep pool of water was stirring silently. Harry understood his fears. He was anxious that Celebrimbor would not seek him out while he still lived, fearing they would never meet again. "Trust him, Draco. Even if he does not come, it is his choice. You are no longer Anarian, remember? You are simply Draco. My Draco, bearing the most illustrious surname, Malfoy, cherished by your loving parents and godfather." Harry cradled Draco's face, gazing intently into his eyes as he conveyed this. Draco stared at him, caught in a daze, a tear escaping his eye. That tear fell down Draco's cheek, landing on the ground, prompting Harry to tenderly wipe it away. Yet neither of them noticed that where the tear met the earth, a small bud emerged from beneath the thick layer of humus, peeking out shyly. "Let us depart. I hope we haven't lingered too long. At the very least, let us not allow Hermione to discover that we sneaked out," Harry urged. The two exchanged a knowing smile, fully aware of the consequences should Hermione catch them. Without further ado, they wordlessly retrieved their wands from their pockets. The coolness of the wand's surface brought a tangible sense of reality from the wizarding world. They oriented themselves towards the general direction from which they had come, walking side by side towards the forest's edge. Their footsteps crunched softly on the decaying leaves, each step imbued with an unusual weight. Draco lagged just half a step behind Harry. Shielded by Harry's silhouette ahead, he discreetly raised his right hand once more, directing it toward the dappled light filtering through the forest canopy. The skin at his fingertips appeared almost ethereal in the faint light. Yet the crystalline luster had vanished without a trace. However, just as he was about to lower his hand, an exceedingly faint glimmer, almost illusory, a light akin to moonlit radiance, flickered beneath the skin of his ring finger, so fleeting it might have been mistaken for a mere trick of the light. Draco's pupils constricted sharply, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. He hastily lowered his hand, slipping it into the pocket of his wizarding robe, his fingertips curling slightly against the fabric, sensing the lingering, elusive chill. He lifted his gaze to Harry's silhouette once more, his expression deepening with contemplation. Harry seemed to sense something amiss, tilting his head slightly, his emerald eyes searching Draco's in the dim light, silently questioning. Draco merely shook his head gently, his platinum hair brushing against his pale brow with the motion. He said nothing, quickening his pace to walk alongside Harry once more. The two traversed silently through the peculiar trees of the Hoya forest, occasionally pausing to ascertain their path. The further they ventured outward, the livelier the forest became. With the cacophony of insects, wolf howls, bear roars, and the calls of unknown herbivores creating a unique woodland symphony. Perhaps due to the randomness of the portal, they spent twice as long finding their way back to the vicinity of the castle. Upon sighting the castle standing under the sunlight, they felt an uneasy urgency to quicken their steps. I have a dreadful premonition. Do you believe me? Harry's tone was grave, yet he held Draco's hand with careful consideration, ensuring he did not grip too tightly. Draco turned his head, meeting Harry's serious gaze with one equally weighted. I believe you, for I share the same sentiment. They exchanged a deep sigh, resignedly approaching the sunlit castle. As they stepped out of the forest, Harry noticed Draco's platinum hair shimmering in the brilliant sunlight, as if it had indeed flowed through an ephemeral, elusive glow. Whatever happens, Harry's voice dropped low, clear in the silence as they neared the castle. If Hermione scolds us, you need not concern yourself with me. Just run. Draco's pace faltered momentarily, a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth, reminiscent of Harry's familiar teasing smirk. Silly Potter, why would you think I would remain to endure the scolding alongside you? Hermione does have a tendency to strike when angered. Both recalled with a shiver the memorable punch Hermione had landed on Draco. All right, let us hasten. I have no desire to break my nose yet again, Draco declared with resolute finality, pulling Harry along as they quickened their pace towards the castle. Behind them, in the eternal shadows of the depths of Hoya Forest, from the gnarled roots of an ancient oak tree, a drop of dew, pure and unblemished as if formed from liquid moonlight, quietly seeped forth, emanating a faint, cool glow in the unseen darkness, reminiscent of someone's tears. Chapter 112. The familiarity of being scolded. Stealthily approaching the castle entrance, Draco gestured for Harry to pause. He rummaged through his bag and produced a listening device, inserting it carefully through the crack of the door. Harry watched him anxiously. Can you hear anything? It's still some distance to the living room. We must try. Did you not check the time just now? By now, Hermione must have realized we are missing. I can hardly bear to think of how she will berate us upon our return, Draco replied, signaling for the savior to keep his voice down and allow him some concentration. He listened intently with the device, relieved when he detected no unusual sounds, retracting it with a sigh of relief. It seems we are fortunate. Perhaps they are still asleep from yesterday's exhaustion. Draco wore a slightly triumphant smile as he and Harry cautiously pushed the door open and entered the castle. They moved with care, pausing every few steps as they navigated through the entrance hall, the foyer, and the living room. Eventually, they ascended the staircase. A piercing wave of sound suddenly shattered the castle's soundproof barrier, crashing into their faces. 14 hours. Ronald Weasley. 14 hours. Harry and Draco stood frozen in place, as if petrified by a spell, forgetting even to breathe. It was Hermione. Her voice was sharp and furious, akin to a finely tempered blade scraping against stone, each syllable radiating a heat capable of incinerating. Following her was Ron's voice, sounding deflated and lacking conviction, much like a punctured balloon. I was worried too. But who knows? Maybe they just went to the kitchen for a snack? You know Harry gets hungry at night. His voice dwindled, nearly drowned out by Hermione's new wave of fury. A midnight snack? How could you have eaten through the night until dawn, searching the entire castle only to find no trace of them? Have you lent your brain to a troll, or has it been coated in syrup pie? I should never have believed you when you said nothing would go awry. Harry cast a pained glance at Draco, his mouth moving soundlessly. Draco struggled to decipher the exaggerated shapes of his lips across the distance. Didn't you say they were still asleep? Draco wore an expression that conveyed an awareness of his own misstep. Yet a challenge lingered in his gaze as he silently mouthed to Harry. I forgot that every level of our ancestral castle is enveloped in soundproof enchantments. I never need to remember such things, you know. Harry, brushing his nose lightly, chose to investigate the commotion on the third floor. Through the crevice of the staircase, he could see Hermione, her back turned towards them. Her signature thick brown hair seemed to be charged with an invisible fury, each strand appearing almost electrified. On the verge of standing on end, she was advancing menacingly towards Ron, who was pitifully attempting to hide behind his brothers, only to be thrust forward by George and Fred. In that moment, he resembled a drenched, shivering red-haired weasel, neck withdrawn, his eyes filled with a desperate plea for rescue. Draco's pallid complexion drained of its last vestige of color, a flicker of rare, almost cataclysmic dread coursing through his slate blue eyes. He abruptly turned to Harry, silently screaming, "Run!" Quickly, while frantically gesturing towards a direction far from the staircase, his grip on Harry's sleeve tightening with such force that it felt as if it might tear. Harry comprehended Draco's terror completely. At that moment, Hermione Granger's wrath was far more formidable than the combined threats of Snape's lethal glare and Professor McGonagall's transfiguration failures. Every muscle in his body tensed, preparing to flee at the speed of light alongside Draco from this imminent eruption, just as they readied themselves to bolt like startled rabbits. Draco's accursed, exorbitantly priced dragonhide boot struck the expensive golden silkwood banister with alarming precision. The resounding crash echoed like a malevolent curse unleashed. Within the staircase gap, Hermione's aggressive silhouette momentarily faltered. Ron, who had been striving to minimize his presence in front of Fred and George, reacted to the noise as if scalded. Letting out a yelp of surprise, he stared wide-eyed at the source of the sound, his mouth agape as if to swallow an entire chocolate frog. Time seemed to freeze. Ginny darted towards the staircase with unprecedented agility, followed closely by Hermione. George and Fred, still supporting Ron, hurried over as well. The five of them stood at the staircase, their expressions a myriad of emotions as they regarded the two still poised to flee. Harry awkwardly extended a hand. Hi. What a coincidence. Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy. Hermione intoned darkly. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind her, casting a glaring golden halo around her figure and illuminating the fury etched upon her face. Her eyes were wide with indignation, the fire within them threatening to erupt into tangible flames. Her cheeks flushed crimson with rage, and her lips pressed into a sharp, unyielding line. Her tousled brown hair, akin to a tempestuous storm, radiated her thunderous wrath. Her glare, akin to two searing spotlights, first bore down on Harry's face, rendering him feeling as if he had been stripped bare and cast into an ice cellar. Then it swiftly shifted to Draco, who stood frozen like a statue. That gaze so piercing it seemed capable of carving a hole into his pale visage. The atmosphere grew heavy, as if laden with lead, each breath laced with a searing pain. Draco was undoubtedly paralyzed by Hermione's formidable presence. His pallid throat bobbed as he struggled to articulate a response amidst the oppressive silence, his voice rasping like sandpaper. Hermione, we merely went to look at the moon and accidentally fell asleep. It was an unintentional mishap. The moment the words left his lips, Harry closed his eyes in despair. He could almost hear the sound of the thread named We're Doomed snapping within him. Fell asleep? Hermione's voice emerged, frigid as if it had been drawn from the crevices of a polar glacier, chill enough to shatter stone. She enunciated each word slowly, the syllables wrapped in shards of ice. Her fiery gaze pivoted away from the innocent Ron, locking onto the two hapless culprits standing in the doorway. Draco, should I commend you for remembering to placate me? She stepped forward, her presence commanding enough to make Ginny instinctively recoil. The volcano of mixed anxiety and fury that had simmered overnight finally found its most direct outlet. The tremendous wave of sound surging through the corridor like a palpable shockwave. Next time, if you two fools, whose heads are filled with nothing but nonsense, wish to embark on such foolish nocturnal escapades. Hermione's voice trembled with unrestrained fury, yet its piercing clarity remained undiminished. Remember, bring your brains, not pumpkin juice, not Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, but brains. Spittle nearly sprayed onto Harry's face. He could distinctly see Hermione's shoulders heaving as she gasped for breath. And deep within her brown eyes, a flicker of fear and relief, overshadowed by intense anger, flashed momentarily. Harry's ears buzzed, each of Hermione's words striking his eardrums like tiny hammers, causing his head to throb. Instinctively, he raised a hand to cover his ringing ears, only to feel a searing warmth. He stole a glance at Draco beside him. The noble Malfoy heir was now awkwardly massaging his similarly afflicted ears, his once immaculate blonde hair now a disheveled mess, while his expensive trousers were splattered with mud, moss, and leaves, glaringly conspicuous in the sunlight. Well, Harry thought with a wry smile amidst his discomfort, now I finally understand what exposed them. Chapter 113, Homeward Bound. When Hermione finally calmed down, she was at last able to inquire about their escapades with a semblance of tranquility. The group gathered in the living room, Fred and George instinctively taking Ginny through the fireplace to the dragon sanctuary to find Charlie. Hermione sat alone on an armchair, fingers interlaced beneath her chin, expressionless as she regarded the three boys crammed onto the same sofa. All right, let us discuss what you all were up to last night. Her piercing gaze fell meaningfully upon the dirt clinging to their trousers. Draco cleared his throat awkwardly, while Harry ruffled his already disheveled hair even further, preparing himself mentally. Harry spoke first. Hermione, we told you not to get angry. A twitch of her brow signaled ominous foreboding, yet she gestured for him to continue. We went to the Hoya Forest last night, Harry said, casting a furtive glance at Hermione, the circular clearing we saw from the plane. Hermione inhaled deeply, repeatedly reminding herself to remain composed. So there was indeed something there, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been out all night. Draco hung his head low. Yes, there's an ancient magical circle from a millennium ago. We inadvertently triggered it, and were transported to a hidden realm. Hermione was at a loss for words, stammering for a moment before finally urging, continue. We encountered elves who shared stories with us, revealing that Draco was a moon elf in a previous life, and I was a dragon. Clang. Ron's cup fell from his hands, crashing to the ground with a metallic clang. Yet he paid it no mind, instead scrambling towards Harry to see if there was anything different about him. Hermione's mouth fell agape, her expression one of cognitive overload. After several moments of opening and closing her lips, she finally managed to pose her query. Are you suggesting that fairies are indeed real? Not merely a whimsical fabrication of the wizarding world to sell their fairy tales? Furthermore, what do you mean when you say they spoke of your past lives? Ron, equally curious, chimed in. Harry, does that mean you are not human? Harry felt a few dark lines appear on his forehead as he stared at Ron in exasperation. I am human. He merely stated that I was a dragon in my previous life. However, whether I am still human now is somewhat uncertain. What does that imply? Hermione furrowed her brow, realizing that the situation was far more complex than she had initially perceived. Subsequently, Harry and Draco took turns recounting all the events that transpired in the fairy forest, including the memories of their past lives and the peculiar changes occurring within themselves. Initially, the two listened, nodding occasionally and expressing gasps of astonishment, but as the tale unfolded, they became utterly dumbfounded. After Harry and Draco finished their narrative, they kindly allowed their friends some time to process the information. Ron's first question was, you mentioned changes happening to you both. Harry, when I just poked you, why didn't I see any dragon features on you? Draco appeared unfazed, remarking, you both looked just the same as before. Hermione also seemed puzzled. Draco stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, it seems that this may be something we can control. However, since we have only recently awakened, what the fairy referred to as awakening, we are yet unable to fully master this ability. Perhaps with practice, we shall see. Very well, Hermione conceded. But you should not embark on adventures without informing us. What if that place is not the fairy forest, but rather remnants of a dark magic array? I do not wish to see you harmed. Ron, you must not engage in such reckless behavior either. Before Harry could respond, Ron assured her with a thump on his chest, rest assured, Hermione, I will not let you worry. Hermione let out a scoff. Who was it that claimed Harry and the others went out for a midnight snack? After receiving the assurances from the two, Hermione urged them upstairs. All right. You two go rest for a while. When we return, we shall write a letter to Professor Dumbledore. He may have some insights. Draco nodded and trudged back to his room, dragging his weary body. Harry lagged a few steps behind, glancing at his two friends. So, are you planning to seek out Charlie now? No, it has been some time, and there are complications. I contacted Jeffrey to take Ron and me into town to buy some supplies. Hermione raised her phone, revealing a text conversation with Jeffrey. That's good to hear. I was worried that my interruption with Draco might have spoiled your fun. Harry jested, which elicited a humorous defense from Hermione. Fear not. We are not easily disturbed. Ultimately, knowing that you and Draco are mostly unharmed puts us at ease. However, for safety's sake, perhaps we should prepare to return tomorrow. Harry contemplated, actually. Draco and I are fine, and private jets require advance notice. There are only a few days left, so let us enjoy ourselves. Hermione scrutinized him for a while before acquiescing, influenced by Ron's loud urging. All right then. In the ensuing days, the group genuinely enjoyed themselves, with Jeffrey taking them on excursions across various cities, excluding the Dragon Sanctuary. Everyone was in high spirits, except for Draco. However, it would be an exaggeration to say he was unhappy. Rather, he had awakened the lineage of the Moon Fairy. Having just awakened, he struggled with insufficient energy, finding sleep elusive at night, compelled instead to bask in the moonlight. Yet, the young master was reluctant to gaze at the moon alone, so he would disturb Harry from his slumber, insisting on companionship. As a result, Draco, having absorbed sufficient energy, became increasingly refined in appearance, while Harry suffered from a lack of restful sleep during the final days in Romania, acquiring two prominent dark circles under his eyes. Finally, as they returned home, everyone was filled with joy. On the day of their return, they woke up even before Jeffrey could call them. When they bid farewell to Nobetta before their departure, she graciously allowed George and Fred to take one of her dragon scales, albeit not the most exquisite, but freshly shed. To their surprise, they initially believed they had improved their skills and had unknowingly acquired a dragon scale. On the flight back, each person animatedly shared their experiences from the past few days. With the exception of Harry, our savior was utterly exhausted from sleepless nights. If it were not for the influence of that dragon bloodline, he would have long since collapsed into a profound slumber. Now, in the comfort of the plane, he swiftly fell into deep sleep, emitting gentle snores, prompting Draco to humorously tug at his ear. However, as Draco brushed Harry's damp hair from the nape of his neck, he felt an entirely different texture beneath his fingers. Draco discreetly raised his gaze, and, as expected, he discovered a small patch of black dragon scale. Alarmed, Draco hastily rummaged through Harry's hair and collar, concealing the scale thoroughly. After completing this task, the young master pondered for a considerable time, unable to fathom how Harry had suddenly sprouted dragon scales again. It couldn't he possibly be from their late-night vigils together. After an extensive flight, the private jet finally touched down in London. After awakening Harry, Draco guided him towards the rear, whispering, "Harry, there's a small patch of dragon scale on the back of your neck." Still groggy, Harry responded, What?" He abruptly reached for his neck and, after a moment, timidly withdrew his hand. "Draco, this one just disappear, will it?" "Probably not. Here's the plan. If it's still there on your birthday, I'll have my godfather take a look." Harry wore a bemused expression. "Can I exchange it for something else?" Draco, recognizing Harry's train of thought, donned a smile that could only be described as sweet. "No, you may not." Despite Harry's persistent protests, he was firmly subdued by Draco's resolve. The others in front of them pondered whether to remind the pair that several living souls were present. "I sense the expressions of the staff leading us have shifted," one remarked. "Let it be. You cannot interject." As Harry and Draco observed the group ahead suddenly bowing their heads in laughter, they were left bewildered. Chapter 114, The Black Dog. Having previously communicated their return timeline with their families, Harry and Hermione spotted Uncle Vernon and Mr. Granger awaiting them as they disembarked the plane. The Weasley siblings were also arranged to be returned by a dedicated vehicle, while Draco naturally headed straight to the Ministry of Magic to await his father's departure. Life at home resumed without considerable upheaval, aside from Draco informing Lucius and Narcissa of his and Harry's experiences in Romania, which led to a thorough examination by Severus. Naturally, Harry's still visible dragon scale was discovered, prompting the three adults to write to Dumbledore, while also conducting a thorough inspection of Draco. "Fine, being sidelined is my destiny," Harry quipped. It appeared that Dumbledore was preoccupied and had no time to respond to their letter, nor had he even sent a reply. After allowing Harry to spend a night, the Malfoy family entrusted the potion's master with returning Harry to his home on Privet Drive. As for the verbal sparring between Severus and Petunia, Witness Potter expressed his reluctance to recall the event. Besides this incident, the only noteworthy news was, unsurprisingly, that the Weasley family had won the lottery and would be traveling to Egypt, which piqued Harry's interest. To ensure he wouldn't miss any updates, Harry had specifically subscribed to the Daily Prophet starting from the summer. Upon seeing the news of their victory, Harry found it difficult to contain his excitement. From that day forward, he informed Petunia that he intended to exercise, and every evening he would jog around the neighborhood, hoping to catch a glimpse of his godfather. Persistence bore fruit. On yet another solitary night run, Harry keenly sensed an unfamiliar presence trailing him. He had been running for a while, sweat trickling down his brow. Just as he thought he would not encounter Sirius that evening and decided to turn into an unfamiliar alley to take a shortcut home, he felt heavy footsteps following closely behind. Harry abruptly halted, his heart racing, not from fear, but from a nearly painful sense of familiarity. The heavy footsteps also came to a gradual stop, as if uncertain whether they had been detected. Harry casually turned his head, and indeed, at the end of the alley, curled beside a dumpster, lay a massive, matted black creature. It was an exceedingly emaciated black dog, almost merely a skeleton covered with a layer of fur. Dirt obscuring its original color, save for its eyes, which glimmered with exhaustion yet alertness, piercing directly into Harry's own. Sirius Black, his godfather. Harry's throat tightened at once, and a torrent of memories surged forth. The reunion in the Shrieking Shack, the fall in the Department of Mysteries. And now, before him stood this wretched form, nearly destroyed by imprisonment in Azkaban and subsequent flight. He forcefully suppressed the tumult of emotions, took a deep breath, and quickly donned an expression of youthful curiosity tinged with concern. "Hey, big fella," Harry whispered softly, approaching cautiously, his tone soothing like that of someone calming a frightened wildcat. "Are you all right? What are you doing here?" He crouched down, maintaining a safe distance, and retrieved a small energy bar from his sports jacket pocket. A treat that Dudley had surreptitiously handed him, claiming it was essential for muscle gain. The black dog shrank back, emitting a low, rumbling growl from its throat. Though it was evidently weak, its gray-blue eyes flickered, seemingly hesitant to draw closer to Harry. Yet, ultimately, it cautiously sniffed the food Harry offered, then swiftly seized it, swallowing almost without chewing. "Starving, aren't you?" Harry sighed, feigning ignorance of the dog's true identity. "You're in terrible shape. And there are dog catchers patrolling the streets lately. You can't stay here. If you get caught, it'll be the end for you." He surveyed the surroundings, adopting a resolute expression. "Come on, mate, I'll take you home. At least you'll have a decent meal and a warm place." The black dog, Sirius, fixed its gray eyes on Harry, filled with a complex array of emotions, confusion, nostalgia, and a hint of barely detectable sorrow. It hesitated for a few seconds, but perhaps it was Harry's pure goodwill and the seamless facade of ignorance that convinced it. It struggled to rise, though its steps were unsteady. It slowly and tentatively followed Harry. Upon returning to number 4, Privet Drive, Harry opened the door to find Dudley alone on the sofa. He was nestled into the couch with a massive tub of chocolate ice cream, engrossed in the latest boxing match. A newfound interest ever since he began training in the sport. "Wow, Harry, what on earth have you brought back?" Dudley exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of the nearly half-human-sized, filthy black dog behind Harry. "Found it on the way. It's so pitiful, starving to skin and bones," Harry explained, expertly rummaging for an old towel and a can of meat that Aunt Petunia used to feed stray cats. "Where are Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon?" "Dad-S in the study, and Mum-S in the kitchen," Dudley replied, setting down the tub of ice cream and leaning in closer, though he scrunched his nose at the strong odor. Aunt Petunia heard the commotion and emerged from the kitchen, gasping at the sight of the black dog. But seeing Harry's pleading expression and the dog's woeful state, her maternal instincts took precedence. "Goodness, the poor creature. Harry, don't let it into the living room just yet. Get it some food and water in the laundry room. I'll find some old blankets. Does it have fleas?" "I'll take care of it," Aunt Petunia assured. "I promise, Aunt Petunia," Harry replied, leading the dog quickly to the laundry room, where the sound of voracious eating soon echoed. "You've even named it already," Dudley exclaimed. "Why call it Blackie?" "Well, it's a black dog, isn't it?" Harry responded, oblivious to the tension that name might invoke in his godfather. In the ensuing days, number 4, Privet Drive, became considerably livelier with the arrival of Blackie. To everyone's surprise, Dudley bonded well with the silent yet deeply expressive dog, often sneaking pieces of bacon to it, even when Blackie sometimes bared his teeth in response. Aunt Petunia, though she complained about the increased chore of cleaning up dog hair, dutifully prepared nutritious dog food. Harry lavished care upon Blackie, bathing him, detangling his fur, and tending to minor wounds. The process was arduous, but ultimately revealed the dog's imposing silhouette. Harry even allowed Blackie to sleep on the carpet beside his bed at night, though he wouldn't admit it was because he longed for more time with his godfather. Moreover, Harry would mischievously read aloud from the Daily Prophet about Sirius's escape and the ensuing manhunt, keenly sensing the dog's body tense and its breath become strained. However, this harmonious existence was soon shattered by Uncle Vernon's thunderous sneezes and rashes. Achoo! Uncle Vernon's sneeze reverberated through the house, nearly threatening to lift the roof off. Rubbing his reddened nose, tears streaming down his face, he pointed an accusatory finger at the quietly lying Blackie in the corner of the living room, furiously declaring, "This, achoo! Damn dog! What on earth is going on? I can't take it anymore. Achoo! Harry, either it goes, or achoo! I do." Harry, observing Uncle Vernon's bulbous eyes, recognized that this was no exaggeration. Uncle Vernon appeared to have a severe allergy to some substance on Sirius, having previously avoided the dog since it had not been properly groomed. After spending time in Harry's room, the dog hair around the house had been diligently cleaned by both Harry and Petunia. Had it not been for the family sitting too close together while watching television that weekend, Uncle Vernon might not have noticed at all. Blackie seemed to understand. He lifted his head, a flicker of comprehension and subtle sadness passing through his gray-blue eyes. Silently, he rose and walked towards the door, his tail drooping. To speak candidly, when Harry rescued that little girl from the clutches of those deranged dark wizards, he never once regretted it, despite his grievous injuries. Well, perhaps there was a tinge of regret, especially since it seemed he might be on the brink of death. Darn it, he thought. To die without reconciling with that little scoundrel. This was the last thought that flickered through Harry's mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke, the first sight that greeted him was the pale yellow ceiling of St. Mungo's. Reflecting upon his condition, Harry realized he had not anticipated awakening. He was all too aware of the severity of his injuries. However, it was evident that a highly skilled healer from St. Mungo's had pulled him back from the abyss. When he finally encountered that individual, he vowed to express his utmost gratitude. In silent contemplation, Harry longed to traverse back in time, just 10 minutes, to deliver a punch to himself, thus avoiding the embarrassment of the current situation. "Mr. Potter, well, it has been some time since I encountered someone so reckless as you," came the familiar mocking voice, albeit tempered with a newfound restraint. "Malfoy." Harry ground out through clenched teeth, the name a bitter reminder. "What are you doing here?" Draco lifted a small clipboard in his hand. "It is quite apparent that I am your attending physician. If your rusty brain is still functioning, you would realize that I am the one who saved you." Harry wished to respond, but the words caught in his throat, as Draco diligently assessed his recovery. The temporarily immobilized savior earnestly hoped that someone would arrive to rescue him from this predicament. Perhaps the fates were in his favor, for with a dramatic flourish, the door to his private room swung open. "Harry, I received word that you have awakened." Ron's voice rang like a divine melody. Harry swore his loyal friend had once again appeared at his side in his hour of need. However, The other occupant of the room clearly found such customary greetings rather irksome. I assume you can see the attire I am wearing. And I believed Hermione informed you that I am your dear Potter's attending physician, Weasley. The emphasis on Weasley was deliberate. Yet Draco's gaze bypassed the boisterous redhead to settle on the woman standing behind him. Meeting his gaze, Hermione offered an apologetic smile. It was evident that in her pursuit of the ministerial candidacy, she had momentarily forgotten this matter. With a deep sigh, Draco had to concede that the Gryffindor Golden Trio still had the power to irritate him, even years after graduation. Residual dark magic had yet to be fully eradicated. He was awake now only because he had been holding his breath, and a lengthy recovery lay ahead. I can only stabilize his condition for the time being. The curses employed by those dark wizards are unfamiliar to me, and further research is required. At this stage, I would advise against his departure from St. Mungo's. Of course, if you choose not to believe me, feel free. With that, Draco gathered his clipboard and shouldered his way past Ron, making his exit beside Hermione. Realizing he had overreacted, Ron sheepishly approached Harry's bedside, attempting to regain composure by disparaging Draco. What right does he have to be angry? Anyone would feel uneasy upon discovering their best friend's nemesis at their bedside. His words were abruptly cut off by a swift slap from Hermione, who was too preoccupied nursing her own shoulder to respond to Ron's bluster. I cannot reiterate enough that Draco is no longer that insufferable little git, she remarked, rolling her eyes. He is assisting me in my ministerial campaign, and I certainly do not wish to lose an excellent collaborator because of you. Besides, he is currently the head of the curse damage department at St. Mungo's. Is it not entirely reasonable that he is Harry's attending physician? She concluded her defense with another eye roll in Ron's direction. But he called me Weasley the Weasel, Ron muttered, attempting to counter his wife's argument in hopes of eliciting her sympathy. Hermione scoffed. Need I remind you that you were the one who first referred to him as the ferret? Ron fell silent, his face reddening like the apple he held in his hand. Meanwhile, Harry weakly interjected. The squabbling duo suddenly remembered they were there to visit their friend, and they hastily leaned closer to Harry, expressing their concern. Mate, how are you feeling? Harry, how many times must I tell you not to be so reckless on your missions? Hermione chided, her worry evident even in this critical campaigning period. As she fretted over her friend who walked the perilous path of capturing dark wizards, Harry sheepishly rubbed his nose. This time, it truly wasn't my recklessness. If I had stepped aside, that dark magic would have struck the girl instead. She isn't like me. Her skin isn't as tough. And she would have certainly perished. Hermione sighed deeply, stepping forward to tuck the covers around Harry. I saw it. The Daily Prophet reported it immediately. And you've been unconscious for a week. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. A week? Ron nodded gravely. Yes, mate, I nearly thought you were done for. I'll go find Draco and ask about your care instructions. Ron, you stay here and keep Harry company, Hermione instructed, rising to leave, intent on locating Harry's attending physician. Once Hermione departed, Ron dragged a chair to sit beside Harry's left hand, casually pulling out an apple he had brought and wiping it on his sleeve before taking a bite. Honestly, mate, he chewed. You really gave us quite a scare this time. Mum said once you're discharged, you must come to the burrow. She wants to make sure you're well fed. Harry felt a swell of gratitude. Mrs. Weasley remained ever so thoughtful. Oh, please thank Molly for me. I will certainly visit. Ron nodded, then appeared to recall something as he glanced at Harry. Ginny has brought home a new boyfriend. I hear he is the new beater for the Chudley Cannons. She brought him home because she is considering marrying him. Oh, that is wonderful, Harry replied, blinking in confusion at Ron's sudden topic shift. I still can't fathom how you two suddenly broke up. Mum had been looking forward to your wedding for ages. Every time Ginny brought a boy home, she would mention it. Molly just couldn't accept it. But Ginny and I both realized after the war that we were simply not suited for each other. So we amicably parted ways. Harry recalled Molly's exaggerated reaction when he and Ginny had first broken up. It had indeed been rather dramatic. How is that possible? Ron asked, bewildered. Ginny has admired you since she was a child. I don't love her. Harry interjected, cutting off Ron before he could provide further evidence of their affection. I did care for Ginny, but I struggled to distinguish whether it was her or the Weasley family I was enamored with. After the war, it became clearer to me that I didn't love her, and Ginny sensed it too. So, we found an opportune moment to discuss it. Ron gazed intently at Harry, as if seeking confirmation of his feelings. After a long pause, he finally said, all right, mate, you know I've always supported you. This is for the best. But now that Ginny has someone she wishes to marry, have you not sought anyone since your breakup? As the conversation progressed, Ron had transformed into a gossip regarding Harry's romantic affairs. Harry hesitated. No. Had it been Hermione, his half-hearted denial would have been swiftly dismantled. Alas, he was confronted by the oblivious Ron. Well then, tell me what type you fancy, and I shall keep an eye out for you. Ron leaned in with an expression of keen interest. Under his eager gaze, Harry reflected upon his ideal type. Long hair, preferably golden, a light, almost ethereal hue. Tall and slender, with long, straight legs, fair-skinned, with a delicately sculpted face, no larger than his hand, possessing eyes of a gem-like gray, albeit with a temperament that could be somewhat irritable. As Harry indulged his desire to share, Ron's expression shifted from surprise to one resembling that of someone who had just swallowed a bucket of slugs, all thanks to Harry. Noticing Ron's increasingly dismal demeanor, Harry gradually curtailed his lengthy exposition, tentatively inquiring, "Is something wrong, Ron?" Ron pressed his lips together. "It's nothing, just that the person you described sounds rather familiar." As if they were our arch-nemesis. Harry's face flushed crimson. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly like Malfoy? That is slander. Utter, unadulterated slander." Ron responded with a blank expression, letting out a couple of dry laughs, before casually grabbing an apple to silence Harry, drifting out of the infirmary like a specter. Harry removed the apple from his mouth, chewing thoughtfully while muttering, "Why do you look so disbelieving? How could I ever like him? What do you like?" A sudden voice startled Harry, prompting him to look up in alarm towards the door, only to find his gaze irresistibly drawn in that direction. How long had it been since he had truly observed him? Even upon just waking, he had been preoccupied with their banter. Each encounter had forced him to hide in corners, stealing only fleeting glances before retreating. Time had dulled the sharpness of his foe's youthful features, yet had elevated that nearly sculpted elegance into an arresting beauty. Platinum locks were loosely tied back with a dark green ribbon, cascading over his left shoulder. Stray strands danced rebelliously along his temples, reminiscent of flowing moonlight, accentuating his already pallid complexion to an ethereal clarity. He stood tall and poised, clad in a well-fitted, deep green street Mungo-s healer-s robe, which he wore with an understated air of aristocracy. His jawline was distinct and graceful, his nose elegantly prominent, as ever. And his gaze, far from the derision witnessed upon first awakening, now exuded a rare tranquility and softness. Those gray eyes resembled a lake shrouded in morning mist during winter, cool and profound in hue. Long, almost cheekbone-reaching, pale gold eyelashes cast a gentle shadow beneath his eyes, softening the sharp contours of his face while enhancing an ineffable allure. Harry's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Damn, what should he do about his exceptionally handsome nemesis? Yet, the moment Draco spoke, he jolted Harry from this reverie. "Potter, if you keep looking at me like that, I might think you've fallen for me." Harry felt the heat rising on his face, yet would not concede that it was due to embarrassment. Blushing. "I've hit the nail on the head." Draco's mocking tone only served to send Harry into despair. "I'm just angry," Draco scoffed, approaching with his wand in hand. He leaned slightly to examine Harry, his bound hair sliding over his shoulder, cascading onto his chest, creating a silent harmony with his long, slender fingers gripping the wand. The tip of his wand glimmered with a gentle healing light, reflected in his focused gray eyes, as if a cold star had plunged into a deep abyss. Shadows and light danced across his sharply defined profile, outlining contours that were almost unreal in their perfection. The surrounding clamor seemed to settle into the tranquil aura that enveloped him, leaving behind a breathtaking beauty honed by the passage of time. Harry, too, fell silent, holding his breath as he watched Draco's wand glide over him. Meanwhile, Draco deftly maneuvered his wand to assess Harry's injuries and recovery, while simultaneously directing a quill to scribe notes in the medical record. Just as Harry felt he might suffocate, the examination concluded. Draco stowed his wand in the pocket of his work attire, gazing down at the disheveled figure before him. "Thank Merlin. I believe I have some solutions for the dark magic afflicting you. If all goes well, this injury should not leave any lasting repercussions." With that, he picked up the medical record and turned to exit. Behind him, a voice, tinged with both embarrassment and an unusual firmness, called out, "Draco, thank you." Draco paused momentarily, ultimately saying nothing as he departed the infirmary, leaving the savior of the wizarding world disheartened, leaning against the bed, acutely aware of his own emptiness. The subsequent days in St. Mungo's became a makeshift home for Harry, with Draco as his most frequent visitor. Each day, he would arrive at a set time to conduct examinations and treatments. Occasionally, he would make unexpected visits to check if Harry was dutifully adhering to the doctor's orders while resting on his hospital bed. Draco was exacting. He adhered strictly to the treatment regimen, meting out cold sarcasm and merciless spells in response to Harry's every complaint and attempt to sneak out of bed. His examinations were never gentle, often applying pressure to the most painful areas, justifying it as stimulating nerve recovery. The potions he prescribed were bitter enough to make a troll retch, and he resolutely rejected Harry's requests for sugar. Yet Draco was also dependable. In moments when excruciating pain blurred Harry's consciousness, he would feel a cool hand briefly resting on his forehead, checking his temperature. He would always hear that calm voice reciting stabilizing spells in his ear. Each morning, upon waking, he would find Draco, having entered at some point, standing by the window, poring over thick treatment notes, his platinum hair kissed by the soft morning light. The weariness in Draco's eyes had never truly dissipated. Yet he had never missed a single round of examinations. His approach to healing was unprecedented. He had consulted with Harry beforehand about the unpredictable consequences that new treatment methods might entail. Yet Harry's choice was an unconditional trust in this former adversary. He could not precisely articulate why, only that he felt Draco was worthy of trust, and he yearned to witness more of him. As time passed, Harry found himself eagerly anticipating the appearance of that platinum hue, looking forward to the cold sarcasm, even yearning for that infernal bitter potion simply because it was administered by Draco. He began to unconsciously follow Draco's upright silhouette with his gaze as he turned to leave. His heart would tighten when Draco furrowed his brow over some therapeutic quandary. An emotion transcending friendship, camaraderie, and even enmity began to silently entwine around his heart. Sprouting amidst the wounded body and fragile psyche, he belatedly realized that perhaps this feeling had taken root long before, only buried deep beneath the weight of war, responsibility, and their mutual estrangement. He recalled earlier those chaotic fragments of memory. In the early post-war period, during nights plagued by nightmares, overwhelmed by guilt and emptiness, he had, under the influence of alcohol, stumbled into Malfoy Manor on multiple occasions. He could not recall the exact words he had uttered, only the memory of his rambling confessions of anguish as he clung to Draco, refusing to let him depart. Draco, though his visage was etched with impatience and disdain, did not resort to violence to cast him away. Instead, he remained silent, occasionally offering a glass of water. This dynamic persisted even after the trial. No one could fathom why the savior sought out a Malfoy in his inebriated state rather than seeking comfort from his war hero companions. Those fragmented images, when revisited, now carried a bittersweet warmth. After a month of hospitalization, Harry was granted permission to leave. Yet he was required to recuperate at home for an additional month, while undergoing weekly assessments of his magical core stability and the removal of residual curses. Each follow-up appointment, he arrived punctually, embodying the model patient. This was not solely for the sake of his health, but to catch a glimpse of Draco. He even began rehearsing in his mind how he would approach Draco after his final appointment, once he had fully recovered, contemplating how to pursue this man who had been his adversary for years, yet had captivated him so deeply. However, plans are often subject to unforeseen changes. Just 3 days before his last scheduled appointment, the Auror Command received an urgent alert about a group of dangerous Death Eater remnants sighted in the Scottish Highlands, having taken a number of Muggles hostage. The situation was dire, and manpower was scarce. Kingsley himself sought out Harry, who was still recuperating at home. "Harry, I know you're not fully recovered," he implored, his eyes heavy with pressure and pleading. Gazing at the weary face of his former superior, and considering the plight of the innocent Muggles, Harry's sense of responsibility eclipsed all else. Ultimately, he resolved, "I will go." The mission proved more arduous than anticipated, with the pursuit and combat extending far longer than expected. The Death Eaters proved more tenacious than they had imagined, compounded by the presence of a group of Muggle hostages. Throughout the protracted chase, Harry even found himself wryly contemplating the difficulties his colleagues at the Ministry would face in erasing the memories of these hostages. Fortunately, justice prevailed once more. When Harry returned to London, weary, his old wounds throbbing, yet triumphant with the rescued hostages and captured Death Eaters, he realized he was 5 full days late for his final appointment. He practically burst into the 5th floor of St. Mungo's, the Department of Curses and Injuries, without even taking the time to change out of his blood-stained clothes from the mission, nearly being ushered onto a hospital bed by the overly eager doctors. With a sense of trepidation about the possible ire of Draco, yet buoyed by the exhilaration of completing the last step and embarking on a new chapter, he made his way to Draco's private consultation room with practiced ease. However, the nameplate hanging at the door instantly froze him in place. It no longer read the familiar Draco Malfoy, head of the Department of Curses and Injuries, but bore an entirely unfamiliar name. A strong sense of foreboding seized him. He abruptly grasped the passing nurse. "Where's the Malfoy therapist? Is he not working today?" "His office." The nurse, startled by his urgency, recognized him and offered a polite but regretful expression. "Mr. Potter, are you looking for the Malfoy therapist? He officially left 5 days ago. That was his last day here. The very day you were scheduled for your appointment. He transferred all patient records, and your follow-up is now assigned to therapist field, the one in there." She gestured towards the unfamiliar office. "Left." Harry's voice rose sharply, disbelief flooding his senses. "Where did he go? Why?" The nurse stepped back, taken aback by his reaction, shaking her head. "We're not quite sure. Mr. Malfoy only mentioned a family matter that required his immediate attention quite suddenly. He left no further information. A family matter at Malfoy Manor. A chill raced through Harry, his blood seeming to freeze in his veins. He turned and ran. Scarcely pausing to greet the unfamiliar therapist field, the urge to apparate to Malfoy Manor almost overwhelming. The defensive enchantments surrounding Malfoy Manor remained formidable. Yet it seemed a passage had been opened for Harry Potter, a provision of the post-war agreement. Even without this accord, his own power was sufficient to disregard such barriers. He nearly burst through the manor's heavy doors. However, it was not a house elf who greeted him, but Astoria Greengrass, clad in an elegant deep purple robe. Her complexion was somewhat pale, yet her gaze was sharp and icy, betraying a mixture of scrutiny and a hint of weary anger. Mr. Potter. Her voice was as cold as ice. What brings you here unannounced? Why are you here? Aren't you a Greengrass? Harry gasped, his breath quickening as he could distinctly hear his own racing heartbeat. Have you forgotten? I am engaged to Draco. Astoria revealed a smile that could only be described as cruel. Harry felt his heart stop, yet he stubbornly sought an explanation, simply wishing to clarify that he was not a man of empty promises. Is Draco here? Why did he leave so suddenly? I urgently need to speak with him. It concerns my final appointment. Draco is not here, Astoria interjected bluntly, her tone distant. Where has he gone? When will he return? Harry pressed, his heart lodged in his throat. Astoria paused for a moment, her azure eyes scrutinizing the unmistakable urgency and confusion etched across Harry's face. Her gaze seemed to penetrate him, laden with an unsettling understanding. Finally, she stepped aside, allowing him passage. He will not be returning for the time being. If you wish to know the reason, come in. Mr. Potter, I believe there are matters of which you have the right to be informed, although I still regard you as a hypocritical scoundrel. Harry's heart plummeted as he followed Astoria into the familiar, yet chillingly cold parlor. Astoria did not invite him to sit, but instead walked directly to the fireplace. Retrieving a ledger that resembled a medical file, but was clearly bound with more luxurious materials, she turned, her expression complex as she regarded Harry. Draco left because he requires convalescence. Astoria began slowly, each word striking Harry like a hammer, and to prepare for an upcoming new life. A new life? Harry's voice trembled, his mind blanking as Astoria's words enveloped him in a fog that separated him from reality. Yes, Astoria's voice bore no warmth as she extended the ledger to Harry. This is your final report on magical core monitoring and curse residue removal, personally completed by Draco before his departure. He anticipated you might arrive late. The document bore his signature alongside all pertinent notes. Moreover, it clearly indicated the true reason for his departure. He could no longer engage in high-intensity treatments that required exposure to unstable magic due to his own condition. Harry trembled as he accepted the ledger, flipping to the last page. Beneath Draco's familiar ornate signature, a diagnosis was clearly printed. Patient, Harry James Potter. Attending, Draco Lucius Malfoy. Additional notes. The attending physician, due to his own pregnancy, current term, 16 weeks, is unable to continue treating this patient to protect the fetus from residual curse energies in the high-intensity magical treatment environment. All subsequent matters have been fully transferred. The patient is advised to strictly follow the guidance of therapist field for recovery. At 16 weeks into the pregnancy, Harry murmured to himself, his vision darkening, the pamphlet nearly slipping from his feeble grasp. Whose child is it? With great difficulty, Harry forced the words from his throat, his voice unexpectedly hoarse, akin to a rusty violin. Ah, the great savior, truly a forgetful soul. It was all too easy to deduce that Draco had conceived this child on May 11th. What are you doing? Savior, I'm on a mission attacked by dark wizards, and then I had a dream. Wait, you mean, that wasn't a dream? He.S. pregnant with my child? Harry lifted his gaze to Astoria, his eyes brimming with profound shock, unrestrained joy, and a more profound, almost overwhelming sense of panic and anguish. Why didn't you tell me? He hates me, doesn't he? He must despise me. It's because of that child that he... Tell you? Astoria's voice suddenly rose, laced with suppressed fury. Potter, what do you expect him to disclose? To tell you that he is pregnant with your child due to the compulsion from that curse you inflicted upon him? To inform you that he endures daily nausea and discomfort at St. Mungo's, while also tending to you, the very one who has thrust him into such a predicament? To reveal that he must navigate your bizarrely affectionate gaze, while fearing the storm that this unwelcome child's revelation will inevitably summon. Astoria's chest heaved violently, clearly struggling to maintain her composure. Moreover, you don't even recall that it truly transpired. A dream? How ludicrous. Thus, he chose to protect. She inhaled deeply, her voice trembling with anguish, to shield himself, and to protect this innocent child. How would the wizarding world perceive it? The savior has forced his former nemesis into bearing his child? What would the Daily Prophet write? What fate awaits the Malfoy family's reputation? What shadow shall this child forever inhabit? Draco cannot bear this. Harry felt as though struck by lightning, his complexion as pale as parchment. He comprehended it all. Every last bit. Draco's distance, his coldness, the abrupt resignation were all manifestations of fear and self-preservation. And he, like a fool, had been planning to pursue him. Utterly unaware that he had already plunged Draco into the abyss. So where has he gone? Harry's voice was hoarse with desperation. He needed a safe, quiet place that could provide a legal identity. Astoria's gaze turned frigid and laced with sarcasm. Draco moved to a Malfoy estate in France a few days ago. And I shall soon embark to accompany him. I will be a good mother, and the great savior has no need to appear before the new heir of Malfoy. We shall not return before the child is born. Harry felt as though the entire world was spinning, collapsing around him. He staggered a step, leaning against the cold wall to barely steady himself. He was 5 days late, and those 5 days had irrevocably altered everything. He had not only missed the final checkup, but also the last opportunity to salvage his relationship with Draco. His child would call another woman mother, a woman married to Draco. Regret, pain, despair, and jealousy gnawed at his heart like venomous serpents. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes ablaze with reckless determination. The address, Draco's address in France. Tell me. I must find him. I must confess to him. Confess what? Astoria coldly interrupted. Confess that you love him? After what you've done to him? After forcing him to hasten our wedding to safeguard himself and the child? Potter, your love is now the greatest burden and humiliation for Draco. Moreover, do you not remember? I am to marry Draco, to become his wife. And you? Merely a deluded interloper attempting to disrupt our lives? Is that how it is? She wore a mocking smile. Please, keep your distance from our lives. Let Draco have his peace for a while. Shall we? The great savior, indeed. With those words, Astoria activated the defensive system, casting Harry out of Malfoy Manor. This only deepened Harry's sense of despair, for it signified that Malfoy Manor had recognized Astoria as its mistress. Harry did not leave Britain, yet he did not relent. Astoria's rejection felt like a bucket of ice water, yet it ignited a stubborn resolve within him. He could not simply lose Draco and his child, especially since he sensed that Draco loved him. He would bring him back, after all. Draco had not yet completed his final checkup. Harry employed all the resources at his disposal and private connections as an Auror, ultimately discovering the Malfoy estate's address in the Provence region of France. His vigorous search roused Hermione, who, upon learning of everything, ultimately compromised after numerous failed attempts to dissuade him. People are biased. Harry was overly obsessed, and even if she did not acquiesce, he would not abandon his quest. It was a pity for Astoria, Hermione thought as she sent an owl to Provence. Upon learning the specific address, Harry did not recklessly intrude but instead rented a small house in the nearby village. He lingered like the most silent shadow, hovering just beyond the estate's magical perimeter. He caught glimpses of Draco. In the meticulously tended garden of the estate, Draco donned a loose, comfortable cream-colored robe, his platinum hair simply tied back. His abdomen had begun to show a noticeable swell, his figure rounder than during his time at St. Mungo's, yet his profile retained that familiar, almost indifferent tranquility. He often sat alone on a bench in the shade, engrossed in a book, sunlight dappling his form through the leaves. Occasionally, Astoria would sit beside him. The two engaged in hushed conversation, their postures intimate. Harry noted the tenderness in Astoria's gaze when she looked at Draco, filled with warmth and an almost overflowing affection. Stirring a tumult of emotions within him, Harry began to write letters. Not letters of outrage, but the most ordinary missives on parchment. He wrote daily, as if chronicling a diary. He confessed to that night's transgressions, expressed the love that had quietly blossomed in St. Mungo's, explained the reasons for missing his checkup, shared his longing and guilt for the unborn child, and declared his clumsy yet unwavering intentions. He dared not hope for forgiveness. He merely sought one chance, one opportunity to prove he could do better. He entrusted the letters to a house elf at the estate, grateful for its memory, recognizing one that had once served at Malfoy Manor, and imploring it to deliver his words. Initially, his efforts sank without a trace. Harry did not grow despondent. He refrained from attempting to approach the estate, instead living in the village like an ordinary visitor. He began learning French, awkwardly striving to blend into local life. He collected the finest ingredients, the softest baby items, and the most intriguing magical toys, sending them anonymously to the estate's entrance. He even sought out an elderly healer well-versed in obstetric magic, consulting extensively about prenatal care and postpartum support, and he forwarded the thick notes as well. Days turned into weeks, and Draco's belly continued to grow. Harry watched from a distance, his heart filled with an indescribable mixture of bitterness and anticipation. He observed Draco occasionally tenderly caressing his abdomen, a look of vulnerability and gentleness gracing his features, a sight Harry had never witnessed before, evoking both heartache and fascination. At last, after sending his 47th letter along with a basket of rare berries from the Scottish Highlands, which Draco had once mentioned fondly during his school days, Harry received a reply. The envelope was unadorned, a simple white, bearing Draco's familiar, elegant handwriting. Harry's heart raced like a drum. Trembling, he tore it open. The note was brief, consisting of a single line. Potter, your persistence is tiresome. Cease your futile gifts and letters. Take care of yourself, and do not cause trouble near my estate. DM. There was no salutation, no date, the tone as cold as their first encounter at St. Mungo's. Yet, for Harry, it felt as though he had received the most precious treasure in the world. He recognized the barely perceptible wavering of the handwriting. Was it the fatigue of pregnancy, or a hint of unease while writing? He read that frigid dismissal countless times, then carefully folded it and tucked it close to his heart. He understood that a slight crack had appeared in his emotional fortress. Draco acknowledged his existence and had not allowed the house elf to expel him directly, nor had he instructed his family's Slytherin guards to take action. This, indeed, was hope. On the day Draco gave birth, a torrential rain fell over Provence. Harry paced like a restless beast in his rented cottage, the rain pounding fiercely against the windows. He had no means of knowing the situation at the estate, only able to pray to Merlin and all the deities he could conjure. The protracted wait felt like torture. It was not until dawn the following day, when the rain began to relent and the sky revealed a dim, gray light, that Harry noticed a window in the manor glowing softly with a green magical light, signifying safety. Having recorded numerous childbirth customs during this time, Harry recognized it as an indication of a mother and child safe and sound. His taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Thank goodness. Both Draco and the child were safe. In the days that followed, Harry maintained his distance, yet his gifts evolved. No longer did he send those contrived tokens of appeasement. Instead, he carefully selected herbal ingredients beneficial for the mother's recovery, the purest magical spring water and lavender products reputed to lull infants to sleep with their natural fragrance. His letters transformed as well. They no longer contained lengthy confessions and apologies, but instead briefly shared amusing anecdotes from the small town or inquired in a restrained manner if anything special was needed. Silence persisted. However, Harry sensed that the estate no longer viewed his presence with such hostility. The potions he sent were accepted, on one occasion. He even caught a glimpse of Draco holding a swaddled bundle on the terrace facing the town, accompanied by Astoria and that dark-skinned Slytherin. Though it lasted only a few fleeting minutes, and Draco's gaze did not wander towards the town, the sight filled Harry with a bittersweet joy. On the day the child turned 1 month old, an unexpected token of gratitude arrived. A house elf suddenly appeared at his cottage, presenting him with an exquisite gift box tied with a silver ribbon. The elf squeaked, "Master Malfoy says, for Mr. Potter. Thank you for the lavender," and with a snap, vanished. Harry, trembling, opened the box. Inside, there was no letter, only a small, soft, white piece of baby swaddling cloth. Embroidered in fine silver thread were 4 letters, SSMP, accompanied by a delicate, blooming lily. In that instant, overwhelming joy and sorrow surged through Harry, breaking down his defenses. He clutched the soft fabric tightly, burying his face in it, his shoulders shaking silently. Tears streamed down his face, mingling with months of worry, longing, regret, and the immense happiness that now surged forth. Draco had revealed the name of his child, albeit not very clearly, but he had also sent a cherished item belonging to the baby. This was no longer a cold rejection. It was a silent invitation, laden with profound compromise and pain. After receiving the swaddling cloth, Harry waited patiently for another fortnight. He penned yet another letter, this time exceedingly brief. "Draco, may I come to see you and the child? Just a distant glance in the garden will suffice." Eagerly waiting. Harry. This time, the reply came swiftly, inscribed on the same succinct parchment. "Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Under the wisteria arbor on the west side of the garden. Only you are permitted. Duration, 10 minutes. DM, no superfluous words, the conditions were stringent. Yet for Harry, it felt like a pardon. The following afternoon, Harry arrived outside the estate half an hour early. He donned his tidiest robes, though his palms were slick with sweat from nervousness, and meticulously arranged his hair. At precisely 3 o'clock, a small door on the side of the manor opened silently. He stepped into the familiar, yet exotic garden, making his way along the path towards the west side wisteria arbor. From a distance, he spotted a familiar figure. Draco stood with his back to him, under the wisteria-laden trellis. Clad in a simple light gray robe, he remained tall and slender, his waist still as trim as before his pregnancy. In his arms, he cradled a swaddled bundle, gazing down at it, strands of his platinum hair cascading beside his cheek. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the wisteria petals, casting a soft halo around him and illuminating the small swaddled form. Time seemed to stand still. Harry held his breath, softening his steps, slowly inching closer. His heart raced wildly in his chest, nearly threatening to break free from his ribs. A few steps away from Draco, he paused, greedily drinking in the sight of the tiny swaddled figure, his eyes fixated on the cherubic face wrapped in the soft fabric. The little one's eyes were shut, lips slightly pursed, sleeping soundly. With sparse, fine, light golden hair and a small, upturned nose, Harry felt as though he were gazing at a younger version of Draco. Yet the tousled hair, not aligning with the Malfoy aesthetic, revealed their Potter lineage. An unprecedented wave of love crashed over Harry in that moment. This was his child. Their child, he and Draco's. Draco seemed to sense Harry's approach, slowly turning to face him. His complexion remained somewhat pale, marked by the fatigue of childbirth. Yet his gray eyes sparkled brighter than Harry remembered, deep and profound, as if reflecting the calm ocean following a storm. He regarded Harry with an expression difficult to decipher, one of scrutiny, detachment, lingering pain, and vigilance, but also a faint hint of something Harry could scarcely identify. A subtle ripple of emotion. The two stood several paces apart, silently locking gazes. The air was filled only with the gentle rustle of the wisteria leaves in the breeze and the soft, sweet breaths of the infant. Finally, it was Harry who broke the silence, his voice hoarse and laden with emotion. "What is his name?" Draco cast a glance down at the baby in his arms, his long eyelashes shading the emotions within his eyes. Gently, he caressed the baby's tender cheek, and when he lifted his gaze to meet Harry's, his gray eyes locked onto Harry's, clearly articulating a name: Scorpius Severus Malfoy Potter. Malfoy Potter. He had used both surnames. Harry gasped, breath caught in his throat, as a wave of astonishment and disbelief washed over him. Draco did not avert his gaze. His voice, calm yet imbued with an undeniable strength, declared, "Astoria is a true friend. She has provided both Scorpius and me with the shelter and respect we most desperately needed. Our marriage arrangement has amicably concluded. She deserves the opportunity to seek her genuine happiness, rather than being confined here." He paused, his grip on Scorpius's arm tightening slightly, as if drawing strength from the gesture. Fixing his sharp gaze upon Harry, which pierced like a blade into his soul, he continued, "Harry Potter, I once harbored a profound hatred for you. Deep, seething loathing. For the atrocities of that night, for the chaos and suffering you wrought. I chose Astoria for survival, to shield Scorpius from the venomous rumors. But now," his voice lowered, imbued with a weary yet resolute honesty, "I choose to return. Not for you, at least not entirely. It is for Scorpius's right to know his other father, within a relatively normal environment. Malfoy Manor, with its finest house elves and protective enchantments, provides a more suitable setting for his growth." Draco's eyes flickered momentarily, igniting with a fervor and hope that quickly hardened once more. "Do not misconstrue this. It does not signify my forgiveness of you or acceptance of your feelings. The wounds remain. This is merely a choice grounded in reality, one that benefits the child most. You will have visitation rights, and nothing more. Between us, time is necessary. A long, extensive time. You must demonstrate that you are worthy of Scorpius calling you father. That you are no longer the Harry Potter who could be easily manipulated by dark magic, inflicting harm upon others." Draco's words fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing a portion of Harry's fervent joy, yet rendering him more lucid and resolute. He understood that this was not a fairy tale reconciliation. Rather, it was a lengthy and arduous path to redemption. He gazed deeply at Draco, at Scorpius, who lay peacefully asleep in his arms, his eyes filled with an unprecedented gravity and determination. He nodded slowly, with utmost sincerity. "I understand, Draco. Thank you for bringing Scorpius back to me. Thank you for granting me this opportunity." He cautiously stepped forward, making no attempt to touch Draco or the child, but gently fixing his gaze upon Scorpius's serene little face with reverence. "Time. I possess ample time. I will prove it, to Scorpius, and to you." Sunlight filtered through the wisteria trellis, dancing upon Draco's somewhat pallid profile and Scorpius's delicate visage. Draco did not respond to Harry's promise, silently standing there, cradling their child. Yet Harry noted that the taut line of his jaw appeared to soften slightly, and the arm that held Scorpius revealed a subtle hint of gentleness, as if he had finally laid down a burdensome weight. The air was thick with the fragrant aroma of wisteria, the freshness of rain-kissed earth, the faint scent of milk from the infant, alongside a heavy yet life-affirming silence. In the garden, the shadows of the three figures stretched long in the sunlight. The future remained laden with unknown thorns and challenges, yet at this moment, the gears of fate, after enduring a brutal misalignment, began to laboriously and slowly re-engage, turning towards a direction called home. Chapter 115. The dog godfather, unveiled prematurely. Wait, Harry called out, his mind already formulating a plan. He patted Uncle Vernon reassuringly, eliciting a thunderous sneeze in response. Then, turning to Little Black, he said, "Don't worry, mate, I've found you a better place." He pulled out his phone, scrolling through the screen until he landed on a familiar name, Draco Malfoy. With 2 beeps, the call connected, and Draco's voice came through the line, somewhat distorted. "Harry? What do you need?" Draco, though aware that he could not see him, caused Harry to instinctively wear a somewhat ingratiating smile. "Could you do me a favor? My home isn't suitable for keeping a dog right now." There was a long pause on the other end of the line before Draco's cool tone replied. "I'll have Dobby come pick you up. When you arrive, you can explain everything." He hung up, leaving Harry alone with a wry smile as he clutched the phone. Uncle Vernon, still pinching his nose with a tissue, looked expectantly at Harry. So, did Draco agree? Harry maintained a neutral expression, simply regarding him. "I suppose he did." Vernon exhaled a sigh of relief. In less than 2 minutes, Dobby appeared at the Dursleys' doorstep, politely greeting them before turning his eager gaze towards Harry. Meanwhile, Harry, with a glum expression, draped the dog leash he had bought for Little Black over Dobby's shoulder. Sirius, oblivious to his current status as a stray in the Muggle world, stretched out a front leg over Dobby. After bidding farewell to the Dursleys, and amidst Petunia and Dudley's reluctant gazes, Dobby snapped his fingers, causing Harry and Little Black to vanish from number 4, Privet Drive. Once they had truly departed, Petunia sighed, resting her hand on Vernon's shoulder. "Tell me, how did you suddenly become allergic to Little Black?" "You weren't allergic to Maggie's dog." Vernon, still holding the handkerchief, replied helplessly, "I don't know. I can't control my body's reactions. Little Black is so handsome. When Harry and I took him for walks, other kids in the neighborhood were so envious." Dudley feigned maturity as he sighed, then twisted his body to squeeze back onto the sofa, leaving his poor father behind. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, after dispatching Dobby, Draco awaited in the living room with a serious demeanor. When Harry stammered over the phone about having adopted a dog, Draco suspected that this so-called savior had somehow rescued his dog godfather. Though Sirius was technically a blood relative, Draco still harbored a dislike for him, especially since his godfather despised him and his father had informed him that Sirius had once bullied him. That insufferable mutt, Draco thought bitterly. "I shall make him aware of his place." Thus, when Dobby arrived with Harry and Sirius at Malfoy Manor, Draco met them with a bemused expression. Harry, catching Draco's gaze, flinched slightly. Sirius, misinterpreting the situation, rushed to stand in front of Harry, growling threateningly at Draco. Draco raised an eyebrow, turning his attention to Harry, who promptly seized his godfather's mouth. "Little Black, be good. He is not a bad person." Caught off guard by the sudden restraint, Sirius asked, "Woof?" "Harry," Draco began slowly, his voice gravelly yet perfectly clear, "where on earth did you find this dog? He is quite a unique specimen." As he spoke, his gray-blue eyes narrowed, a playful smile emerging, and he certainly does not resemble an ordinary guard dog. Sirius's body tensed instantly, a low growl emanating from his throat as his gray eyes fixated on Draco in the mirror, brimming with wariness and a near anger of being seen through. Harry's heart sank. He realized that Draco had no intention of relinquishing his provocation of Sirius. He quickly interjected between the two. "He's just a bit large. He's been a stray for too long, which makes him a tad fierce. Uncle Vernon suffers from severe allergies, leaving him with no choice. Given the vastness of your estate, accommodating an additional dog should pose no problem. It's quite well behaved." Harry lowered his voice, adopting a slightly coaxing tone. "Just consider it a favor for me, sweetheart." Draco, gazing at Harry's beseeching eyes, cast a glance at the imposing black dog before him, its body adorned with an unmistakable warning, "Keep your distance." After a moment of silence, his slender fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa, a subtle, mischievous smile unfurling at the corners of his lips. "Very well." Draco finally relented, his tone laced with the characteristic Malfoy reserve as he conceded, "For your sake, I shall make an exception this once." However, he pivoted, his sharp gray-blue eyes locking onto the black dog, and slowly added, "The new member of the Malfoy household must abide by the rules. First, under no circumstances is it allowed on the sofa occupied by me and my mother, especially that custom-made velvet sofa from Italy. My father's is fair game. Secondly, it must not damage any antique furniture, not even the most inconspicuous vase. Lastly, and most importantly," he leaned slightly closer to Sirius, his voice low yet carrying an undeniable authority, reaching the dog's ears with clarity, "Mr. Black, remember to eat on schedule. The Malfoy household does not tolerate hungry dogs." The final address was articulated with a distinct hint of playful mockery. Boom. Sirius Black felt his mind buzz, his fur nearly bristling with shock. His eyes, strikingly similar to Draco's, widened in disbelief. filled with a mix of astonishment and a touch of embarrassment at his identity being unveiled. He emitted a short, almost incredulous whimper, instinctively wanting to retreat but forcing himself to stay put, glaring at the golden-haired youth with a fierce intensity that only hinted at his underlying vulnerability. Harry covered his face, despairing. "It's over. There's no saving you now. Godfather, it's not that I won't help you. You're on your own." Draco observed the expressive exchange between the boy and the dog, a satisfied smirk gracing his lips, his smile appearing particularly resplendent against his platinum blonde hair. He elegantly gestured towards his left, casually reminding, "The dog bed provided by the Malfoy family is made of dragon hide. I hope you can adjust to it." Harry glanced at the rigid, conflicted black dog beside him, both Godfather and pup currently locked in a glaring contest. In the opulent living room of Malfoy Manor, only the suppressed, furious huffs of Sirius and Harry's resigned sighs could be heard. Welcome to Malfoy Manor, little Black," Harry said dryly. The black dog exhaled heavily through his nose, turning away to present his rear to Harry, his tail flicking irritably. It was evident that Mr. Sirius Black was far from pleased about relocating to his rival's household and having his identity exposed on the spot. Unfortunately, there was no way he could revert to his human form in front of Harry and engage Draco in a heated argument. After all, he believed his godson wouldn't recognize him, especially since he was currently a fugitive. Should he transform back and be caught by that wretched Dementor, it would be disastrous. "All right, Harry, you should head back now. It's getting late, and my parents will be returning from the ministry soon." He added, "If you need anything, text me. If you require something, have Hedwig deliver it. If you absolutely wish to see Mr. Black, just ask Dobby to bring you to my room." Harry nodded obediently, summoning Dobby to accompany him home. Once Harry departed, Draco turned to Sirius. "As for you, Mr. Black, grab your dog bed and follow me upstairs." Sirius, unwilling to indulge the young master, refused to comply, barking defiantly at Draco. Draco, unfazed, revealed a dangerous smile. "If you really want to remain in the living room, that is perfectly fine. Just know that my mother will see your dog bed the moment she returns." With that, Sirius flopped down dramatically, his legs giving way beneath him. After a moment, he shakily rose, clutching his dog bed and hastily following Draco, who had already ascended the stairs. Chapter 116, The Journey. In the days that followed, Sirius lived in the shadows of Malfoy Manor like any clandestine little dog. When Lucius and Narcissa were home, he dutifully hid in Draco's room, scratching at the luxurious Mediterranean hand-woven rug. However, when they were absent, opportunities arose for Sirius to tread upon Lucius's exclusive chair and dig holes in the expansive garden. Had Draco not informed Lucius and Narcissa on the first day of their return that Harry had entrusted his dog to their care, Mr. Malfoy would have summoned the Aurors the moment he discovered his seat had been ruined by this audacious intruder. Every time Sirius misbehaved, Draco would use the two-way mirror to call Harry, instructing him to reprimand his dog face to face, while Sirius would lay on the ground, covering his ears, feigning ignorance of human speech. He even contemplated dashing out to knock over Severus when he visited Malfoy Manor. But a residual sense of caution reminded him that the potion's master would recognize his animagus form, prompting him to halt just in time. Draco mocked him, calling him a coward. The big black dog remained silent, merely digging in the mud, running into Draco's room without washing his paws. Infuriated, Draco summoned a few house elves to catch him and personally shaved his head bald. With his newly bald head, Sirius finally settled down, much to Draco's satisfaction. Amidst the ongoing battle of wits between the uncle and nephew, Harry's chaotic interference, and the endless curiosity of their friends regarding Harry's new pet, this enchanting summer was drawing to a close. Professor Dumbledore, who had been absent for nearly the entire summer, finally sent a letter towards the end of the holiday. In it, he expressed his apologies for not being present at crucial moments or for failing to reply promptly. He mentioned that he was also somewhat unclear about the era the elves referred to, but a friend of his had once come across some information in ancient texts at their ancestors' home. He expressed a desire to observe the occurrences surrounding Harry and Draco firsthand, hoping that after the start of term feast, Severus could bring Harry and Draco to his office. Upon receiving the letter, Harry discreetly confided in Draco that he believed the friend Dumbledore mentioned was the very reason he had been absent all summer long. Draco remained noncommittal. As for the concerned parents, upon learning that Professor Dumbledore had a friend familiar with certain matters, their worries eased somewhat, and they cheerfully sent their children off on the train on September 1st. As for Sirius, Draco found an opportunity to stuff him into a suitcase, claiming to Lucius and Narcissa that he was sending the dog back. On September 1st, when Harry, with his disheveled hair, bumped into Draco right at the entrance of King's Cross Station, it was impossible not to feel astonished. First, Draco had arrived late, and on time no less, a stark deviation from the Malfoy family's usual demeanor. Secondly, he sported a hairdo that rivaled Harry's own chaotic locks. not to mention the dark circles under his eyes that even a glamour charm could not conceal. Harry looked at him with concern, reaching out to help him carry his suitcase while inquiring, "Little dragon, are you all right?" Draco revealed a cold smirk, gripping his soul's suitcase tightly and shaking it vigorously. "Go. Ask that dog of a godfather." His teeth clenched in a manner that made Harry shrink back. Although he was aware that there was a significant chance his godfather was inside that suitcase, Harry felt an innate urge to refrain from intervening in what appeared to be an imminent disaster. "If you strike your godfather, then surely you won't harm your godson," he retorted. The Hogwarts Express belched forth thick clouds of white smoke, and in the final seconds before platform 9 3/4 would close, two figures deftly squeezed through the converging brick wall, nearly colliding with the slowly shutting train doors. "Harry, why didn't you remind me sooner that time was running out? Had I known, I would have boarded the train while shaking the suitcase," Draco panted, his platinum hair disheveled by the wind created from their hurried pace. The hem of his exquisitely wrapped black travel cloak marred by several suspicious stains. As he complained, he instinctively reached out to pull Harry, who nearly collided with the doorframe. Inside, Harry regained his balance, adjusting the glasses that had slipped down to the tip of his nose, a glimmer of mischief in his emerald eyes. "Come now, Draco. Had I dared to interrupt you at that moment, I am quite certain you would have stuffed me into that suitcase to keep my godfather company." With a flick of his wand, he levitated their suitcases into the nearest available compartment. Draco let out a dismissive huff, uninterested in escalating their banter. The two exchanged a knowing glance, a silent agreement passing between them as they briskly made their way towards the compartment typically occupied by Slytherin. The corridor was filled with excited students and flurries of owl feathers, yet they navigated through the chaos with purpose, evading obstacles as if rehearsed countless times. Upon pushing open the door adorned with silver and green embellishments, an unexpected tranquility enveloped them inside. Harry and Draco stood at the threshold, exhaling a simultaneous sigh of relief. Within the compartment, Daphne Greengrass sat elegantly beside Pansy, the other side occupied by a petite blonde girl with round features and captivating blue-gray eyes, who was nervously sipping a cup of pumpkin juice, a picture of curiosity and trepidation at entering the magical world. "Merlin, you finally arrived. I thought you intended to set up residence on the platform." Pansy yawned languidly. Draco shrugged. An unforeseen circumstance arose. As he spoke, he magically tidied up both himself and Harry. "Daphne, who is this?" Harry's gaze fell upon the unfamiliar girl, his tone laced with the polite inquiry typical of a Slytherin, though a flicker of recognition sparked in his eyes. "The youngest daughter of the Greengrass family, Astoria Greengrass. She is starting her first year and is certain to be sorted into Slytherin," Daphne replied proudly, gently draping an arm around her sister's shoulders. "Astoria, this is Harry Potter. The other one likely requires no introduction." With a teasing wink towards her younger sister, Daphne prompted, "Say hello, dear." "Hello, Senior Harry." Astoria's voice was soft yet clear, her politeness accompanied by a curious gaze directed at him. Turning to Draco, she beamed a shy smile, her excitement palpable compared to her greeting of Harry. "It's been so long, Brother Draco." "Indeed it has. I look forward to your arrival in Slytherin, Miss Greengrass," Draco replied, inclining his head slightly, a modest smile gracing his lips that was befitting of a pure-blood heir. He extended his hand, gently taking Astoria's equally fair hand and placing a light kiss upon it. "Welcome. I hope you enjoy your time at Hogwarts." Harry smiled warmly, sensing the young girl's nervousness and striving to keep his tone relaxed. As for the bittersweet ache in his heart, that was a sentiment only he could comprehend. After all, the one who truly understood him seemed preoccupied at the moment. The conversation within the compartment quickly flourished. Blaise and Theodore initiated discussions primarily revolving around summer experiences, the upcoming term's courses, and some harmless gossip. Astoria gradually relaxed beside her sister and Draco, occasionally asking a question or two in a soft voice, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. After approximately 20 minutes, Harry glanced out the window at the swiftly passing fields and then at Draco, who raised an eyebrow in understanding. "We need to meet up with Ron and Hermione," Harry announced, rising to his feet and explaining to the occupants of the compartment, particularly the Greengrass sisters. "There are a few matters to confirm before the term begins." Go on, Pansy waved her hand dismissively. "Hermione and Ron came to look for us before the train departed, but you weren't here." They chatted for a bit before heading to another compartment. Daphne nodded with a smile. "Astoria, bid farewell to Senior Harry and Senior Draco." "Goodbye," Astoria said sweetly, waving her hand obediently.